Sin has always stuck with humans since ancient times. No matter who it is, humans always commit sins in their life. It is as that already becomes the law and norm of the world itself. Even the heroes, kings, or other righteous people also could not escape from committing sins. But what happens if it happens to the strongest person that only wants peace? Will he escape from the evil clutches of sin, or will he overcome it? Year XXXX. Huffed, brother, why, what have I done to you to poison me like this? Said a man. Kukuku, Yuhuk, what you did is take everything from me. Yuhuk, now come and die. The other person in the room attacked his brother once again despite his injuries. Nonsense, I never take anything from you. I always give everything to you, brother, said the man. Shut it, Angus, shut the fuck up. If you want to give me everything, then how about give me your life, said the other person with the craziness in his eyes. But why? I always love you, brother, so why? Why did you do this, Victor, said Angus while dodging the attack. Exactly. Because of that, you become Master's favorite student, become the strongest person, and even get Julie's love, replied Victor while keeping launching an attack. What? I never loved Julie. Wait, brother. Is Julie the one that coerces you to poison me? Said Angus. Enough nonsense now. Die. Victor launched another attack against Angus. However, Angus could repel the attack easily despite being poisoned. After exchanging a few moves, Hahaha as expected, the one that inherited the Master's power. Even after being poisoned by devil tears, you still could move like that. But now that power is mine. Victor attacks his brother madly while ignoring his wound. During their exchange, hundreds of people approach the building where the two brothers reside. Buk, many grenades launched inside the house at once. Then, it explodes together. Boomm. At the last second before the massive explosion, Angus gathers his kai to protect his brother and himself. But his brother already loses all his reason and keeps attacking him using the poisoned knife. Yuhuk, brother, are you okay? Said Angus. Hahaha, just give up, brother. Give me the Master's power and I will end your suffering, Victor. Looking at his brother already beyond hope to save, Angus punches him in his heart at a fast speed, ending his life. Then Angus closed his brother's crazed eyes. Arrghhh, shouted Angus after losing his only brother. Angus released surges of massive kai and clearing the rubble around. Boom. You bastard, why did you do this to my brother? As Angus looks at the approaching group of people, who, truly an embodiment of evil to survive that kind of attack while being poisoned, said one of the men with shaved heads and wearing monk attire. Angus, there is no other person that is stronger than me in this world, said a muscular person. Fufufu, that's the price for ignoring me, said a beautiful woman with a devilish aura. Hahaha, look at that power. Now I can wait to eat you, said a crazed thin person holding an alcoholic jug, looking as more and more renowned practitioners of martial art come with hungry eyes towards him. He finally understood why they came after him. I see, so all of you want is my master's legacy. But did you think that poisoning me is enough to defeat 10 years of inheritance? Angus claps his hand and takes his final battle stance. Soon the group of people launches an attack on him without any shred of hesitation. Various kinds of attack consist of guns, grenades, sharp weapons, and kai-based types of skills coming to Angus. 6 days have passed since the start of the battle. During these 6 days, Angus already lost count of how many people died at his hand. Each minute passes by, another life is claiming in his hand. A mountain of corpses is already piling near him. He even wonders just how many people they prepare to capture him. What infuriates him the most is they seem to lock down the entire area and cooperate with the local government to make this attack. For 6 days straight, Angus continuously fought and passed what was truly human capable. All his body was riddled with various wounds and blood from his enemy and his own blood. If he is not poisoned, he could already run away or fight for another week. But each time he used his kai base skill, the poison inside his body corroded him slowly. Hold on, everyone. He is already at his limit. The 10,000 years legacy will soon be ours, said one of the people to encourage themselves, looking at the opposition group that fears to attack him. Hahaha, with that kind of mentality, you will never get this power. Angus gather all his remaining kai toward his heart and explode himself. Boom. Shit, before the opposition group could react, they already got engulfed by a massive kai blast in part of the town. At Angus's last moment, damn, at the end, I really can't preserve my master's legacy. Huffed 6 days, huh? That means I missed the 6-day time to manage all my idle phone games. In the end, I really can't preserve my master's legacy. Funny, I still think about those games. Well, not that it matters now. At least I finally got the peace that I once longed for. As Angus's consciousness goes into the darkness, inside the darkness, Angus lost track of time and control over his body, even his thoughts. Before long, he sees a bright light from far away and feels like being pulled off towards it. On a peaceful day where everyone is passing their daily life, there is a big mansion at the edge of the town. From inside the big mansion, people could hear a woman scream. The mansion is filled with a lot of guards and servants. While the guard looks nervous and keeps their vigilance, all of the servants look very busy. Some of them come and go from one of the most oversized rooms in the mansion. Inside the room, a woman has child labor. Once again, the woman cries and tries to push her baby to come out using all her strength. Before long, the baby came out. However, it still stays silent without crying. The baby only feels being grabbed by a giant hand, but he still cannot see or hear properly. Before he could contemplate his current situation, he got slapped in his butt. At this moment, like an instinct, he cries loudly, "OWAKK." The baby seems surprised at his own action, but all he could do was cry with the baby's voice. Finally, after crying for a while, he feels exhausted before falling asleep. Hearing the baby cry, the people in the room feel relief before a man comes into the room hurriedly with worry. "Honey, how are you?" as the man looked at the beautiful pale woman hugging the newborn baby. At the same time, the nearby people with priest attire emit strange light that soothes the mother and the baby through their hands. "It's okay. I need to rest for a little bit," the woman reassures the man. "Sigh, thank God you made it. Now let me see my son." The man looks at the baby in the woman's arm, looking at the healthy and strong baby lovingly. "Welcome to the world, Angus Victory." Few hours after that, Angus finally wakes up. He can't look or hear appropriately because he is in the newborn baby's body, while his limb also feels very weak. As the former strongest martial artist, he didn't panic for long and retained his calm. He tried to understand his current situation. Where am I? I feel so weak. Let's inspect my body first," thought Angus. As soon as he tries to inspect his body, his mind feels overburdened and once again falls asleep. Soon, every time he tries to think about some heavy stuff or examine his own body, he will fall unconscious for a few hours. Fortunately, at 1 month's age, Angus regained his sight and could hear properly. The moment regained his 5 senses. He was surprised at his current condition. He already guessed it a few weeks before, but thinking he reincarnated into a newborn baby is unexpected. However, being a newborn baby is a headache for him. It's because he cannot control his body properly. As an expert of martial arts, control over his body is very important. Without it, he feels worse than being a disabled person. His nightmare only got worse when he couldn't control the need to poop before he could even cry for help. All he could do is resign his fate to nature. During his time as a baby, he also tries to gather some information about his surroundings. He found that his family is quite wealthy from the house he stays in, although it is pretty old-fashioned compared to modern life in his past life, but there are a lot of servants to take care of it. Angus suspects just hiring all these servants probably already costs a lot of money. He also found that he is not in the same world as in his past life, because at this mansion, some people could use strange energy to help them do their task despite the low technology around. The strange energy is similar to Kai from his previous life, but Angus is sure that it is not Kai. By some fortunate event, he also learns that his current name is similar to his past life, Angus Victory. After knowing his name, he begins to remember his brother. His name is quite a mix of his and his brother's name. While remembering his past life, his mood becomes gloomy. At least now I was reborn in a rich family. I don't need to live frugally like in my past life. Yosh, let's enjoy this life peacefully to the fullest," thought Angus. As time goes by, 1 year has passed since Angus was born. Even though being a baby is boring, he likes its peacefulness. He feels like his long wishes are already granted because of this peacefulness. During this 1 year, he could only stay in his room in a caged bed to prevent him from falling. He often sees his family check on him sometimes. His mother has black hair with brown eyes and beautifully white skin combined with a top model face from his observation. She always pampered him a lot and always played with him in most of her free time. Her name is Cecilia Widespread, the wife of the head Victory family. His father has blonde hair and a slim figure with a strict classic military disposition, but still retains his charismatic, handsome face. Despite his petty figure, Angus knows a dangerous aura hidden behind it if he is provoked. His name is Jacob Victory, the current head of Victory family. His parents love and care about him, giving him a sense of belonging he never knew since he and his brother were orphans in his previous life before being adopted by his master. He also found that he has 2 older brothers. The first older one has blonde hair similar to his father's hair with brown eyes. The first impression he got is that he has a cold personality and is quite a prideful person. His name is Jason Victory. His second brother is younger and likes to prank people. He looked like a free-spirited person that had too much energy. He is a small kid with blonde hair and black eyes like his father. His name is Virgil Victory. As for Angus himself, he inherited his mother's black hair and his father's black eyes. He also found that his family is quite influential in the military. Many people gave their blessing to him during this 1 year. This shows that his family is quite influential. Well, this is a good family since I can just be goofing around while letting my brother inherit my father's position. There is no way I want to get into another bloody brother fight, thought Angus inwardly while he remembers his fight with his beloved brother. Besides his family, Angus also learned a few word languages that people use in this world. He never heard any language that people used in everyday life from his past life. He is sure that he is not in the same world as his past anymore. So Angus speculates that he is in some remote region or genuinely reborn in a different world. Moreover, he found the strange energy everyone uses that is similar to Kai. People in this world called this energy mana, like in some fantasy game he played in his past. Late at night after his birthday party, he rests inside his room alone while enjoying his peacefulness. It will be perfect if I still have my handphone with those idle games, thought Angus while enjoying his pillowy bed. Suddenly, he hears a sound inside his head. Ding. The idle system is fully integrated. System. Starting the system in 3, 2, 1 system. Welcome host to the idle system. System. Please select opponent in next 30-second system. Please select opponent in next 30-second system. Who idle system. I guess I miss playing my idle games so much to even hallucinate about this, thought Alex while looking at the hologram panel in front of him. Soon the countdown passed. Host has not selected an opponent. The opponent will randomly generate. System. Match complete opponent ant. System. Estimated time of winning in 1 second. System. Battle ends, you receive 1 soul points. Next match, opponent ant. Estimated time of winning in 1 second. System. Battle ends, you receive. System. At first, Alex ignores this, but the sound keeps ringing inside his head. Don't tell me this is. Angus immediately inspected his body. Now his body and mind are strong enough to handle the burden of inspecting his body. He already could do it a few months ago, but still chose not to do it since he didn't feel the need to do it. As Angus inspected his body, he didn't find any change at his body or anything wrong besides his Kai. Maybe it was because it gave too few soul points for me to notice it, though Angus, who still believes the system is genuine since he could still hear the notification. Either I am crazy, or this is the real deal like in those fantasy books. While thinking this, Angus inspected his Kai as it seems different than in his past life. He found out that his almost non-existence Kai changes into a strange energy called mana that is easier to control. He could circulate this mana easily despite having a toddler body. If it is an ordinary Kai from his past life, he needs to meditate at least a whole day or train very hard just to move it a little bit. Unlike Kai, this energy also seems very gentle as Angus knows just how dangerous Kai is, no matter small it is. As Angus contemplated the system and his body, battle ends. You received 1 soul point. Angus keeps hearing battle notifications from the system every second. Irritated by hearing the same sound repeatedly, he immediately searches his way to the setting option of the idle system through various actions like calling system, notification, or setting. In his past life, every game he played always had a system setting to configure the game itself for the user to play more comfortably. The primary setting, such as mute notification, always has in every single idle game he played before. After a series of tries, he finally could summon the idle system menu with thought. He could see a transparent holographic panel in front of him. In the holographic panel, he found some functions such as notification and enemy selection. He also sees the inventory and shop tab, but grayed out being unavailable to select. The only available is the host chart tab. Ignoring the others, Angus immediately finds the notification setting. He mutes most of the notifications while leaving the few important ones. Then he finally looks at his host chart to find out about his status. Besides that, he didn't find any explanation or information about it, no experience or even level like in the game from his previous life. After inspecting carefully for hours, he still didn't find anything about it. Then he went back into the enemy selection function. From it, he found a list of a lot of people and harmless animals. Rather than animals, it could be called a harmless insect for now. For the people listed, all of them left with, in their name beside his family. He speculates that it happens because he didn't know their name yet. All the people in the list grayed out, being unable to be selected. The one available for him is only some harmless insect such as ant, mosquito, wasp, etc. After doing a few more tests, he becomes more interested in the system. Since his days were always dull, he finally felt like getting a real toy to play with for a long time. He chooses the most possibly benefited harmless animal that he could defeat before going into sleep as he is pretty exhausted from thinking all this stuff. As time goes by, 4 years have passed since Angus received the idle system. He finally knows how absurd this system is to his body. Each time Angus won, he got a little bit of a soul point. This soul point could be converted into other attributes with a certain ratio. He could exchange 5 soul points with one of his strength, dexterity, intelligence, or vitality. As for mana, he could exchange 1 soul point for 1 mana ratio. Although the change is minimal, he knows this small change could decide his life in a dangerous situation as a seasoned fighter. He also believes that the conversion rate will increase as his body grows stronger, like in those idle games he played before. In summary, he will get stronger by doing nothing. But this is a headache for him as he didn't want to become stronger. In truth, he didn't want anyone to know that he is a strong person. He is still traumatic of being betrayed and hunted by anyone like in his past life. Angus's last moment in his past life already gave him enough lessons to understand this. All he wants is to live a peaceful life. How such a troublesome just for wanting a peaceful life, thought Angus inwardly. Still, unlike his past world, this world is filled with many kinds of different dangers. Not only he needs to think about the threat from humanity, but also from nature itself. The only reason he is now in a safe place and at peace is because he is the son of the Duke inside one of the biggest kingdoms in the world. After contemplating a little bit, he chooses to hide his strength and only use it just to protect his dearest one and himself. Angus didn't want to get betrayed or have another bloody brother fight anymore. Because of this, he developed a lazy nature and liked to read books during these past years. He also concludes that this idle system works similarly to idle games he played in the past, but rather than experience, it gives him soul points. After a few times secretly testing his idle system in these last few years, he already got the gist of how the system works. Inside the host chart, it is similar to the status panel of any player-based game. MP represents his current mana, strength represents his body strength, dexterity represents his body speed and reaction time, intelligence represents his mind's work speed and memory, vitality represents his body's endurance. What confuses him is he didn't have HP health point like in the game. At first, he thought his health was too small to be calculated, but after a few times of testing, he still found nothing about it at all. He speculates that since this is a reality, the system decides that HP is too hard to be calculated by number or his HP is too small to be calculated by the system. After all, the system only shows integer and rounded numbers. After 4 years, his soul points have already accumulated by 15 points from killing various insects. All these years, he still couldn't choose people as his opponent inside his automatic battle. Angus speculated that he needed to beat them in real life first before the automatic virtual battle worked, or he still didn't have enough strength to win a battle over them in a life-death battle. A spar battle and a life-death battle are different. The latter has a high degree of difficulty compared to the former. Well, that didn't matter since I don't want to become stronger anymore. I just want to enjoy this peacefulness. Angus returns to reading his book within the shade of a tree inside the mansion's garden, but he is soon disturbed as he notices a butler approaching him stealthily. Even though he never trained, his senses are still better than any ordinary person. After a while, the butler showed himself. "Sorry to disturb you, young Master Angus. You got called by your father in his study room," said a servant with butler clothes. Arriving in front of the room, Angus knocks on the door. "Knock, knock, come in." Angus hears a response from inside the room. The moment Angus entered, "Ah, Angus, you are here," said Jacob, Angus's father. "Yes, is there anything you need, father?" said Angus. "Actually, in 3 years you will enter the Royal Academy like your brothers, so I want you to study early so as not to tarnish our family name," said Angus's father. "Okay," said Angus. "So starting tomorrow you will be tutored to not fall behind with the other nobles," said Jacob. Does this also include physical training?" said Angus. "Yes, it will focus more on physical training since you never trained on it before." "I know you don't like to do some physical training, but at least you need to get the basics of it," said Angus's father. "I already know all the basics just from looking at it." "Damn it, so I guess I will play along as I don't do anything absurd," thought Angus inwardly. "All right, father. Is there anything else?" said Angus. "No, you can go now. Also, I expect something from you, Angus," said Jacob. "No, don't expect anything from me. Just let me goof around," thought Angus. "All right then, I shall go now." As Angus exits the room, looking at his son out of his room, Angus's father could only sigh inwardly before going back to his paperwork and forgetting about any unnecessary thought. The following day, Angus arrived in front of one of the rooms inside the mansion. This room will become his study room for the next 3 years until he goes into the Royal Academy. Arriving in front of the room, huffed, "I hope I didn't get any weird teachers. Well, at least I could learn the one called magic besides the books," thought Angus. Although Angus wants to hide his real strength, he is still interested in magic. For Angus, who never knew the existence of magic in his past life, he finds magic is a marvelous thing that could contradict some physics and his past common sense. Because of this, he wants to learn magic. But magic itself is a complicated subject that not everyone can do it. Only a talented and hard-working person could do it. Knock, knock. After knocking on the door, he hears a pleasant female sound from the inside. "Come in." Angus immediately enters the room and sees a young woman in a strict teaching uniform that gives the vibe, "I am a teacher." The woman is quite beautiful and tall with deep blue hair, but he knows behind her petty figure hidden an aura of a skilled fighter that is already through many life-death situations. He confirmed it by how she positions herself and her entire body language. Before he could think further, done admiring. "If yes, hurry to your seat, Mr. Young Master." said the blue-haired woman in a sarcastic tone. Without saying anything, Angus immediately went back to his lazy expression and sat at his seat. After Angus took his seat, "Well, my name is Andrea Cobalt. I will tutor you for the next 3 years until you enter the Royal Academy." She looks disappointed by Angus's previous behavior. After that, she immediately began her lesson. In summary, she teaches Angus some common knowledge about this world. From Andrea's explanation, Angus found a lot of hidden dangers behind his everyday peaceful life. One of them is the danger of monster hordes. Unlike in Angus's past life, the world he resides called Furuman, inhabited by many races and other living beings besides the human race. But the most dangerous one is the monster, a being corrupted from miasma, which is also called corrupted mana. The monster tends to go berserk and seek the only destruction of civilization. As for the reason behind this phenomenon, nobody could uncover it from ancient times. The only possible explanation is from the myth where a powerful evil god corrupted some beast into a monster through miasma and sought the destruction of civilization. Fortunately, other civilized races are also not so weak just to be destroyed by a monster horde. They could utilize mana to protect themselves and fight back against the monster horde. As time goes on, both the monster side and civilized races begin into stalemate situations. But the danger of monster hordes still exists as they grow stronger and increase their number over time. On the other hand, the civilized races could only pass down their mantle to the younger ones after growing at a certain age or slowly cutting down monster numbers. Still, this kind of problem will only happen in the future for him to worry. Instead, he worries about his matters about the so-called politics between the nobles. If he is not careful enough, he may get stabbed in the back by other nobles. Angus knows precisely how dangerous humans can be from his experience. Although he already decides to leave this matter to his brothers as the heir, he still needs to be careful around the noble society. Fortunately, Angus's rank as noble is not tiny as the son of the Duke. Basically, not many dare to stab him or try to use him openly. A few days later, Angus was called into the training ground by Andrea for physical training. Because of the monster horde threat, all the people in the kingdom have learned some sort of self-defense since childhood, especially the noble one. Since Angus wants to hide his real strength, he tries to put on a facade that makes him look like he has average physical strength. The moment Andrea tries to push him further than a normal average kid could do, Angus immediately stops his exercise and looks at her silently. Angus looks at teacher Andrea silently with an expression like mocking her. "Are you a retard? To push me to do this?" Occasionally, he immediately leaves the training area while making excuses. "I am sorry, teacher. I need to go to the bathroom for a while." Many times Andrea tries to punish him for that. But Angus always gives the same excuse to go to the bathroom before going for hours. Then, he will be found falling asleep below the shade of a tree in the nearby garden. Because Angus is also the son of Duke Jacob, Andrea cannot do anything too excessive about him besides tolerate his behavior. Even after she reported this matter to the Duke himself, she only got a reply as "let him be" since he was still a child. As time goes by, Andrea gives up trying to push Angus training harder during the physical exercise. Fortunately, Angus was interested in magic, so Andrea still could tolerate his lazy behavior. Many young nobles also prefer the magician's path since the magician is positioned at the backline in battle. This way, they are safer than other combatants who fight on the front line. He also will not go further in this magician path because his mana is quite low and his mind power to construct magic circles is almost below average, thought Andrea as she looked at her students who tried to cast simple fire-based spells. Andrea will never think Angus planned all of this to give him the impression of a weak, spoiled noble son who is very lazy. Still, it is also true that Angus' mana and mind power are below average since he didn't increase them during the past few years. Because of the status panel, he could monitor his growth rather than use it to improve further. He used it to make it stagnant. Few years after finding out how the system works, Angus knows that doing specific actions continuously, such as training or reading books, will increase his status. Reading books will increase his intelligence, which will increase his speed to construct magic spells. So Angus uses most of his time pretending to read books while he is just sleeping or goofing off. He did all of this hassle because he learns he will be tested with a machine that will roughly calculate his body's strength and mind power in the Royal Academy. Knowing this, he immediately planned to stagnate his growth by doing his daily routine carefully. Not too bad, as Angus looked at his status panel. "All right, Angus, today will be the last day of our class. Tomorrow you will go to the capital city to be tested inside the Royal Academy," said teacher Andrea. "Make sure you will not mess up, or I will get lectured by your father," said Andrea tries to remind Angus, who is yawning continuously with a bored expression. Yeah, just take it easy, teacher, or you will never get married," replied Angus while teasing his teacher. During the 3 years' time, Angus became more familiar with his teacher, but mostly he would tease his strict teacher about some of this stuff. GRR huffed, if you just have a little bit of talent from your brothers. I will not worry about you at all, but to be lectured by me for 3 whole years and could only barely cast first circle basic spell flame truly hurt my pride as a teacher. Easy, teacher Andrea. Actually, I also want to be like my brothers, but Angus stopped for a while. Angus, he thought Andrea as she immediately felt wrong to bring up such a topic. Don't worry, said teacher Andrea. Before Andrea could finish his sentence, but I think it is too bothersome to do it. So teacher, why don't we just end this class and enjoy the weather in the garden? Today has good weather for laying around. Angus smiled innocently. Hearing this, that's it, Angus, no lunch break until you finish the test. As teacher Andrea's rage explodes from Angus's behavior. What, that's not fair. Angus stopped working on his paper test. How come the mighty Duke Jacob produced a son that is so lazy like him? I truly worry about this kingdom's future, thought teacher Andrea. Before Andrea could think further, teacher Andrea, I think I got a stomach ache and need to go to the bathroom. Angus once again faked his stomach ache. Crack, crack. At this moment, teacher Andrea already reaches her limit, holding herself to not pummeling her lazy-ass student as she grips the table firmly. That's it, Angus. Let's change the test. If you can get out of this room before tomorrow, you will be passed, said teacher Andrea. But if not, don't think about leaving this room before tomorrow. Not even your pathetic excuse will work, as teacher Andrea is ready to beat up her student. What? That's not fair. My father will never approve of this kind of teak, said Angus. Suddenly, Morrow opened the door. Excuse me, Ms. Andrea. Master gave his permission to your request right now. Then Morrow closed the door silently. Hey, you hear it yourself. Your father just gave his permission to do this kind of test, replied Andrea happily. WTFD did. My father just sells his son, thought Angus. Don't worry, all you need to do is go outside this room. So what are you going to do now? Didn't you get a stomachache a while ago? If you don't hurry, you might shit your pants, said teacher Andrea. Damn, this is too troublesome, thought Angus. It seems you don't believe me about that. Angus starts to loosen his belt. Wait, why are you undressing? Teacher Andrea was baffled seeing Angus's action. Well, since I can't go to the bathroom, I might just do it here. You know, nature calls. Angus took off his pants. Flustered by such action, teacher Andrea immediately looked back to avoid looking at Angus. Shameless kid, did you have no pride at all? During this moment, Angus immediately opened the window and prepared himself to jump. But Andrea also notices Angus's sudden action with her high perception. She immediately tries to catch Angus before he could jump out the window. Using her trained body, she arrives behind Angus without delay. Before she could catch Angus back, one of Angus's palms pointed towards her hidden below his armpit and shot a small fire from it. First circle flame. The fire is small, but it shoots directly towards teacher Andrea's eyes. Her instinct flared up at this moment. She immediately retracts her face to the side. This action is enough to stop her for a moment. Using this opportunity, Angus jumps down towards a nearby tree and runs away without saying anything. Meanwhile, teacher Andrea could only be shocked by her student's previous actions. Angus's action to try to run away may look simple, but also very difficult to achieve. It is because the hidden attack is so precise that it attacked Andrea's most vulnerable spot during that moment. Andrea could only dodge it because her body is tampered with in many life-death situations, but she believes not even elite soldiers from the capital could avoid such an attack during that moment. Still, she believes Angus manages to do that as a fluke, a lucky shot. Otherwise, Angus is another terrifying genius who could predict other opponents' reactions and plans such a dangerous play. How to think I even thought of him as a genius now. I need to take a break. All this teaching job has exhausted me, but first I need to report it to Duke, thought teacher Andrea while she went out from the study room. As teacher Andrea goes towards the Duke's room to report about his son's behavior, Angus is lying around at his usual spot while sweating and breathing roughly. Huffed, damn, I will never get used to this weak body. I hope I can do the test sooner. Still, teacher Andrea is quite bad to do that kind of test for me. Well, I hope she will not think of something unnecessary that gives me more trouble later, especially after that time blundering with my father. As Angus calms his mind and subconsciously changes his breathing rhythm. A few moments later, Ding vitality has increased by 1. Angus immediately curses his luck. Damn, I just subconsciously used my breathing technique. Let's forget it. Time to sleep now. Angus closes his eyes and falls asleep under the shade of the tree. Then I shall excuse myself, replied Andrea while she went outside the room. The moment Andrea goes outside the room, Morrow, what do you think about this, Jacob? Master, I believe it is just a fluke or lucky shot that young Master Angus could get away from that situation, said Morrow from the corner of the room respectfully. Said Jacob. After a moment of silence, I can't do it, said Jacob while thinking something very hard. Pardon me, sir, said Morrow. Before Morrow ends his sentence, if I am in Angus's position, I will never get out of that room despite using all sorts of trickery and my vast experience. Even replicating that kind of feat is almost impossible. explained Jacob in a serious tone. Moro couldn't reply to his master. Tell me, Moro, do you think you could escape from a room guarded by the angered Blue Lotus, Andrea Cobalt? Asked the Duke to his loyal butler. After Moro thought for a while, no, master, that's an impossible feat even with my special trait abilities. But master, if I may presume according to Andrea herself, she gets distracted during the test. Moro, did you know why I agree with Andrea to do the test? Asked Jacob. Didn't it teach young Mass, said Moro. Before Moro could finish his sentence, no, Moro. He is already mature enough to realize his behavior. Interrupt the Duke himself. From the start, Angus is smarter and mature than ordinary kids of his age. A few years ago, I wanted to give him some kind of push to change his lazy behavior, but the moment I pay attention to him, the more I marvel at my sons, said Jacob. At first glance, he is doing everything like a lazy person. But during my observation, there is no waste movement at all in his every move. Thought Jacob, even for me, this kind of feat is hard to do. I even got some insight just by paying attention to his movement. Thought Jacob while remembering the scene from 1 year ago. Remembering that, come to think of it, he also notices me despite my attempt to hide my presence. Thought Jacob inwardly. After being silent for a while, I realized that my son is actually too genius to be comprehended by normal common sense. I know that his mind has already surpassed our imagination. All he needs is just a little bit of push for him to reach a greater height, said Jacob enthusiastically about his sons. Looking at his master's speech passionately about his son, Moro could only change his judgment about Angus silently. Still from the Andrea report, his capabilities are very low compared to other nobles' standards, said Jacob. That's true. With the young master's current strength, his test result will be low. He may even get bullied inside the Royal Academy. Perhaps I need to arrange some shadow guards to accompany him, said Moro. No need, tomorrow I will accompany him myself. At that time, let's see who still dares to bully my son, said Jacob while smiling evilly. At least this way I could repay him for helping me break through my shackles and advance my grade, thought Jacob. 1 year before Angus's test, Angus just did his routine, as usual, skipped his lesson, and lay down below his favorite tree in the garden. After trying various positions to make him more comfortable, he finally couldn't help but look at the nearby corner where his father hid himself for a second before ignoring him. Knowing that his cover's blown, Jacob immediately comes out while hiding with a surprised expression. Jacob tries to calm down, but his urges to know more about Angus's fine control movement get his interest. Angus, how did you do that kind of movement? But Angus only looked at his father expressionlessly for a while before tilting his head. Great job, Jacob. Now, you look like some kind of weird man in front of your son by suddenly asking him a strange question, lamenting Jacob inwardly. Father, what I see and what you see are different things, said Angus in a serious tone. At that time, like a burst from the tight dam, countless memories and scenes flashed in Jacob's head. Jacob immediately shouted, Shadow Guard, prepare the basement training room and don't let everyone disturb me. Jacob walked away from his spot. Before he went away, Angus said in a soft voice, Good luck, Dad. Only Jacob could hear using his enhanced perception. On that day, Jacob managed to break his shackle and advance to a higher grade. To battle against monster hordes, civilized races utilize mana to protect and fight for their life. Both sides become stronger by breaking past their limit from continuous fighting through life and death situations. As many people continued to break through, they started to classify the threshold by measuring their power. Each threshold represents its mana core grade. Each time someone passes their current limit and breakthrough, they will advance to a higher grade of mana core. All the grades are measured by a number, with 1 being the lowest. With each grade they advance, their control and quality over mana will increase by leap bound. Some races even gain some unique ability each time they advance their grade. However, the mana core grade is not the only one that decides the winner for battle. A race mainly consists of low-grade mana core, may have higher combat capability than the other races, such as the Beast Kin race. Some races are born with high mana core grade people like the Demon race and Elf race. As for the human race, they have average power strength regarding their mana core grade, but their combat capabilities are very versatile enough for them to survive countless battles. Likewise, the higher the grade, the more difficult one to upgrade their mana core. Especially for Jacob that already arrived at the peak of grade 5. However, by getting some epiphany from Angus's tip, Jacob managed to break through into grade 6 before the age of 50, which made him the youngest grade 6 of the human race. Now, only a few people still could contend with him beside the emperor himself or other national leaders, who already reached the realm of legendary, grade 7 mana core. Suppose anyone tries to bully his sons during this time, especially Angus, who helps the Duke break through. Dying is the last chance for them to think. This is also the reason why Jacob thought highly about Angus despite his low combat strength. As a seasoned fighter, Jacob knows that people like Angus are the one that could move the world around. Despite all of this, Angus remains oblivious to his father's thoughts. More than unaware, he feels like ignoring him and doing what he wants to do even though he knows about it. Both Angus and Jacob have a sort of tacit understanding to never bother with each other over the years, but they are ready to help each other in a difficult situation. This is also the reason Jacob agreed with Andrea's test. He wants to help Angus stimulate his passion for maximizing his true hidden potential through Andrea's test. But his potential is much deeper than he thought in the first place. The following day inside Angus's bedroom, Angus immediately opens his eyes and catches the thrown clothes. "I see as sharp as ever. Now hurry up and get ready," said Jacob while looking at his son with a bright smile. "Father, why are you here?" asked Angus confusedly. "Why, of course, to accompany you through your first day of school," replied Jacob happily. "EHHH," said Angus. "EHHH," said Angus. "What the hell just happened? Didn't we get tacit agreement not to disturb one with the others before?" thought Angus inwardly. "All right, Chop, hurry up. I will be waiting for you at the dining hall. You don't want to be late on your first school day, right?" said Jacob leaves Angus to prepare himself. "Damn, my years of planning to become low profile went away." Huffed. "Let's think positively first. What could be wrong with being accompanied by your parents during your first day of school, right?" Angus is getting undressed and taking a bath. Unless that parent is at level fucking grade 6 and hailed as the youngest 6th grade person in the human race. Damn, huff, that's it, just let it be, and everything will be as smooth as sailing on top of the water, thought Angus inwardly during his bath. A few moments later, Angus sat in the dining hall having breakfast with his parents. During this time, Angus keeps having negative thoughts about his first day. His negative aura even changes the mood of the dining hall. Noticing this, his mother immediately asked worriedly, "My dear son Angus, is something troubling you?" No, I am just a little bit nervous about my first day of school," replied Angus. "Are you sure? We can postpone your departure if you still are not feeling well." "Right, honey," said Cecilia, Angus's mother. "Yes, with this at least I will not get accompanied by my father and create a sensation," thought Angus inwardly. "Nonsense, Angus is just fine. Besides, I will accompany him today, so he will be safer than being by himself tomorrow. WTF, you are the one that makes me not feel safe at all," thought Angus inwardly. "Well, that's right. Then promise me to take care of Angus, okay? I hear from Andrea that he is quite a troublemaker," said Cecilia. "It's okay, honey. I will keep him safe," said Jacob. Hey, what a day to start, as Angus already gave up on changing his destined fate. After breakfast, Angus and Jacob go in front of the mansion. At the lawn in front of him lay a circular low pedestal stone engraved with various kinds of runes. Few servants use some high-tech looking machine near the pedestal. Come to think of it, it is your first time using a teleportation device, right? Just make sure not to throw up so badly," said Jacob to Angus before checking the device himself. "Throw up?" asked Angus back, but only get a silent reply from his father. A few moments later, Angus says goodbye to his mother and a few servants that always take care of him before stepping on the circular pedestal with his father. After a while, the pedestal shone brightly. At this moment, he felt like getting shaken by the space itself and disappeared along with his father. The next moment, he realizes that he has already arrived at an unrecognized plot of land filled with some people nearby. At this moment, he feels disoriented from the space turbulence when he gets teleported by the device. In contrast, his father seems fine as he is already familiar with the sensation. "Well, it seems you are better than I thought since you are still standing on your feet. At least you are not throwing up all your breakfast," said Jacob while looking surprised at Angus's condition. "Well, just take it easy and take this letter to the registration office. If you get some problem along the way, just say my name and that will take care of it. I need to go to another place to meet with some friends," as he notices that some adults are approaching them. Yes, finally, it is about time to get away from this annoying old man, thought Angus happily. "All right, have fun and make some friends," said Jacob while Angus immediately grabbed the letter and got away from his father. Along the way to the registration office, Angus is still feeling light-headed from the teleportation device. He feels like he wants to throw up all his breakfast right now. He could still hold it as he had a similar experience in the past when he fought against a man that utilized vibration to empower his attack. All of his attacks give a shaking and impact to disoriented him, although the teleportation device didn't do any damage to him because of its safety. But the shaking is 10 times worse than he felt from his past life. It seems I need to take a little bit of rest first," thought Angus after he did his registration at the nearby office and rested at a nearby bench. Fortunately, the registration office is not too crowded. It is because the Royal Academy has strict requirements to enter. Not only is it costly, but it also has a high degree of various complex tests. Angus manages to bypass the test because he is the son of a duke. If he is the son of some viscount or lower nobles, he still needs to attend the examination. Still, he will get measured through a device for his strength later to decide his rank. The Royal Academy utilizes a ranking system to motivate the student to become better. They only divide the class based on the year, but they still mix the students inside the class from the high-ranking students to the lower-ranking ones. while Angus rested at the bench. You look so pale. Are you all right? Petite girl asked Angus. Ah, why yes, I just feel a little bit lightheaded. Reassure the small cute girl in front of him. Really, you look like my daddy after having a party the whole night, said the black-haired girl. Oi oi, just what kind of father would teach such a thing to a small little girl, thought Angus inwardly. Nah, it's okay. I'll be fine after resting for a while. By the way, my name is Angus, said Angus tries to divert to other topics. Ah, where is my manner? My name is Millie Gallberg. Are you perhaps a noble? While Millie looked at Angus's attire. Oh, sorry to be rude to you. Yes, my full name is Angus Victory, said Angus. In the Heart Kingdom that Angus resides, it is common sense to introduce your full name from one noble towards others. V. Victory. Are you by some chance the rumored third son of Duke Jacob Victory, the fire dragon that hailed the youngest sixth grade in the human race? Said Millie with high enthusiasm. Why did you even need to mention all my father's titles like that? Thought Angus inwardly. Yes, I am the third son of Duke Victory. Respond to Angus. Would I it's an honor to met the son of. Millie keeps stuttering her words. Before she could finish her sentence, Millie, there you are. Millie, there you are. A beautiful small girl in noble attire approaches both Angus and Millie. Mia responded Millie. Come on, Millie, we need to go now or we will be late for the test. As Mia takes Millie's hand. Before they got away, hey, you also seem like a new student. You better also go towards the testing ground now, said Mia proudly before leaving Angus and dragging Millie. After both of the girls left Angus alone, huffed. It seems I better go now. Then Angus slowly walked towards the test area. After asking around a few times about its general direction, he arrived at a big Colosseum-shaped building. Looking at the building, I have a bad feeling about this, Angus. The moment he enters the building, he sees a circular arena that has a big globe crystal in the middle. He immediately recognizes it as the testing device from the book he read in the past. But the one that startled him is the number of people that gather in the audience area. There are a lot of people of various kinds of age, not only some senior year students present, but also some of the teachers. He found his two older brothers also came to this event. He also found his father being accompanied by the headmaster, along with a few old teachers and nobles around him. Feeling Angus's presence, his father looks and nods at him. Damn, don't look at me and notify the other teacher. You stupid old man, thought Angus. During this moment, Angus immediately feels a sense of dread from gathering attention. Before that could happen, Angus has gone from his spot, hiding between the other first-year students. After a while, the headmaster, Antonio Grand, opens the testing event with some boring speech that almost makes Angus fall asleep. The event is also some kind of show for the people about how strong the new students that were accepted by the Royal Academy. It's also a sort of showcase for the nobles to show their next generation. Combined with the attendance from Angus's father, there are a lot of people that are gathering at this event now. After the boring speech from the headmaster to open this test ceremony, may I bother Duke Victory to give his blessing. Headmaster Antonio. Then Angus's father walked towards the center of the arena near the measurement device. All the audience immediately looked at him. Before long, he flicked his finger loudly while using gloves and producing a spark of fire. The spark soon became fire and got bigger. In less than a second, it started to become a fire pillar that changed shape into a dragon made of fire. At this moment, the audience could only look silently, while sweating from the heat the dragon gives despite its distance. Roar, the dragon roared and disappeared into the thin air a second later. With this, I open the testing event of the Heart Royal Academy, said Duke Victory while getting away from the area. Looking at such marvelous performance and control over fire elemental, the previous silent audience, even some of the teachers, cheered loudly. W.E. Some of the teachers even began to take note fervently about the performance. After a few minutes of abrupt cheers from the audience, the test started with a teacher calling the new student number and names. Since Angus arrived quite late, he got quite a big number and called almost at the end. The device will measure their body strength, mana capacity, and mind power. All the new students only need to touch the big globe crystal in the arena and charge it with mana. Then the globe will show some numerical numbers about strength, mana, and mind. Normally, untrained adult people have around 5-10 points as a result depending on their talent and body. As for the new student that consists of 8-year-old kids, just getting 5 to 8 already hailed as a genius. During this time, he found a few interesting people that had high results. There's one called Ian from the Commoner that has 7 at strength and 6 at both mana and mind. So far, he has the highest result in the first year. It is until a golden-haired girl with a cold face and prideful manner going into the arena. She wears a high-class noble attire. The moment her name was called, all the audience immediately fell silent. Her name is Jaina Hart, the 4th princess of Heart Kingdom. Satisfied with the audience's reaction, she slowly touches the globe and imbues it with her mana. The globe immediately calculates her strength and shows the result. Strength 5. Mind 7. Mana 8. This kind of result is absurd and creates chaos among the audience. Even for second-year students, it is hard to produce such a result. This is because at a young age mind power and mana heavily rely on talent. Although both of the categories could be increased by working hard at a later stage, it still will give a huge head start compared to others. Looking at the result, many students felt down from the princess result. But few students also feel more passionate just by looking at this result. One of them in the first year is the boy named Ian. Just his burning expression, Angus thought that Ian almost wanted to attack the fourth princess right now. Well, like it has anything to do with me anyway. Angus. Soon, Millie and Mia also tested with results above average for first-year students. It is around 4 to 6 for their average result, with strength being the lowest 4. Finally, Angus's number and the name got called. Number 24, Angus Vic. Victory as the teacher that called his name startled with my name. Once again, the audience fell silent and focused on Angus as they wanted to know his result. The result of the third son of the fire dragon of the Heart Kingdom. Ha. I hate this kind of attention. Well, let's just get over it, thought Angus as he approaches the center arena, looking at the big crystal ball in the center. Such a strange device. I wonder how it works. After erasing such unnecessary thought, he put his hand on the crystal ball and gave it some of his mana. The crystal ball immediately produces such a result that surprises everyone. This is, audience. This is so average, said one of the audience. Strength 3. Mind 4. Mana 2. Well, it seems not to be very different from the system calculation, thought Angus while looking at the result. While Angus thought about unnecessary things, do you want to do another test? Asked the teacher in charge of the device. But Angus's answer surprised everyone. Now I already expected such a result. Rather, why don't you hurry to call the next student so we can move along, said Angus walked towards his seat. The responsible teacher didn't even know what to do and only looked at the headmaster for help. But before he could ask the headmaster, a loud laugh was heard from the senior year student. Ha ha ha, teacher, you must be joking, right? There is no way such a weak, pathetic ass like that is the son of the mighty Duke Victory, said one of the senior students, and the audience also chatted around, thinking that it might be a joke. At this moment, the arena immediately becomes hotter in seconds. But the senior student didn't notice this and kept making fun of Angus. Feeling the change in the atmosphere, a middle-aged man begins to reprimand the student loudly at this disastrous situation. Shut your goddamn mouth, Henry, said the middle-aged man. Looking at the old man's angry face, the senior student called Henry shut his mouth with a pale face. During this moment, everyone begins to notice the strange rise of temperature in the air. I see so, he is your son, Count Dalton, said Duke Victory in a deep voice. At this time, everyone is silently afraid of being burned by the mighty Duke Fire Dragon. As for Count Dalton, thought to himself, damn, why does this son of mine happen to be the one that makes fun of his son? Moreover, is he truly his son? Haha, don't worry about it, Duke Victory. He is just some kid. Before he could finish his excuse, so you also think that Angus is not my son. Jacob looked coldly and approached Count Dalton. With each step he took, the atmosphere began hotter. No Duke Victory, as Count Dalton thinks how to get away from the fire dragon in front of him. As all this is happening, Angus could only lament his future getting some unnecessary trouble from this event. How to think this kind of thing really happens. Father is always very sensitive about his family. I hope my father could still think rationally, thought Angus inwardly. Then Jacob looked at Angus for a few seconds. Within these few seconds, Angus only shook his head. Looking at this, Jacob could only smile silently, but to others his smile looks like a devil's smile ready to burn someone in hell. After a few moments of silence, since Angus is weak, why don't your son protect him? Didn't it be the job of the strong to protect the weak? Unless you want me to teach you how to protect the weak. Jacob shows a smile that is not a smile at all. Why yes, Duke Victory. Oh, of course. It's my son's honor to protect the son of a mighty Duke Fire Dragon. The Count immediately agreed with Jacob. Good, if by some chance Angus got hurt a little bit in the academy, then I guess I need to give you some tips about how to become noble, said Jacob. Jacob looked toward Angus for a few seconds and went back to his seat. Looking at this, I see. So he wants to assign a bodyguard to protect me and remind those stupid people. Great move, Dad. I guess I still need to learn many things about nobles' politics, thought Angus. After that, the test proceeds normally as before, but the people weren't in the mood to look at the other new students. Moreover, no one gives another surprise like the fourth princess or Ian's result. Soon the event came to end with a few words from the headmaster Antonio. Then everyone immediately gets out of the building, afraid of the Duke Victory, while leaving few people inside the building. As for Angus, before he tries to get away, he is forced to stay behind by his father with a silent glare. Having an overprotective parent is troublesome, thought Angus. After the other people leave, brother, good to see you. Angus got called by his second brother Virgil as his brothers approached him. Virgil, how are you doing? Replied Angus cheerfully. Fine, how's mother? Asked Virgil. Mother's fine as she should be, answered Angus before looking at his older brother. Brother Jason, said Angus. HMPH, don't talk to me, weakling. Talk to me after you become strong enough not to tarnish our family name, said Jason coldly. Oh, don't be so cold, older brother. It's been some time that we see Angus, said Virgil to amend the atmosphere between the two brothers. HMPH, Jason ignores Virgil before leaving his two brothers. Looking at Jason's attitude, Virgil could only shake his head before going back to Angus. Don't worry, Angus. He's just a little bit cold outside but warm inside. Reassure his younger brother. It's okay, Virgil. I don't mind it. Anyway, you got stronger than last time we met, said Angus. Of course, yeah, if anyone tries to bully you, just call me and I will mincemeat them, said Virgil while flexing his muscle proudly. Then I guess I will trouble you to take care of me, brother. Anyway, brother, I hear that running Angus and Virgil begin to chat about various things to catch up with others. They stop their talk when their father approaches them. Father, good to see you. That fire performance is amazing as always, said Virgil. Good to see you too, Virgil replied Jacob before looking at Angus. Angus, we need to talk, said Duke Jacob. Angus, we need to talk, said Jacob. After that, Angus and his father go into one corner to have a private conversation. As soon as they arrive, Jacob flicks his hand and creates a barrier made of fire around them. Third circle fire barrier. All right, with this, the others could not hear our conversation, said Jacob while looking at Angus, who looks like a kid marvels about his spell. But Jacob knows that Angus not only looks at his spell because he keeps looking at the weakest spot around the barrier. Even after changing its location a few times, Angus manages to keep locating them easily. Before long, Angus, as he tries to gather his son's attention. Ah yes, what is it, father? While Angus changed his expression to the lazy one, learning inside of the Royal Academy is different from the one at the mansion. I can't always back you up. However, starting tomorrow, there will be some people to protect you if you get in some problem, so you can try and learn peacefully here. All right, father. Yawn, is there anything else, father? Looking at Angus's nonchalant response, no, that's it for now. I need to go back to my work. Just send me letters if you need something. Jacob changes the fire barrier into a small fire dragon before riding it. Before the fire dragon flies away into the sky, Angus, I expect something from you. Angus only could wave his hand with a fake smile. Just go away, you show-off troublesome dad, thought Angus inwardly. After having their talk, Angus goes back to Virgil, who is waiting for him nearby. They plan to tour the Royal Academy together. The Royal Academy ground is very large, almost like a small town itself. It has a complex area that some people usually lose their way. Fortunately, there is no lesson on the first day of the semester. The older students only need to re-register and check their scheduled class in the main hall area. As for the first year, they need to attend the test and put their belongings in their assigned dorm while also checking their schedule in the main hall area. After sightseeing around the academy, the two brothers go towards the main hall area. During the way, Virgil also explains some essential rules inside the academy, such as no killing, maimed, thievery, or other malicious deeds. Apparently, the rules are quite strict that even the noble titles are useless unless you are the son or daughter of Marquis Martianus noble above rank. Besides that, the academy will punish harshly toward anyone that breaks the rule according to their offense. In some cases, they may get expelled. The main hall is very crowded with students from different years. They could see a board with glowing words. The board shows their ranking and the class schedule. There is also a big receptionist desk that gives the dorm key to the first-year student. The dorm will be used until they graduate or there is some unexpected accident. Since Angus is the son of a duke, he got the privilege to get a luxury dorm. After getting the key room from the long queue without any hassle, he approaches Virgil, who seems to be having some sort of argument with another boy that many followers surround. They seem to notice Angus as he approaches them. Sorry for the wait, brother. The queue is very long. Did I interrupt something? Said Angus in an innocent attitude. Nah, just some bugs flying around, said Virgil while dragging Angus away. Hearing Virgil's sentence, the other boy immediately flared up by bad-mouthing Virgil, but the two brothers were already gone. After going outside, who is that, brother? Asked Angus. Oh, that's the son of Marquis Dane, gabbled Dane. Just ignore him if he approaches you. He's just such a sore loser since I got the first rank in our year. Come to think of it, did you already see your ranking list? Asked Virgil. Now probably near the last or at the last rank, replied Angus with a carefree attitude. Haha, I already expected that, bro. Well, you still need to pay attention to it because Virgil begins to explain the importance of ranking. From Virgil's explanation, the student at the Royal Academy is used to having transactions or doing daily life by using points. One of the ways to acquire points is by having a high ranking. Each month, students will get points based on their ranking. The first ranking gets 500 points. Second to fifth get 200 points each. 6th to 10th get 100 points each. Below 10 only got 50 points. The last place got 30 points that were barely enough for their daily life. Students that break the rules will be punished and also get their accumulated point deducted. If the points reach minus for a certain period, also could lead to expulsion. The student is also free to have barter and trade points from one with the others, except with the teacher. They also have trading centers that exchange points with money, but have limited amounts for each person. One person could only trade for 50 points within a month. Each 1 point is traded for 10 gold coins, which are very expensive even for a noble. An average ordinary family of 4 could have lived a luxury for months with 10 gold coins. Before leaving his home, Angus got many allowances that will ensure him for a long time. By trading this money with 50 points for a month, he didn't need problems with his daily life inside the academy, so Angus didn't think much about it. Arriving at the luxury dorm called Spring Dorm, the two brothers say goodbye to each other before Angus goes inside the dorm. The dorm has quite a lovely garden and yard with a lot of big areas around the perimeter. Angus could even find some protection barrier around the dorm. Although it is not as strong and sophisticated as in his manor, it is still quite sturdy. The moment he entered the building, he found two kids glaring at each other. The first one is Ian. He almost aces the first-year ranking board, while the other student is Jaina Hart, the fourth princess of the Heart Kingdom. "You commoners should bow down your head when talking to this majesty princess," said Jaina proudly. "Then HMP, if you could beat me, I will bow down to you. But if not, you should be the one that kneels before me," replied Ian. "What did you say, commoner?" shouted Jaina. Then both of them begin their argument, while the other two girls and one boy inside the room could only look from the side. Before long, one of the two girls with black hair realized another newcomer. "Angus, are you also staying here?" "Angus, are you also staying here?" called one of the girls with black hair. "Oh, isn't that Millie? Yes, I also stay here. So did you know what happened here?" replied Angus. At this moment, Ian and Jaina look at the incoming person, but seeing the person is Angus, they ignore him before glaring at each other again. "HMPH, you just got lucky this time, commoner," said Jaina before leaving for her room. "What did you say? Did you think I was afraid of you?" replied Ian, ready to launch at her. Looking like they are almost starting to fight for real, Mia begins to drag Jaina to her room while the other boy holds Ian. Then, Millie explains the situation to Angus. Apparently, Jaina wants to occupy the dorm for girls only and tries to drive Ian and the other boy out of the dorm. However, the moment Angus comes into this dorm, Jaina seems to reluctantly accept the boys living at the dorm since she didn't want to have trouble with the sons of Duke Victory. Hearing this, Angus thought inwardly, "Damn, to think I got sexist as my dorm mate. But none of it matters anyway. What's so great about being the princess?" said Ian while he goes toward his own room. "Well, since the matter is already solved, I will also excuse myself. By the way, my name is Axel Pommel. I hope we can get along with the son of Duke Victory during our stay in the spring dorm," said one of the boys that was just holding Ian. "Just call me Angus. I hope so too. Anyway, nice to see you again, Millie." Angus also goes towards his room on the second floor. The dorm looks relatively small on the outside, but the inside is quite spacious as each room is enchanted with some runes and reinforced with strong barriers. "Well, at least I know why it's called a luxury dorm. Now let's begin the plan." As Angus undressed his clothes, then he looks at his status panel. Then he increases his vitality into 9 and his intelligence into 7 and leaves his soul point by 1. At this moment, he feels reinvigorated and his mind becomes more apparent. Since Angus already created a persona as a weak person, he could finally train his body properly and increase his strength to his heart's content. As the wise man said, the best weapon is deceitfulness. Although Angus' real goal is to enjoy living in peace, he also needs some power to stay alive. During his private lesson with Andrea, he knows that to survive in this world, the only one that matters is personal strength. Even though Angus disagreed with this kind of law, he still needed to abide by it somehow. At least he needs strength to protect himself and his loved one. Angus increases his vitality to increase his chance to survive unexpected situations. As for increasing his intelligence is to have a better processing mind, good memory, and understanding anything better. Angus planned to create a persona that is weak but knowledgeable, like a scholar. So Angus needed high intelligence, at least until he could become a person with an eidetic memory. Moreover, he also could cast spells faster in some emergencies. He found that the weakness of a powerful spell is the time it takes to cast it. Otherwise, all high-grade magicians are like mass destruction weapons that could destroy a kingdom or country in the blink of an eye as long as they have enough mana. As for the reason, Angus didn't increase his strength and dexterity because he knows how to improve them efficiently without wasting soul points. Moreover, the increase from using the soul point feels unnatural and needs more time for his body to adjust itself. As a master of martial arts, he will choose a weak body that he has 100 control over a stronger body that he could not control. It is not because a stronger body doesn't have an advantage. With a 100 control body, Angus could utilize his past skill more effectively despite being weak. His skill could bring his weakness to produce such devastating attacks that few could block. The real example is when Angus tries to run from the Andrea test. It may seem that he got away with luck, but all the movement is already in his control. Using this as an example, he didn't need to increase his strength and dexterity until his limit reached or in some emergency situation. Moreover, he could also have more endurance to handle his hard training by utilizing his current vitality. Done inspecting his body, Angus begins his training by doing some weird stretching pose for certain amounts of time. He combined each movement while pressing some of his acupuncture points. After doing this stretching for a few minutes, he was already sweating like crazy with rough breathing, but he forcefully continued on and also changed his breathing rhythm. Changing his breathing rhythm almost makes him suffocate and gasp for air. Fortunately, his 9 points of vitality helped him endure this kind of training for a few hours before he stopped, as he didn't have the strength to move anymore. But even in this position, he still forces himself to practice different breathing rhythms that he usually uses. At this moment, he sees that both his strength and dexterity already increased to 5 from the training he just did. Since his current body is weak, his training result is also significant compared to when he is done at the latter time. He believes at that time he will need help from his soul point to increase his stat further. As for his mana point itself, it has already increased to 15 points. Angus forced himself to keep practicing the breathing rhythm that almost suffocated him, raising his body endurance and absorbing Kai from the surroundings. However, since there is no Kai in this world, the one he absorbed is mana. Although the effect is the same, the result is different. Since mana is easier to control than Kai in his past life, he could gather and refine it more easily. In the past, he needed a whole day of using breathing techniques just to increase the same amount of mana he gathers now. The gathered mana itself is in a different location from the Kai. The gathered mana is located at the heart, while Kai is around the abdomen. Angus found in the books that this gathered mana will soon form mana core after reaching a certain threshold. This kind of threshold is different from one person with the others. From his current knowledge, there are many techniques to form mana core faster, but all have high risk and leave hidden danger towards the user. Angus also didn't find any technique like his breathing technique that is quite safe to gather mana, refine it, and increase one's endurance at one time. But he knew someone in the world must also have a technique similar to his breathing technique. Since it is an absurdly rare technique, he will not teach others, as his goal is to have an enjoyable, peaceful life, not create another army that will take over the world. Otherwise, he will already teach his family about such a technique. Still, the breathing technique is torture at first since he feels drowned and could only have a small air every few seconds before feeling drowned again. Soon, Angus passed out from fatigue while forcefully using his breathing technique. The following day, Angus wakes up along with the sunrise. He felt his body become stronger with better control and flexibility from the training yesterday. After doing some light stretching, he takes a bath. Fortunately, each bedroom is equipped with a personal bathroom, so Angus didn't need to worry about others finding him sweating a lot from the training. Aside from that, his stomach also cried for food as he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday's breakfast. The only reason he didn't collapse is because of his breathing technique and his endurance. The breathing technique Angus used is a combination of secret techniques from various martial arts that passed down since ancient times, so the effect is also very vast. In Angus's past life, there is a saying that breath is the source of life and power. Just by breathing, people could survive in various kinds of conditions. This condition includes not eating or drinking for months. Still, Angus will feel discomfort from not eating or drinking. So rather than become a masochist that torture himself for no reason, he still prefers eating than fasting like some monks in his past life. After taking a bath, he wears his uniform that he stores in his pouch space storage, limited space storage that could store inanimate objects. He also begins to take out some stuff from it to decorate his room. Then he goes towards the dining area, where some servants supply the food on a circular dining table. Looking at the circular table, Angus knows that the fourth princess will be angry about this, as she can't sit in the head table position. Angus remembers from Virgil that the dorm will only provide breakfast for free, while the lunch and dinner need to be managed by the students themselves. The students could still pay the servant in the dorm to serve them lunch and dinner by exchanging some points. Thinking about the fight yesterday, Angus predicts there will also be some fight this morning as the other students will gather in this place. Fortunately, it is still quite early, and there are no other people than him in here. He immediately takes a seat and eats his breakfast with gusto. Done eating his portion, he directly goes outside the dorm building towards the garden. One of Angus's hobbies is enjoying the fresh air in the morning with nature. There's no way he will miss the wonderful scenery that the spring dorm provides in its garden, especially if it is combined with the beautiful sunrise and cool sensation in the morning. During his enjoyment, he practiced his breathing technique silently. After a while, he heard some chaos inside the dorm building like he expected. Well, time for me to go to class, thought Angus. He didn't want to be late for his first day of class because of some kids. Soon, he arrives at the first-year section. The first year is divided into a few classes. Each class consists of 5-8 students, with one homeroom teacher supervising them. Rather than class, Angus thought of it as a group study since it consists of a small number of people. The reason for this distribution is because each student in the Royal Academy is precious and will turn into a high figure, so they feel the need for the student to be taught more privately. After looking around, he arrived at his class 1A. The class is still empty as not many students around his age like to wake up early. Looking that he is still too early, he takes a seat near the window with good scenery before sleeping on the desk while hiding his face with his arm. Although he is sleeping, he still keeps his vigilance towards his surroundings. Soon, more people come in and create some noise by chattering with each other. Angus keeps ignoring them while doing light sleeping. After a while, the noise went away and was replaced by silence. Then Angus feels a kid approach him. "You over there, sleep somewhere else. That place is mine," said a female voice with a demanding tone. Knowing that it was just some other spoiled kid, he ignores it and keeps sleeping. But at this moment, Angus feels the kid gather mana in her fist and punch him towards his head. Since he already felt its intention before, he pretends to wake up, stretching his arm high, and misses the intended punch that goes through the table. "Oi oi, with that much power. My head will splash like a watermelon," thought Angus. Then Angus looked at the perpetrator of the attack. She was also surprised to see him dodge her punch. The attacker is none other than the fourth princess, Jaina Hart. She immediately realizes her mistake to provoke me as she becomes silent, not knowing what to do. It seems father's performance is still fresh in her mind. Well, let's tease her a little bit, thought Angus inwardly. "Huh, Princess Jaina, why are you here?" What happens to my desk?" said Angus innocently. "Why your desk?" replied Jaina in a small voice. "Assassins," said Jaina confusedly. "Yeah, since I was a child, there have been some assassins that try to kill me like now. If I didn't wake up just now, my head might already blow up like a watermelon." No, this is as Jaina becomes paler. Looking at the pale Jaina, Angus interrupts her once again. "Don't worry, Princess Jaina. As the noble, I will protect you from this assassin. I just need a volunteer from the class to notify the headmaster about this matter." The other student could only look silently at how the situation transpired. But looking at the confused kid, "What are you waiting for? The assassin may still be nearby and could attack again," shouted Angus. Wait. The fourth princess tries to stop the situation from becoming more escalated, but once again Angus interrupted her. "Don't worry about it, princess. I will. Stop interrupting me," shouted the princess as she couldn't hold it anymore. Before she continues, "There is no assassin. Jay just forgets about this matter," said Princess Jaina. But," replied Angus, "just forget about it," said Jaina in a slow pace and threatening tone. Looking at this, Angus immediately smiles evilly. "All right, I will forget it." Hearing and looking at Angus' tones, she knows that Angus is just messing with her around. But remembering how scary the Duke victory was, she could only swallow her emotion. Before she took a seat, "Sorry, Princess Jaina," Angus called her again. "What's it?" replied Jaina coldly as she didn't want to deal with Angus anymore. "Well, my desk is broken, so I still need to tell the teacher about the ass," said Angus teasingly. "I will share it with mine," yelled the princess. "I will share it with mine," yelled the princess. After saying that, the princess realizes her blunder and blushing from being embarrassed sharing a table with another boy. Before she could think of any excuse, "Now it's inappropriate to share a table with a princess such as yourself. I'll just go ask the teacher," with an excuse that the table suddenly broke. Angus went outside the class while ignoring everyone. The other student only could watch Angus leaving the class, jaw dropped. As for Jaina, she didn't even know to be angry or not. At one point, it is her fault, but Angus's non-nonchalant attitude also quite annoys her. Still, in the peak of being annoyed, Angus once again does something unpredictable like this. Angus gave the impression of an unfathomable person that could not be predicted, but was also quite annoying at the same time to Jaina. Stressed out by multiple accidents from the fight in the spring dorm in the morning to now, she could only go to another seat and lay down on her desk grumpily. The other students stay silent, afraid to annoy the stressed-out princess. After a while, Angus came back with another person. After the teacher puts the new desk at Angus's precious location, she introduces herself. From her attire, she looks like the homeroom teacher that will teach them. "All right, kids, my name is Eli's Springfield. You can call me Teacher Eli's. I will also teach you basic courses until your 4th year. I am a specialist in the world language subject as it is part of my research project. Those that are interested in that subject may ask me in my free time. Now I will explain some rules before we start the lesson," said Teacher Eli's. Teacher Eli's explains some academy rules, how points work, and few other things inside the academy. Apparently, besides basic courses such as combat training, history, monster studies, science physics, arithmetic, magical runes, and world language, students could choose some side courses outside the basic course's scheduled lesson. The side course is very vast and varies from noble's ethic to smithing. There is even a course called management that teaches how to manage your things, especially money. Students could take side courses as much as possible. However, they need to attend 75 of its official meeting and complete its assignment. Failing to do both will be punished by a reduction of 200 points on each subject. This way, students could not take all the courses and also learn not to overestimate themselves. The basic course will occur every day beside the weekend and ends around noon before lunchtime. As for the side course, they all have different lengths of time depending on the subject itself. Each side course also has its own time and schedule. After receiving the paper about the schedule of the side course, Angus decided to attend magical engineering on Monday, smithing on Tuesday, alchemy on Wednesday, enchanting on Thursday, ancient language on Friday, and monster physiology on Saturday. He planned to give the impression of becoming a researcher or scholar that works behind the desk. This kind of route is usually taken by people that don't have enough talent in combat strength. Usually people didn't try to take this many side courses at once, but Angus feels he could do it since he has nothing to do, and this is the real purpose he came to the Royal Academy. After being exposed to many magical things in this world, Angus's curiosity over them is very high. Besides, he has the system to help him in his studies, so he wasn't afraid to fail in any of them. Besides basic and side courses, teacher Eli's also told the student that the academy holds various contests every 3 months. One of them is a class tournament contest where each class will fight one with the other. The tournament will give points and a few random resources based on the class rank. The first rank will get 150 points for each person. The second and third rank will get 75 points. Below it will not get any points. Since this first year has only 5 classes, the competition is quite lax compared to other years that have more classes. Still, they need to enter the third rank at least to get the point. Another troublesome event. Since we have this spoiled princess in our class, she may push us to win the tournament, thought Angus before looking at the very energetic princess who heard the tournament. Soon, the class ended, and the teacher left the student to themselves. At this moment, Jaina walks into the front of the class. "All right, weaklings, I want." Before she ends her sentence, Angus just walks out of the class without stopping while the others only look at him. The moment Angus was outside the class, "Angus, where are you going?" shouted Jaina, but Angus himself pretends not to hear her and continues walking while enjoying the outside scenery. "I guess I will have lunch first at the canteen before attending the magical engineering course, but before that, I need to trade some points in the trade center," thought Angus while walking towards a specific building. Arriving at the trade center, he immediately entered it and found himself in a similar place to the bank in his past life. The only difference is that few rare items are displayed around the room. These displayed items could only be traded with points. He also heard from Virgil that the trade center would auction some rare items every 3 months after the tournament event. After having a long queue and trading his point with his allowance, he goes to the canteen without any hassle. Still, some students seem to recognize him and try to escape from him, afraid to implicate their family because of Angus's father. Well, it doesn't matter since it is more peaceful this way, thought Angus as he had his lunch quietly in a certain corner. After having his hearty meals, he attends his magical engineer class, which is an advanced and difficult class for a first-year student like him. Just a dozen minutes after the teacher began his lesson, most of the new students had already given up listening to the lesson. On the contrary, the old teacher didn't mind it since he was already expecting this. Unlike the others' expectations, magical engineering involves a lot of advanced calculation and physics knowledge to understand. The course is to understand the structure of material before doing some practical things like combining the material, especially dealing with mana. The teacher explained that it will be 100 theory for the new student, except for some particular 5th year above students. Fortunately, the first 2 weeks are the probation period for the side course, so the unfortunate student will not have stuck at this course for the entire semester. As for Angus, he still has some basic knowledge about his past life, and his intelligence stats also helps him pick up a few things from the lesson. Hey, if I had the idle system in my past life, I wouldn't even need to study at all in my past life. This system is best just to idle around, thought Angus. Finishing his magical engineering course, Angus went back to his dorm and found that the dorm caretaker was repairing the circular table in the dining hall. Looking at this, Angus contemplates something before going to his room and begins to train his body. While training his body, he checks his system and finds a new selection of enemies. It's a first-year student of Heart Royal Academy. First-year student of Heart Royal Academy. Angus found its description enemy with the average strength of first-year students. Need to be beaten first in the manual battle before being selected as an automatic battle opponent. there is a new function called a manual battle. After thinking about it and using his knowledge about idle games in his past, he concludes that he needs to beat this opponent in battle by himself before could select them in an automatic battle. Angus speculated that this new opponent appeared after he witnessed some first-year students during the testing ceremony. Now, I need a place to fight this opponent without being found. Let's see how about here. He locks his door and punches the wall with some of his strength. The wall didn't even dent despite only being made of wood. He was satisfied with the result and did some light stretching. After getting ready, he opens his host chart to check his status. Yash, time to get some exercise after a long time. Angus felt quite excited about having an opponent after a long time. Despite Angus's tendency to pursue knowledge in this life, he is still a martial expert who loves battle and challenge. If not because his dream is to have a peaceful life, he already challenges anyone he sees as interesting. Then, he chooses the manual battle selection. A holographic panel appears the moment he chooses it. You will enter a manual battle with the first year of Heart Royal Academy. Yes or no? Angus chose yes without hesitation. As soon as he chooses yes, he arrives in a massive room in white. In front of him, there is a black humanoid creature with red eyes. Angus could feel the strong bloodlust that wanted to kill him from it. Feeling such a bloodlust after a long time, he only replies with a smirk. Then, a holographic announcement appeared in the air. The battle begins at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 fight. The moment it begins, the black humanoid kid charges towards Angus madly and punches at him rapidly. But Angus already predicted all of its clumsy attacks before counterattack it with his punch at its face. The humanoid creature flew from Angus's punch far away before trying to get up weakly. "Come on, is that all you got?" taunting Angus. Like it could understand Angus, it looks at him angrily and points its hand toward Angus before creating balls of fire. First circle firebolt. Balls of fire flying toward him at fast speed. Angus already read its trajectory and only used minimal moves to avoid them while keeping approaching the humanoid creature. Angus could see that the humanoid creature became weaker after casting the spell. Feeling that this is the end, Angus gathered his mana in his fist and blew off its head to end its suffering, feeling that this is the end. Although Angus is a peace-loving person, he never goes mercy towards his opponent, as it also means an act to hurt himself or his loved ones. So Angus is becoming another person when he enters this life and death battle. The moment Angus killed the black humanoid creature, he got an announcement panel. "Congratulations, winning against the first year of Hearth Royal Academy. Winning time 1 minute 56 seconds. System. The automatic battle against the first year of Hearth Royal Academy is available with the expected time of 1 minute 56 seconds system. Do you want to repeat the manual battle to achieve better winning time? Warning, the battle time cannot be lower than 1 second. Yes or no system. Huff, that's anticlimactic. Well, what do I expect from the first year's average strength? So there is also winning time. I just want to test the strength of those things first, but it will be much better if I can decrease the time. Angus chooses to battle with the black humanoid things again, but the moment it starts, Angus uses all his strength to propel himself and end its life with a single powerful punch. After doing that, Angus breathed roughly because he uses almost all of his mana in his decisive attack. Huff huff, it's been a long time since I felt this kind of fatigue. Guess I need to increase my mana more from the start. At the same time, Angus begins to use his breathing rhythm and check his winning time. Winning time 1.8 seconds. Well, I guess that is my best for the current me, thought Angus. Then he chooses no selection and exits the white room. Angus found himself back in his room with around 5 minutes passed by since he did the manual battle. Then, he rechecks his system and finds some other first-year students also could become his opponent with a percentage of winning. As Angus checked more about the student, he didn't forget to choose the first year of Hearth Royal Academy in his automatic battle and give him 0.00016 soul points every 1.8 seconds. It means he will get around 5 points each day, which is a considerable boost compared to before. He also found that he could only do manual battles with students that he knew their strength, like first-year students. It means the more Angus witnesses someone's capabilities, the more available opponents he could challenge in manual battle. Damn, I will become stronger just by doing nothing if this case continues, thought Angus while closing his system panel and continued doing his training routine until late at night. The following day, Angus attended his class at the nearby field as today is combat training. Its course is similar to what teacher Andrea teaches during his 3 years being tutored, but they also teach how to use spells in combat properly. After a few light stretches and warm-ups, teacher Eli's holds a small tourney to gauge the student's strength. Angus found this kind of practice troublesome, and at the same time, an opportunity to witness her classmates' strength and open their manual battle selection. The teacher also awarded 10 points towards the winner to increase competitiveness and motivated the students to give their all. Since the class has an odd number, one student will get a chance to have fewer fights. But the class consisting of kids wants to show off their power by fighting more, so the reserved seat leaves with Angus as he didn't want to fight a lot. Soon, the match starts with Princess Jaina against one of Angus's classmates called Burke. The match started one-sided as Burke didn't want to hurt the fourth princess and could only defend or dodged. "Fight me like a man, or I am going to beat you more," yelled the princess. Because of this, Burke began to make more mistakes during his defense and got knocked out by the hardened Princess Fist. The second match is between a boy called Hugo and a girl named Wilda. With the name Wilda. The battle started with Wilda casting first circle aquaball towards Hugo, rendered him being knocked down. Because of aquaball properties, his clothes also become wet. Still, the power of the aquaball is relatively weak, so he could immediately stand up and approach Wilda before she could cast another spell. Looking at the approaching Hugo, Wilda tried to fend off him and make some distance to cast another spell. Game of cat and mouse begins within the two students. Soon, Wilda gains some distance after having a lucky shot of an aquaball towards Hugo and knocks him down. Then, she immediately casts another overcharge aquaball with more mana in it. A spell could be overcharged with more mana to become stronger and potent, but it also takes more time to cast and mind power to calculate the spell to hold the magic circle. Looking at the overcharged water ball spell, Hugo tries to get up and approach Wilda quickly, but Hugo still got blasted by the spell and got knocked out of the arena. Then, Teacher Eli's ends the match and declares Wilda as the winner. Wilda goes back to her spot and immediately calms his ragged breath from casting spells many times. For a first year, Wilda's performance is outstanding, as she could already cast first circle spells in battle without trouble a few times. Still, her mana is insufficient to cast spells more than 4 times. However, this is an excellent performance. Most first-year students couldn't even perform first circle spells more than twice, especially in the battle where you need to pay attention towards your opponent. It seems she didn't consider fighting in the next round. Looking at Jaina's personality, I doubt she will try to hurt an exhausted girl. Well, none of it is my problem, thought Angus inwardly as he half listening to the evaluation that Teacher Eli's gave after the match. Done with the evaluation, Teacher Eli's called Angus and Princess Jaina for the next match. Jaina is looking at Angus like she was waiting for this moment her entire life. She wants to beat him down because of yesterday's event and Angus's personality that keeps ignoring her. As for Angus, he makes one of his shoelaces loose before calmly walking toward the arena. Before the match started, teacher, I surrender," said Angus in a lazy tone. You sure about that?" asked the teacher. "Yes, I know my own capabilities. I will lose easily fighting with such a strong Princess Jaina, so it is just a waste of time," explained Angus with a lazy attitude. Hearing such an explanation, the princess who wanted to beat Angus replied, "Coward. If you are truly a man, fight me." Hearing this, Angus replied, "Princess, this has nothing to do with gender. It's just that this fight is pointless." At the same time, Angus walks outside the arena and back to his spot. "Stop ignoring me," shouted Jaina. At this moment, the princess, clouded by anger, cast a spell toward Angus's back first circle flame shot. Looking at this, Teacher Eli's reacted and released her own spell to stop her first circle entangle, but Jaina's mind power is relatively high, and she cast the spell in a matter of seconds before being stopped. All the small fireballs already approached Angus's back. Still, all of this was also predicted and monitored by Angus. By making it look like a coincidence, Angus kneels down, pretends to tie up his loose shoelaces, and manages to dodge all the small flame balls within a hair breadth. The fireballs manage to explode in the distance. Looking at the flame shot misses Angus's back, Teacher Eli's feels relief before releasing Princess Jaina from her spell. "Jaina, I don't know what kind of grudge you have with Angus, but in my class an act like a sneak attack is truly dishonorable, especially the one that is doing it is a high-class noble such as yourself," rebuked Teacher Eli's. "As a punishment, you will be disqualified at this little tournament and make Wilda the winner by default. Now back to your spot so we could continue the lesson." Reprimanded by her teacher, Jaina feels down and confused about why she lately becomes easily agitated by these minor things. But she immediately puts this back in her mind before focusing on the lesson Teacher Eli's gives. After a few practical lessons about basic self-defense, Teacher Eli's explains about elemental affinity. In Furuman, every person has different elemental affinity since they were born. The elemental affinity is helpful to decide the path of someone to take. For example, Wilda has an affinity for water, so she could quickly learn and cast more water-based spells than other elements. But this does not mean she could not cast another spell besides a water-based one. She will need more effort to learn and cast other elementals compared to water-based spells. To learn about one elemental affinity, people usually look at their hereditary elemental affinity or try many different kinds of elemental-based spells to know about it. It is also very rare for people to have more than one elemental affinity. It also didn't mean that having many elemental affinities is stronger and better, because at the later stage, the one that has complete mastery over their elemental mastery is stronger than people that didn't manage to master them. Having many elemental affinities will only hinder them from getting a complete mastery over their element, since mastering an element takes time and a lot of practice. It means having many elemental affinities also needs working more than having only one elemental affinity. Still, having more elemental affinities also could cast more versatile spells than only having one elemental affinity. According to Angus's hereditary elemental affinity, he should have fire affinity from his father or wind affinity from his mother. During the private lesson with teacher Andrea, Angus already checks his elemental affinity. He is inclined more towards fire elemental rather than wind-based spells. At that time, he didn't try to learn another elemental base spell, not to increase his intelligence stat. Now, he could freely learn all the first circle spells the Academy provided to find his true elemental affinity. Although it takes time and needs a lot of hard work, he still has an idle system to easily help him learn those spells. Soon, the combat training course ends, and Angus immediately leaves the cafeteria to have lunch. In the afternoon, he attended the smithing class and found it quite interesting. The new student of this course will be taught how to do the basic smithing process theoretically. It is similar to the smiting process on Earth, but the tools use mana as their energy source. The teacher, an old man from the dwarf race, a half-height race with a long beard and fat body composition, told them that it is essential to have better mana control to make the tools work more precisely. Unfortunately, new students of this course could only become helpers for months before they start to do any real smithing. Done with the smithing class, Angus goes back to his dorm and enters his room silently. After looking at his status chart, let's fight against other students, thought Angus. After having a manual battle with all the available opponents from the system, Angus found that the opponent's strength is based on what he knows and perceives. The stronger the opponent also yields more soul points. The strongest opponent he could face is Princess Jaina, which gives him 24 soul points for every 15 seconds. It means he will get around 13 points every day. He also tests to fight with other students, but none of them could fight back even a second if Angus got serious from the start. All of this is because he always approaches the opponent fast before killing them with one punch. Besides that, he also found another function from the opponent selection. It is called multiple battles. From its description, he could fight multiple opponents at once and get higher rewards of soul points. The reward is quite huge, around 2-3 points if he decides to fight all the first-year students that are available at once. Unfortunately, he couldn't set the automatic battle with multiple opponents. Otherwise, he could harvest more points using this way. Another huge discovery is that he could get an item from the humanoid opponent. He speculates that the drop chance of getting an item is very low. He only gets the item by fighting the same opponents more than 100 times. After that, he didn't get any kind of item anymore. The item is a spellbook and stored in the inventory function that just opened. After doing various tests with the inventory, Angus found that only items generated by the system could be stored there. Besides that, no other things could be stored inside the inventory function. The spellbook itself is called First Circle Aqua Ball, which drops from the humanoid opponent Wilda. As soon as he touched the book, he got a question panel. Do you want to learn the First Circle Aqua Ball spell by Wilda? Yes or no? After contemplating a little bit, Angus chose yes. At that moment, Angus gets a lot of basic information about Aqua Ball spells. He could even cast Water Ball spells as good as Wilda the moment he learns it. Moreover, since his mind power is higher than Wilda, he could construct and modify the magic circle faster than her. Still, Angus didn't have water elemental affinity to cast the spell rapidly. However, it is an excellent function to learn spell skills. No wonder I never got the spellbook item before. This function is too overpowered, thought Angus. Knowing this, Angus realizes that this is a very overpowered function that could make him learn any kind of spell skills easily. Angus speculates that to generate spellbooks, he needs to meet various requirements before it could drop. Otherwise, he will get another spellbook after killing Virtual Wilda more than 100 times. Either I am unlucky or there is some special requirement. Otherwise, it is just a one-time drop item. Anyway, this has become more interesting, thought Angus inwardly. As time went by, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The time for the class tournament event soon comes. In the past months, Angus's combat capability has increased by leap bound. Besides his power, he also got the title of Untouchable Scholar. Angus got the title as every student was afraid of him because of his bodyguard, Henry Dalton, and Duke Victory behind him. Angus's father also makes his acquaintance's son-daughter to help and protect Angus somehow. Since Angus is famous for being weak, many other strong students try to bully him. But before bullying Angus, they always end up being forced back by Angus's bodyguard across the academy. Moreover, Angus seems to manage to avoid all the bullies that come after him, be it another student that tries to prank him or even a student that wants to challenge him. Some students are bold enough to challenge him at a duel, but Angus immediately turns down by surrendering. A few days later, the challenger ends up being in the hospital after being challenged by another stronger student. He also got a few good marks at his side course and is always found in the library during the weekend. That gives him the moniker as Scholar, combined with the previous deed he became known as Untouchable Scholar. During the weekend, he tries to learn various spells and skills to increase his repertoire. Using his high intelligence status, he could learn some of them quite easily. At first, he didn't have a place to practice, but after manipulating a little bit of manual battle function, he got himself a practice room with a living target inside it. During the time Angus practiced spells and skills, he found the distinction between the two of them. Spells only increase the power based on the magic circle and its comprehensiveness. As for skills, they grow along with the user's proficiency and understanding. For example, a first-year student doing basic skills bash could only give a strong punch, but if a 6th grade combatant is doing bash, he could easily obliterate a building. This is why skills are fewer in number than magic spells. Skill prowess depends heavily on the proficiency of the user. The more often he uses, familiarizes, and masters the skill, the more potent its effect. The Royal Academy gives some free skills and spells at the library. But to learn and practice, it depends on the student themselves. The Academy's teachers could also teach skills and spells for points. However, Angus will never use these options to hide his real strength. He could learn the skills by himself using his past experience. As the strongest person in his past life, he could learn any skill as long as it is not too complicated. While for spells, Angus heavily relies on his own intelligence to learn it. Magic practically has the same way to cast and utilize it. The only difference is the magic circle they need to be constructed. During these 3 months, he also found the rule for spellbooks' drop rate. Apparently, it drops only once with different kinds of drop chances, according to the difficulty of the spells. He also found the same rules apply with skill books. Although it only drops once, the books will drop again from the same person the moment they get enlightened or make huge progress at their respective skills spells. All of this is on the premise that Angus already witnessed and learned more about their progress before. He also found another item besides the book that the system drops, but most are categorized as materials. He said that because it always drops from monsters. To familiarize himself with monsters, the student got a chance to look at a few live caged monsters during the Monster Studies course. The first monster he sees is a brown wolf, a 2-meter-tall wolf full of muscle. Its expression is very aggressive and full of bloodlust. The moment the teacher shows them to the first years, most of them collapse or piss their pants from bloodlust. Only students with strong minds could handle themselves, but they still shivering heavily. At that time, Angus pretends to be shivering and afraid that he is rooted in his place. He also manipulates his body to become paler than it is supposed to be. To make some sort of resistance toward the monster's bloodlust, the teacher will occasionally bring students to look at a caught monster every month during the Monster Studies course. Now, Angus participated in the briefing of a class tournament contest. How when will this end? Thought Angus as he half listens to the briefing by teacher Eli's. The class tournament has a different kind of theme each time. This time it has a theme as a survival contest. The tournament will take place in a nearby forest owned by the Academy. There are 2 hours for all participant classes to eliminate others. Once the 2 hours are up, the battle will stop, and the most surviving people in one class are the winners. If there is the same number of people, the teachers will judge who the winner is. Besides fighting with other classes, they also need to fight monsters that are scattered inside the forest. The monsters are varied, but most of them are only ungraded and few first-grade monsters. It will be difficult for the first and second-year students who still do not form their mana core to kill one of these monsters. But if the student manages to kill the monster, they will get 50 points for each person in their group. For safety reasons, the student will get barrier-generated items that could hold attacks from the second-grade monster. The barrier will get alarmed if being attacked with the strength of a first-grade monster twice. Then, the student will get disqualified and need to get out of the forest. Hearing this tournament, Angus thought silently, damn, what a troublesome tournament. This kind of tournament is a headache for Angus because many unexpected events could happen, especially fighting against monsters in the wild. If something goes wrong, he needs to reveal his real strength. Because of this reason, Angus decided to visit the Monster House, a place that contains monsters to be studied by students. The monster sent into the tournament has the same species as the one in this monster house. This way, it will motivate students to learn more about the monster. Angus wants to learn more about these monsters and open his manual battle selection with these monsters. He plans to learn their fighting habits and patterns in the manual battle before entering the tournament. This way, he could at least somewhat avoid any unpredictable situation during the match. After learning about the monster closely, he goes to the smithing area. He needs to take some material for weapons to protect himself in case of an emergency. Fortunately, the academy provides iron ore in low quantities for each smithing student to increase their smithing mastery. Since Angus never uses his quota from the start of the term, he has enough iron ore to forge a weapon. After taking his iron ore, he goes back to Spring Dorm. Spring Dorm has many facilities. One of them is a smithing area that its residents have never used before. None of the residents of the Spring Dorm could do or interest in smithing beside Angus. Arriving at the abandoned smithing area, Angus starts the fire in the forge. Although Angus only acts as a helper during his smithing course, he still has some experience making his own weapon in his past life. As a true martial artist, Angus needs to learn the art of making cold weapons to know how they actually work. Since he has only limited resources, he plans only making throwing weapons that specialize in piercing. After hours of hammering and burning, he finally made 5 throwing daggers that are very slim and thin but have a sharper edge. Not too bad. Still, I am quite rusty to take this much time to produce these daggers, thought Angus inwardly after inspecting the daggers. Because of that, he still needs to skip his side course for the entire afternoon. After that, he returned to his room and prepared himself to fight some monster inside his system. Experimenting a few times inside the manual battle, Angus found that he could bring anything he touched to the battle arena. He could bring things to the battle arena and also cannot be too big, like the bed or other big furniture. Apparently, the battle is happening inside his mind, while his real body stays still after trying to record himself during the usage of manual battle. Angus will also get the same wound if he gets injured during the manual battle. Using this as a rule, he also speculates that there is a chance he could get killed if he dies during the manual battle system. Soon, the time for the class tournament is approaching. All the students inside the Royal Academy are in hype to fight against monsters or the other students. After getting some speech from the headmaster, the tournament officially begins from the first year. At this moment, Class 1A is in their position outside the forest waiting for the signal. As always, Princess Jaina took leadership among the rest of the group. She keeps making some speech about beating the others and wins without having real planning. Well, what did you expect from an 8-year-old kid to think of a plan? Thought Angus while having a bored expression. Boom, after a while, the signal for the tournament began. The group immediately goes inside the forest in search of the other team. While this is happening, Angus wanders inside the forest, aimlessly separating himself from his groups. Looking around that no one is nearby, he closes his eyes and focuses his mind. Hump, as Angus releases a thin layer of mana to the ground, mana echolocation. Soon he got feedback and knew the approximate location of others. Then he goes towards the nearest monster location. Angus planned to get eliminated by fighting with a monster. After 5 minutes of walking, he found a scaled monster that was 2 meters tall. It's called Mandal, a huge lizard that is moving very fast with a poison claw. It is also famous for being aggressive. Since Angus didn't hide his presence, it immediately found him and attacked him. Angus pretends to look afraid at this encounter and stays still. Suddenly, a barrier from his school emblem became active and protected him before the claw approached Angus, but the Mandal ignored it and kept clawing at him. Soon, it managed to activate the alarm in Angus's school emblem. Phew, with this now, I just need to go outside the forest, thought Angus inwardly. A few moments later, a teacher came and frightened the Mandal with his mana aura. Looking at Angus is fine without a scratch and half-sleep eye expression. Are you okay? Asked the teacher. Yeah, fine, now I just need to get out of this forest, right? Replied Angus with enthusiasm. Why yeah, I will bring you out, said teacher. Boom, a loud explosion was heard from somewhere inside the forest. Then the teacher's communicator rang loudly, code green. All teachers need to go towards the north immediately. It's just what is happening at this beginning tournament. Can you go toward the base by yourself? I need to check the situation, said the teacher. Sure, no problem, I could walk by myself, said Angus before the teacher went towards the explosion source. Just to be sure, let's check what is going on, thought Angus as he uses mana echolocation. This is, damn, I need to get out of here fast, said Angus. A few minutes before the explosion, Jaina's group wandered while searching for the opponent. Damn it, where is that Angus? He is supposed to be beside us as the weakest. Now we need to search for him too, grumbled Princess Jaina. Before long she feels a presence in front of her. Who's there, said Princess Jaina. It's me, Ian, ha ha ha. This is really great. I don't need to search for you now, brute princess, mocking Ian. What did you say, commoner? As Jaina is ready to battle. During their 3-month stay in the Royal Academy, Jaina and Ian often fight with each other. Most of their fights end up in a tie before they exhaust themselves. However, Jaina is better at her academic score than Ian and makes her the first ranker among the first-year students. Because of this, Ian always sought to fight and tried to win against Jaina, while Jaina herself felt the need to maintain the first ranking as the royalties. Soon they begin their fight. Jaina shot small flame balls towards Ian rapidly first circle flame shot, but Ian already expected it and dodged them easily while casting his own spell first circle aqua ball. Looking at the fast approaching aqua ball, Jaina engulfs her fist with fire mana and punches the approaching water ball fire punch. The collation between them creates a mist of water steam that Ian uses to his advantage by launching a close combat attack. Then both of them were entangled in their fight. While they fight furiously, Jaina's and Ian's group also start their own battle. Jaina's group may have fewer people than Ian's, but they are stronger since the princess herself is often training them. A few minutes later, a roar was heard from the nearby bush. Two brown wolves approach the group after hearing the commotion. The brown wolf releases their bloodlust and makes all the students paralyzed on the spot beside Jaina and Ian. Looking at this, Ian and Jaina stop fighting each other and ready themselves to battle the approaching brown wolf. But they underestimate the brown wolf's speed and strength. Before they could react, Ian and Jaina were already knocked down by the brown wolf's claw. Fortunately, the barrier erects in time to protect both of them. Using this momentum, one brown wolf pinned Jaina inside the barrier and kept attacking the barrier, while the other brown wolf fight pursues Ian and is knocked back far away. At this moment, Jaina's mind is utterly in chaos. Although the barrier is active and protects her, she still felt her life almost gone at the last second. Combined with the bloodlust and pressure released by the brown wolf, she begins to paralyze on the spot while her mind goes into chaos. I'm going to die. 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 I am going to die. I am going to die. Arrgghh screamed Jaina. At this moment, her hidden mana becomes chaotic and erupts brightly into an explosion. Her expression turned into a crazed one while screaming. The scream is enhanced with mana and pushes the brown wolf back. Then it is quickly trying to escape from Jaina's aura. Before it could get away, Jaina already pinned the brown wolf on the ground using her hand. Die, 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 you maggot, as she brutally shreds the brown wolf into pieces. After finishing off the brown wolf, she is going after the nearby paralyzed student as she couldn't differentiate between ally and foe. Die, but before she could approach the other student, a person in black clothes appeared from her shadow and restrained her second circle spell Shadow Bind. Princess, calm down. No one will kill you. The black-clothed man tries to calm Jaina. Still, the Shadow Bind could only hold her for a moment before Jaina mana exploded once again. At this moment, behind her is a figure an elderly with a majestic presence before going inside Jaina's soul possession. Then, Jaina attacks her Shadow Guard before he could react Barrage Fire Punch. The power of the punch is vastly different from the previous and launched the Shadow Guard dozens of meters away. At this moment, second circle Entrute second circle binding chain. The teacher already appears one with others and restrains her. Then, Jaina begins to mutter in a sort of ancient language weak. Weak, all of you weak. You can't restrain me. Under the aura of Jaina, all spells are degrading before they turn into nothingness. All the teacher feels dread at this moment. They feel like in front of the presence of a legendary 7th grade combatant. In the presence of Jaina, all the teachers cannot move a single bit. Before Jaina could attack one of them, she heard chanting from far away. Will of wind and light encased by storm. 4th circle elemental blast. The headmaster Anthony comes out and casts his spell toward Jaina. A surge amount of lightning, wind, water, and fire elemental appears from the magic diagram. They combine together into a vortex in front of Anthony and push Jaina back towards deep in the forest. Meanwhile, inside the deep forest, Angus hurrying himself to go to the base. Suddenly, his instinct flared up and immediately moved away from his spot rodeo maneuver. Using his strange footwork technique, he dodges the incoming Jaina that landed on his previous spot, creating a crater on the ground. At this moment, Angus could see Jaina slowly crawl from the crater with tattered clothes. How dare you, maggot, hit me? She releases another powerful surge of mana that makes her body veins revealed like it is going to rupture anytime. Looking at this, Angus knows that the situation is going from bad to worse. Just what the hell did I do that I deserve this? Ha, better wrap this up. Thought Angus releases his own killing intent to counter Jaina's madness aura. Feeling the dread sensation from Angus's killing intent, Jaina began to freeze. Who are you? Angus only looked seriously at Jaina before saying, weakling. Hearing Angus's response, what did yo? She once replied without an outburst. At this moment, Angus approaches her while mimicking a beast movement beast walk. Along the way, he throws his hidden daggers toward her head. Jaina managed to react to the sudden attack by pummeling the dagger using her fire punch. As Jaina got distracted from his dagger, Angus approached her back and slapped her back neck heavily. Less than a second later, Jaina feels like being electrocuted and howls loudly, arrgghh, before slumping to the ground unconscious. Looking at the petite body in tattered clothes, Angus gave his coat towards her and removed his melted hidden dagger away before he waited patiently for the teachers. A few moments before Angus clashed with Jaina, huffed, wake up everyone. That's not the real 7th grade combatant, said Headmaster Anthony in a rough breath after enduring the full force of Jaina's aura. Hearing this, the teachers wake up from their stupor, and a few quick-witted ones immediately follow after Jaina. Other paralyzed teachers could only sit on the ground shivering from the aura's side effect. A 7th grade combatant is in an entirely different realm than others. Just from their aura alone could paralyze and make someone crazy. Some cases even lead them to suicide themselves. Looking at the shivering teacher's condition, Anthony could only shake his head before deciding to wrap up this incident first. Using the third circle fly, he managed to catch up with the other teachers. Arriving at the Jaina location, he saw Angus sitting near a crater where Jaina herself lay unconscious in the middle of it. The moment Anthony found Angus at the spot, he felt that the matter just turned into the worst possible situation. Fortunately, he discovered that Angus was in an unscathed condition. The only problem Angus has is his rough breathing and his pale face. Looking at this, Headmaster Anthony immediately commands the nearby teacher to bring both of them towards the school infirmary. After that, he closed the tournament for the day until the situation became clear and safe. I am already too old for this. Lament the old principal inwardly. Arriving at the school infirmary, which looks like a small hospital, Angus immediately pretends to sleep. After a few moments, he fell asleep naturally. Meanwhile, Jaina receives intensive care from the teacher and vice principal Ellen. Not too long after that, Principal Anthony came. "Ellen, how are the kids?" asked the old principal worriedly. "The fourth princess's condition is quite dire. Her body is forced to handle the pressure that is greater than her body could handle. She needs to recuperate for a long time and cannot do anything excessive for a while. For better recovery, she also should not cast any spell skill at least in a month," said the vice principal Ellen gravely. As long as she's still alive, that's already good news. How about the boy, Angus?" asked Anthony. "The boy seems fine. He just got a little bit of shock and got a mental trauma, but he will heal in no time," replied Ellen, huffed. "At least we avoid the wrath of the Duke Fire Dragon and His Majesty. Make sure to take care of them carefully. We cannot offend their family and make things more complicated," said Anthony. "All right, rest assured, Anthony. I will do my best to take care of them," reassured the vice principal. Few moments after that, Angus woke up from the arrival of his brother. "Angus, are you okay?" asked Virgil worriedly towards his little brother. "Hey, brother Virgil, why yeah, I just need a little bit of rest." Angus tries to excuse himself, so he has more sleeping time. After that, the two brothers had more chatting a little bit before Virgil left Angus to rest. From Virgil's story, Angus found out that Princess Jaina was still in critical condition because of the forced soul possession she used. As expected of royalty with a strong lineage to have those possession skills. Well, none of it has anything to do with me anyway, thought Angus inwardly. Bored without anything to do, Angus checked his system and found new opponents in fiery red color inside his manual battle menu. Princess Jaina possession. Current chance of winning, 11. This is new. Looking at this, Angus couldn't help but feel challenged, but he is still sane enough not to try to fight her now. He knows that he has a high chance of dying if he fights her in a possession state right now. As the system stated, he only has 11 chance to win against her in possession state, different from the fight he had before. The manual battle will create an exact copy of the opponent that only seeks his death. Furthermore, it will do anything without regard to its own safety to kill him. From Angus's experience using the manual battle system, if the humanoid creature is cornered, it will always do some kind of a suicide attack. A suicide attack from Jaina in her possession state is enough to kill him few times. Brushing this thought, Angus decides to go back to sleep. Unbeknown to him, Princess Jaina is resting next to his room peacefully. While Angus has his sweet peaceful dream, near the border of the academy, a hooded person walks silently under cover of the darkest night. After looking around a few times, the hooded guy began chanting silently, and the transparent barrier that covered the Royal Academy trembled a little bit, making a human-sized hole. Then, a few people in black hooded clothes appear from the barrier hole. The hooded person stops his chants after all the black hooded people pass the barrier. The hooded guy only gives a silent nod towards the opposite group. Then the other black hooded group disappears into the darkest night. A few moments later, Angus wakes up silently after his instinct tells him something is not right, but he didn't find anything wrong when looking at the window from inside his room. Trust his intuition. He uses mana echolocation silently. Another troublesome thing. At least do it when I am not around, thought Angus silently. Then he wakes up and sits on his bed, taking a deep breath before screaming loudly, "Aarghh." Hearing such a screaming from Angus, the vice principal Ellen and a few guards hurriedly come to Angus's room. As soon as the people come to Angus's room, Monster, I see monsters outside the window. "Help," said Angus frantically while faking his shivering body. Looking at this, the guard and vice principal focus on the window instantly. The guard didn't notice anything wrong, but the experienced vice principal immediately felt a few slight mana fluctuations on the outside. At this moment, her eyes flashed a little bit mana eye. she instantly found a group of black hooded people sneaking under the dark night outside the room. Noticing this, she immediately screams using an enhanced mana voice, "Intruder." The black hooded people notice that being found out, decide to uncover from the shadow, and launch the attack towards the princess room. Without any moment, Vice Principal Ellen claps her hand and flares up her mana, active defense mechanism, Entrute. Many massive roots appear at fast speed and attack all the black hooded people nearby. The black hooded people seem not surprised by the sudden appearance of the root and keep approaching the princess room calmly. However, few guards already notice this from all the commotion and manage to fend them off from entering the room through the window. Although they only guard inside the academy, they still have the strength of 3rd grade. Soon, with the help of Root, they manage to subdue almost all the intruders except the leader. Looking at all his comrades get captured while the leader of the hooded man tries to escape the Root's grip, the guard feeling a little bit of relief. But the leader of black hooded men suddenly flares up his mana, HMPH, BOOM, BOOM. HMPH, BOOM, BOOM. Captured black hooded intruders explode by themselves and destroy the surrounding Root. Fortunately, the school infirmary is strong enough to withstand the blast. Still, all the guards get disoriented from the explosion. Using this chance, the last intruder escapes by turning into a shadow and disappears from his spot. Didn't expect that the intruder will suicide by self-destructing themselves. Vice Principal Ellen also could not react to send another Root before the last surviving intruder was gone. Damn, he managed to get away, thought Vice Principal Ellen. Bring all the injuries to the inside, notify the captain guard to secure the infirmary perimeter, and someone tells Principal Anthony about this matter. Command the vice principal. After that, she checked Angus's condition. All right, kid, now everything is safe. Interrupt Angus while faking his body to become rough breathing. T, the monster is the monster dead. What about that loud sound? Am I going to? Looking at this, Ellen reassured Angus. Hush, calm down, Angus. Everything is all right. There is no monster. Nobody is going to hurt you. After being calmed down by the vice principal, Angus pretends to become calmer before falling back to sleep. Seeing that Angus is finally asleep, she goes back to her work to help the principal with this incident. As soon as the vice principal left Angus alone, he checked the surroundings silently with mana echolocation and didn't find anything abnormal besides the increase in guard number. Then he went back to sleep, having a sweet dream. The following day, Angus discharges from the academy's infirmary after getting some calming potion. Although the potion is useless for Angus since he didn't get any shock in the first place, it still calms and relaxes his mind. This kind of effect is quite surprising and miraculous for him. Usually this kind of effect is quite useless for everyday life except for refreshment. However, if a magician uses it, it will help them greatly, especially in dire situations. Magicians need a calm and strong mind to cast a spell. The moment their mind is in chaos, their ability to cast spells is also lower. The potion could help magicians to stay focused in most chaotic situations. Even though a spell could achieve such an effect, it will cost mana and have a lesser effect than the potion. Unfortunately, the potion is quite expensive since it is highly sought and hard to produce in the market. Their usage is not only limited to magicians in battle, but also for medication, like Angus's case. Inside the chaotic world like Furman, where people will constantly fight against monsters, many people will get injured physically and mentally. The potion will help them to recover faster. This is also why Angus chose to take some courses related to the supporting field. Apparently, an expert in supporting fields such as alchemy, blacksmith, scriber, etc., is highly sought by everyone, even many other national leaders. If not because it takes time, talent, and many resources to nurture an expert in this field, everyone is applying for this job. Leaving the academy's infirmary, Angus wanders alone before changing his route to the secluded area inside the academy. Arriving at the secluded area, he gathers his mana in his hand and punches towards the shadow below the tree. Before the punch touches the shadow, it materializes into a black-cloaked person. The person avoided Angus's fist in a split second, but Angus kept launching his fist towards the ground. Blam crack. The ground below the black-hooded man turns into a huge crack and makes him a little bit disoriented from the unstable ground. Using this opportunity, Angus follows up his attack by swinging his enhanced mana kick. Receiving the sudden powerful kick, the man feels like being hit by a bull and flies away for a few meters before stopping after crashing the nearby tree. Didn't want to give his opponent a chance. Angus follows the guy using Beast Walk. Instantly, Angus arrives in front of the black-hooded man and punches him in his guts towards the air. The man tried to change into shadow again but failed and got launched into the air. He could only fly in the air hopelessly. While Angus is on the ground, look at him with cold eyes and readying himself in a sturdy horse stance position. In this instant, his body is covered with mana iron body. The moment the man fell back to the ground, Angus stomped his leg to the ground until it cracked and launched his hand towards the man like a spear hand. Feeling the rush of his mana in his hand, Angus penetrated the man's heart easily before it could react to anything. Because of Angus's attack and strong momentum, the man's body got forced into the air once again, before finally dropping to the ground and becoming a gruesome corpse. As for Angus himself, he is already meters away from the location in a clean state without a drop of blood on his body. If not for his rough breathing, no one will think he just got into a vicious fight. Ha huffed, I don't know why he chose to stalk me, but he was with the wrong person, thought Angus inwardly while calming his rough breathing. After calming his breathing, just like I thought, I didn't feel anything when I took away someone's life. Hey, why a peaceful life is so hard to achieve. For God's sake, I am still 8 years old, and they keep bothering me. Little did he know that the one that stalked him actually just wanted to get revenge on him because of foiling his assassination plan yesterday. But the man never knows Angus's true strength. While walking away from the battle spot, Angus keeps his vigilance and silently uses mana echolocation. After calming his breath, he takes a detour in a more crowded area before he meets a familiar person in teacher attire on his way. "Aren't you Angus? Are you all right? You looked exhausted," asked the teacher. I have never introduced myself since our meeting at the tournament. My name is Oswald. Just can call me Teacher Oswald," said Teacher Oswald. Teacher Oswald is the teacher that comes to help Angus when he gets disqualified in the tournament. "All right, if you think so. Just don't push yourself. You are still young anyway," said Teacher Oswald. "Sure, then I will be on my way, Teacher Oswald," said Angus. "Yeah, take care of yourself, Angus." Leaving the Teacher Oswald, weird, he has the same smell as the last intruder that I just killed. Well, none of it matters to me anyway, though, Angus. I will just take care of him if he tries anything to harm me, thought Angus inwardly while still having his usual happy-going expression on the outside. 2 weeks have passed since Angus's first kill. During these 2 weeks, nothing major happened. A few days after the assassination attempt, Princess Jaina is woken up and transferred to the royal palace for better protection and medication. As the princess is away, the academy is back to their peaceful life. The tournament resumed and came to an end as usual. Unfortunately, other students cannot look at the tournament besides the result. Otherwise, Angus will use this opportunity to open more opponent selection in his system. Angus's capabilities already surpassed his peers a long time ago. Now, he feels bored and lacks a new opponent to increase his soul point gain. If everyone is not avoiding him, he may get more opponent selection. Still, he also enjoys this peacefulness where nobody bothers him. The reason he wants to improve further is because of the intruder. Apparently, his system will unlock and register a person's full power for people that Angus kills. Noticing this, Angus hopes to make the intruder become his battle partner for a while. However, he was surprised to find that the leader of cloaked black men is a third-grade combatant. The system calculates Angus only has 27 to defeat such a person in a frontal battle. Angus could kill him before because he launched a preemptive strike without giving the intruder any chance to retaliate. However, if Angus battles in the frontal fight, he has a lower chance to win, even by utilizing every skill he knows. He realizes that he is still weak compared to other people in this world in frontal battle. Because of this, Angus decides to revisit the monster house. The monster house is the only place where he could find the new opponent in his system. The last time he went inside the monster house was before the tournament. At that time, he only visits the part where they keep the ungraded monster. From his last observation, he found that he needed to observe the monster a few times while cross-checking the knowledge he got from the book about the monster's ability to unlock its full capability in his manual battle system. Currently, the ungraded monster gives fewer soul points than Jaina without her possession, so Angus planned to visit the first-grade monster area. The first-grade monster is stronger than the ungraded one. They keep them in a more secure location. Usually, students need permission from their teacher to enter this area. However, Angus is part of the Monster Physiology side course, so he could enter the area as long as he is under the supervision of the staff that maintains the area. Arriving at the monster house, Angus came to study more about monsters again, said one of the supervisors of the monster house. "Yes, Mr. Kyle." "Can you show me the way to the first-grade area?" asked Angus politely. "Sure, I'm also just going to check that area," as Mr. Kyle showed the way. The monster house is a complex building that is guarded with heavy enchantment. All the intruders or monsters that break free will get lost instantly inside the building because of the constant change from enchantment. The only way to walk safely inside the building is by having a specific rune engraved in their body. This rune needs to be renewed every day from the upper echelon of the academy. It could be said that it will be harder to break free from the monster house than assassinate someone inside the academy. Soon, after turning and passing many corridors with stairs, Angus arrived at the first-grade area. The area is dimly lit, with only magic artificial light around the room. There are rows of big cages all over the area, and I often hear the sound of a beast roar all the time. "All right, I will survey the surroundings." You can check the nearby monster from this side and remember, said Mr. Kyle. Before Mr. Kyle completed his sentence, don't wander off. Yeah, Mr. Kyle. You already said that 1,000 times. Interrupt Angus with a playful tone. Ha, then I will be off. If something happens, just notify me with this badge, said Mr. Kyle while he gives a guest badge towards Angus. Catch the badge and see Mr. Kyle already walks into the deeper part. Angus goes towards the nearby cage while taking out his notebook from his space pouch. Inside the cage, there is a big armadillo-like monster with a red-colored scale all over its body. Noticing Angus, the monster immediately growls while spouting fire from his mouth towards him, but the fire stopped by the enchantment cage easily. After a while, the monster gives up to hurt Angus and just stays in the corner of the cage. Fire armadillo. It said that it could spout fire like a flamethrower. But the most dangerous thing about this guy is he could curve into a ball and generate fire around his body. Then, it will roll and become a sort of massive bulldozer that could obliterate almost anything in its path after having enough momentum. Angus read his note about the monster's characteristics. After a while of reading its characteristics in his note, Angus enhanced his vision with mana eye. Angus found a small ball inside the monster's heart using this X-ray-like vision. So that's the one called mana core, thought Angus while also carefully examining the monster under his mana eye. Mana core is an essential thing for people to survive in this world. By having a mana core, they could become stronger physically and have purer mana. However, not everyone could form mana core. They need tedious training in controlling mana and a large mana pool. The gathering mana inside their heart will form the mana core naturally. Most civilian people never form mana core in their lives because they didn't have enough mana inside their bodies to form it naturally. Forming mana core could still be handled by training controlling mana during the teenage age. Some researchers said that during the teenage age, their body is more attuned with mana. Because of this, their body could easily gather mana from the surroundings. With enough mana control, they could form their mana core despite not having a large mana pool. As for Angus, he didn't need to perform all of this tedious task since his mana had already expanded at large capacity since last time. Apparently, he underestimated his own breathing technique. If not because his body is still not mature, he may form his mana core already. While thinking of this, he checks his status panel. The conversion rate doubles after the stats reach 10. Then, it once again doubled the cost after reaching the 15 marks. As for his mana, the conversion rate is still the same by 11. He has also already reached the limit where his physical stat could be improved further through normal training. Only after he grows further will he improve more in his physical part. He speculated that the strength and dexterity would be stagnant until he grows further. During these 3 months, Angus never added any point towards strength and dexterity to keep control over his body. But their increase is also stagnant because of his body age limitation even after doing various training. Never know that I would hope to grow up faster, thought Angus before checking the next monster after his system recorded the monster's strength. After studying the monster for a while, Mr. Kyle shows up to pick up Angus. Learn anything, kid? Inquired Mr. Kyle. Just cross-check some information from the book. Angus shows his note. How about you, Mr. Kyle? Find anything interesting? Asked Angus. Well, just the usual growling, howling, biting, but nothing unusual. Still, I thought the monster had become quite restless lately, but I didn't find anything unusual. Probably they were just mad about recapturing after the tournament class, rambled Mr. Kyle. Isn't that dangerous? Asked Angus worriedly. Nah, don't worry about it. They will probably calm down after a few more days. So ready to get out of here, or do you need more time to look around? Asked Mr. Kyle, who seemed uncomfortable to stay any longer in this place. Well, a normal person will go insane being entrapped in this place for a while. Guess it's time to go, thought Angus. Yeah, let's get out of here. I just happened to finish my observation. Answer Angus in a playful tone. All right then, let's get out of this damned place. As both of them get out of the different door, they arrive. Meanwhile, Angus has a peaceful life inside the academy. Outside the kingdom near the west border lay a big dark forest, a habitat of monsters. Inside the gloomy forest that seems painted in black gathered a few people with the same uniform. Albert found anything? Asked one of the people that seemed like a leader of this group. Before Albert could respond, grrrttt, a strange noise creeping out from the ground. Hearing the loud sound, the leader immediately shouts, "Everyone, get out from here." While running away, the leader actively channels his mana towards his bracelet. A second later, a transparent bird appeared from it. Without wasting any moment, he let loose the bird in the air. Suddenly, a vast sharp tendril appeared from the ground and pierced all the soldiers before reacting. The movement of the tendrils is so fast that they don't know what things kill them. The transparent bird kept flying in the air at a fast speed without noticing its master had already died. After flying for a moment, other similar birds also come from other directions. Soon, they become a flock of birds and gather at the outpost in the middle of a fortress outside the Black Forest. fortress looks a little bit rusty, but every single wall and rock is highly enchanted. As soon as one of the guards in charge gets all the bird's information, sound the alarm, call the General Borkins, command the supervisor after receiving the info from the bird. The guards nearby immediately sound the alarm, TNG, TNG, TNG. The alarm kept ringing and notified all the residents inside the fortress. A moment later, a loud, creepy sound was heard from inside the forest. GGGRTTT. After that creepy growling, hundreds of monsters appeared from the forest towards the fortress. Seeing the endless tide of monsters, all the personnel become nervous. However, at this moment, stay in your base, prepare to fight. A loud shout emerged from inside the fortress. Soon, a dwarf in full armor holding his mighty hammer appeared and raised the guards' morale inside the fortress. General Borkins, the general that watches over the dark forest border of the Heart Kingdom for many years. He stood straight in front of the wall. Although his height is only half of an adult human, he releases a dangerous prestige around him. Nobody dares to question his authority inside this fortress. Looking at the monster horde approaching the fortress, shoot them down. Artillery unit, fire. After getting the command, dozens of magic cannons release their might and bombard the monster horde. While every archer and magician also unleash their prepared overcharge spells towards them. The monster horde seems to have stopped for a moment before they continue their march while more of their kin die under the bombardment of magic cannon. During this moment, from inside the forest, something is thrown towards the fortress rapidly. Noticing the black boulder like projectiles, the general command, raise the magical barrier. A barrier was immediately erected and covered the fortress. The black projectiles hit the barrier harshly. Bang bang then, the projectile becomes a living moving plantation that keeps growing and attacking the nearby. Evil treats, Hands, get the fire mage and flamethrower command General Borkins towards his subordinate. Why yes sir, as Hands relayed the general order towards others. The evil treant is a third-grade monster that is quite difficult to handle. They could regenerate dozens of wood tendrils until their miasma is exhausted or their core is destroyed. Moreover, they could regenerate themselves by absorbing the blood of their prey. The only way to get rid of them is by attacking them with fire to inhibit their regeneration. One of these monsters is already quite a headache for a platoon army to handle. Now there are dozens of them scattered along the fortress's wall. While the guard and evil treant fight in close combat, the other monster horde keeps approaching the fortress. The magical barrier only holds against projectile attacks, but they still could bypass physically. However, they will get hurt in the process. Still, this didn't inhibit the monster's charge. As the monster approaches the magical barrier, everyone charge, shouted General Borkin, raising his warhammer and charging towards the monster horde. A few moments after the close combat battle begins, the human side starts to get the upper hand since many of them specialize more in close combat. Suddenly, another loud growl sounds from inside the forest. GGRRTTT, a black wooden spike-like missile, is coming towards the fortress wall. Bang bang blar crack. Unlike before, the black wooden spike managed to penetrate the magical barrier easily and destroy some part of the fortress wall. The force of the wooden spike is so strong that it causes a massive tremor around the fortress. Some of the guards got thrown off the wall from the wooden spike attack. Dozens of them also instantly die, being pulverized by its force. As for General Borkins managed to hold his ground, receiving the full blunt force of the entire wooden spike by himself after activating his magical armor. His magical armor gives a transparent armor surrounding his body. Still, he got wounded internally because of the strong force behind the wooden spike. After that, from the forest appears a gigantic wooden face with countless wooden tendrils surrounding it. Looking at the monster's appearance, haha. Just my lucky day, corrupted mother treat, said the general in his sarcastic tone, before he shouted to the subordinate, all right, brats, tonight we dine in hell, for the Heart Kingdom. As the general continued his onslaught towards the monster horde, WOW rallying themselves, the soldiers also follow their general steps. A moment after that, the corrupted mother treant releases huge suppression mana towards the surrounding. Doom almost everyone is getting paralyzed in fear because of this. This is a 5th grade monster, said the soldier. This is a 5th grade monster, said the soldier. A 5th grade monster, a monster that managed to evolve its core 5 times. This kind of monster is at an entirely different level than the monster below its grade. Monsters are stronger and have special abilities that make them superior to other races. Usually, other races need at least 1 grade above the monster before they can finally beat them. Sometimes 5th grade monsters are hailed as walking disasters, a catastrophe, since the 6th grade monster is very rare. Furthermore, 5th grade monsters could be hailed as kings or queens that command a horde of monsters. Many small ancient kingdoms were destroyed in the past because of these 5th grade monsters and their army. Fear and hopelessness emerge inside the soldier's heart. The soldiers in the fortress already give up fighting, knowing it is the 5th grade monster. Only the General Borkins still try to fight the monster horde. RROARRR. During this moment, the soldier heard a beast's roar, but not from the forest direction. The loud cry of the beast is from behind the fortress. Then, a massive dragon made of fire descended from the sky, burned all the evil treant and monster hordes that tried to scale the fortress wall. Another huge mana aura is released from the sky. The aura disrupts the corrupted mother treant's suppression. Looking at the source of the mana aura, the soldiers reignited their fighting spirit and morale. Duke victory. A soldier shouts loudly towards the man that descended from the sky. "Haha, brat, you are late," said the dwarf general while keeping smashing the monster around him. The Duke arrives near the dwarf general and flicks his finger. From his flick appears a massive wall made of fire. Second circle fire wall. The firewall burns and fends off all the monsters that are approaching General Borkins. The dwarf general felt relief after finally taking a breather since the fight began. "Borkins, are you all right?" asked the Duke. "Two, yes, still alive and kicking," as the general spat mouthful of blood from his mouth. "All right, what's the situation?" as the Duke also keeps burning the approaching monster. "As you can see, it's the 5th grade of a corrupted mother treant. However, I found this monster horde is weird. The monster horde should be more than this if it is a true 5th grade monster. Not that I complain if they are fewer," said the dwarf general before charging towards the incoming monster again. "All right, leave the mother treant to me. Make sure to hold the monster horde as long as you can." As the Duke flies away, approaching the 5th grade beast while burning all the monsters on the way. Feeling a dangerous presence approaching it, the corrupted mother treant released some massive wood tendril towards the Duke. Anticipating such an attack, Duke Jacob flick his finger rapidly and create a transparent red barrier around him. 3rd circle fire barrier. Blam SSSHHS, blam SSSHHS. All the wooden tendrils that meet with fire barrier burned into ash. Then the Duke clasps his arm and creates a large magic circle with complex runes all around it in front of him. A moment later, a massive burst of fire appears from it. 4th circle inferno. The inferno burns everything in its path towards the 5th grade monster. Receiving such a strong, devastating attack, the mother treant could only hide behind its countless wooden tendrils. Smoke rises from the fire and begins to cover it. GGRRTT. As waiting for the smoke to clear a little bit, the Duke once again gathers his mana while clasping his hand to prepare another spell. At this moment, a few huge wooden tendrils appear below him and try piercing him. However, they are stopped by the fire barrier that surrounds the Duke. Suddenly, the Duke saw many black wooden spikes flying towards him from inside the smoke at fast speed. His battle instinct is tingling, and he immediately throws his overcharge inferno towards it. But the wooden spike managed to penetrate it and the fire barrier altogether. Swash. Luckily, the Duke managed to react properly and avoid a fatal wound. Still, the Duke got pierced in his left shoulder. "Shit, what the hell is this black wooden spike?" thought the Duke while trying to burn the black wooden spike. However, the wooden spike remains intact even after burning it for a while. Left with no choice, he grabbed the wooden spike and pulled it from its shoulder. GRRTT. The mother treant didn't give him time to recover and kept attacking the Duke using a combination of black spike and wooden tendrils. The Duke is not just sitting like a duck and moving away in a random pattern using fly. Suddenly, he heard a feminine voice beside the mother treant. Then, from the wound in the Duke's left shoulder grew a small black plantation. The Duke feels his energy get absorbed and decides to burn his entire shoulder while avoiding the attack from the mother treants. But even after he burned it, the plantation seems to keep growing and weakening him while he finally sees a female humanoid creature covered in black leaf keep singing and dancing around the mother treant. "Shit, it's Dryad," cursed the Duke inwardly. During his worst moment, a loud war cry is heard from behind the Duke. HIAA as General Borkins flying towards the Dryad using powerful leap. Didn't expect the sudden appearance of General Borkins. The dwarf general managed to hit the Dryad using its mighty hammer art thunderclap. Blom. The attack made a huge sound that reverberated towards the surrounding area. The strong attack also damaged part of the mother treant and instantly killed the Dryad. The moment the Dryad died, the plantation in the Duke's shoulder stopped growing. After burning it for the last time, the Duke said, "Borkins, get out of here. I will use a huge spell." Hearing this, Borkins immediately uses another leap to get away from the area. Duke Jacob began his chanting, "Roses are red, blood, fire, eternity." The Duke keeps his chanting while avoiding all the mother treant attacks and keeps flickering his finger. With every flick of his finger, he creates more magic circles in front of him. After a while, the Duke finishes his chant, "Come forth my soul fire 5th circle fire dragon rampage." From the magic circle appear a colossal fire dragon engulfing and burning the corrupted mother treant. Unlike before, the fire dragon keep attacking the mother treant and seems alive. GRTTT. After making a huge sound, the monster horde retreats to the black forest, while the corrupted mother treant manages to escape after using its countless tendrils as a sacrifice to fend off the fire dragon. Looking at the mother tree retreat, the fire duke finally relieved and collapsed to the ground exhaustedly after having a difficult battle. The year 1206, fifth moon in the second week, the Heart Kingdom got attacked on its border from a fifth-grade monster horde, corrupted Mother Treant. Not only the Heart Kingdom, but also a few other kingdoms that have borders closer to the monster habitat got attacked by various fifth-grade monsters. During this week, countless people died defending against the attack of fifth-grade monsters. Unlike the Heart Kingdom that was lucky to have Duke victory near the border during the attack, the other kingdoms need to defend themselves until their sixth-grade commander arrives. Sixth-grade combatants are rare since evolving into sixth grade is challenging and could cost their lives if they failed. Because of this, there are only a few of them inside a kingdom. If the fifth grade's rarity is like having limited edition items, the rarity for sixth-grade combatants is like winning a lottery. Because of this, all the sixth-grade people are very busy and rarely appear on the border unless serious situations arise like this. However, even after the arrival of sixth grade, the battle didn't end just like that. Unlike the usual monster hordes that keep attacking without regard to their lives, all the monster hordes seem to fall back when overwhelmed by the sixth-grade commanders. From the history of ancient times, there is only one reason that monsters show such behavior. It's the birth sign of a sixth-grade monster, also known as Monster Overlord. The Monster Overlord can command almost all the monsters below its grade. Although their intelligence cannot compare to the civilian race, they are still pretty clever. In ancient times, when a Monster Overlord was born, more than half of civilization's race habitat was destroyed. Even a few of the seventh-grade people fall under its might. Although there is a difference between the seventh-grade combatant and sixth-grade monsters, the latter has more tenacity and power of destruction in battle. Now, all the kingdom is aware and prepared to fight against the sixth-grade Monster Overlord, but they need to know what kind of sixth-grade monster they fight. Like all the other kinds of monsters, not all sixth-grade monsters are warmonger or battle-oriented. Since ancient times, there are many records about sixth-grade monsters. Few sixth-grade monsters overlords are still alive until now but never leave their territory, such as Kraken that could only live in the deepest part of the sea. Another example is Avalon, a gigantic monster that only wakes up for a while before sleeping for 100 years. There is also a monster overlord called Sin Crow, a giant crow monster that only lives a few hundred kilometers above the sky. Dozens of fifth-grade monsters always accompany all these sixth-grade monsters, which makes them more dangerous. Fortunately, all these monster overlords are never bothering civilian society and stay inside their territory. However, they are still aggressive towards any civilian race that uses mana. The civilization race hopes that this newborn sixth-grade monster overlord is also a territorial monster that will settle down after some time. However, they still need to prepare for the worst and maybe kill the sixth-grade monster. Therefore, all the civilian nations decided to gather around and discuss their following action in the Roundel, the capital city of the Elven race. The Elven race is famous for its neutrality against all the civilization races. As civilization grows, there is always a dispute between one race and another. Elven races always stay neutral without taking any side and often become the third parties to intermediate the dispute. If it is not because of their lack of worldly desire, they may become the leader of all other races. As a result, their capital city becomes the best place to hold meetings for various races. Heart Kingdom is one of the strongest kingdoms of the human race and needs to participate in this meeting. Although the meeting will begin in a week, the nobles inside the kingdom are on alert as they all want to contribute by participating in this important meeting. But the spot for the people participating in this meeting is limited. Therefore, they gather inside the capital while plotting against each other to convince who will accompany the king during this international meeting. All of these happen days after the attack from the corrupted Mother Treant. While the other noble inside the kingdom is plotting one with the others, Duke Victory stands on the wall of the Black Fortress. His left shoulder is wrapped in a full bandage from his previous fight. Because of the nature of chaotic mana called miasma, his wound is still not healing despite getting treatment from the high-grade healer. To this day, miasma wounds are never appropriately healed and often leave a huge scar for the rest of their lives, especially if it comes from high-grade monsters such as corrupted Mother Treant. Looking at the calm black forest in the far, the Duke could only be sighing, "Heya. You are too young to keep signing like that," Brat said the dwarf general beside him casually. Although the general dwarf word is quite rude, the Duke himself didn't mind it and only laughed at it. "Ha ha ha, only you could say something like that to me, Borkins," replied the Duke in a chuckle. "Kakaka, if I say you are a brat means you're still a brat. Just leave the complicated things to me. You are still too green to overthink this stuff," laughed Dwarf General. "Well, that's true considering your age is twice older than me. Still, I can't help worrying about what if there is another attack. Moreover, my left shoulder is still not healed yet. There is also a call in the capital, rambled the Duke. Puff, ha ha ha, that's so like you, Jacob. You are too kind, said the general while smoking his pipe. Am I too kind? Doubted the Duke. But the general didn't answer him while saying, don't worry about this side. Rather you should hurry to finish your job in the capital, then come back here. Borkin, said Duke Jacob. Shush, leave this to me. While I stand here, I will not let any single monster pass this fortress, replied the general in a serious tone. Looking at the resolution of the stubborn general, the Duke could only sigh helplessly. Ha, all right then, I will leave the fortress to you. Yeah, just go away. Besides, I never liked those spoiled brats in the capital. I would rather smash these monsters than arguing with them, added the dwarf general. Well, that's so like you. All right, I am off. As the Duke created a fire dragon before riding it. Show off, I hope you will fall later. Cursed the dwarf. See ya, Borkins, while the Duke flies away. While the world falls into chaos because of the birth of the monster overlord, Angus slowly improves himself inside the Royal Academy, ignoring the world's problem. It seems this is my limit. I could improve more after I grow older, as Angus stops his training inside his room. Then he read some letters from his home. Some of the letters are about the current situation of the world. Although Angus is still a child, he will still get this kind of news as the Duke's son and high noble of the kingdom. As expected, this world is more dangerous than Earth. It seems father will go to the capital too. Well, I hope he is okay, while Angus packs his things. After the class tournament, the student will get a week-long holiday. During this time, some students could choose to go back to their homes or stay in their dorm. Since Angus's home is quite far from the Royal Academy, he could not return home. However, a high noble like Angus usually has a townhouse inside the capital city. Angus prefers to stay in his dorm rather than his townhouse, but his father may come and visit him, so he didn't have any choice but to settle down in the capital townhouse for his first holiday. I guess I will treat this as a resting period. My body is also in the phase of a bottleneck anyway, thought Angus inwardly. In the Furuman world, people's bodies are more resilient and could start their training at the early age of 5 years old. However, it didn't mean that they could train like adults. Their body is still in the growth period, and harsh training will only inhibit their growth. Not only is their body not as developed as adults, but their body strength is also still limited even with the help of mana. Mana capacity, muscle density, reaction speed, and many others will be limited. The only way is to wait until the body matures by itself. Still, training at an early pace has more advantages when training at an older age because it could uncover the body's potential and make them stronger in the future. Furthermore, the trained children will have a more developed body when they form their mana core naturally. Trained children will also form mana core naturally at the age of 13 to 15. It is also the age when untrained children start developing their mana core. After packing his things into the space pouch, he goes towards the academy entrance to meet with his two brothers before going to the townhouse together. Arriving at the academy entrance, packed with many carriages, Angus here called Virgil. Virgil, I am coming, replied Angus. Approached him. You are quite early, Virgil. Where is brother Jason? Asked Angus. Ah, don't worry about him. He already went first with another carriage. Don't mind him, you know how he is. Let's go now before the exit is too crowded. All right, after you, brother. Both of them enter inside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Angus, did you read the letter from home? Asked Virgil. Yeah, is it about the birth of the monster overlord, right? Replied Angus seriously. True, because of this incident, many nobles will come to the capital. If my guess is not wrong, there will be few noble gatherings during the holiday. You may get an invitation, so be careful during this gathering especially. Then, Virgil shared his experience at the noble gathering he attended before. Children of noble families often make a gathering to make connections at an early age. Although Angus is still too young, he may also be called and need to attend with his brother, especially if the one that organizes the gathering is from the royalty. Soon, the two brothers arrive at the townhouse. Although it is called a townhouse, it is actually a big mansion with a big garden around it. Still, the townhouse is not bigger than Angus's home that could house more than 100 people and staff at once, but the townhouse is still for 3 people to stay. Fortunately, there are dozens of staff who maintain the townhouse. Entering the townhouse, both of them are welcomed by dozens of butlers and employees inside the townhouse. Then the two brothers go towards their room after chatting a little bit. During this moment, Zerung a sound heard from the front garden. Inside the front garden lay a circular platform with many runes. Along with the sound appears a middle-aged man with bandages around his left shoulder, Duke Victory. Noticing the arrival of the Duke, the two brothers go towards the front garden. Father, you are here. As Virgil ran towards the Duke cheerfully. Happy meeting the Duke after a long time, Virgil immediately hugged his father. After a while, Virgil noticed his father wounded. Father, why you are hurt? Although Virgil is still a child, he is pretty smart and knows the true strength of his father, especially since he often follows his father to do some hunting in the small forest near their home. In his mind, his father could be said to be the strongest and unbeatable person he knows. Seeing his father wounded for the first time became quite a shock for Virgil. "It's okay, Virgil. This is only a small wound," as the Duke tries to reassure his son. Then the Duke also notices his youngest son approaching them slowly, but he was confused at his youngest son's expression. Angus's expression is really gloomy. Anger, sadness, worry, fear, all of these could be shown in his face and eyes. After taking a deep breath, Angus turned back his expression to his usual lazy one. "Don't worry, brother, it's only a small wound. It probably will heal up in a few days." "Right, father," said Angus, reassuring his brother more. "Really?" asked Virgil towards his father in a worried tone. "Why, yes, of course," replied the Duke. "Okay, then let's go inside. I want to hear your fighting story," said Virgil. As they walked inside, Angus could only follow both of them at his own pace. Soon they arrive at the dining hall, where his older brother Jason joins them to have a snack. The Duke then narrates the story of his fight against the corrupted mother ent. He still didn't give a full story towards his sons, but Angus managed to uncover and deduct the actual story from the short story his father told. "All right, since the story ends, let's go back to our room. Besides, fathers also need to rest, right?" said Angus. Unexpectedly gets up and walks out of the room. Although it seems normal, the Duke could feel an angry tone behind Angus's remarks. Before he could call Angus, the boy himself was already gone. "Then we will pardon ourselves. We hope you get well soon, father," said Virgil, and Jason left the Duke to rest. Leaving alone, the Duke went towards his room. The moment he enters the room and closes his door, "You got careless, isn't it?" "You got careless, isn't it?" said Angus from the corner of the room. Angus, how did you?" Before the Duke finished his sentence, Angus approached his father and instantly appeared before him beast walk. Then, without hesitation, Angus grips firmly at his wounded shoulder. The Duke immediately felt tremendous pain from it, but was still holding it. Surprised by the sudden grip, the Duke could only mutter, Angus." But Angus interrupted his father again. "Look at you. The mighty Duke Fire Dragon can't even react properly towards an 8-year-old kid attack. What if you got attacked by others? What if you died this time? And all of this because of your carelessness?" Angus loosened his grip with watery eyes. At this moment, the Duke notices that his sons genuinely care about him and know how severe his wound is. The father could only hug his sons lovingly. "Angus, I am sorry. I made you worry. Yes, I became more arrogant lately and got careless during my fight." Then the boy looked at his father. "Promise me you will never get careless again." Angus said. "Duke Jacob." "Promise me," yelled Angus. Yes, I promise I will never get careless in battle again," replied Duke Jacob. "Okay, now let's fix those disgusting wounds in your shoulder," said Angus, breaks his hug from his father. "Angus, you already know," said Jacob. Before Duke Jacob could finish his sentence, "Open your clothes and sit here." Angus told his father to sit in the round chair. "Angus, I know you worry about me, but," said Jacob. "Sit," said Angus while glared at his father. All right, replied Jacob, as he reluctantly followed his son's demand while undressing his upper clothes. Then Angus began to inspect the wound after removing the bandage slowly. The wound has already turned black-colored, along with all the veins near it. It's like the wound becoming a parasite that is gradually eating the Duke's body. After looking for a while, "It's truly a disgusting wound," said Angus after looking at the wound before closing his eyes. "See, there's nothing you could do about." The Duke stops his sentence as he feels the fluctuation of mana in Angus's body. Getting a deep breath, Angus opened his eyes, and his black-color eyes changed into golden-color searing eyes. At this moment, Angus could see every single detail of the wound until its cell. The Duke startled, looking at his son's eye. He knows this is not an ordinary enhanced mana eyes skill. He could feel that the eyes could see everything about him. After a while, Angus's eyes turned to normal. "You got lucky that it's not at the vital part. Otherwise, you are already long gone," said Angus harshly. "Now don't move," said Angus while he took a bunch of thin silver needles from his space pouch. "Angus, what's?" Before the Duke finished his sentence, Angus used Searing Eye once again and stabbed the shoulder using the needle. "What the that hurt?" said Duke Jacob, but Angus only shoves a clean fabric towards his father's mouth. "Bite it. We don't want to make a commotion here, aren't you?" Before Angus once again pierced the shoulder with another thin needle. Usually this thin needle will not give him any pain since his body is in the 6th grade, but his wound seems to amplify the pain to unbelievable pain. The Duke feels like every single nerve he has in his body is in pain. However, looking at the serious golden eyes his son made, he decides to held this pain and bit the cloth. After dozens of needles punctured the wounded shoulder like a hedgehog, Angus took a sigh while having a sweat around his face. He removed his father's cloth in his mouth. "I already contain all the miasma so it will not spread and eat in your body. Now this is the harder part. I want you to." Angus gives various instructions towards his pained father. Soon, Angus finished treating his father. He collects all the black-colored silver needles and destroys them using his flame spell. Then he went outside the room while his father already fell asleep in his bed. The following day, the Duke woke up energetically. He feels his body is full of vigor. Then he looks at his shoulder where a large scar appeared. Jacob didn't feel any discomfort or pain that he felt before. Moreover, he thinks that his mana is purer than before. All of this is because of one treatment from Angus. Ha. That boy is a mystery, thought the Duke inwardly before taking a bath. Later the Duke went to the dining hall for breakfast and already found his sons waiting for him. "Morning, father. Are you feeling well now? You even skipped yesterday's dinner," asked Virgil worriedly. "Yes, Virgil. In fact, I feel stronger than before," said Duke Jacob while he flexes his arm. "Really, I am glad that you are okay," said Virgil. "All right, let's start eating." "I bet my father is also hungry since not eaten anything since yesterday afternoon," urges Angus with his lazy expression. After a few more pleasantries, they begin to eat their breakfast. During their meal, they also talk about various things about the current capital situation. Apparently, there will be a noble gathering held by the crown prince as they expected. It is because there are unusually many nobles gathered in the capital city. This is an excellent opportunity for nobles to interact with one another. By interacting, it means flaunting their glory or sometimes successors to others. Every noble that resides in the capital is invited. That includes Angus and others' kids with noble backgrounds. This will be Angus's first time to attend an official gathering like this. Although Angus didn't like this kind of gathering, he didn't have any choice since he was born noble. He needed to follow some etiquette and norms from the noble society. I guess when you are in Rome, you need to do it as the Romans did. What another troublesome event, thought Angus inwardly. After breakfast, the Duke Jacob immediately goes away to do his job as a duke in the capital. At the same time, the three brothers are doing their own things. As for Angus himself, he excused himself to his bedroom before lazily sleeping like a log, since he can't do any training or doing anything he likes without notifying the others. Few days after Angus medicated his father, he wore tight noble attire and headed the noble gathering along with Virgil. As for his older brother, Jason, he already went first since he didn't want to interact with Angus. Angus himself didn't mind this kind of behavior and preferred it this way since he could avoid any troublesome incidents. On the other hand, Virgil truly cares about his younger brother, which sometimes quite annoys Angus himself. "Angus, this will be your first time to participate in an official gathering like this. You need to," as Virgil kept lecturing Angus, while Angus himself only listens to it with a lazy response like, "Yeah, that's right. For Angus, this kind of gathering is just a waste of time." As someone who experiences living in a fast-paced modern world like Earth, this kind of gathering is a waste of time. Especially after Angus knowing that there is already hidden danger from the monster horde and the recent birth of the monster overlord. Rather than flaunting one glory to others, it will be better to use the time for training or doing something more productive. In Angus's case, he prefers just to sleep around peacefully than attend this gathering. If not because of his brother's nagging, he will already excuse himself by faking sickness or something. Later they arrive at the royal palace where the nobles' gathering will be held. The royal palace itself is huge and grand. Looking from inside the carriage, why are the doors so uselessly huge? Are those doors being used by giants or something? Well, none of that is my problem anyway, thought Angus inwardly while looking at the huge main entrance door. Soon, the two brothers queue to be checked up before entering the royal palace. After the long queue that seemed like forever, they managed to enter without hassle. During the queue, some people already noticed the two brothers, especially Virgil. Although he is still in his teenage years, he is pretty famous in the nobles' circle for being the son of Duke Victory. Virgil is quite an intelligent kid that tends to be kind to others. Moreover, he is also quite a prodigy in combat as a magician and warrior. Soon, both of them enter a grand hall that is not only vast but also ridiculously big. Looking at the interior of the hall, this reminds me of some churches on Earth, but this is way too big for humans, thought Angus inwardly. Entering the hall, some kids approach Virgil. Using this opportunity, Angus decides to excuse himself by taking some food and drink nearby. The gathering is divided into two sections. One is for adults, and the other is for kids and teenagers to interact. Unlike Virgil, noble children in this world could be pretty annoying and spoiled, especially those who know your weakness. They could become trouble like some kind of mindless animal that will always try to bully or hound you using everything he got. The only reason nobody touches Angus until now is that he is the son of Duke Victory, but that didn't mean they could not do anything to Angus. Using his enhanced perception, Angus knows that many people already talk behind his back. Some are even bold enough not to cover their voice when talking about him in this gathering. Rather than pay attention to these brats, he decided to hide his presence until the gathering is done. Unfortunately, he could not leave early as he needed to greet the crown prince, which is part of noble etiquette. As the host of the gathering, it is also normal for him to be the one that last arrived. So Angus had plenty of time for himself before he could go back home. Guess I will hide first. This way some people may not notice me, as Angus slowly blends with the crowd while thinning his presence. In his past life, where violence, killing, and destruction are prohibited by law, it is hard for martial experts to survive, so they adapted to the new line of work. The majority of them become high-paid bodyguards, but the most productive job is to become an assassin. Martial artists didn't need any weapon to kill someone and could get away safely using their skills. Because of this, Angus also learned many skills to hide his presence as an assassin, especially in this kind of crowd. Although high-grade people still could detect him, his skill is enough to trick the kids that may annoy him. Although Angus could ignore them, as the ex-strongest person on Earth, he never could ignore when his pride was humiliated too much, especially if his pride is truly humiliated in front of a lot of people. For Angus, a man without pride in mind is the same as a mindless beast. Since the childhood of his past life, his previous master constantly lectured him. The way of martial arts fight is almost the same like a beast. Because of this, never lose the pride you have as a human. A perfectly sane mind will never try to kill and fight among each other. They will negotiate with each other rather than talk using their fists. So the only one that distinguishes martial artists and the beast itself is the pride of being human. Taking this pride from the martial artist means he is no longer a human but a beast. Although there are many loopholes and illogical thinking in this principle, Angus also agrees with this way of thinking. It's not because he entirely agrees with this teaching, but because whenever he fights, his demeanor changes into a wild beast. The only way to restrain this act is by having a clear sense of pride in being human. That's one of the reasons why martial artists on Earth are famous for being arrogant. Of course, he has some tolerance and will not always fight anyone that humiliated his pride, but he still has limits. Thinking all of this, he couldn't help letting out a crazy smile. Ha, did I just imagine butchering all these people? Guess this place really could wake up my inner beast, thought Angus silently. Ever since he returned to practice and his martial art, his lust for battle has increased. Although it is not enough to cloud his judgment, it is still quite annoying as it is also part of him. Then he decided to get some fresh air to calm his mind and go towards an empty garden. Arriving at the garden, this is why I always like gardens. It calms my mind. At this moment, he somehow could feel a presence in the garden. Who's there? Why, you are Angus. Why are you here? Why are you here? Said the petite girl in front of him. Princess Jaina, it's nothing. I just want to get some fresh air, replied Angus casually. Really, how come you could enter this garden? If I am not wrong, this is a prohibited area from the guests, said the fourth princess. I just walk here. Anyway, since I am bothering you, then I will leave you. See ya, replied Angus. Wait, why you are not bothering me? You can stay here, replied Jaina hurriedly. Nah, I will just go back to the party. Said Angus, why you is it because I am weak, right? Now I am weak to the point I can't even training that you can ignore me like the others. All of this because of, as the princess tearing up. Hearing this, Angus stops his track and looks at the crying princess. You know what? You are a troublesome girl. Why you? Before the princess could finish her sentence. Didn't I always ignore you? Why should I pay attention to troublesome girls like you suddenly? It's better if I just sleep around. Angus is yawning while saying this. Looking at this, the princess begins to remember Angus's laid-back attitude that keeps ignoring her until now. Liar, you just pretend like others, said Princess Jaina. Why should I lie? Lying is a very burdensome task, especially towards a troublesome girl like you. Besides, I don't care if you're strong or weak. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, is it true? Ever since I got hurt, everyone just, said Jaina. Before Jaina completes her sentence, blah. Blah, blah, keep the bedtime story to another person. I am not a shoulder you could cry on, troublesome girl, said Angus, interrupting Jaina. Why you? Insolent. I am also not a troublesome girl, grumbling the princess. After that, both of them stay silent awkwardly. Then the princess remembers her experience during the last confrontation with Angus. Although she could not control her body at that time, she was still a little aware of the surroundings. Hey. Angus, you don't happen to be. However, she stopped her sentence after seeing Angus sleeping while standing. Looking at this, she once again has high blood pressure and wants to kill the boy in front of her. Before that happened, Angus woke up. Sorry, the ambience here is so nice that I just fell asleep right away. Did you happen to say something? GRR. You really once again. Before she could finish her sentence, Angus suddenly approached her without stopping. What do you want? As the princess was startled by Angus's sudden approach. As expected, you really are a troublesome girl, said Angus in front of her face. I am not, retort Jaina. Close your eyes. Interrupt Angus with a stern tone. What? Said Jaina. I said close your eyes. Quick, I need to go back to the hall, said Angus. At first, she is hesitant, but knowing that Angus is more than he looks from her last encounter, she closed her eyes while grumbling, I'll kill you if you do anything weird to me. Take a deep breath, then exhale. Deep breath. Exhale. Angus keeps saying that while Jaina follows his instruction. After a while, the princess started to get annoyed again. Imagine a place where you can relax, be comfortable, but still be able to focus. Instruct Angus. Then try to focus on that sensation and clear your mind. The thought that makes you uncomfortable, clear all of them, said Angus. A few moments later now, open your eyes. Instruct Angus. As the princess opened her eyes, she could calmly see and feel relaxed, especially when he looked at Angus. She feels safe, calm, and relaxed. Ever since she became aware of her surroundings, she has always had a moody personality and always finds many things annoying. However, this is the first time she could appreciate the surroundings and calm her mind. All right then, I'll be back to the hall. As Angus walks inside, waking up the princess from her trance. Before she could react, Angus himself had already gone. Angus, what a strange person. As she went back to appreciate her surroundings. Back at the hall, Virgil immediately found Angus leisurely eating some food. There you are. The crown prince has already arrived. We need to greet him now. As Virgil drags his brother around to greet the crown prince. The crown prince is a young man with blonde hair that always goes around with a happy smile. Soon, Jason also joins us and we greet the crown together. Ah, the Victory brothers. I heard about your news. You must be Jason, as the crown prince praised Jason more. Jacob and Virgil are happy that their family is respected and their achievement mentioned. At the same time, the crown prince uses his glib tongue to praise both of the three of them. Angus decides just to stand silently and hope that this event ends soon. This crown prince really has a good glib tongue. Well, none of that is my concern anyway, thought Angus while keeping a facade of smiling to not be rude in front of the crown prince. Soon they're done with the talking, and Angus finally could excuse himself to go back home. Like a good brother, Virgil also follows her younger brother to go home early. Meanwhile, at the other gathering where the noble adult gathers, an important meeting is being held. At the head of the meeting table sat a bearded man with robust physique and a dangerous aura around him, wearing a golden crown on his head, the King of Heart Kingdom, Leon Hart. The meeting has already been going for hours. However, they still have not concluded who will accompany the king during the meeting at Roundel City. From the start to now, the gathering noble decides to flaunt their prestige and achievement to get selected. On the other hand, all the big players like the four dukes are still silent since they have a job to stay in the kingdom while the king is absent. This meeting is really pointless, thought Duke Victory. During this time, Duke Victory cannot help but remember the secret meeting between him and the king himself. Jacob, how is your wound? Asked King Leon. Don't worry, your majesty. It is fully healed already, replied Duke Jacob. Really? I heard you got the wounds from high-grade monsters, said the king while releasing his mana aura towards Jacob. Don't worry about it. It is already healed completely, said Jacob, counters it with his own mana aura. Few tense moments later, both of them are laughing together. Ha 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 ha. Jacob, how many times have I said you don't need to use such a title when we are alone, said King Leon. Well, I can't help it since it is you who has the crown, isn't it? Replied Duke Jacob playfully. How you never change, Jacob. Anyway, Jacob joins me during the meeting at the Roundel, said King Leon. Is it an order? Replied Duke Jacob. No, I asked this as a friend. Rather than being surrounded by those snakes, I prefer you by my side, said King Leon earnestly. Few hours have passed since the nobles' meeting began. After a while of heated discussion between the lower noble, the king who'd been silent since the beginning of the meeting suddenly stood up. All right, it seems it's getting late. Let's end this meeting, said King Leon. After that, one of the nobles asked politely, Pardon me, my liege. You still have not chosen your companion to go towards Roundel, did I? Then I will choose Duke Victory and Marquis Lera to accompany me to go towards Roundel. Replied casually. Both the Duke and Marquis immediately respond, As you wish, my liege. All right, since it's decided, let's end this meeting. Good night, everyone, said King Leon casually while leaving the room. Then, for what we get heated discussions all this time, thought everyone except the dukes. Still, the nobles could only swallow this silently before leaving the room dejectedly at their king's antics. The Heart King has very eccentric behavior. Sometimes he likes to be playful like this, but a moment later, he could execute a random noble just because they speak a little bit too loud. As for the actual reason behind it, only the king and a few higher up know about it. However, everyone respects him. Even the corrupt noble will say that he is worthy as the king. All of this is because he is a legendary figure of a 7th grade king that is rarer than finding a unicorn. Moreover, his famous deed where he managed to obliterate a small kingdom by himself in one day. Because of this, the Heart Kingdom rose to become the strongest kingdom among the human race. 7th grade is the pinnacle power in this world, and among the 7th grade combatant, King Leon himself is categorized as the strong one. Because of this, the other noble that wants to plot against him is non-existent. In front of absolute power, no matter how many tricks the others have, it is useless. Therefore, there is almost no turmoil or rebellion inside the kingdom that has 7th grade as the leader. The strength of these powerful beings is akin to God that is walking among mortals. The only reason why King Leon carefully picked the trustful aide during this trip is that the only one that could kill and beat a 7th grade person is the other 7th grade people. So, although this gathering is happening in the strongest and most peaceful city, it is also at the same time the most dangerous place for him. After the end of the meeting, Duke Victory also went back to his manor. He needed to prepare for many things before leaving with the king to Roundel City. Arriving at his manor, he immediately went towards the underground room while asking the staff to call Angus. The underground room is a vast room that is enchanted with various strong enchantments. It could be said the room is one of the safest places beside the Grand Palace in the capital city. Entering the room, the Duke began to think again about Angus's behavior in the last few years. No matter how much he thought about his son, he always felt that his son was an enigma. Even after his strength increased to 6th grade, he still cannot see the truth about his son. With the situation where he will go to dangerous meetings at the Roundel City, he becomes more restless. While thinking this, Angus arrived at the room. I don't know we have this stupidly huge room under the manor," said Angus, rudely commented to show his irk being called this late. After Angus medicates his father, he becomes more casual to his father than before. Moreover, Angus hated the noble etiquette and thought of it as nothing but a hassle. Living a few years as a high noble, Angus understands that noble ethics is nothing but a false facade. This teaching contradicts his principle as a martial artist, where he needs to become true to himself. Hearing Angus's rude comment, "Forget it, Angus, do you know why I called you here?" asked the Duke. "How would I know? You are the one that is calling me here, for God's sake." "That's it, I am leaving," grumbled Angus inwardly as he thought of a way to go away from this room silently. Suddenly, the Duke commanded, "Shadow Guard, protect this room and don't let anyone bother us until further notice." The Duke's shadow immediately moved and closed the entrance door. Looking at this, Angus could only sigh silently. Now there are only 2 of us. "Angus, how did you know the way to treat my wound?" asked the Duke seriously. "I read it in the book." Angus lies blatantly. Hearing about Angus lie, "Damn brat, if it is that easy then there will be no casualty from a high-grade monster," cursed Jacob inwardly. "Forget it. Angus the king asked me to accompany him to Roundel City," said Jacob. "Okay so," replied Angus casually. "Actually, I don't know how long I will be gone. It could be only a few weeks or a long time. So before leaving, I want to know more about my own son," said the Duke seriously. "Oh, okay. Then what?" Before he finishes his sentence, he feels a blunt force hit him. Bam. Angus immediately flew towards the wall. "That's why I decided to have a little sparring. The rules are simple. All you need to do is land 1 hit on me. Until then, we will continue our little spar. So what do you say, Angus?" As the Duke and Stackest flew firebolt towards Angus at fast speed. Bam, bam, bam. Beastwalk Angus instantly avoided the firebolt. "Damn, old man, did you want to kill your own son? But you're still alive, aren't you?" As Duke Jacob keeps summoning more and more firebolt towards Angus. Bam, bam, bam. Angus didn't have any choice but keep dodging the incoming firebolt. Still, the incoming attack becomes harder to avoid as it comes endlessly. "Come on, Angus, we can do this all day unless you land a hit on me," said the Duke. "Come on, Angus, we can do this all day unless you land a hit on me," said the Duke. "Shut up, old man, this is child abuse," replied Angus while becoming desperate as more firebolt kept coming at him. "Really? But you still haven't gotten hurt yet, so let's increase the pace." As the Duke summoned dozens of firebolt at once. "Shit." Angus looked at the incoming firebolt that did not leave him any room to dodge. BOMM. "Did I hit too hard?" asked the Duke. "Damn it, old man, that hurt," yelled Angus while he managed to protect his body with mana in time. "Oh, you are still alive. Let's con." Suddenly, Angus arrived in front of the Duke and attacked him at a fast speed. However, the Duke could dodge all the attacks easily while occasionally countering with more incredible speed. Soon, both of them already exchange hundreds of blows without any of them getting a clean hit. Because of Angus's high perception and body control, he could easily dodge his father's moves despite being slower than him. As for the Duke Jacob himself, he is limiting his own strength, but as a grade 6 combatant, his perception and body strength is already many times higher than Angus. He could see all the Angus move in slow motion. At this moment, the Duke noticed that Angus's attack had somehow become better. It seems that all his attacks always follow where Jacob will dodge. Still, because of the massive gap in strength, Jacob just moves faster to avoid his attack. He is predicting my movement. No, he is learning my fighting pattern. What a monstrous kid. As Jacob becomes harder to counterattack, "You are still too early to challenge me in hand-to-hand combat, brat." As suddenly, Jacob punched Angus's stomach before he could dodge or react. Angus flew backward like a ragdoll and hit the wall hard. Even the enchanted walls receive a crack before they start to repair themselves. Damn, I guess it's hard to control my strength at this level. Well, he will pass out, for Jacob stops his sentence as he feels a dangerous aura from Angus's direction. At this moment, Angus also got a notification warning. Foreign energy detected inside the host. A system warning appearing on Angus's vision. Warning, foreign energy detected inside the host. Suddenly, Angus feels a familiar sensation from his inside. This is damn it, don't die, father," said Angus before fell into consciousness. As Jacob didn't understand any of this. Suddenly, Angus released a beastly roar, RRRARRGGG, before releasing a massive amount of concentrated mana towards the surrounding. Then, Angus disappeared and appeared in front of Jacob to punch him using 10 times more speed than before. However, using his reflex, Jacob flicks his finger and creates third circle fire barrier around him. Looking at his attack being blocked, Angus began to attack the fire barrier madly from various directions. Bam, bam, bam. As Jacob analyzes his son's situation, this is possession. No, it's different. It feels like a burst of mana inside him, but there is no trace of soul on it like the possession. At this moment, the attack becomes stronger, and a crack starts to appear at the Jacob fire barrier. What an absurd strength. Second circle bind as Jacob cast a mana chain to catch Angus. However, Angus is too fast and easily dodges all the chains while trying to hit Jacob. After casting bind several times, Jacob notices Angus's power and speed become greater. However, he is also becoming more reckless. This mana feeling is much more violent, almost like those miasmas, but also different. But the amount is ridiculous. Better stop him first before it damages his body more. Jacob notices that Angus didn't care about the wound in his fist during attacking his fire barrier. You leave no choice, brat. Third circle fireworm soon. A gigantic fire creature appears in front of Jacob and starts chasing Angus. Still, Angus's speed is faster than the fireworm itself. Using this opportunity, Jacob gathered huge mana and cast another spell, fourth circle Vulcan shots. Jacob raises his hand and creates a massive fireball on it. Then, the ball suddenly scatters into a tiny fireball before following Angus along with fireworm. Left with no area to dodge, Angus could only defend using his incredible mana. Using this chance, fireworm immediately apprehended him. Looking that Angus stopped, Jacob instacast spells to bind Angus. Bind Entangle Mana Prison. Angus immediately gets bound by this variety of spells. However, Angus is still growling like a mad beast and trying to destroy the binding one by one. Before it could be released from its binding, Jacob arrived in front of him and touched Angus's head, third circle deep sleep. Being hit by this spell, Angus immediately falls asleep like a log, leaving only destruction in the room. Looking at Angus falling into a deep sleep and his mana starting to calm down, Jacob finally felt relieved. How what a troublesome child. I thought only Leon needed to deal with this. Now I also got this, said the Duke while bringing Angus out of the training room. Following day, the Duke family had breakfast together like usual without the presence of Angus. Angus got a backlash when he tried to cast a spell, asked Virgil to his father. Yeah, however, it's nothing to worry about. He will be okay in a week. I already checked his condition and there is nothing to worry about. Still, you should let him rest and I will call a doctor to check him up. Reassure the Duke. HMPH, serve him right trying to show off when he is weak, said Jason coldly. Brother. Shout Virgil. What? It's his fault that he is lazy and weak, countered Jason. All right, that's enough. Reprimand the Duke while leaking a little bit of his mana. Sorry, father, said Jason and Virgil before both of them sat back. Sigh anyway, I will go out for days or weeks. I suggest you mind your behavior. As the Duke finishes his breakfast and stands up, before he left his two sons, oh yeah, one more thing. Don't let Angus fight anyone until I come back, warned the Duke. Huh, why? Asked Virgil. I said don't let Angus fight anyone. Did I make myself clear? As the Duke speaks in a more stern tone. Why yes, father. Both Virgil and Jason immediately replied. Then the Duke leaves the dining room and goes towards Angus's room to check his condition. Huffed. Luckily no one saw yesterday's event and the strain in Angus's body is minimal. Still, what is that kind of mana? Thought the Duke Jacob before arriving at Angus's room. Entering the room, the Duke only saw his son sleep peacefully on the bed. Looking at his mysterious son, he felt a complicated feeling. Before finally walking away, leaving the room, Duke Jacob suddenly stopped. Angus, you're already awake, aren't you? Angus, you're already awake, aren't you? Asked Jacob. Not getting any response from his sleeping son, Jacob creates firebolt on his finger before trying to launch it at his sleeping son. At this moment, Angus shouted, don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'm already awake, okay? How the hell do you know that I am faking it? Looking at the awakened son, Jacob disperses his firebolt. Nah, I don't know. I just have a feeling that you are already awake, replied the Duke carelessly. Forget it. So I didn't kill anyone, right? Asked Angus in a serious tone while still lying on the bed. Before the Duke replied, he sent his shadow guard to guard the door. It's okay. No one dies. Judging from your tone, you already know about that berserk state. Well, you could say that I know some part of it. Angus begins to think hard about explaining this situation to his father. What do you mean by that? Inquired Jacob more. It's just that. I feel there is something in me. Angus tries hard to giving him the proper answer. HMPH. The Duke looked at his son seriously. After a few moments of silence, since when do you feel this strange thing? Asked the Duke more. Did he truly believe it? Well, technically, I am not lying, thought Angus inwardly. I don't know, I'm just aware that there is something in me and I can't control it, replied Angus vaguely. Hearing this, the Duke immediately replied, I see. I guess this is also one of the reasons why you never try hard in practice, right? Are you afraid to hurt those around you? How come he concluded something like that? Well, it's better this way, thought Angus silently while nodding his head to his father's conclusion. All right, I get the gist of the problem, but still that didn't answer your knowledge to medicate my wound. So care to explain to me, my dear son? Asked Jacob seriously. Well, I read in a bow, Angus. Angus, shout Jacob as he releases his mana aura to his son. But that's true. I read the method in a book in my past life and developed it further. Answer Angus hurriedly. Sensing that his son is not lying, so you are truly developing this technique alone. Why, yeah, in my past life, replied Angus. That's great. No, it's wonderful. Jacob is happy that his son is such a genius. Since Angus was always smarter than his peers, he may truly have found this technique, thought Jacob inwardly. Before he finally realized something, wait, that means I am your first patient. Why, yeah, in this world, well, is there something wrong? Replied Angus. This kid, he makes his father as his guinea pig, thought Jacob inwardly. All right, don't tell anyone about this before my return, okay? As Jacob pat Angus's shoulder. Angus's grimaced in pain from his father's pat. Noticing this, how is your body? Asked Jacob. It's nothing major. I just got muscle pain all over my body. Probably need more than a week before it goes back to normal, replied Angus. Good, just don't overtax yourself. Wait, you're not using this as an excuse to laze around, right? Asked Jacob. Oh, of course not, father. I truly can't move my body without feeling pain now. Angus replied hurriedly. All right, then I will be leaving. Also, don't create any unnecessary problems before I come back, said Jacob while leaving the room. After Jacob leaves, Angus feels a huge relief. Hey, luckily my father misinterpreted my vague answer. Well, none of it matters. Now I need to check my body first, thought Angus as he scanned his own body. Suddenly, Angus found massive hidden energy located in his abdomen. The energy is similar to his previous inheritance Kai. It is very big, but also hidden well so no one beside him could sense this massive energy. The energy is also intangible and cannot be touched, yet also real. Unless some people try to examine his body in depth, no one will find about it. The energy is like a dense gas of a misty ball. The deeper he tries to inquire, the thicker the mist, making him unable to see through it. After looking at this familiar misty ball, he knows immediately what this is. This is the heritage Kai that I got from my master in my previous life. How come I get it suddenly? Moreover, didn't I use this Kai to self-destruct myself in the past? Thought Angus. After trying to think for a few minutes, Angus gives up to find the answer. It is not because he didn't want to know the answer, but because he never truly understood this misty ball Kai since he inherited it from his master. Even after researching for years in his past life, Angus never uncovered this heritage Kai true power, origin, or capabilities. One thing that he knows is to use this Kai like a sort of external Kai battery. It could give inexhaustible Kai towards the user. However, it needs to be refined first before it could be used. Otherwise, it will consume the user's mind, like in his previous berserk state when Angus fought his father. Some people with weak constitutions and minds could even burst into piles of meat immediately because they cannot endure its power. I guess I got lucky to survive despite having this Kai, thought Angus inwardly. Other than its usage as external Kai power, he never uncovered this misty ball Kai's additional feature. After that, Angus put his mind aside and began to look at his system. His system also somehow recognizes this energy during the fight. He hopes he finds his clue about this in his system. Let's see my status first, thought Angus as he summoned his status panel. The system is not helping at all. Well, at least my body broke through some bottleneck. Let's think about this later. Now I just want to go back to sleep, thought Angus before closing his eyes. While Angus lay in his bed peacefully without care of the world, Duke Victory returned to the Grand Palace. There are still a few days before the meeting at Roundel City. However, the whereabouts of 7th grade leaders are very sensitive. Because of this reason, the Heart King himself likes to leave without giving prior notice to the others. Whether it is because of his antics to see the others panic about his sudden disappearance, or to cover his tracks, Duke Victory feels the need to be on standby beside the king himself in case he decides to go right away. Knowing his friend's behavior, the Duke himself felt the need to arrive at the Grand Palace early in the morning. Arriving at the Grand Palace, one of the shadow guards suddenly appears in front of him and gives him a letter before disappearing into the shadow. Noticing the letter has the royal seal from the king himself, he immediately opens it after breaking the seal using his own mana. Inside the letter, there is only a single short sentence, "We depart now." After reading the letter burns itself into ash. Then Jacob continued his walk to the specific room inside the palace. The room is heavily guarded, be it from the royal or shadow guard hiding inside the shadow. The room itself is enchanted with dozens of enchantments with a circular platform as the center. This circular platform is known as a teleportation device. Arriving in the room, he notices a few men in white clothes preparing the teleportation device platform. The distance between the Heart Kingdom and Roundel City is very far. Even for a monstrous powerhouse such as a 7th grade combatant, it will take a few weeks to arrive there. Unless they have someone proficient at space magic, which is rarer than a 7th grade combatant, they could only use this method for fast transportation. Therefore, to anticipate such a hassle in times of emergency like this, Roundel City is connected through any teleportation device to every important city, kingdom, tribe, and many more important places all over Furuman. Using this teleportation device, the civilian society could gather at the Roundel City at the moment of notice, or even help one in times of emergency. Still, teleportation magic is very complex. It needs to be supervised and configured by many experts before it can be used safely, especially the one that will use it in 7th grade combatants like the king himself. The higher grade the person being teleported, the more unstable the teleportation device to work. It is not wrong to say that this teleportation device has the same complex procedure as an international flying jet on Earth. Compared to the teleportation device that the Duke has in his home is like a child's toy. Looking that the king himself still has not arrived, the Duke only stands in the corner while looking at the expert to do their job. He needs to make the expert not to send them into oblivion or unknown places. There are already many cases of misuse or sabotage from the expert team using the teleportation device to send people into oblivion or unknown places previously. Because of this reason, no one in this world is underestimating a researcher, scholar, or other similar occupation jobs. Some kingdoms even regard these kinds of jobs as glorious jobs with high status. Although the Duke himself does not know the specific detail, he still knows few things about the teleportation device as a magician combatant. In due time, the king himself arrived at the room. Noticing that the Duke was already waiting in the teleportation room, hahaha, I thought I would be waiting for a while, but it seems you already guessed my mind to depart early, my friend, said King Leon. Morning, my liege. I need to be always ready to escort you to Roundel City, replied the Duke respectfully. Relax, Duke Victory, we still have some time before the device is ready, said King Leon. Pardon me, my liege, but how about Marquis Lear? Asked the Duke. Oh, him. Well, if he still hasn't come after the device is ready, then we will leave him behind, stated the king himself. After that, the king and Duke continue their chat into various subjects while supervising the expert to work. Both of them didn't pressure the expert as they know how complex it is to use a teleportation device for a long distance like going to Roundel City, especially with someone of their caliber using it. As for the experts, they were already used to this and not feeling any pressure for being looked at by the king and Duke themselves. They keep checking and configuring the device professionally according to the procedure calmly. A few moments later, one of the team experts notified the king himself that the device was ready to use. Well then, let's get going. I guess it's unfortunate, but we need to. Before the king finishes his sentence, the door abruptly opens. A man in ragged breath came in, huff huff. Pardon me, my liege, for my lateness, said the man with noble clothes. Looking at the ragged marquis in front of him, the king could only smile playfully. All right, let's not waste any more time. As the king steps on the circular platform, followed by both the Duke and the miserable marquis, soon, the device rune starts to glow brightly before the three people disappear from the room. Zing bzzttz. The three people arrive at a similar platform but with different scenery. The scenery is very peaceful, with a thick mist of mana in the air. They could look at many huge trees around them. If not because of some expert in the nearby area, they thought they arrived in the middle of the forest. They noticed that all the experts are elven race with slim figures and pointed ears as their signature. Soon the three people step outside of the platform while the marquis has a pale white face and try not to vomit from disorientation. The disoriented feeling from the teleportation device is many times stronger if used for a long distance. Then a group of elves approach them. King Leon of Heart Kingdom, welcome to Roundel City. My name is Silva Windspear, your guide during your stay at the Roundel. Please drink these to alleviate the effect from the teleportation device, said the leader of the group while his men brought a few glasses of blue liquid drink on the tray. Oh, then, I will pardon myself, as King Leon takes one of the blue drinks. Oh, then I will pardon myself, as King Leon takes one of the blue drinks. Following his king's decision, the two followers also pick the drinks by themselves. The moment they drink the blue-colored liquid, they immediately feel energized and have a more clear mind. All the disoriented and uncomfortable feeling is gone. The marquis himself couldn't even hold his manner and empty the glass right away. What a refreshing drink you got here, remarked the king while ignoring his subordinate behavior. It's a pleasure that it's come to your liking, King Leon. Do you need to rest here for a while, go towards your lodging, or perhaps visit the Roundel City around, said the elf leader. Well, we still have a few days before the meeting. Let's look around first, replied the king. Before they get away from the place, suddenly the teleportation device releases a humming sound. Zing bzztzz. From the teleportation device, there are people with different features. The one on the right has a thin-sized man and black color skin with animal features, but has a pale expression and slump on the ground, while the one on the left is a female with many red spots on her body. She looks at the scenery with great interest. The one in the middle is a huge man with mane fur around his neck and features similar to a lion. His huge build even dwarfs the others like a child to adult. He is the war chief of Beastkin tribe, Chief Might Napalo. Looking at the arrival of the new group, who, what a coincidence, we meet here, Leon. As the war chief walks away from the teleportation device, he approaches slowly towards the King Leon group while his female subordinate helps his friend to walk away from the platform. Looking at the approaching group, long time no see, Napalo, as both of them release their aura and make the situation become more tense. During this time, one of the Napalo subordinates suddenly release a puke sound as he couldn't hold it anymore. BLERGHH, BLLERRGH. Well, it seems you need to tend your followers first, Napalo, said King Leon. What a weakling, as the war chief rebuked his own follower. Then he continued, just like you, Leon, while giving a provocative smile. Who really? Replied King Leon as he released his mana a little bit. The war chief also releases his mana and makes a little crack on the surrounding ground. During this time, the Marquis Leroy feels a little bit suffocated while the Duke Victory ready his hand to battle. After a few moments of staring between two 7th grade beings, both of them disappear and clash each other using their fist. However, at this moment an elf figure arrives in the middle of them and holds both of their hands easily while releasing a shockwave towards nearby. Clash boom. The shockwave is so great that disperse all the mist in the air and also make all the small creatures run away. Gentlemen, please, you are right now in the Roundel City. Mind your behavior, please, said Silva calmly, who, as expected from the Roundel City to even hold the 7th grade people easily, remarked the war chief. Nah, if both of you didn't hold back your power in the last second, I probably would have broken my arms, replied Silva while loosening both of the leader's hand. Well, then we will go first. As the King Leon walked away not wanting to interact with the war chief any further, he is immediately followed by the Duke and Marquis while Silva guides them. Feeling ignored by King Leon, he wants to stop them, but suddenly another elf arrives in front of him. War Chief Napalo, welcome to Roundel City. Sorry for my lateness. My name is Bista Greenfield. I will be your guide during your stay at Roundel City. Seeing this, then lead the way. Noel brings that imbecile piece of shit, as the war chief ordering his followers. After the clash with the war chief, the King Leon himself didn't have the mood to look around and choose to go towards their lodging. Besides, it is not the first time King Leon himself has come to Roundel City. Every single being that reaches grade 7 definitely has visited the Roundel City before. Although they don't want to look and tour the surrounding, they still see a little bit of the residents at the Roundel City. Rather than a city, it is more like a peaceful village, where every single building is made of huge trees. The place itself is not crowded since there are only a few residents in this city. Despite the few number of its residents, none of the group that came here has a thought to cause trouble in this city. It's because most of the residents have strength of at least 5th grade and above, while King Leon himself could perceive that there are a dozen 6th grade people residing in this city. This is also the reason why Roundel City is called as the safest and peaceful place on Furman. The amount of high-level grades that reside in the city is enormous that could easily overpower all the major forces in civilian society. Arriving at their lodging, which is a huge tree with a huge hole in it, Sylvan as the guide enters the hole without any hesitation, while King Leon follows him without any further thought. Entering the hole, the group found themselves inside a huge space of simple but cozy rooms. They could see many luxurious furniture here and there with simple shapes, but the group knew that it has high value. The room has few rooms for the subordinate and a master room for the king himself. Despite the humbleness style that decorate the room, none of them feel the need to complain about it, because the value of this whole place may or could be the same with the Grand Palace at the Heart Kingdom capital city. This is because they could see uncountable enchantment around the building and furniture. It could be said that a single table in this place is more sturdy than full metal armor of the Royal Guard in the Grand Palace of Heart Kingdom. Beside that, the concentration of mana in the air was also thick that could rejuvenate all of them just by breathing or being in there. Not a bad place, said King Leon. Not a bad place, said King Leon. Is the place satisfied to your liking, King Leon? Asked Sylvan. Yes, it's a great place, replied King Leon. Then I will excuse myself. If you have any need, I will be ready outside. As Sylvan excuses himself to go outside the room. All right, as the king waved his hand. After Sylvan goes outside, leaving them inside the room. All right, guys, I will rest first. You can go whatever you want in this place. As King Leon enters the master bedroom. Hearing this, the Duke Jacob immediately sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. As for the Marquis Leroy, he chose to rest in one of the rooms to recover his body and mind from the teleportation. Few days passed without any disturbance. During this time, the King Leon group didn't get out from their lodging at all. It's because leaders from various kingdoms in Furman starting to arrive at the Roundel City. The residents of Roundel City could feel clashes between grade 7 people inside the city a few times during these few days. Although nothing major is happening, King Leon decides it will be a hassle to meet other grade 7 people, especially if they are battle maniac like Warchief Napalo. Even at this moment, people could feel that Warchief Napalo Mana's signature in the surrounding as he sparred with someone. Although they spar inside the enclosed space with strong enchantment, but there is no enchantment, trap, or other equipment that could truly confine the grade 7 power, the realm of legend. Soon the time for the meeting between the leader and grade 7 people from the Civilization Society comes. They begin to move and gather at the one building that is not made of tree or wood. The building has the shape of a dome and is very big. It is made of unknown material that is very sturdy and looks ancient. Each entrance is guarded by elves with minimum strength of grade 5. Entering the dome building, they arrive at the circular big room with a big circular table at the center. Looking at this room, the leaders choose a seat while their subordinates stay behind them. While they know that they are being called for a serious situation, they didn't have any nervousness at all being here. On the contrary, since they enter the building, all of them begin to mind their business by themselves. Some of them try to exchange greetings and information. Some already confide about their problem in managing the country. Some of them are battle maniacs like Warchief Napalo and try to provoke others. Some also keep quiet and wait like the King Leon group. The atmosphere is not like an emergency meeting that decides the future of Furuman, but rather a reunion between old friends. After a few moments, an elf leader stood up and said in a calm manner, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?" Hearing this, all of them immediately silent and focus on the elf. Shall we begin the meeting pertaining to the new monster overlord? As the elf begins the meeting and gathers everyone's attention. Judging from the monster wave behavior that happened a few days ago, we all know that a new monster overlord is born. From our observation, we found that this time the monster overlord seems to have the ability to command a vast range of the other lower grade monsters below it. As Vandor show the hologram of various 5th grade monsters that lead monster wave few days ago. Fortunately, from our resources and calculation, we know that the monster overlord is inside the dark forest. However, for specific locations, we still don't know yet. We need to look and gather intelligence pertaining to monster overlord before we could plan our next move. I suggest we make a team from various kingdoms, or is there anyone with a better idea? As Vandor took a seat and waited for others' reaction. Like Vandor expected, the moment he finished his sentence, all the people inside the room burst and spoke at the same time like a huge dam broke. Ridiculous, this is a suicide mission. Said one of the leaders, "A team. I suggest those savage tribes do it," said another leader while looking at the others. What do you mean by that?" rebuked another leader. "Can we just ignore this monster overlord thing?" Another leader said apathetically. Some of the leaders even do not care and chat to themselves. Some also keep their calm and not voice anything. During this time, aren't we supposed to do something? Whisper Marquis Leary to the Duke Jacob as he didn't expect the way leader meeting to transpire. "Nope, this is pretty usual," answered the Duke shortly. Although all of them are under a single banner of Civilization Society, but there is no true leader among these people to lead them. Moreover, they always prioritize their own kingdom above all, thought the Duke silently. If only the elf race want to take place to lead them, they will be less chaotic. However, that's also impossible as it's not the nature of elf race, thought the Duke while looking at the elf leaders that seems apathetic about the meeting situation. Suddenly, every single one of them stopped talking. BLAM, all the leader guards immediately cast their respective spell skill to protect their leader. Warchief Napalo slam his hand into the table and break some part of it before saying, "Stop blabbering like a child. Just send one of your men from each country to assemble the team and get done with this." Hearing this from the Warchief Napalo, some leader rebuked him. "Child, you are the one that is a child, musclehead. Yeah, why should I send my people?" Before the other leader rebuked the Warchief, "Shut up, weakling. If you are really afraid to fight monsters overlord, then you have no place here," while the Warchief releases his intimidating aura. Feeling this, the other leaders also start to release their aura to counter his. During this moment, all of them abruptly stop and look above. During the serious situation, all of the leaders stop talking and look at the above seriously. Some of the leader guards are confused at the sudden change of their leader behavior. At this moment, my, how bold of them, said one of the elf leaders while flare his mana. While all of this happens, outside the meeting palace, guard sees something strange, asked Sylvan towards the elf guard that was protecting the meeting palace. "Nothing. See, before he finishes their sentence, they feel something coming from the sky. Looking at that something coming towards Roundel City from the sky at fast speed, sound the alarm. Employ the code blue. Command Sylvan to other guards. TNG. Not long after that, many alarms sounded around the city. All the guards immediately get into their position, while various blue-colored magical cannons emerge from atop of all the treehouses. Without waiting any further, open fire. A series of commands sounded through the city. ZUNG, as the magical cannon releases massive energy toward the thing that is approaching them from the sky. hit by the magical cannon, the things that look like a meteor crumble into pieces. However, there are a lot of these meteorites that keep approaching the city at fast speed. While the cannon keeps firing without stopping, a black and dark red magic circle appears around the city ground. A second later, a humming sound heard from it. Zing bzztz. From the magic circle appear various kinds of monsters. Noticing the intruder, guard prepare to fight, as Sylvan's voice heard through the city while he grabbed his spear. A moment later, all the emerging monsters immediately fight with the residents and guard of the city. All the guards cast the spell simultaneously and create roots all over the city third circle combination entrute. The monster couldn't resist the root attack and got entangled or pierced by the roots. Although the situation looked chaotic, most of the monsters immediately killed the moment they appeared. Most of the people that reside inside the Roundel city are at least grade 5 above people. As for the monster side, the majority of them only consist of grade 3 and 4. During this chaotic moment, a huge meteorite came above them. All the magical cannon cannot even make a dent on it or hold it back. Noticing this, Sylvan, who is slaughtering with the monster, changed the cannon into laser mode. Focus on that meteor. The cannon changes its style of fire and becomes a sort of laser towards the gigantic meteor. However, all of them only give a little damage to it. At this moment, the dome of the meeting palace is open. A large hand made of mana appears and flies towards the meteor. The hand becomes bigger in the air and grabs the gigantic meteor before crushing them like a sandcastle. Because of the power, creates a huge shockwave in the air and crushes the other smaller meteorite. After a moment, the elf leader that controlled the hand noticed there was something inside the gigantic meteor that was already being crushed. Inside the meteorite, there is a small black globe that could withstand the power of the crushing power of the hand. After it was exposed with the air, it suddenly exposed and released a thick miasma towards the surrounding. While this phenomenon happened, an ancient yet dreadful sound heard from it. KKRTT, ARRFAOOO, ZTTTSS. None of the leaders or the residents of Roundel City understand this dreadful voice that seems to echo all over the firmament. One of the quick-witted elf leaders immediately took out a piece of crystal and recorded the dreadful sound. After the sound comes to an end, the elf leader that controls the hand flares his mana. HMPPH. The miasma in the sky immediately gathered back into one spot before bursting into nothingness. After that, the elf leader went back to sit as nothing major happened. The other leaders also calm themselves and sit back. The meeting palace roof also closed off once again. As for the resident and guard outside the meeting palace, they take care of the corpse and kill the remaining monster professionally. Inside the meeting palace, one of the elf leaders that record the sound create a magic diagram in the middle of the table and throw the recorder into it. After a few mana reactions, it shows the same dreadful sound as before. BTZZ. After another few moments, the sound changed into common language with the same dreadful voice. Civilization of FIRUMAN, become sacrifice. For the Elder One, come, fight for your doom, in 60 moon. Hearing this, all the leaders become silent without anyone voice their opinion. After a few moments of silence, the language that it used comes from the ancient era. We can assume that this comes from the new monster overlord. Only intelligent monsters that used phrases such as moon to measure the time, said one of the elf leaders that took his recorder device. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that some don't like the idea to band together for this. However, judging from the monster overlord behavior, it seems like an intelligent type monster with certain wisdom. From our historical record, this type of monster overlord is the most cunning one and often causes more destruction than the others. It's better to plan a countermeasure as soon as possible, added Varden to the other leaders. The elven race has a long lifespan. Because of this reason, their record about historical events and monsters could be said to be the most complete one. They are also the most knowledgeable one about the monster overlord that keeps appearing through the past history. Agreeing with the Vandor and the other elf leaders, the leaders decide to take this monster overlord more seriously. After that, they begin to give a series of suggestions for the countermeasure of monster overlord. Few hours later, they agree to make teams that consist of people from all of them. The leaders of these teams will be from the elf race, as they have the most grade 6 people. To be fair, the minimum requirement for power in this team is grade 5 people. After deciding to make an investigation team, the leaders continue to discuss and detail various kinds of stuff such as logistics, supply, equipment, etc. for a few more days. They make few rules to constrain any loopholes for some countries to exploit. After all, if some few countries got too much profit from this incident, it will only create more chaos and war in the future. Fortunately, they still have a few years to prepare and send some recon teams before the monster overlord launches a full attack according to its warning. Still, the civilian society countries need to increase their guards against another monster wave. Because of this, the stability of some countries will become unsteady and create some chaos everywhere. Some of the dark and hidden organizations may take this chance to get some profit. Like any other civilization, there will always be dark and hidden organizations, be it in small scale or large scale, that deal with many unethical dealing. This organization could be destroyed and dealt with easily by all the country leaders. The leaders who are already in grade 7 weren't afraid of their growth, but it will take a long time to completely eradicate them, as they are not omnipresent. Moreover, they will never be truly eradicated, because some people will always take the positions to replace and create another dark organization. It could be said that this organization is the necessary evil to control the other organization. Because of this reason, most of the leaders immediately went back to their country to manage and suppress these kinds of organizations after they concluded the meeting. Meanwhile, all of this chaos happens. Angus is still enjoying his comfy bed despite his body already fully recovered from yesterday. However, during his sleep, he hears a dreadful echo voice in the air. KKRTT, ARRFAOO, ZTTTSS. Damn, just what was that, though Angus inwardly. After a while, he decided to ignore it and go back to sleep. However, the next day, he found some news and rumor about the dreadful voice that seems echo to all the Furumen. The most exaggerating rumor is that the end is near or the apocalypse will come. However, this is just some baseless rumor or fraud that he often heard in his previous life. To think I will once again hear this absurd kind of rumor once again. Though Angus, as he looked outside of his carriage where he could see some people keep shouting about this rumor, I guess no matter where the world, there will always be this kind of people. Sometimes I even wonder what's the purpose of these kinds of people by shouting this kind of rumor. Is it for fame or just a fraud? Didn't it just waste their time for not getting more sleep or laying around? Well, none of it matters for me anyway. I also will be busy again inside the academy. Ha, what a life, grumble Angus while enjoying the ride until it arrives at the Royal Academy. Arriving at the Royal Academy, Angus immediately went towards his dorm. Since this is his last day vacation, before he is back to class, he will try to enjoy it to the fullest by lazing around not doing anything. The moment he arrived at his dorm, he heard some commotion from the dorm's yard. Hearing this, Angus immediately used mana echolocation. After using it silently, he is back to his lazy expression. Why did they gang up on Ian? Well, it's not my problem anyway, thought Angus while going inside his dorm building. The moment he entered the dorm, he found a boy that wanted to go out. Huh, you are Angus, right? Why did you just come now? Asked the boy that Angus could not remember curiously. I just have some business these few days. You are, as Angus still couldn't remember the boy's name. My name is Axel Pommel. Make sure you remember that, said Axel awkwardly. Ah, yeah, that's the name. All right, then I will go towards my room. See, said Angus while keep walking toward his room. However, at this moment someone calls his name Angus. How come you just arrived now? Said Millie, who just got out from her room. Ah, Millie, nice to see you. Well, I just have some business this past day. Angus gave the same reason as he did with Millie. While he replied, Millie, why did you remember Millie's name and not mine? Thought Axel inwardly. Actually, it is not Angus, not because he remembers Millie's name. During his stay before the break, Angus often chats with Millie, who likes to tend the dorm's garden. As someone that likes to pass his time by hanging around the garden, they often meet together. So it's natural that Angus actually remembers her name. After chatting with Millie for a while, Angus hears someone call his name again. Angus, why did you just arrive now? Asked the Princess Jaina, who just went outside her room. Damn, why do they keep coming while I just want a nice moment of silence and laze around? Thought Angus while also giving the same excuse to Princess Jaina like the others. Suddenly, the dorm entrance opened abruptly. Bangch, what a waste of time, those imbeciles, said Ian grumpily while he looked like just having a fight. HMPH is expected of a commoner. Lack of manners around, remarked the Princess Jaina. Huh, what did you say, spoiled girl? As Ian challenges Princess Jaina. Ha. Another kid fights, thought Angus while he sneaked around to his room and ignored the tense drama situation outside. It is not Angus didn't care about his dorm mate, but in his eyes these two are like fire and water that keep fighting each other over the time they stay in the dorm. For him, this is nothing but an annoying kid fighting one with each other. As someone who is more mature than the other kids, he feels didn't need to meddle in this kind of situation. Fortunately, the others are also preoccupied with the tense situation between the princess and Ian to notice that Angus has already got away and entered his room. Entering his room, he feels tired because of all the interaction he has done just now. Damn, I need to increase my ignoring and stealth skill for others to not notice me. Well, for now I just miss my bed. Here I come, fluffy bed, as Angus throws himself on the bed. The next few days, Angus having a class like usual. He also went back to his training secretly. His spar with his father is a reminder for him. If his father could get hurt easily during his fight against high-level monsters, Angus will never survive fighting them since he couldn't even land a hit on his father, although the wound is because of his father's carelessness. However, it also serves as a reminder that monsters could easily kill people from civilian society. Even in the past, grade 7 people could be killed by a monster overlord. After learning more about the monster from the book and course, Angus also found why the monster is stronger than other races. For him, the monster is intriguing, yet also gives a sense of dreadfulness. This is the reason why he is more focused to learn more about monsters despite a busy schedule throughout the course. He feels the more he learns about it, the more he feels a sense of emergence from the monster. The ungraded monster may be weaker than some ungraded people. However, starting from the third grade and occasionally second grade, there is a huge change in monster strength. First is their miasma, the corrupted mana concentration. For third grade monsters and above, with few monsters at grade second, their miasma attack already can't be healed or purged with normal healing spells. If the wound left it alone, the miasma will soon corrode the person and could lead to death. Even a small wound that contains miasma is very deadly if left untreated for a long time. Like Angus's father said, there is no true way to heal this kind of wound before. Until now, the only way to handle it is by purging the miasma using more pure mana. However, after the third grade monster above, the miasma became so thick that it could act like a poison by corrupting the mana in one person's body. In this case, there's no true way to heal this kind of wound except for Angus's method. The miasma will slowly attack and corrupting the mana inside the body. Most people could only suppress the miasma using his own mana, but if the wound is fatal or accumulates too much, it will soon claim the owner's life. Because of this, receiving a fatal wound from a high-grade monster also means a sentence to death. The high-grade people may resist for a while, but soon they too will die after some time. Learning this, Angus feels like a headache, and a more troublesome situation will be coming for him. Damn, I guess I will become a sort of doctor after this. I will be more busy because of my blunder. However, I don't regret it. My father's life is more important, or not, thought Angus inwardly while remembering his sparring against his ruthless father. As for the other reason is because of the monster's growth in strength. From the record and books, it said that every time the monster evolves to higher grade, their strength is at least doubled. While for other races, their strength will not always double after they evolve into higher grade. Moreover, the one that doubled not only strength, but also its dexterity, vitality, skin toughness, etc. Basically, it could be said every time monsters evolve into higher grade, they are twice more stronger than before. Combined with the unique feature of each monster and its long lifespan, it is a miracle that the monster has not taken over the civilian society yet. Most of the reason is because high-grade monsters rarely go outside its habitat, while the monster overlord that seeks destruction, like the one that recently reborn, always gets hunted as soon as possible. No matter what kind of price the society will pay, they always hunt this kind of monster, especially the intelligent one with more wisdom. So if they are really dangerous, why not tame and build friendship with them? Some pacifist experts also try to do that. However, like a habit and instinct, a monster will always bear its fang towards civilization society. Some experts theorize that the more concentrated miasma they have, the more aggressive their behavior towards civilization people with mana. Countless other experts also research the way to eliminate the monster without casualty by using mass destruction weapons or even bioweapon. However, all of them fail for the same reason, as these kinds of weapons are useless for high-grade people. High-grade people's resilience is so high that they could withstand some small-scale bombing unscathed. Monster has better resilience, so it will be useless to launch such an attack towards the monster. This kind of knowledge surprised Angus, since he thought that technology in this world is not advanced like on Earth in his past life. But the more he learned, the more he found that this world may be more advanced or same with postmodern Earth in his past life. Since Angus himself is not an expert in his past life, he couldn't compare which is more advanced. The only difference is the technology in this world is invented with the main purpose to sustain their life in their world, rather than for the war purpose, except the elimination of monsters. Because of constant monster invasion, the last thing people want is barren land that could not become habitat for the living. So there is little development in mass destruction weapons that also destroy the land itself. The technology in this world also mainly used mana as power rather than electricity. Although they also invent electricity, compared to sustainable energy such as mana in the air, it is more greater and environment friendly. Hey, what a complicated and troublesome world. Why don't I be reborn in a more peaceful world? Not that I get a chance to choose. Come to think of it, it is already a miracle that I am getting a second chance like this, especially born into a high noble family like this, thought Angus while closing the book The Monster. He put the books back to their respective self. Then he searches for another interesting book that may give him more knowledge. As he took a book, he found another kid approaching him. Sorry, if you don't mind, could I borrow that book?" said the kid. Sorry, if you don't mind, could I borrow that book?" said the kid. "Ah, you mean this book?" asked Angus towards the kid. The kid only nodded his head timidly. During this time, Angus found that the kid has weird behavior. More than finding it weird, he found the kid is like having a unique feeling. Usually Angus will only find this kind type of person at a genius people, a non-social person, an autism, or an idiotic person. Angus guesses that this kid is some kind of non-sociable person from the way he presents himself. During his time working as an assassin on Earth, Angus also learned anything about humans from its anatomy to psychology. Profiling and guessing kids' nature is a piece of cake for him just through his glance. Well, none of it is my problem anyway, thought Angus before he gave his reply. Sure, here's the book, as Angus gives the book to the kid. Well, my name is Angus Victory. Nice to meet you, Johnny, as Angus introduces himself. V. Victory, I am sorry, said Johnny. No need for that, you can take the book. I am not in an urgent need to read it, just put the book back after you finish it, said Angus as he walked away. Then Angus went back to his dorm without any hassle. At this moment, he found a few people standing in front of the entrance of his dorm. As Angus approached them, they also began to notice him walk towards them. You there, did you stay in this dorm? Said one of the students. Yeah, is there a problem? Asked Angus nonchalantly. Could you call out the student named Ian? Said to him that Morris is waiting for him outside, said the other student. This kid seems familiar, thought the oldest kid from the group. Why don't you call him by yourself? Asked Angus again. You hey kid, don't you know who I am? Said one of the kids. Nope, and I don't care who you are, so could you please get away? I need to get inside the dorm, said Angus with a lazy expression. Why you boys, it seems we could have some warm-up first, said one of the kids with sneer. Then the other kids started surrounding Angus. Haha, you should just stay quiet and be obedient, kid, said of the student. Ha, what a hassle situation I got here, thought Angus inwardly. So replied Angus lazily. So you should shut your goddamn mouth, and said one of the big build students. However, before he finishes his word, and all of you is so death, shouted someone from far away. Everyone immediately looks at the repeater who is shouting at them. They see a teenager with big muscular size approaching him. Looking at the approaching man, Henry, I believe we don't have any business, right, said the oldest students. But Henry didn't reply, rather bow in front of Angus. I am sorry, young Master Victory. I will get rid of all of this imbecile right away. Hearing this, all the surrounding students immediately turned pale. V. Victory. Suddenly, all of them begin to remember that in front of him is the third son of Duke Victory, who is creating quite a commotion during this year's entrance exam. I am sorry, young Master Victory, from lack of my manner. We will leave now, said the oldest kid right away. But brother, didn't you say you will beat Ian? Said one of the students with a similar face as the oldest student. Just shut up, Buck, we are leaving now, said the oldest student. Why yes, brother, as the kid agreed with him reluctantly. Before all of them leave, I am sorry once again, Mr. Victory. I hope you could forgive my and my brother's lack of manners for this inconvenience. Yeah, whatever, just go away already, said Angus nonchalantly. As soon as he said that, the group immediately went away like a wind. Looking at this, what a bunch of kids, thought Angus inwardly. What a troublesome kid. Why didn't they just enter the dorm and get the business done? Remarked Angus. It's because there is a fourth princess who also stays inside the dorm, young master. It's an unwritten rule to never create a commotion inside the first-year spring dorm. Answer Henry faithfully. After the entrance exam accident, Henry becomes a sort of bodyguard for Angus. However, Henry hardly could keep track of Angus because of his lack of presence and skill. Most of the time, he loses track of him and notices that the person itself is already back to his dorm. The only reason he could find Angus now is because he managed to know the schedule of Angus over the time. At first, Henry wanted to keep close to Angus so he didn't lose track of him, but at that time Angus feels annoyed by it and gives a nonchalantly comment to tell his father about it. Since then, Henry tried to stalk and protect Angus from far away. During this moment, he feels that Angus is truly Enigma. Even after using his tracking skill and spell, Henry could hardly find him most of the time. It feels like Angus himself didn't exist in this world. To be precise, he feels like Angus is becoming one with nature itself. Because of this, Henry decides to respect and be fully dedicated towards Angus. As for Angus himself, he also already knows about Henry's conviction. However, he also never cared about it. Hearing Henry's response and his polite attitude, Angus looked at Henry weirdly. Really, I don't know if there are such rules here. Well, none of it is my problem anyway. As Angus walks towards the dorm, I hope you have a nice rest, young master, said Henry while he bowed his head once again. Angus only waved his hand without replying to him. Actually, Angus notices that Henry is stalking him. But since he didn't make any nuisance for him except for the first few weeks at the start of the term, he just left him alone. Before he enters the dorm's door opens abruptly. Where are those imbeciles? Where are those imbeciles? Said Ian while looking around only to find Angus and Henry. Looking at this, Angus only sighs before keep walking inside the dorm. But as he was about to pass Ian, wait, did you know where Buck and his goon went? Asked Ian towards Angus. Angus replied lazily while walking, don't know, not my problem. Hearing Angus respond, Ian immediately touched Angus's shoulder to stop his walk. But at this moment, Angus backed away suddenly, and Ian missed Angus's shoulder. I think I forgot to water the garden. as Angus backs away and walks towards the dorm's garden. Looking at Angus's sudden reaction, "Stop there, Angus," shout Ian. Suddenly, Ian feels a heavy pressure from his side. "Brat, I suggest you should not hinder young Master Victory's way," said Henry while releasing his mana. Henry is also ready to beat Ian at this moment. As for Ian, he immediately feels the dreadfulness in front of the dangerous beast. Although Henry is quite mouthful and sometimes stupid, he is also top-ranking among his peers. Moreover, he already formed his own mana core and became a full-fledged Grade 1 combatant. His mana is more concentrated and pure compared to people that still are not forming their own mana core. During this tense moment, Angus looks at Ian nonchalantly before back to walk towards the garden. Looking at Angus already leaving, Henry punched Ian's stomach before he could react. "Brat, if you don't want to die sooner, I suggest you should fix up your attitude," said Henry before he walked away. As for Ian, he could only hold his pain silently and bear the pressure from Henry. After Henry was gone, damn all of you, Noble. You are all the same," before Ian slowly walked back inside the dorm. Arriving at the garden, he found Millie watering the garden with her friend Mia like usual. After chatting for a moment, Angus sat at his favorite spot under the tree while waiting for the sun to set. From the outside, Angus looks like sleeping while sitting and leaning back on the tree. However, he actually refined his inexhaustible kai into mana silently. After a few moments, Angus opens his eyes and looks at his hologram status panel. "Like I thought the mana couldn't grow any further. It's like my body couldn't hold it before the excessive mana escaped my body. It seems I need to wait until my body grows more before refine more mana from the heritage kai any further." The vitality stat also grayed out and couldn't grow more after reaching 20, thought Angus silently. "Well, that means I just need to wait until I grow up," as Angus closes his eyes and begins to sleep for real. Although Angus has a lot of soul points to improve, but this soul point needs an emergency case. Moreover, the conversion rate is already ridiculously high. After passing the 10 mark, it needs 10 soul points to increase one stat. Passing the 15 mark, the conversion rate doubled once again to 20. This is also one of the reasons Angus didn't increase his intelligence in reluctance to spend this many points at once. Angus didn't feel sad that his power is stagnant despite wanting to keep growing stronger. It's because he knows that he is already many times stronger than other ungraded people. From what he gathered, ungraded adult people have the power of 510 in every stats including mana, but Angus's mana alone is already 10 times theirs. Just from this alone, Angus could kill normal ungraded people without lifting his finger by suppressing them with his mana. Combined with mastery of his skill, he could beat even first-grade people and a few weaker second-grade people. If the opportunity arises, and using preemptive strike, he could even kill higher-grade people like the assassin that he killed before. All of this could happen because Angus already reached the limit of a human child body capable of. Otherwise, he will receive more backlash after entering a berserk state when sparring with his father. It is noted that in his berserk state, he could leave a crack in his father's fire shield that even 5th-grade monsters need to use its strongest attack to penetrate it. Although Angus didn't seem to care towards his surroundings, he actually realized his own power level compared to others. At least he knows inside the academy, only the top-ranking student from the final year could pose a challenge towards him. Still, that doesn't mean he is completely complacent with his current power. In battle, especially the life and death one, many things could happen. Like an old proverb said, even the strongest general could be killed by a peasant. In life and death battle, a little bit of carelessness could be fatal. However, this weakness will be gone as long as he reaches a higher grade. In Furuman, high-grade mana core means better resilience body. That's why the 7th grade is feared and respected by many people. They could be said to be impervious to almost anything. In the ancient record, few of them even survive mass destruction with the scale of a small kingdom. However, to reach this kind of level is also not easy. If people need to risk their life just to reach 6th grade, then reaching 7th grade require a miracle. Although their body could not compare with strong high-level monsters, but they are still much stronger than ordinary ungraded or lower high-grade people. Because of this reason, the high-grade people always have more standing and status than others. Not only do they live longer, but they are also impervious to almost all poison and sneak attacks. Another few days passed by without any hassle. During these past days, Ian didn't try to find any trouble with Angus. As for Angus himself, he didn't care about Ian at all. He even forgot about it. Now he is looking at the class combat practice in front of him. Today is the class for combat training. Fortunately for him, his father already sent a letter towards the principal to exempt him from any physical combat training. Duke Jacob speculate that his berserk state could emerge anytime like the possession, especially during the battle. Because of this, Angus has free time during the combat training class. However, teacher Eli's didn't buy the story and also knows Angus's lazy nature. So she makes Angus observe the others before giving her a report in exchange of being exempt from combat training exercise, while looking lazily at the kid's fig. Cough combat training, say Angus, how come you are also exempt from the combat training exercise? Say Angus, how come you are also exempt from the combat training exercise? Asked Princess Jaina that stood beside him curiously. After the class competition accident, Princess Jaina is also exempted from any kind of combat and physical training in case her possession state comes out. Her possession state is very dangerous and could destroy the whole academy at any moment. They took a huge precaution and forbid her to do any kind of training. Normally, they will cage her inside the Grand Palace until she manages to control her possession state. However, after relentlessly pestering his father the king and his mother the queen, she finally permitted to return to the Royal Academy, but under heavy protection and monitoring. Hearing her question, Angus gave a pose of thinking before replying, I am not sure, maybe because I traumatized from the class competition incident. Boo, but you are as she feels being wronged at this moment. But what? I have some trauma now and could not fall asleep for days because of that incident, added Angus. No, you are lying, said the princess in distraught. Pfft hahaha, suddenly Angus laughing very hard. Finally, Princess Jaina notices that she is being played by Angus. Grr Angus, as she tried to punch him. However, none of Jaina's predictable punches could land at him. While Angus dodges all the punches easily, he also runs around while Princess Jaina keeps following him. Later they stop because of being lectured by teacher Eli's to not play around and observe the others seriously. The princess wanted to rebuke that it was Angus's fault, but looking at her teacher glare, she could only stay silent. After staying silent and looking at the combat training for a while, hey, Angus. Angus. Why did you hide your strength? I am not a fool, you know. The others could not dodge my punch easily. Even Ian has a hard time dodging my punch. But you, she stops and looks at Angus, but she found that Angus was already sleeping while in the sitting position. Looking at this, the princess immediately explodes in anger and punches Angus. However, like always, Angus suddenly wakes up and easily dodges her by hair breadth. Soon, both of them begin to run around like playing a tag between two kids. Looking at this, both of you stop playing around. Rebuke teacher Eli's once again. Damn it, if you two have excessive energy to run around, why not just partake in the class as well? Huff, I need a raise. Lament teacher Eli's silently. Soon the practical combat training is done. Then teacher Eli's continued her lesson about the difference of skills and spells. Both of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. Skills could be used immediately and easier to learn. Spells are harder to learn and used but more versatile. In the case of the power aspect, both could be said almost the same. Skills could become stronger according to the user's proficiency and mana purity, while spells may have a fixed range of damage but could still be improved if they are overcharged with mana. Because of this reason, mana became a very important factor in the battle, so teacher Eli starts to teach many ways to conserve mana. One of them is by having a better control over their own mana. There are several exercises to improve control over mana. One of them is by doing a set of movements or exercise while making the mana flowing inside the body. Looking at the movement set, Angus immediately knows that his exercise is better than it by many times in terms of effect. However, he also intrigues since teacher Eli's also said that high noble families also have their own set of mana control practices. Because of this reason, teacher Eli's didn't dwell in this lesson too much, only telling her student to remind students to keep practicing their mana control to reduce their mana consumption. Judging by the reaction of the others, Angus notices that all of them already have their own way to practice mana control since most of them come from high backgrounds, especially Wilda, the water spell user. During the first combat training lesson, she could use Aqua Ball a few times before being exhausted. This kind of feat is only possible if she has great mana control, since her mana capacity should not cover it. It seems only him that didn't know about his own family mana control exercise. However, to be taught about mana control exercise, he needs to have at least a certain amount of mana first. Since Angus never paid attention towards his tutor before and his mana capacity is small, he never got a time to be taught about mana control exercise. Fortunately, Angus already has his own mana control exercise from his past life. Although it is actually a Kai control exercise, but it actually produces the same result since both energy is same yet also different. Otherwise, it will be a hassle for him to ask for mana control exercise from his father. Everyone knows that Angus only has mana below 5 points at the start of terms. Even if he could improve, he will never reach greater than 5 since only a few months have passed since the start of the term. However, he guesses his father will personally teach him from now on since their last sparring. So sooner or later his father will notice his absurd true strength that already reaches the limit of a human child. I hope he will not freak out about my current strength. Besides, I could just say that it is the fault of the heritage Kai that my body and mana increase any further. Thought Angus before he walks towards the canteen to get lunch. Arriving at the canteen, he found the students already overcrowded the canteen at once. Although the canteen itself was already big, but it still could never beat the number of the hungry students at once. It could be said during lunch, the canteen becomes a sort of war zone. Still, there is an order in the middle of this chaos. Because the majority of students inside the Royal Academy is from high background, the student still has their manner and queue orderly. Looking at the long queue, Angus knew it would take some time before he could eat his lunch. After a few moments of waiting, he finally gets his food and searches for a place to eat, but all the sitting areas are already occupied. Suddenly, Angus found someone being bullied by a group of other kids. Looking at this, might as well do a good thing and secure my place to eat, thought Angus before approaching the group. "Hey, could you get out from my friend's place?" asked Angus. "Hey, could you get out from my friend's place?" asked Angus. "Huh, just who do you think you are?" said of the bully student. They found that Angus is rather familiar. Still, they could not remember him yet. "I am just a guy who wants to eat with his friend," said Angus calmly. Hearing this, ha, very funny. The others also laughing and mock Angus. Looking at the group, bully mocked him. "I think you should leave before it's too late," said Angus expressionlessly. "And what if I don't want to? What are you gonna do? Cry to your mom?" Ha, mocked one of the bullies. At this moment, Henry appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the bully's head. "You truly have the nerve to mock young Master Victory, huh?" Feeling the mana pressure that Henry releases, the others immediately look at their location. Hearing about Victory's name, more students come to take a look. Noticing that the situation became more troublesome, "Oi, Henry," said Angus expressionlessly. "Why, yes, young master," replied Henry nervously. "Could you do it somewhere else? You know I need to eat my lunch now," asked Angus nonchalantly. Hearing this, "Certainly, young master," replied Henry before smiling evilly towards the bully. Feeling the mana pressure from Henry, the bullies could only nod their head and follow Henry. As for Angus himself, he didn't care about them and the surrounding before sitting and eating his lunch. Looking at the event already over, the surroundings also start to disperse, while the bullied student was feeling nervous and didn't know what to do with how the situation proceeds. Noticing the nervous bullied student, "Don't worry, I will not chase you away. Just eat your lunch already," said Angus before he went back to eating his meal. Feeling weird from the stare while he is eating, "Is there something wrong?" asked Angus nonchalantly. "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to. The student becomes more nervous and keeps stuttering. Hearing the nervous student, "Hey, just calm down first. I am not going to bite you, Angus." "Book?" asked Angus confusedly. "Yes, the book you want to read before you give it to me first." As the bullied student sounds diminishing at the end of his sentence. "Ma, you are him. What's your name again?" "James." As Angus starts to remember the bullied student. I thought he already recognized me before helping me." "Ha," thought the kid. No, young Master Victory. My name is Johnny Fester." Introduced Johnny once again. "Oh yeah, Johnny. Sorry about that, I am quite forgetful about person names. Anyway, quit with the young master thing, just call me Angus. We are the same age anyway," said Angus before back to eating his lunch. "Why yes, young Maz, Angus," before Johnny tries to eat his lunch. After that they are eating in silence. Angus finally finished eating his meal. "All right, I will go first, you can take your time to eat your lunch slowly." "See ya, Johnny," said Angus while leaving Johnny alone. As Johnny left alone, what a remarkable person, he also has upperclassmen as bodyguards. As expected of the son of Duke Victory, he is really beyond me, thought Johnny alone. Meanwhile, Angus didn't care about the small event that happened during his lunch and went towards one of his side courses. Today he's going to have a smithing side course. Before the break, all he ever learned is only pure theoretical about metallurgy, and look how the senior year does the smithing. However, since the monster overlord incident, the workload for smithing seems to increase. Even the Royal Academy smithing course was also affected by this. Because of this, Angus got a chance to do some practical job. Nothing too dangerous and complicated like making a real weapon, but only doing some grinding and sharpening a few small practice daggers. Meanwhile, the senior and professional teacher is busy by themselves doing their own smithing. Although Angus only did sharpening weapons, he could also see the work of senior making weapons. The more he observed, the more he found that smithing work is truly a hard, complicated job. Because of the presence of mana, there are few differences in the way of smithing compared to Earth's way of smithing. However, one thing important in smithing is the importance of controlling mana. Smithing in Furuman also uses many equipment similar to Earth. However, these equipment use mana as a power source. The better the user's mana control over the equipment, the better its performance. Although it could be substituted with mana crystal or monster core, in terms of performance it's better to be directly controlled by the user's mana. In Furuman, there are a lot of products and technology that is powered with mana. Some of them also could be substituted with mana crystal and monster core for the convenience. Because of this, monster's core could also be said to be a source of energy, money, and currency in some kingdom. Angus also found that in this world, there's also a high-tech weapon beside the cold weapon. However, the cold weapon is more popular than the high-tech one. It's because the cold weapon is easy to use and more durable to use for a graded person. cold weapons could be imbued by mana and become stronger and durable according to its user's power. As for high-tech weapons such as guns, they have slow development since they seem like a lower version of spells in most cases. Moreover, they are also very expensive to build. Although they are easy to use and faster than spells, they still lose in the case of its versatility. Beside that, high-grade person also could instack us lower-level spells that could produce a similar effect to machine gun rate of firing on Earth. Moreover, because of the increased strength of the monster. This kind of weapon is usually useless, as it could never penetrate the graded monster's skin. Still, for lower-grade people with high backgrounds such as noble, they often have few these kinds of weapons in case of emergency to overcome their grade weakness. Though it's useless for monsters and high-grade people, it's still useful for others lower-grade people. The majority of civilians still consist of lower-graded and ungraded persons. The reason there are a lot of graded students here is because the Royal Academy is among the top academies within the human race. Most of the students that study here have a high background, be it wealthy merchants or high noble from other allied kingdoms. As for Angus himself, despite hiding his strength, he is still reluctant to use high-tech weapons other than weapons that do not contact directly to his body or fist. Although it seems kind of hypocritical since the cold weapon is the product of technology, he still doesn't really like to use guns and similar weapons to it. Even though he disliked it, nobody ever belittled Angus' mastery in gun fighting. In his past life, he even hailed as a prodigy in marksmanship using guns. He even created a sort of close-range gun fighting style. Normally, the gun's minimum effective range is around 3-5 meters. Below that, guns could easily be counter-attacked with hand-to-hand combat technique. However, he could make a fighting style by combining martial arts with guns and erase the weakness of guns' effective range. Remembering all of his past fighting style, Angus only shook his head. "I hope I never truly use those styles again," thought Angus before back to concentrate on sharpening a practice dagger. Although it looks simple, sharpening is also kind of art itself. Some weapon artists even said that the art of sharpening is the art of emphasization. If making weapons is akin to shaping the weapon, then sharpening is akin to emphasize and bringing out the true nature of the weapon itself. Angus's marvelous concentration for each stroke of sharpening begins to be noticed by passerby and the dwarf teacher. Most of them only nodded at Angus's skill. As for Angus himself, he didn't notice the stare and kept his concentration in sharpening the dagger. Angus entered some kind of trance state and forgot about the surrounding. This kind of focus is rare and hard to find, especially for young kids like Angus. The moment Angus is done with his work, a brute hand immediately takes the sharpening dagger from him. "Who, it's perfectly balanced on both sides," said the old dwarf. Suddenly, he threw the dagger towards the armor nearby. Clang, the dagger managed to be embedded into the iron armor while some part of it penetrated it. "Kahaha, good work, lad." "What the hell are you looking for? Did you want me to smite your ass? Get back to work," shout the old dwarf to disperse the others. "Ah, yes, Bale, give this kid some real works," before the old dwarf walked away inspecting others. "How I hope it will not be another troublesome situation," thought Angus while he followed the dwarf named Bale. Arriving at the station, "All right, lad, I don't care which noble you come from or who you are. As long as you want to keep working in this course, you need to heed my word. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," replied Angus immediately after hearing the stern sound of the dwarf. "Good. Now, since you are here, sharpen and polish those piles of daggers," said the dwarf while pointing at the huge amount of pile iron daggers. Although it is higher quality than practice dagger, but the amount is quite ridiculous that it may take a long time for it to be done. But, sir, how about my assignment?" asked Angus nervously. Every student that attends the side course needs to complete some assignment to be cleared for them to pass the course during one term. Then, the teacher will give a score based on the assignment. Although the score will not influence the graduation from one term to the next, but a bad score will leave a bad mark in their score. It will become sort of eyesore inside the report. This is why students usually didn't dare to try a lot of side courses at once like Angus did. As for Angus, he just didn't want to get a bad mark in his assignment while being worked like a slave by the dwarf. "Assignment? Oh, I forgot that you are also a student here. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Just sharpen and polish those daggers now, before the dwarf starts to manipulate the forge." I guess I didn't have any choice," thought Angus while picking the dagger and started to sharpen it at the nearby grinder. "Oh yeah, boy, be careful while you sharpen those or I will give you a bad mark at those so-called reports," said the dwarf before he focused on his own work. Hearing this, damn just my luck. Why do I get attention with this unreasonable dwarf of all people? I guess I will say goodbye to my nap time, curse Angus inwardly. Angus knows how bold and unreasonable the dwarf character can be. Because of that, he couldn't back down or run away like usual. He knows that it will only create more hassle and will end his learning in smithing. All he could do now is only preserve. Not wanting to be enslaved for a long time, Angus immediately did his work seriously. During the sharpening process, Angus will enter a trance state every time he works and is done much faster than before. However, after hours passed by, another bunch of new created daggers came and stacked up with the previous pile of daggers. Looking at this, Angus knows that this is an impossible work to be done, but the dwarf never said to sharpen all of them, but only to sharpen the daggers. At this moment, he begins to remember the unreasonable work from his previous master in the past life. He knows that this is not about the work, but a test to see the persistence in my character. Knowing that Angus is being tested, he immediately feels challenged. Although Angus wants to be a low-key but in front of such a challenge, he will still man up and accept it. I will give you some surprise, dwarf, thought Angus. Then, Angus suddenly brings 2 daggers at once in front of the grinder. Using his focus, perception, the flexibility of his hand, Angus manages to sharpen 2 daggers at once. After he is done with the dagger, he immediately brings another dagger to be sharpened and puts away the sharpened ones. He keeps doing this impossible feat without stopping that attracts all the nearby students and workers inside the smithing. Even Bale, the dwarf that gave the assignment, couldn't say anything after checking the quality of the boy's work. He couldn't believe such precise work could be done by the boy in such a manner, of course, because of this commotion. The old dwarf that everyone refers to as the boss also pays attention to this. What are you looking at? Do you want me to cut you out with these daggers? Get back to work, shout the old dwarf. Bale, send more daggers for the kid to be sharpened, order the old dwarf. All right, boss, replied Bale while he got away to bring more dagger. During this time, Angus notices this, but rather than stop, he increases his work speed. As for the old dwarf, he also notices this but keeps silent while checking every dagger. Soon the night falls, all the worker and student are already going back to their dorm beside Angus that keeps sharpening the dagger without stopping, while the old dwarf keep checking every single dagger that is being sharpened by Angus nearby. After another few hours, huff, finally it's done, said Angus as he finally sharpened the last dagger. Looking at that, Angus only slightly tired. Good job, brat. Tomorrow come with me. During the middle sentence, the old dwarf suddenly throws the dagger at Angus. Angus immediately caught it easily between his 2 fingers as a reflex. He also became more vigilant towards the old dwarf. Haha, as expected, you could have caught it easily. Don't worry, boy, it's just a test. Say, boy, did you ever hear the title of Weapon Master? Say the old dwarf. Weapon Master? Asked Angus confusedly. Yes, Weapon Master. Among the dwarfen craftsmanship, there is a title called Weapon Master. It's a title for people that could master any kind of weapon, especially the cold weapon. Those that bear with this title could be said to be near invincible in battle. They could even kill higher-grade people just relying on their weapon mastery skill. Usually this kind of person needs to experience many kinds of weapons before they could claim this title. However, sometimes among the smithers and crafter birth a natural weapon master that could use any kind of weapon the moment they touch it. This kind of talent is as rare as having affinity with the space element itself. And you, boy, have that talent to become the weapon master, a person that could wield any kind of weapon proficiently, explained the old dwarf. Hearing the old dwarf's story, I guess that explains why I could easily learn any kind of weapon in my previous life, thought Angus inwardly. Okay, so now what? Asked Angus innocently. Now what, boy, did you realize you have a rare talent that every single combatant and crafter want? Say the dwarf furiously. Yeah, I know that my talent is quite a bit special, but you can say it has nothing to do with my dream, replied Angus. Dream? Ha, what could possibly kid like you know about? Berated the old dwarf. Well, at least I have a dream. Many people don't have it, you know. Some even lost it, said Angus nonchalantly. Hearing this, the old dwarf silent for a moment, like reminiscing of his old memory before continuing. All right, kid. What's this dream of yours that is more important than becoming a weapon master? That's my dream, said Angus resolutely. Hearing this, the old dwarf silence for a moment that seems like his brain fried by Angus's answer. Looking at the dwarf becomes kind of absent-minded. Hello, as Angus waves his hand in front of the old dwarf. After a few moments, the old dwarf woke up from his thought. Brat, say what is your dream once again? Just laid back and enjoyed my life without worry, said Angus. Before Angus finished his sentence, you lazy brat without any backbone, as the old dwarf retrieves his big hammer from out of nowhere and slams it towards Angus. Bam. Being hit by the hammer suddenly, Angus flies away through the smithing area towards the entrance smithing area. Get over here, brat. I will smack you until your mother can't recognize you, as the old dwarf pursues Angus while being held by Bale. But the old dwarf's strength is many times greater than Bale and immediately throws him away. During this time, Henry, who is stationed outside, also notices this commotion and enters the smithing area. He found Angus coughing some blood while the old dwarf approached at fast speed. Feeling the enraged and powerful old dwarf coming, sir, I don't know what happened, but you are hurting the Duke. But before Henry could finish his sentence, he was slammed with the hammer from the old dwarf. Shut up, said the furious old dwarf. Looking that a grade 1 student fell unconscious under his casual attack, then looking at Angus, who only has a little bit internal injury. The old dwarf knows how monstrous the boy is. But remembering his laid-back answer and attitude, he once again became furious and attacked Angus. Using the moment Henry made, Angus finally could recover from the shock and get up. At this moment, he notices another sledgehammer coming towards him. Looking that he could not dodge it, he gathered a tremendous mana in his fist and counter-attacked the incoming attack Iron Fist, BAM. Iron Fist, BAM. The collision of Old Dwarf's hammer and Angus' fist make both of them thrown a few meters back. Angus realizes that his knuckle is broken and his internal injury has worsened from the previous clash. Meanwhile, the old dwarf himself is still fine without any kind of injury. Looking at this, Angus knows that his chance to defeat this old dwarf is almost none. Damn it, why do I always have trouble with unreasonable old men? First father, now this old dwarf. Curse Angus inwardly. During this time, the old dwarf was still in shock because he didn't expect Angus to have such a kind of strength. Moreover, he knows that Angus is still a child without forming his own mana core. As for himself, although he is already old and retired from the battle for a long time, but he is still a full-fledged high-grade battle dwarf. This kind of revelation is quite a shock to him. This strength. Impossible, thought the old dwarf. Using this moment, Angus managed to grab a spear nearby before readying himself. His lazy attitude changes immediately and becomes an embodiment of a predator that looks at his prey. Although Angus didn't want to reveal his true strength, he was also not a person that could be bullied without any fight, especially if the other person is quite crazy like the old dwarf in front of him. Moreover, just from his counterattack before, Angus already shows his capabilities. Will hardly conceal his true strength anymore in front of this old dwarf, so he feels to drop his act and begin to fight seriously. Noticing Angus's change, the old dwarf wakes up from his stupor and also becomes serious. From his experience, he feels like in front of dangerous monsters waiting for any carelessness in their prey. After a few moments of silence and staring at each other, Bale comes out from the inside and looks at the tense situation between his boss and the human child. Before Bale finished his sentence, both of them move at the same time, Angus charging forward while creating dozens of illusionary spears around him. Spear art thousand needle. The old dwarf raises his sledgehammer above his head and brings down with enormous might on it hammer art hammerfall. Ting 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 crack boom, all the spears' attack clashed and met with the mighty hammer. They create a shockwave towards the surrounding. However, the spear quality is inferior to the sledgehammer and finally cracked into pieces. Angus also notices this and uses strange footwork similar to Beast to evade the incoming sledgehammer Beast walk. Then he took out an axe from nearby and counter-attacked the old dwarf axe art mountain cleaver. Still, the old dwarf managed to react quickly and break the axe using his hammer easily. Then Angus took another weapon and launched another attack towards the old dwarf using various skills according to the weapon he wielded. As Angus keeps changing his weapon to fend off the old dwarf, "Brat, stop taking the weapon and break it," said the old dwarf that already broke many of Angus's weapons. Clang. "Then stop chasing me like a madman, crazy old dwarf," replied Angus while he kept clashing with the old dwarf. Clang. "If you forget about your stupid dream and pursue the title of Weapon Master seriously, I will stop beating you. Just look at how many weapons you easily wield. It's a gift, a rare talent," said the old dwarf. Clang. "No way, my dream is to have a peaceful life," shout Angus while attacking the old dwarf. Clang. "Then I will beat you until you forget those stupid dream." As the old dwarf flares up his own mana more, using faster speed and stronger attack, the old dwarf begins to seriously attack at Angus's body without care of the surrounding hammer art stone breaker. Boom. Angus got thrown away from the serious attack of the old dwarf, but at the last moment he managed to mitigate some of the damage from his body yin-yang balancing. Still, the attack is far more he could handle and shock all his internal organs. He feels like being hit by a truck at fast speed or something worse. Cough, cough, crazy old man. Cough, did you really want to kill me? Cough as Angus keep coughing more blood. "Forget about your stupid dream," said the old dwarf. "No," shout Angus, "then die." As the furious old dwarf raises his hammer, fortunately at this time Bale managed to hold the old man. "Wait a minute, boss. Get away from me, Bale." As he tried to shake Bale around, "Please consider this. If you kill the kid, it will put us into a bad situation." As Bale tries to reason with the old dwarf, "I don't care. I rather kill this imbecile brat now rather than let his talent rotting away," replied the old dwarf. How about this? This kid is still young. You could slowly shape and let him grow under your tutelage into a great weapon master," said Bale quickly. Hearing this, the old dwarf thinks for a moment while Bale is nervous as he knows his boss is quite stubborn to handle. "Please, I hope you consider this," thought Bale hopefully. "Fine, brat, I will give you a chance. From now on you will be my student, Balrog Goldstein. Now, tend your wound, and tomorrow morning you will come over here to receive your training." As Balrog stares at Angus before walking away, He feels if he looks or hears his new student comment at this moment, he will truly kill him without any hesitation. At first Angus wanted to say no, but Bale already shut off his mouth to not anger his old boss. "Just shut up, brat. This is for your own good," whispering Bale slowly towards Angus. "Bale, take care of this mess. I will rest inside first. Beating the brat really makes me work this old bone," as Balrog walks towards the inside. Looking at his boss finally entering inside, "Hey, kid, I don't know whether to call you lucky or not to become a student of the old boss," said Bale while he released the Angus's mouth. "Cough cough, lucky my ass. Who wants to be a student of that crazy old man?" replied Angus. Hearing this, Bale could only sigh inwardly. All right, if you want to live, you better comply with the boss for a while." "Did you need some help to go towards the infirmary?" asked Bale worriedly. Bale knows that the last attack of Balrog is a powerful attack that could smash any grade 1 monster into pulp, so he worried about Angus's condition, who is still not forming his own core. Even though Bale has known that the kid in front of him is an anomaly, he is still worried. If something happens to the child himself, his future will also be doomed. "Don't worry, it's just a small internal injury. I could still walk myself," replied Angus in an assured tone before walking towards Henry. Arriving at Henry's location, Angus stares at Henry silently before saying, "How much did you see?" Hearing no answer, "I know you are already awake, so stop pretending to sleep. Unless you want to sleep forever here," as Angus releases a little bit of chilling aura towards Henry. Sorry, young master, I am already awake now," said Henry as soon as he felt the deadly chilling aura. "Forget about it. So how much did you see?" asked Angus once again. From the moment you clash with that old dwarf using various kinds of weapons nearby," answered Henry. Hearing this, Angus immediately cursed, "Damn it." Before staring deadly at Henry, "I don't want any kind of soul to know about this incident, even if my own father asked about it. Did you understand? Otherwise, death is the only way you could think of," said Angus while releasing a dreadful chilling towards Henry. "Why yes, young master, nobody knows about this matter," replied Henry rapidly. "Good, now let's go back. How is your injury?" asked Angus while he is back to his lazy expression. "Ah, nothing major, young master. A good night rest is all I need to be back in full health," said Henry truthfully. "Really? Then good, go back to your own dorm to rest for now," commanded Angus. But how about your injury?" While saying the latter sentence, Henry feels another chill from Angus. "Go back to your own dorm," said Angus expressionlessly. "Why yes, young master," as Henry immediately departs from his spot to run away, looking at Henry's silhouette running towards his dorm. Angus finally feels to take a deep breath to calm his emotion. Ever since Angus came into this world, he rarely shows his emotion, especially the rage emotion like now. All of this because Angus is master at controlling his own emotions. However, like any other mortal being, Angus himself has his own reverse scale. His reverse scale is the hate of losing battle. Although it is only a moment of battle, and there is a big disparity in his strength with Balrog, this is also the first time Angus truly uses all his capability in fight. Yet he was still overpowered easily by the old dwarf and even got mercy from him. This is a truly huge blow towards his pride as an expert martial artist. Unlike the fight with his father, the fight he just had is more direct and relies on the skill and body strength. Because of this, Angus now is between excitement and grief for losing against the old dwarf. He is excited to have another battle with the old dwarf, but he also hates himself for not being stronger than the old dwarf. This kind of chaotic emotion makes him become more moody than his calm self. Let's calm down for now and tend this wound first," thought Angus as he feels the stinging pain all over his body. After walking for a moment towards his dorm, Angus stops at a nearby bench. "It seems my wound is more serious than I thought. Damn, that old dwarf really hit me hard." Then Angus looked for a secluded spot before sitting down. He undresses his upper clothes and examines carefully about his wound. Fortunately, there are no ones around or people will realize his dense muscle body despite being a child body. During this time, he also checked his status panel. "I spent a lot of mana during the battle. Need to recover it first," as Angus entered into meditation silently. After a while, Angus feels his internal wound is slightly healed and his mana is fully recovered. Normally, restoring mana could not be done very fast, especially if you had a large mana reserve. However, Angus has an endless amount of heritage kai that are ready to be refined into mana anytime. So, recovering mana in a short time is a small matter for Angus. As long as he has time to meditate for a while, he could recover his mana instantly. Then he presses the pressure point on his body using his finger. After a few moments, he feels his inside hurting and spits out dark blood clots from his mouth. He flicks his hands and creates a blue flame on both his hands, healing art rejuvenation flame. The blue flame seems mystical and warm. Controlling the blue flame, Angus pressed his flaming palm all over his body. He immediately feels a hot sensation inside his body. He feels like being roasted alive. After a while, the burning sensation changes into a warm and soothing sensation. It's like he is soaked inside the warm water. Soon, the sensation recedes and his body feels as good as new. If it is not because of his tiredness expression in his face, nobody will realize he has been through a hard fight. As for his knuckle, it is still bleeding a little bit from clashing with the old dwarf's hammer directly. However, the broken bone has already healed and become stronger than before. I truly admire the one that created this healing technique. Beside the huge consumption energy, it is truly a miracle for internal wounds type. As Angus put on his clothes before going back to his dorm, walking below the moonlight and cold wind of night, Angus marvels at the surroundings that seem to be silent and calm despite the hard battle he just did a few hours before. Thinking of this, he began to remember the fight from before and how powerless he is. After a while, he shook his head. Why am I getting moody just for losing one unreasonable fight? Is it what they called puberty time? Forget about it. I will just go with the flow, thought Angus inwardly. Arriving at the dorm, he immediately went inside his room. It is already quite late, and everyone is occupied in their own dorm to study or sleep, so Angus could get into his room without any hassle. Inside his room, he immediately takes a bath and tends his bleeding knuckle. Soon, he fell asleep on his bed because of exhaustion. The next morning, he wakes up along with the sunrise. Angus feels refreshed and healthy. After doing some light exercise routine, he eats his breakfast before everyone shows up like usual. Then he goes to his class while enjoying the surroundings as his habit. Arriving early, Angus sits on his spot and immediately sleeps like usual. It didn't feel like he was after having a rough fight the day before. While he is sleeping, he feels like he has forgotten something, but since he forgot about it, he thought that it was nothing important and continued his sleep. Meanwhile, inside the smithing area, Balrog is ready to explode in anger anytime. Where is he? Bale, get your ass over here. Why yes, boss, as Bale approached the boss. Get that brat over here now, command Balrog. Oh, all right, said Bale immediately. Before Bale went away, hold on a second. Who's the name of the kid once again? Looking at Bale still not going away, why are you still here? Did you want me to smack your ass? Shouted Balrog angrily. And no, boss, I mean did you happen to know who is the name of the kid? Asked Bale nervously. Hearing this, Balrog is silent for a moment. Who is the kid's name? Asked Balrog back. I thought that boss already knew him. Replied Bale. I forget about it. Just bring the damn kid right now. Shouted Balrog towards Bale once again. Hearing this, Bale could only get out quickly from Balrog's room before getting hit by his furious old boss. As for Angus himself, he is listening to teacher Eli's lesson about history seriously. Many people like to underestimate history and think of it as a boring subject. But as someone who has already experienced life twice, Angus feels that history is quite important. For him, he thought history is a kind of story about some incident to learn. The important things in the history is not the story itself, but the things that could be learned from the history itself, so it will never be repeated again. Normally, he needs a lot of effort to remember every detail about the history lesson. However, Angus has his intelligence boosted by the system and makes him remember it without any effort. Although now it only covers the Heart Kingdom's history, it still has a lot of things to remember. Because of this reason, most of the students will find themselves couldn't comprehend anything about the history course. Some of them even fall asleep. Unfortunately for them, the Royal Academy emphasizes the quality over quantity that leads to having few students inside a class. None of them has a chance to sleep since they will get woken up by the teacher immediately. Still, that didn't mean they will listen to the teacher's story heartfully. Most of the students often ignore the story, or just put a blank expression thinking something else while pretending to hear about the story. Even for Princess Jaina, hailed as a genius in academics and combat, also could not escape this kind of predicament. In her case, she chooses to put on a mask facade to listen to the class seriously, while actually she is thinking something else. If not because someone disturbed her about something, no one knows that she is actually not listening to the lesson. But because of her status, no one is brave enough to disturb her during her daydreaming. This seems a perfect plan for her until now. During the lesson, Angus suddenly drops his eraser and it falls below Princess Jaina. The princess herself is not noticing this and keeps her daydreaming. But Angus couldn't pick up the eraser on his own since he didn't want to peek at something he shouldn't see. So Angus tries to call the princess slowly to not disturb the class. But the princess kept ignoring him and put on her masked facade pretending to listen to the class. Left with no choice, Angus makes a small ball from a little piece of paper and throws it at the princess' desk. Still being ignored, he threw more small paper balls towards her, until finally the princess notices something. She realizes that Angus is throwing some paper balls towards her and it is accumulating them at her desk. Annoyed by this, she shouted as reflex, "Ms. Hart. We are still in the class now," said Teacher Eli's. I am sorry, Teacher Eli's. Apologized to the princess before she is grumping silently. At this moment, Angus called her silently once again. Because of the previous incident, the princess decided to ignore him. Then Angus once again threw small paper balls towards her once again. At first she decided to ignore it, but later the small paper balls hit her head a few times and annoyed her. What? As she shouted towards Angus. At this moment, teacher Eli's glared at her chillingly. Ms. Hart, if you didn't want to listen to the lecture, you could go outside now. A. B. But it's Angus's fault, said the princess frantically. As for Angus himself, he just pretends to write something in his notebook before he looks to be surprised at his name being called. Looking at this, Ms. Hart, go outside now. A. B. But as the princess tries to defend herself. Enough excuse, Ms. Hart. Go outside until the lecture is done, said the teacher Eli's chillingly. Hearing this, the princess could only obey the teacher while glaring at Angus. But as soon as the princess walked towards the door, Angus stood up from his seat and attracted the others. Before anyone could respond, he walked towards the princess's desk and picked up his eraser before walking back to his seat. Looking at this, the princess realizes that Angus disturbed her because of a single eraser, and now she is being punished for it. But what makes her more furious is Angus's laid-back attitude and the act of not doing anything wrong. Angus, just for a single eraser, grrr, cursed the princess inwardly. The princess immediately gets out of the class grumpily while cursing Angus inside her heart. Although she is a royalty and a princess, she makes a promise to follow the academy rules and make sure to not cause unnecessary trouble inside the academy. Because of this promise, she couldn't use her authority to fight against the teacher for something like this. In the end, she could only pay back at a later time towards Angus. As soon as the history class is done, Angus immediately goes outside towards the cafeteria, afraid it will become too crowded. However, in the middle of his way, Princess Jaina approached him. Without wasting any moment, the princess approached and launched an attack towards Angus. Still calm like a water without ripple, Angus dodged the attack by a hair-breadth and make it look like he accidentally dodged the attack by luck. Anticipating this, the princess gathers her mana and is ready to do some follow-up attack. Before she could launch another attack, her hand was grabbed by someone. She stopped her attack while looking for the perpetrator. Ms. Hart, although the school didn't forbid students to fight one with each other, it didn't mean you could start a fight anytime you want. Besides, do you perhaps forget your promise to not involve in any kind of fight for the time being? Glare teacher Eli's. But it's Angus's fault. He is the one, as Princess Jaina tries to justify her action. During this time, a loud shout hears through the crowded people. Finally found you, brat. Hearing the familiar sound, Angus immediately has a bad premonition. Using the confusion of the others, Angus blends in with the student crowd and escapes. Then a dwarf came out and searched for Angus only to find the person himself already gone. Where is that slippery brat? As the dwarf frantically searches Angus without giving the others any explanation. Meanwhile, the others who saw this incident finally also realized that Angus has already gone from his spot. Looking at Angus already gone during the commotion, once again he is gone like that, said the princess that somehow already adapted to Angus's behavior. Before the break, Angus often dodge her approach and always disappear, like thin air before appearing when she gives up to search for him more. After that, she's being lectured by teacher Eli's for a while before being let go. As for Angus himself, he has already managed to escape successfully from bail and arrive at the canteen area. While eating his lunch, he just realized and remembered that the crazy old dwarf ordered him to come to his smith early in the morning. But Angus forgot about it, and he also has a class in the morning. Since I am already late, there is no difference if I come or not. Besides, I also have an alchemy course in the afternoon. After his hearty meal, Angus goes towards his alchemy class, ignoring his problem with the crazy old dwarf. Like the smithing course, the alchemy course also receives a huge amount of demand on their product, but the demand is on another scale. Alchemy is a job that needs a lot of research, knowledge, calculation, resources, etc. Compared to smithing, the amount of resources and manpower quality is like earth and sky, with alchemy as sky and smithing as earth. Because of this, not many people could become alchemists. The only place that has a vast knowledge and resources usually is an institutional place like the Heart Royal Academy. Since it is the top academy in the human race, the amount of order they receive is also many times higher than other academies. Unfortunately, Angus is still a beginner in learning alchemy. During the beginner pace, the student is forbidden to create a product. They need to focus more on theoretical knowledge. Alchemy in this world is almost the same as chemistry on Earth, but they use mana in their production technique rather than just combine elements under certain conditions. The product of alchemy itself is variety, but the most in demand is usually potions, a unique liquid with many kinds of use. It is often used as a sort of drug, be it for healing purposes or enhancement for a certain period of time. Before making a potion, alchemists need to have a vast knowledge of its ingredients. Not only that, they also need to learn some calculation about the chemistry itself. The production method of alchemy is a very complicated yet fragile process with almost zero tolerance of mistakes. Although with the help of high-tech machines and runes they could easily mass-produce the potion, but to get a better product, it is still better to get crafted by personal hand. Handmade potion and mass-product potion are different depending on the one that creates it. It is almost the same as noodles made from the machine and noodles made from the master noodle chef. The latter may have better quality but low in quantity, while the prior could produce in more quantity with standard quality. Using this same principle, unless it is a product from a master of alchemist, people usually choose to buy the mass product of potion. Because of this, master alchemist in this world is regarded as a high-status job with rich pay. Still, not everyone could become a master alchemist, since the job itself requires a lot of resources and vast amounts of time to practice. As for Angus, he chose this particular course because he knows the importance of alchemy. Hell, even his dismissal in his previous life is because of poison, which by product of alchemy itself. Many people underestimate the poison in this world, since people could cleanse it easily using their mana. However, Angus believes if people in this world get the same poison like he did in the past life, he speculated that none of them could live for a second later. Maybe the 5th grade or above people could survive, but that's also uncertain. This shows how terrifying alchemy can be. It will be a fool if he didn't use his time to try learning this subject after his hard lesson in his previous life. Moreover, he also has all the resources along with the time to study this subject carefully. Along with the help of his enhanced intelligence, he could do all the complicated equations that the teacher gave. Different from the smithing course, he didn't get a chance to do some practical things since everyone only thought him as a kid despite his high intelligence. But they allowed me to borrow some books for my further studies from the alchemy course personal library. This kind of habit is normal for others to see since Angus himself got a nickname as Untouchable Scholar. After the course hour is passed and returns the book he borrowed, Angus walks back to his dorm to end his day. He noticed that in the entrance of his dorm there are 2 people standing waiting for him. One is the Princess Jaina and the others is the dwarf named Bale. Noticing 2 of them, Angus prepares to escape like usual, but he underestimated the perception of the 3rd grade dwarf himself. Before he could move a single step, "Caught you. Brat, did you know how much trouble I get just to find you?" said Bale while releasing his mana. Being caught easily, Angus immediately surrendered his way to fight back. "Ha, it's better to follow him and get done with it," thought Angus while being dragged away with Bale's strong arm. As for the princess who is being ignored, she could only grumble looking at this, especially after she realizes that she is waiting all day for Angus like a good girl, but in the end he is being snatched by someone else. "Grr Angus, just you wait," grumbled the princess. Soon, both of them are arriving into the empty smithing area. The worker and student that worked here during the day already leave at this time. In the middle of the smithing area, Balrog was already waiting for both of them. Looking at Angus, Balrog immediately attacked Angus furiously. Because of the distance, Angus managed to react quickly and dodge the incoming sledgehammer attack. The hammer soon clashes towards the ground and makes the ground crack. Using the hammer momentum, he redirects the force and manipulates it yin-yang balancing. Manipulating the force, Angus managed to grab the hammer and slapped Balrog's hand. He also launched a counterattack by kicking the old dwarf that seems like a dozen of kicks at once dynamic torrent. Left with no choice, the old dwarf could only defend with his hand and release his hammer. Then Angus managed to seize Balrog's sledgehammer. "Phew, what a good hammer you got here," said Angus causally. "Brat, give me back my hammer," as the dwarf launched towards Angus again. But during this time, Angus suddenly lifted the hammer. He bashed it towards the ground using all strength and create a shockwave towards the surrounding hammer art thunderclap. The smithing area was immediately damaged by it. Balrog launched backward because of this sudden shockwave. He was surprised that Angus could lift up his heavy-weighted hammer and use it to create a huge shockwave attack. "So, old man, ready to talk or you want another round? Because I can do this all day," as Angus smiles evilly. Looking at the surrounding destruction, the old dwarf finally gives up to beat up the kid. He knows that by using his own hammer, Angus could create more destruction towards the surrounding. "Huh, why should I?" replied Angus nonchalantly. "Why, of course to start your training, Balrog." Hearing this, the old dwarf became furious once again and ready to beat up the kid. "Kid, you overestimate yourself," as he flares up his terrifying mana and releases a huge pressure towards Angus. On the contrary, Angus didn't feel any pressure at all and replied casually, "Overestimate myself. Maybe, but the important question here is what can you teach me about?" Angus continued while looking at the dwarf that started to listen to him. "You said you trained me to become a weapon master. But are you a weapon master yourself? If not, what is your qualification for you to teach me who has this great talent to become a weapon master?" Hearing this, Balrog became silent for a while. Looking at his old boss silently, Bale wants to persuade Angus to apologize before being pummeled by him. "K kid, hurry Apollo," said Bale. Before Bale could finish his sentence, "Ha ha ha, that's right kid, I'm no weapon master, but I still could teach you the foundation to become a great weapon master," said Balrog with serious expression. "Who and what is that?" replied Angus. "Bale, bring that table over here," ordered Balrog. "Why yes, boss." Bale immediately brings a sturdy wooden table. "Bale, what grade are you?" asked Balrog. "3rd grade, boss." "Bale. Good, now you go arm wrestling with the kid," ordered Balrog. Then he continued, the third grade people's physics is almost no different with ordinary trained people, so if you still have a chance to beat Bale. Angus didn't know what this crazy old dwarf was thinking, but he knew that the dwarf race hated to use underhanded tactics even if they lost, so he complied with him. He is interested in what the old dwarf wants to achieve from this. Then Bale and Angus ready themselves to have a match of arm wrestling. The moment both of them are ready, begin. Balrog. The two arms immediately try to overpower one with each other. At this moment, a weapon master needs a bam. As Angus defeated Bale easily before Balrog could finish his sentence. Sorry, what do you say once again? Asked Angus nonchalantly. Haha, good, your next opponent is me, said Balrog excitedly. Nope, everyone could see you are much higher grade than Bale, so what's the point of this useless match, replied Angus. Don't worry, I will not use any mana to strengthen myself. Moreover, you will be considered as the winner if you could move my arm back a little bit, said Balrog. He added to entice Angus further, if you win, I will never bother you again. Although winning seems impossible to Angus, but pushing a little bit backwards is still possible, especially if Balrog didn't use any kind of mana to strengthen himself. From sparring with his father, he noticed that the higher grade people are not very strong without mana. Moreover, Angus' strength is almost more than 2 times than ordinary ungraded people combined with the mana to strengthen himself. He still has a chance to win. What choice do I have? All right, let's get over it, replied Angus. As both of them ready themselves, you ready to lose, kid? Balrog. Just make sure you keep your own word, Angus. As soon as both of them are ready, begin. Bale. Angus immediately uses his mana to strengthen his arm towards maximum and push Balrog's arm, but he feels like pushing a sturdy, immovable wall. Looking at this, Balrog only smiles and flexes his arm muscle a little bit. Angus feels a huge force overpowering him. Using his fast relax, Angus immediately uses yin-yang balancing to redirect the force from dislocating his arm, but he still got thrown away from the recoil of the force. Bam! Angus got thrown away into the nearby wall. Haha, kid, did I still have the qualification to teach you? As Balrog grinning over his win. Angus is not replying to the old dwarf boasting at all. As an expert martial art, he also has an intensive knowledge about body strength and psych. What he experienced just now completely blows his mind. Normally, the strength difference between two of them is supposed to be not this huge, considering that his father's physical body is not too different from him, except after being enhanced by mana. Even if the dwarf race has superior physical strength than humans, the differences should not be this huge. After all, he could defeat Bale, the third-grade dwarf, easily before. However, Angus feels that the old dwarf physical strength is many times higher than himself. Moreover, judging by the old dwarf's reaction himself, he may not use all his full power when defeating Angus. This kind of realization really surprised him. After calming down a little bit, Angus realizes it is not because of his grade that Balrog has crazy strength. It is because another factor that makes him have unbelievable strength. After all, besides the monster who evolved with miasma, the other civilian race could not raise their own physical strength easily like them. Otherwise, the feud between the monster and civilization society will already end a long time ago. Noticing, Angus thought, so, did you still interested in studying under my tutelage? Said Balrog with his proud smile. Looking at the proud smile of Balrog, Angus feels like want to beat the old man alive, but he was also curious about the origin of his body strength, especially after he knew that in this world, people didn't really attach the importance of their own physical power since they could enhance their own with mana easily. After thinking for a while, all right, I will study under you, replied Angus. Hearing this, the old dwarf feels like winning a lottery before Angus adds, however, there are a few conditions if you want me to study under you. Condition, Balrog. Yes, first you must not reveal my power to other people. Second, I will only study under you when I am truly free. And lastly, I will not call you my teacher, said Angus seriously. Well, I could agree about not revealing your true power as it is your own privacy, and I don't really care what you call me. But for the second condition, you are not thinking of lazing around, right? Then Angus gave the old dwarf a piece of paper that he already prepared before towards him without answering his question. Grabbing the paper, the old dwarf found a timetable. That's my schedule of my course and side course, explained Angus. Both of the dwarves immediately read the timetable. They were surprised by how tight Angus's schedule was. Besides the weekend, Angus didn't have any free day. Brat, you must be joking. This can't be your schedule, right, Balrog? Whether I lie or not, you can check it at the Academy registry about this. Besides the weekend and Tuesday smithing course that is under your authority, I am kind of busy on another day. Brat, you're too greedy. Suddenly Balrog stops his sentence as he realizes the main characteristic of the weapon master. Over history, all the weapon masters have the same main characteristic. All of them are famous for their thirst for knowledge. Their curiosity over something is so great that they always want to learn everything. Not only that, they are also a great learner that could sometimes invent something new out of nowhere. Because of this, they are not only famous for battle, but also famous as inventors and craftsmen. Realizing that Angus also has this kind of characteristic as a natural weapon master. All right, I accept on your condition. You will be training under me on the weekend and Tuesday. As Angus didn't expect that the dwarf really agreed about his condition easily. However, you need to be serious to study under me. Otherwise, you could let's not think about it for now, said Balrog mysteriously. Boss, you don't think to teach him that art right? Bale suddenly asked his old boss, but rather than answering, he only looked at Angus, silently waiting for his answer. Hearing this, Angus couldn't help but be curious about their conversation. As I said before, I will learn under you in my free time. I don't know what kind of training or art you will give me, but I will not back down on my own words, replied Angus seriously. All right, then it's a deal. As the dwarf sticks his hand for shaking hands, it's a deal, said Angus while shaking the robust old dwarf's hand. After chatting for a few more about the specific time for his training, Angus excuses himself and goes back towards his dorm. Luckily, it went peacefully. Otherwise, this matter will be blown up and everyone will know my true strength. That's the last thing I want, as it will become no different than in my past life, thought Angus inwardly. While walking towards his dorm, he notices the big bright moon and clear starry sky above him. Life is really unpredictable and could never be controlled, thought Angus silently. Angus arrived at his dorm without any obstruction. While he is entering the dorm, the other students inside the dorm still wake up and stay in the common room. Fortunately, Princess Jaina is already resting in her own room, so Angus could immediately enter the dorm without creating a commotion. After having a hearty dinner meal by paying some points, Angus immediately rests in his own room. During these few months of his stay inside the spring dorm, the others already notice Angus's antisocial behavior. So they didn't really pay a mind towards him. They may not notice if Angus suddenly disappears from his room during the night. Entering inside his room, Angus took off his academy uniform change into his prepared training clothes. While the other students usually use their evening time to study or rest, Angus always uses this time to train his body silently. By using his manual battle system, he could train all kinds of destructive and dangerous moves without creating a commotion. As for his own study, his mind could understand all the courses easily. He only needs to study a little bit before doing some tests. As for some homework could easily be done in the early morning. At first he thought that relearning again is easy, but the Royal Academy course is much more complicated and harder than in his past life. Some of the courses like word language, monster studies, and magical rune are new for him. Normally, students of the first year may need to do a lot of review and study at night to follow up with the class. Fortunately, Angus's own intelligence is being enhanced by the system to cope up with all this new knowledge. Angus' intelligence point may only 15, but it is already more than twice normal human mind capability. This is also the reason why Angus didn't want to increase his intelligence more. It is not that he didn't want to improve it, but rather it is already enough for his current situation. Beside that, he really didn't like the sudden feeling of being enhanced by the system. It feels unnatural and creates a sort of unbalance inside his body. If it is only 1 point, he needs a few days to adapt to it. But more than that, he needs more time, and as a person that is already on the boundary of being a control freak, Angus hates this kind feeling of uncontrollable body. After doing his workout routine, he summons his own status panel. During all his stay inside the academy while observing other students, Angus managed to optimize his soul point gain by 3 per day. The automatic battles enemy he chooses is an upperclassman that he observes by chance through a duel between their peers. He could beat an upperclassman that still didn't form their mana core. As for the one that already forms it, he rarely sees them fight beside Henry. He noticed the difference between students with mana core and not. The qualitative change is so huge that sometimes Angus marvels about it. He didn't know if it is because Henry is actually really strong or the people with mana core are actually stronger by nature. After all, he only unlocked Henry's full capabilities in manual battle after he tried to stalk him for a long time. As for the other upperclassmen, he needs to fully observe for a long time to unlock all their full capabilities, which is a waste of time for Angus. He prefers to use this time to enjoy the scenery rather than stalking some stinky kids. Still, defeating Henry through the manual battle gave him a soul point of 1, but the best time he won the battle was more than 5 minutes. If Angus was careless, he may need 10 minutes to fully kill him. Therefore, Angus set his automatic battle to fight students without mana core that he could defeat in second. This way, Angus would gain more soul points every second that lead into 3 points per day, rather than only get 1 points every 5 minutes, which equals 17 points per day. After checking his status panel, Angus selected his opponent list in manual battle selection. Along the manual battle, there are a lot of opponents selected. However, most of them couldn't give a better reward because of lack of observation, or they are too strong like his father, Balrog, and other strong teachers. For this kind of opponent, the percentage of winning was always less than 40. This, with the premise he still didn't uncover their full capabilities. The most frustrating thing about this is his winning percentage towards fighting the intruder that he kills before still not moving from 37. Although there is not a lot of time passed since then, and his strength itself has stagnated, his skill is much better than before, but the percentage of winning didn't increase at all. This shows that higher grade people could easily kill him despite him mastering various kinds of skills. All kinds of skills and tricks will be useless in front of true power. Angus realizes that higher grade people in this world are many times stronger than experts in his past life world. After calming his mind, he chose Henry as the opponent for his manual battle, and his mind entering the familiar white battle room. In front of him there is a humanoid creature with Henry's body stature. Feeling at the familiar bloodlust, Angus readying himself to fight him. Soon, the countdown ends and signifies the start of the battle. Like usual, Angus always tries to end the battle as soon as possible with his overwhelming enhanced speed and skills. But the tenacity of his opponent is quite strong despite being beaten by Angus. After 5 minutes or so, finally the humanoid creature makes its last breath. Ha, ha, its defense and vigor is really something else, said Angus while trying to calm his breath. Facing such a strong punching bag, Angus became more excited. After taking a short break to calm his breath and restore his mana, this time he chose a multiple battle menu. Then he chose Henry and a few other students without mana core as an opponent. The multiple battle menu also calculates his percentage of winning. For his safety, he kept his percentage of winning more than 70. It seems not a lot, but the difficulty is increased by a lot of margin from his usual 90 winning chance. Just a little bit of slight distraction, he could get himself killed. After all, there is around a 30 chance of him dying or losing under this battle. Up till now, Angus never lost in the manual battle, because it means he died under battle. Although the battle only happened inside his mind, he noticed all the injuries he got always affected his actual body. He didn't want to gamble his life and find out about this matter. There's a chance he may survive, but his gut tells him he will also die. As an expert of martial art, Angus's danger sense is very reliable, so he treats this manual battle system carefully. After all, the existence of the system itself is an anomaly and mysterious. From Angus's past life experience, he believes there is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Since he got the system must have wanted something from Angus. But Angus himself never truly cared about this, because he himself never uncovered the true intent and origin of the inheritance Kai in his past life. Now, he got an addition to this mysterious idol system. For him, Angus only thought both of them as a tool for him to get stronger. Soon, Angus' self-battle training came to end after he almost exhausted all his mana and stamina. The moment he gets out from the manual battle room, it is already in the middle of night. Even though Angus is still in a child body, but his stamina is truly monstrous that could compare to some third-grade people. It is only possible since his vitality stat reaches to 20, which is 4 times more than ordinary ungraded people. After the heavy exercise, Angus takes a bath and soaks inside the warm water for a while before sleeping on his own bed. Few days passed by as Angus continued his academy life in the day and secret training in the evening. Soon, the weekend comes, and Angus needs to keep his word to come training under Balrog. Arriving at the smithing area, which is as busy and crowded as usual, he is immediately founded by the old dwarf. Good, it seems you really keep your word. Now come with me, said Balrog. Both of them go to the basement area and arrive at the huge room that is made of unknown dark-colored material, be it the floor, wall, and ceiling, all of them made from the same material. There is also no window since it is located underground, only a small air duct and vent to be found for the airflow. This room is actually for a weapon testing area. It is made from special alloy material that is also reinforced with various kinds of runes. From now on, this will be your training area, explained the old dwarf. Good place. So what are we gonna do? Asked Angus excitedly. Good place, so what are we gonna do? Asked Angus excitedly. What are we gonna do? Of course doing physical training. Like I said before, the foundation of a weapon master is by having good body strength, explained Balrog. Okay, but could you not achieve it by simply enhancing it through mana? Asked Angus. True, normally you could easily enhance the body strength through mana, but there are a few flaws to this technique. Did you know what it is? Asked Balrog as he tested Angus. The enhancement will be reverted back after not being supplied with enough mana, replied Angus immediately as he also realized this kind problem from the start. Although mana is different, it is similar to Kai, and every person has a limited amount of it. Once they empty their mana pool, they will turn into slightly stronger than ordinary ungraded people. They need to meditate or rest for a while before recovering their mana a little bit. This kind of problem always plagues many people, be it from his past life and in this world. This is why mana control and conservation is very important. Good, you also realize this problem. There are a lot of ways to enhance body strength, but few of them could really last for a long time. What I am going to teach you is a hidden secret technique from my clan to enhance your physical strength permanently, said Balrog in a serious tone. Angus looks confused for a few seconds before asking, okay, but what do you get from this? Hearing this, what's in me? Ha 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 ha, you are a really interesting kid. You are more mature than your peers and some of those final year blockheads, laughed Balrog heartfully. Well, I just believe there is no free meal in this world, so you must be getting something from this, right? Replied Angus. In normal cases, especially dealing with other dwarves, you are right. However, I am already old and fulfilled most of my dreams. Balrog. Now I just want to pass my technique and smithing skill to good seedlings. What's a better candidate than a future weapon master such as yourself? Explained the old dwarf. Hearing this, Angus feels of having a complicated feeling. It is because he never truly achieved his own dream in his past life and reached this state. Although Angus has 2 lives, he is nowhere as old as the dwarf in front of him. From the books he read, he found that the dwarf race also has a long lifespan, around 150 years. Moreover, that's an approximate age of the ungraded people one. For the graded one, their lifespan also increases by many times. If not for constant war with the monster, this world may be more crowded than on Earth in his past life due to many people having long longevity. For people like Balrog, who is very old, he has all the time enough to achieve few of his dreams. Alright, kid. Enough for the introduction. Now wear this bracelet. As Balrog gives him a bracelet, my technique to improve physical strength has a harsh requirement, and you need to do it without the help of mana at all. This bracelet will seal your mana pool to help you train without mana, explained Balrog. Angus didn't think much and wore the bracelet. He instantly feels his control over mana is being cut off, but he still has access over Heritage Kai energy. Then Balrog ordered Angus to put on a lot of weighted clothes. The clothes are almost the same like combat training clothes, but it is enchanted to become more heavy than usual. After that, Angus was ordered to do all kinds of exercise such as running around the room, push-ups, sit-ups, and others basic exercise. Looking that Angus could do all the exercise without problem, Balrog finally is certain that Angus already possesses extraordinary strength compared to other people. Alright, you can stop running, ordered Balrog. Huff, finally, I thought the training would be this kind of boring thing, replied Angus. Well, sorry to crush your hope, but the training will be this kind of boring thing except the weight will increase more, saying Balrog while he took other heavy-weighted clothes. What, Angus? Well, what do you expect? Some secret movement training, perhaps. When you're training your physical body, there is nothing better than doing direct, continuous training. Balrog. No, you're still hiding something. Just by doing exercise and wearing heavy-weighted clothes may increase your strength, but there is still a limit for this mundane exercise. There is no way your secret technique is this way, rebuked Angus. Who was expected you notice these things? Then this training is useless. Now show me the real training. Nope, it is not entirely useless. You need to reach your body limit first before you can use my secret technique. Hey, wait a minute. I'm still a kid and my body is still in a growth period. This means it will take a long time or years before my body reaches its limit. This old dwarf cheated me, thought Angus inwardly. Meanwhile, Angus doing his mundane training, Duke Victory keeps being busy to arrange many things, especially for the investigation team matter. After they come back from the Roundel City, Duke Victory becomes the delegation leader of Heart Kingdom for the investigation team. The investigation matter is important since it pertains to the safety of the heart of the kingdom that is located near the border of Dark Forest. The king himself could not go since he needed to always be inside the kingdom in case of something emergency or being attacked by countless monster waves. He is the last defensive line for the Heart Kingdom. Therefore, King Leon needs strong yet loyal people to handle this matter. That's why he chose Duke Victory as the delegation leader of Heart Kingdom. Duke Victory will leave for a certain period of time. During his absence, he needs to make sure nothing is going wrong, especially the safety of his family. Remembering his family, there is also Angus's matter. Damn, so many things to do and little time to achieve, grumbled the Duke silently. After thinking for a while, the Duke wrote a piece of letter before ringing a bell beside his desk. Immediately a butler came inside his study room. Is there a problem, my liege? Said the butler. Yes, Pavan, please send this letter like usual, commanded the Duke. Certainly, is there anything else? Asked Pavan. Yes, I will be absent for a certain period of time. My dear sister-in-law will come to stay during this period of time. Make sure there's not too much trouble during this time. As you wish, my lord, before Pavan excused himself. After the butler gets out from the room, the Duke begins to contact the other allied noble he thrusts to gather his team through his magical communication. The technology in this world is based on mana, and also quite advanced despite having a middle-aged European culture. Communication technology has also already developed quite a lot. People only use letters for most of the important matters. Letters in this world hardly could be decoded and hacked rather than other communication methods. Unfortunately, people in this world still could not conquer the sky that led to not developing a far-away wireless communication technology. However, they still could contact one of each other through magical communication tools as long as they are not too far away. While having meetings about the investigation team, many other countries also begin their preparation for the incoming war with the monster, especially the one that borders monster habitats such as Dark Forest, Deep Blue Ocean, Desert Saga, and many more. Although the monster overlord resides in the Dark Forest, there is still a huge chance the other monster will also launch an attack. All of this has happened countless times since the ancient times. Monster Overlord has the power to command all the monsters from far away through unknown, means especially the intelligent one like the current case. Fortunately, only Bellow 5th grade monsters that could be controlled otherwise. If the other monster overlords attack together, the civilian society will be doomed and extinct a long time ago. However, this is also an opportunity for certain people. This situation benefits war merchants and adventurers. War merchants always sell things related to the weapon and arms, which will be profited a lot during this time. As for adventurers group, they are a group of brave mercenaries that hunt monsters to sell their carcass and monster core. In this time period of monster overlord, there will be an abundance of low monsters lurking near the perimeter of the kingdoms. This will make a good source of income with less risk compared to the need of going inside the monster's habitat to hunt them. This is also the reason why some strong kingdoms choose to live near the border monster habitat. This place may be risked for a monster wave, but also a source of resources and income for the kingdom itself. By hunting monsters inside the monster-infested area like Dark Forest, adventurers and some people will get a lot of resources. It could be said that this kind of resource is similar to gold mine, but in many different forms. The monsters not only provide monster cores that are useful for energy supply and alchemy products, their corpses are also useful to many things. Some parts of it could be useful for medicine, some could be used as a base for weapons and arms, some could become a very luxury of clothes, and many others purpose. The only limitation is people need to hunt this dangerous monster first. Because of this, there are many adventure guilds that are flourishing in the Heart Kingdom. The guild in this world is almost the same as the company on Earth, except in here guilds consist of strong people and rather than workers. The Adventure Guild also got more jobs and hired during this time of period, like the Blue Feather Adventurer Guild that is being hired as additional manpower and guide for the investigation team. Adventurers may not be as strong as the kingdom army, since people who are high grade usually will be hired by the kingdom or open their own guild. However, nobody will underestimate their expertise in hunting monsters. Like the old saying, before you go fishing, ask the advice of the local fisherman. It means to ask the local expert to guide you in a new environment. This way the team will get less trouble during their investigation. Alright, now it is time to go, thought Duke Victory while looking at the clock. Done with his work, Duke Victory immediately leaves the house manor in the capital and teleports to one of his residences in the countryside. From there, he needs to get by himself towards the dark fortress that he saved last time. The teleportation device may seem convenient, however it could also be sabotaged by others to launch a surprise attack. Because of this reason, people only put them in safe places with heavy fortification. Unstable place like Black Fortress cannot have the teleportation device since it is often attacked by monsters and leaves them vulnerable. The Duke didn't immediately depart to the Black Fortress, but rather waited in front of the teleportation device. After a while, the teleportation device hummed a little bit and teleported a few people in battle attire. Looking at this, the Duke Victory gives a friendly smile towards the newcomers. As for the newcomers, after they adapt to the disorientation from the teleportation device, one of them greets Duke Victory. "Good day, I hope we are not late," Duke Jacob said of the man in the front. "Ha, long time no see, my friends Marrow, FYI, and Gibbs." "Nope, you arrived just at the right time," replied the Duke. After that, they exchanged some pleasantries and greetings with each other. Once again, the teleportation device hummed, but the spatial fluctuation this time is many times stronger than before. Duke Victory, did you expect someone to come? As all of them ready their battle, it is not uncommon for the teleportation device to be sabotaged by someone after being used. Furthermore, the teleportation device usually only gives small spatial fluctuations unless they teleported someone from far away or it is being sabotaged. Teleportation from far away is very rare, so it's normal for them to think that the teleportation is being sabotaged. "Hold your weapon, my friends," said the Duke without giving further explanation. They immediately lower their weapon but still put their guard in case something is wrong. Minutes later, an elves come out from the teleportation device. Looking that the one that teleported is an elf, they immediately put their guard down. Although elves are hailed as the strongest race in civilian society, They rarely cause and hate conflict. They are also famous for being a peace-loving race unless they are being provoked by others. Some myths said that they are the descendants of dragons, since they are very strong but never care of the world unless being provoked first. After adapting a little bit to the spatial disturbance, "Good day, I hope I am not too late. Don't worry, Master Silva. You arrived just on time," replied the Duke. "Gentlemen, this is Master Silva Windspear. He will be the leader during this mission," introduced the Duke towards others. After they greet each other, "All right, shall we go now?" asked the Duke. Getting confirmation from the others, the Duke summoned his fire wyvern. Soon, all of them hopped into it and departed towards the Black Fortress. The investigation team is divided into many groups according to the alliance between kingdoms. Each of these groups has their own rendezvous location. For the Heart Kingdom Alliance group, their meeting point is Black Fortress. It will take some time before the other kingdom delegation comes to this place. They will stay here for a while before departing into the deep of Black Forest. The other kingdom delegation cannot come over via teleportation device to avoid any conflict between these kingdoms. Beside the Elf Kingdom, the other kingdoms never fully thrust each other despite them being allied. So, to avoid unnecessary conflict, they agree to send their delegation through the border rather than using a teleportation device. Although it will take more time, they also have a lot of time before the monster overlord launches its full attack. 60 months means around 5 years in this world. 5 years' time is not too short, and also not too long for the world that consists of many long-life people on it. However, they need to gather intelligence of the new monster overlord before the 5 years' time to create some sort of countermeasure towards it. Like an old proverb saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Beings arrive early at the Black Fortress also to increase the fortification in case of monster attack. 3 of Duke's victory friends are grade 5, while Sylvan and Duke Jacob themselves are grade 6. This kind of power lineup could easily overpower a small kingdom. Moreover, there is also a Blue Feather Guild member that is being hired by the kingdom. They not only became a guide in this investigation mission, but also provided additional manpower to stay inside the Black Fortress in case the monster wave attacked. Beside that, the king himself commanded one of the 3 dukes left to stay at the Black Fortress for the time being. Normally, the Black Fortress area is under Duke Victory jurisdiction. However, he needs to go along the investigation team, so the king ordered other dukes to stay at this place. The dukes in Heart Kingdom is the highest noble beside the royal family. For them to get into this position, they need at least to have the power of grade 5 or above. Considering there are only 4 dukes in the Heart Kingdom, yet they sent 2 dukes to fortify the border of Dark Forest. This shows that the importance of Monster Overlord matters towards the Heart Kingdom. Arriving at the Black Fortress, Duke Victory greets General Borkins before letting the others to rest inside the fortress. "Borkins, how is the situation?" asked the Duke Victory. "The situation is not too bad since there is no other attack besides the last time, however." Hearing the tone of his friend, the Duke also became more serious. "None of them who got inside the forest managed to get back. Even all of our magical spy eyes are being destroyed the moment it enters the forest a little bit. Borkins. Moreover, there is also something inside there that jammed our detection device. Explain the dwarf general about the current situation. It means we have lost our eyes and ear inside the forest. Since when did this happen?" asked the Duke solemnly. "Since the last attack. I tried to hire some high-grade adventurers to know what is going on inside the forest, but none of them have come back since then." Borkins. "If this is not a forest invested with monster areas, I believe that someone is trying to hide something from us," explained Borkins. "All right, I will ask the Master Silva if he knows something about this." "You did a good job, Borkins," said the Duke. "Ah, there are other things." Interrupt the dwarf before letting the Duke get away. "What is it?" asked the Duke. "I hear you are part of the investigation team this time. I have a bad feeling about this new monster overlord. I could only hope you to be careful. This forest is nothing but the embodiment of evil, especially in time like this." Hearing the warning of his old friend, I will keep in mind that. Before the Duke rested in his own room, he knows that the dwarf general rarely gives warning towards him. As someone who has lived for more than 100 years, the general dwarf intuition is most likely to be true. The Duke needs to be ready in every situation. Although as a grade 6, he has a better chance to escape even facing a monster overlord, but he still needs to be careful, especially after the last lesson where he got injured and almost lost his life. The Duke has not gotten into his current position only with his power. He also has a good head to read any scheme that leads into his current position from the lower noble. Dark Forest, an endless sea of forest that bordered with many kingdoms. It is known that it has existed since ancient times, even before civilization. This endless, humongous sea of trees is not ordinary forest. Not only is the place infested by monsters and thick fog miasma in the center, This forest is also different from others. Many stories and myths tell about this forest. Some myth says that it is the place where the evil god fell. Some say this place is cursed land, but no one could ever prove it. Since ancient times, many people try to destroy and burn this cursed land, but after one night all the burned and destroyed trees grow back again. Moreover, they not only grow but also develop in other places to become bigger over time. If its perimeter is not getting lumbered and destroyed periodically, they may already infest all over the world. Many people try to search for its source, but until now no one could do it. It's because in the center of the dark forest is infested by hordes of high-grade monsters. This is the huge hurdle for a lot of people to reach the center. It's impossible to avoid all these high-grade monsters with their keen senses. Once you fight one monster, it will attract the others and lead to being surrounded. Now, all of the kingdoms send their own team to investigate the newly born monster overlord that resides in this cursed place. Kingdoms sent many high-grade people and divided them into many teams. Searching the monster overlord in this dark forest is like searching a needle in the haystack. Moreover, there are also other older monster overlord that reside in this dark forest since the ancient times. Some may die being eaten by others, some may still survive and hibernate themselves. Whatever the case, it will be a suicide to wake them or disturb them, unless they want to fight more than one monster overlord at the same time. Because of this, all these teams are led by an elf. Elf race has the longest lifespan among the other races in exchange for their fertility. Along with this long lifespan, they also have the most complete record about all the monsters overlord that being born through history. Every time a monster overlord is born, there will be an unusual massive attack of monster horde like before. So it's hard to miss the birth of the monster overlord. From the record, not all these monster overlord is hostile. One usually stays in their territory, ones just goes back to sleep, few search for better territory, and many others that didn't care to attack civilization society. These elf leaders in the investigation team have a role to recognize and update the monster overlord record. They also need to make sure other monsters overlord not being disturbed or wake up to attack civilization society. Few months have passed since the Heart Kingdom Alliance team departed from the Black Fortress. Being guided by members of Blue Feather Guild, the teams could easily enter the inner area of the forest. Still, they got a lot of obstacles from various low-grade monsters that seem more active in the outer area. Although none of them could threaten the team, they need to avoid any unnecessary battle and being surrounded by monsters from all sides. Because of this, they need a few months just to get inside the inner area. The inner area is enclosed by misty miasma in the air. The deeper towards the inner area, the thicker the gray mist. Huff finally arrive at the inner area. I thought it would take more time than this, said the muscular man Gibbs. It's nothing. Actually, I am quite ashamed since it usually only takes a few weeks' time to get into the inner area. However, there are more monsters than usual in the outer area, said William. Don't worry about it, Master William. During this time period, all things could happen. I just received information that the others also have difficulty entering the inner areas. It's already impressive we could enter this area in just a few months' time, said Sylvan while putting his communication device inside his storage bracelet. Although there are no satellites in this world, they still could communicate one with each other through magical communication devices as long as they are not stray too far. From here, I will be the one that leads the team. Master William, since you have great perception towards surrounding, please keep your vigilance in case you notice something. All right, shall we continue, Sylvan? Yes, sir, everyone. Then they continue their journey. As a team that consists of high-grade people, their body is more resilient than others. All of them have strong physiques and could run all day without having a rest. Still, the dark forest inner area itself is not small, although they never measure it, but it could be compared to a small continent on Earth. This large area is infested with high-grade and monster overlord. The danger rate rises up a lot compared to the outer area. In the inner area, one carelessness could lead to the death of the team, or worse, they could wake up the other monster overlord. A few moments of going through the miasma fog, Sylvan signaled the team to stop. All of them immediately raised their vigilance towards the surrounding. What is it, Sylvan? Asked Jacob. Quiet, it's too quiet, replied Sylvan. Then William suddenly seems to smell something. This smell. Did you notice something? Asked Maru. Master Sylvan, we need to hide or get out of this place now, said William in a hurried tone. Hearing this, the elf leader immediately cast a spell towards the surrounding area. Fourth circle mimicry zone. After that, a group of huge bees came out from the fog in front of him. Looking at the group of bees, it's a group of grade 3 bear bees. It seems this is a grade 5 queen bee territory. There are no records of the queen bee being a monster overlord before. However, infiltrating the bee nest itself is almost the same as fighting a horde of bear bees at once. As the leader, we need to at least check the queen if it is a monster overlord or not, but the risk is much higher than if we infiltrate another monster territory. So how is it, guys? Should we retreat or get going? Asked Sylvan towards others. While they discussed their next action, Thousands of bear bees kept pouring out in the sky and past them. Looking at the number of bear bees, they knows this will be a suicide to attack the nest now. However, during this time, a low sound wave vibrates in the air constantly. Hearing this, Sylvan immediately checks his pocket watch communication device and finds that it could not receive any signal. This sound wave jammed all kinds of device communication. It seems it came from the bear bee nest, said Sylvan solemnly. Without the communication one with each other, the investigation team efficiency will drop a lot. The reason why they choose an elf race as the leader is so they could exchange information one with each other impartially without hiding anything. But because of this low sound wave, it jammed all kinds of communication devices inside the inner area. Because of this, they need to at least kill the preparator that jammed their communication device. While the others are still thinking what to do, barricade of low-grade monsters in the outer area, now low sound waves that could jam our communication device. This is not the work of an ordinary monster. This monster overlord may be more dangerous than we initially thought Sylvan silently. After a while, they decide to attack the nest since it is likely the low sound wave came from the nest. Without communication, their survival rate will also drop, so they need to get rid of whoever is jamming their communication. Under the camouflage of the mimicry zone, they walked slowly towards the sound origin. After a few kilometers walk, they found a weird-shaped tall building with bear bees flying around it. Like our initial thought, the sound wave came from inside the nest, possibly the queen bee herself. Everyone prepare to fight. Jacob, could you do the honor? During these few months, their relationship becomes closer like friends since they are already through a lot of dangerous situations together. Moreover, Jacob always maintains his respect towards Sylvan, which also makes him respect Jacob. All right, replied the Duke shortly. Then Jacob begins to flare up all his mana and begin chanting, Will of Fire, Will of Steel, Red Fire, Blaze of. Since now their job changes from covert mission to elimination, the Duke also is not going hold back and starting to use high circle spells. Noticing the sudden appearance of huge mana nearby, the bear bee also not just stayed idle either. They immediately attacked the huge mana source. Before they could approach, all of them immediately got shot down by soundless arrows from out of nowhere scatter shot. Looking at their comrade dying penetrated by arrows, the bear bees enraged and called reinforcement from the nest and the surrounding. ROAR. At this moment, Jacob has already finished his chanting and created a large complex magic circle in front of him. Burn to eternity. Fifth circle will wisp. Fifth circle will wisp BOM. A huge fire explosion appears and burns everything on its path towards the bear bee nest that looks like a strange tall building. The flame is alive and keeps moving towards the nest. The mystical flame is very hot and engulfed the nest along with each resident. After the nest has been burned for a while, the low sound wave is stopped and replaced with loud growling sound. ROARR. Because the majority of bear bees are out searching for food, there are only a few dozen bear bees inside the nest that come out and attack the preparator that burns their nest. Yosh, finally some real battle, said Gibbs enthusiastically and readying his axe. Everyone sticks together and covers each other's back. We need to kill the queen bee before her army comes back. Commands Sylvan while killing the incoming bear bees using his spear. While fending off the bear bees, the nest is kept being burned and finally destroyed. From it appears the queen bee, which is many times larger than ordinary bear bees. If the normal bear bees is around 2 meters height, then this queen is around 5 to 6 meters height. Looking at the group of people in front of it, it becomes enraged and attacks them. During this time, many small fireballs scattered in the air from Jacob fourth circle Vulcan shots. The scattered fireballs attack towards the queen bear bee like it is being programmed. But the queen also not a pushover and parry all of them using its legs and arms. As the Vulcan shots being parried, spark of fire gathered around the queen. Using this opportunity, Jacob manipulates the fire element and mana in the air and casts another spell, Fire Manipulation. Fire cast third circle Fireworm. The fire spark turns into bigger fire and becomes a huge fire snake that attacks the queen. During this moment, the brown woman on the team also finished her chanting spell, fourth circle Hurricane. The huge magic circle appears above the queen and creates a gust of wind. Then, it ignited the fireworm to become bigger and stronger. The queen is immediately trapped by the stronger fireworm. It tried to destroy the fireworm, but it could easily regenerate itself from the Jacob mana supply and hurricane spell. Using this opportunity, Sylvan approaches the queen while ignoring the other bear bees' windwalk. The other bees also notice their queen's predicament and try to help her, but they are being held by Maru, Gibbs, and others. Arriving in front of gigantic-sized bear bees, Sylvan flares up his mana and imbues it on his spear art-piercing hawk. A powerful attack with the embodiment of hawk penetrated the queen's body and ended its life. Looking at their queens dead, the other bear bees becomes disarray. Using this opportunity, the group immediately retreat and back from the battle. Although the battle seems simple and fast, they also spend a lot of their mana to create an opportunity for this victory. Being inside the inner area of Dark Forest with exhausted mana is the same things as suicide act. Therefore, to avoid this situation, they immediately retreat and recover their mana. Soon, the battle sound will attract other high-grade monsters. Fortunately, there are no other monsters inside the Bear Bee territory because of the Bear Bee's nature. After finding a hiding area and camouflage with the surrounding, they immediately rest to recuperate their mana. Recovering mana is not easy. Sometimes even after one whole night, high-grade people with big mana pools couldn't even recover half of it. Moreover, they are also inside the miasma fog, where the mana is more scarce than outside the forest. They still could use mana potions that they brought, but it is supposed to be used in case of emergency, since they only have a limited amount of mana potions. Meanwhile, the Heart Kingdom team recuperated themselves. The other teams also got many kind of problems, with various different grade 5 monsters. Some of them also have the power to jam the communication device, like the Queen Bear Bee. But most of them could be easily dealt with since all of the investigation teams consist of strong people from various kinds of race. Humans may not be the weakest race in terms of combat, but there are many other strong races in Furuman. All of them send at least a few people of 5th grade to do this mission. This kind of force is also one of the reasons why monsters never conquer the civilian society despite their superior strength. Furthermore, monsters inside the Dark Forest or other areas are not very harmonious one with each other. For example, like the Bear Bees. Their gluttony nature and its appetite will make them eat everything from the plant to other monsters indiscriminately. This way, the Bear Bees have a lower chance of getting some relation with other monsters. On the other hand, monsters like corrupted Mother Treant could easily cooperate with other monsters since its nature is giving a place towards other monsters. While the investigation teams have their own difficulty, Angus keeps his academy life peacefully. Inside the training room, under the smithing facility, a booming sound along with quaking keeps being heard constantly despite the room is enchanted with various isolation runes. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the training room, hahaha is that all you got, brat, mocking Balrog towards his opponent. Angus keeps his calm despite being provoked by Balrog continuously. Now in his arm there are 2 different weapons. In his right hand is a one-handed axe and in his left hand is a long poleaxe. However, Angus could use both different lengths of weapon with maximum efficiency. If not because of the weight and mana restraining bracelet, he could already parry and even counter-attack all the old dwarf attacks. During this past month, Angus also gave some suggestions to increase his physical body further. The mana restraining exercise is really effective. It makes his body break his muscles more than training without it. But as an expert, he feels that the training is too Borikov crude, so he also added some ideas and suggestions towards the old dwarf. One of the suggestions is by putting his body under the stress through sparring. Although Angus has a manual battle system, the manual battle system is too dangerous to be used as training since one careless could lead him to his doom. Compared to it, the old dwarf will give some break if Angus is too overwhelmed or holding back his attack to not instantly kill him. This kind of training will temper his body in a safe way. Combined with his healing art technique, his physique will become stronger after the training. Still, after all these past months of training, his strength only increased by 2 points to become 14, and his dexterity only increased 1 point to become 13. This shows that his body already has a difficulty in increasing his physical strength. After a few moments of parrying the old dwarf attack, Angus finally collapses on the ground exhausted. Ha, let's take a break first. As Angus put off his mana restraining bracelet, the moment he puts off, he feels his mana flare up and begins soothing his body under Angus' control. No matter how many times I see it, I could never get used to it. To have this kind of enormous mana without forming a mana core is outrageous, especially this technique you use to heal yourself. Angus ignores the old dwarf comment and focuses to tend his injuries using his rejuvenation flame. This kind of Spartan practice may seem absurd, but it also tempers his body more, not only in strength but also his flexibility and his battle instinct. Angus may still retain his absurd battle instinct, but if he doesn't fight with different types of people, he feels like he will rust. Beside, the old dwarf is also very experienced and knows where to hit during the spar. This also made Angus choose him as his spar partner. After Angus finished healing his wound, say, "Kid, I hear you're getting exempted in your class tournament. I don't know why you want to hide your ridiculous strength, but if you want to gain experience by fighting, they should be enough for you," asked Balrog curiously. "It's just my personal reason, besides they are too weak to become my battle partner." As Angus put the weapon back in the rack, "Too weak? Well, with your absurd strength and combat ability, I doubt even the fresh graduate could beat you now. But you still need those points. Yes, I heard students need points to survive in this academy." Well, I don't really care about points and rank. Besides, I could exchange them with money to not have trouble in my daily life every month, explained Angus. Exchange? Didn't it have an absurd rate of exchange? Said Balrog. Yeah, but I have some useless pocket money inside my storage anyway, so it didn't really bother me, said Angus nonchalantly. What a spoiled rich kid. Say, how many spare coins did you have right now? Asked Balrog curiously. If I am not wrong, it is around 20,000 gold coins. Why do you ask? Replied Angus. 20,000. 20,000? Why the hell do you have that much money as spare money? Asked Balrog. I just never really use my pocket money except to exchange it with points. Besides that, I never had any need to spend it since all my necessities were always fulfilled. Explain Angus. Boy, what's your full name again? Asked Balrog after thinking about it a little bit. My full name is Angus Victory. What's wrong with that? Asked Angus. Who Victory? I never thought that you are that brat's son. No wonder, said the dwarf. You know my father? Asked Angus. Well, he is just one of my interesting customers. I am the one that created his famous sparkling gloves, explained the dwarf with pride. I see, responded Angus nonchalantly. Hey, that's one of my masterpieces. Ha, forget it. Anyway, did you have any plan to use that spare money, Balrog? Now probably I will just save it for later use, replied Angus. If that's the case, did you want to participate in the auction? Asked Balrog. Auction? I may have a lot of money, but didn't they use points in the auction? Asked Angus back. Silly brat, not the auction inside the academy. It is the real auction using real money. During this time of period, a lot of rare material comes out. To get a better price, they usually auction it. The auction also happened to open during the break, so you didn't have to worry about missing it, explained Balrog. Well, I will think later, replied Angus casually. Once again with that nonchalant attitude. Why the hell I chose you as my student, grumbled the old dwarf. Then he gave Angus a golden card. Here, I happen to have one ticket to enter the auction. Use it when you want to come, otherwise just throw it away. All right, I will keep it for now. As Angus keeps the golden card inside his pocket space storage. Looking at the space pocket storage, despite having a lot of money, you still use that sack storage. Sometimes I suspect if you are one of those elf races who don't care about worldly stuff or just a buffoon. Nagging the old dwarf again. Before Angus could go away to avoid more nagging from the old dwarf, here's catch it. As Balrog throws a metallic wristwatch towards Angus. A wristwatch? Asked Angus confusedly. That's a space storage model wristwatch. I just have a spare product for it. As a teacher, I will feel humiliated if my student keeps using those lousy sack storage. Before exiting the smithing facility, Angus changes his training clothes to his normal ones. Although it is normal, it is also one of the heavy enchanted clothes. To make his body under the constant pressure, he requested the old man to enchant his clothes. Normally, this kind of enchantment cost a lot of money. Unbeknown to Angus, using the Balrog connection as a famous crafter, he could enchant his usual clothes easily without any cost. Not only is he wearing heavy enchantment clothes, he also uses his mana restriction bracelet. At first the dwarf against this practice since it could inhibit his own mana growth, but after seeing how much mana that Angus has, the old dwarf reluctantly permits it. Besides that, Angus also knows that his mana will not grow more at least in a few years' time, unless he forms his own mana core, which is impossible for the current him. So now Angus could keep training his physical strength during his daily life. Exiting the smithing facility, he goes towards the spring dorm to pick up some of his stuff. Today is actually the start of a long holiday for students in the Royal Academy. Unfortunately, his home is quite far from the capital, so he will stay in the manor house inside the capital city. Although he could use a teleportation device to shorten the time and length, to use the teleportation device itself is very expensive. Unless it is an urgent matter, people usually will not use teleportation devices. Still, there will be some exceptions like high noblemen such as dukes in the royal family. Because of their busy schedule, they could use the teleportation device freely. Since Angus didn't have any important matters at home, he chose to stay at the capital along with his brothers. Besides, the manor in the capital is not small and also quite big for them. Although it is not as big as their own home, the manor in the capital is already ridiculously large for human standard. Angus likes simplicity, so he rarely appreciates buildings with monumental scale. Because of this, he didn't even feel comfortable inside his own house, which is ridiculously big like a castle. Arriving at the dorm, he sees Princess Jaina also walking out from the dorm. Looking at Angus's nonchalant attitude, the princess has an urge to punch him. But she restrains herself as she promises to not cause any necessary trouble. Besides, after all these months, she knows that catching Angus is literally impossible as he is very agile and slippery like an eel. HMPH as the princes try to ignore him. As for Angus, he just ignored her like another passerby. Not able to stand being ignored by Angus, the princess wanted to call Angus but hold herself. Finally, she thought of an idea and smiled evilly at Angus before leaving him. Angus also noticed this change of attitude, but he didn't think much of it, and finally he entered his room without any other interference. After taking shower, packing his stuff, and putting everything inside his new wristwatch space storage, he goes towards the carriage parking lot to meet his brother Virgil. He just realized that his new wristwatch space storage is many times bigger than his pouch storage. Arriving at the parking lot, "Sorry to make you wait, brother," as Angus greets his brother. "Ah, Angus, don't worry about it. I also just arrived. Let's get inside," said Virgil, who seemed absent-minded before. "Inside the carriage, what's wrong, brother? You seem to be thinking something," asked Angus as he noticed his brother's weird behavior. "Don't worry about it. I just worry about our father. He still didn't come home from the mission. I just," as Virgil stops his sentence in the middle. Because of the secrecy, Duke Jacob didn't tell his mission towards the family except his wife. Although Angus also doesn't know what kind of mission his father receives, he feels that it has the connection with the current recently born monster overlord. "Don't worry, brother. Just believe in our father. Besides, he is a full-fledged grade 6 combatant. Let's trust in him." "Why, yeah, you are right. There's no way something bad could happen to him with his current strength," said Virgil. After that, they begin to chat about various things one with each other until they arrive at the manor. From the Virgil story, the class tournament this year has a theme of battle royal. Since all the current monsters are too aggressive to be used inside the tournament, they change it into battle royal where students fight one with each other. Since he and Princess Jaina are exempted from the tournament, their class got the lowest position this year. According to the Virgil, whose class is ranked first, the first rank gets a good weapon and equipment. They also get a chance to fight the first rank of their upperclassmen. Normally no one would take this chance as it is the same as being beaten up by the upperclassmen, but during this time a team is challenged by upperclassmen. This team is Ian class, and he challenges the first rank of second-year upperclassmen. The other thought that this would be a one-sided tournament, but at the last moment, Ian's team managed to win against the upperclassmen and get additional prize from the headmaster Antonio. Hearing this story, Angus begins to slightly interest a little bit towards Ian before back to his lazy, absent-minded attitude. Although what Ian does may seem impressive to others, but towards Angus, Ian is still too weak as ants. As an expert in the martial art path, he only respects someone with strength. This is not arrogance, but rather a pride. A pride is someone who already stands on the top. Moreover, by using his manual battle system, he could fight dozens of Ian at once and still win without receiving any kind of wound. Soon, both of the brothers arrive at the manor house. The moment they enter the manor house, Pavlon, the head butler of Victory Manor House, gives Angus a letter. Looking at the letter, "Oh brother, after entering the capital for a while, you already got a letter, you really something else." Teasing Virgil. "Shut up, it's not what you think," replied Angus. During this time, both of them noticed the seal on the envelope. "Who isn't this royal family crest seal? Brother, just what have you done to gather the attention of the royal family?" asked Virgil furiously. Looking at the crest seal, "Ha, this must be one of those spoiled girls' ideas. Why can't she just leave me alone for a while?" thought Angus inwardly. Then, without any hesitation, Angus unsealed the letter and read it together with Virgil, since he was also curious about the letter itself. After reading it, "This is an invitation." "This is an invitation," exclaimed the two brothers. "Brother, this is awesome. You need to accept this invitation. It's an honor to get an invitation from the royal family to come to their tea party," said Virgil excitedly. While Virgil kept chattering excitedly, "Ha, she got me good. Damn, it seems I didn't have any choice this time. Hopefully she didn't ask for troublesome things," thought Angus inwardly. The next day, Angus wears a formal noble attire with a lot of embroideries and looks very presentable. "Damn, you Virgil. Even when I attend the nobles' gathering before the clothes are not as horrible as this," thought Angus silently while feeling uncomfortable with his clothes. Suddenly, Angus thought disturbed by his brother Virgil. "Angus, did you hear what I said?" Yeah, keep speaking the formal language and playing with some noble's kid, right?" replied Angus lazily. "No, what I mean is forget about it. Just make sure to not tarnish our house Victory name, okay? The other nobles sometimes could be a little bit harsh despite us being still young." All right, I will go first. "See you, brother," as Angus goes inside the carriage. After a few minutes of riding the carriage, Angus arrived at the majestic royal palace. Looking at the humongous building that is much bigger than Hagia Sophia on Earth, Angus' mood immediately down. Why the hell do they build such a ridiculous building? Are all the residents giants? Or do they just use giants as a scale model when they build it? Such a waste of resources. Well, not that it matters to me. Grumble Angus inwardly. Hearing this, started already. Didn't I still have half an hour before it began? Must be that spoiled princess idea, thought Angus inwardly while following the butler. After walking for a few minutes, Angus arrived at the huge garden. In the middle of the garden, there are already few nobles gathering around Princess Jaina. She didn't use her normal noble attire, but a light blue long dress that matched her golden hair. Despite still being a kid, she extruded a unique charm towards the surrounding. At this moment, Angus thought, like a jewel surrounded by mud. Suddenly his thought is disturbed. Everyone, our special guest, finally arrives. Please welcome him, the third son of Duke Victory, Angus Victory," said the princess as everyone finally noticed Angus's arrival. All the other noble kids, immediately whispering about Angus's lateness. Noble society sometimes could be very strict and cruel. Just because of one lateness, you will have gossiped around to arrive this late. Look at his attire, he must be using a lot of time too. How dare he make the princess wait? Victory he seems, unlike the other two brothers. Must be a concubine or bastard child. Using Angus's enhanced perception, Angus keeps hearing the other kid badmouthing him. Angus only looks nonchalantly towards the other's command and keeps looking at the blue dresses princess who is smiling triumphantly. After that, he looks at the surroundings and stops a few seconds later at the place where the guards are hiding. After taking a deep breath, "Good day, everyone. Forgive me for my lateness. I hope I didn't interrupt your party," said Angus politely while giving a noble gesture. After he said that, Angus walked toward the food table and served himself a cup of tea while ignoring the others, even the princess. Looking at this, "Oi, Buffin, did you not understand a basic noble etiquette? How dare you, ignoring the fourth princess as the party host," said one of the kids in blue hair, but Angus keeps ignoring him. What a victory. You must be Whore's son that doesn't even know noble etiquette. Why don't you? Before the kid finished his sentence, a short teaspoon passed near his head even before he could react. The teaspoon embedded deeply at the nearby tree. Everyone immediately stays silent and looks at the preparator Angus. I am sorry. It slipped out of my hand. I hope everyone can forgive my blunder. Please continue with what you're doing. I may not do it again, said Angus with a smile that looks like a devil. The surrounding atmosphere begins to tense and everyone stops talking to one another. After a while, "How dare you?" the blue-haired kid yelling at Angus again. But before he could finish his sentence, another teaspoon passed him again like before and make him have a cold sweat. Once again, the teaspoon is embedded in the nearby tree like the previous one. It seems my hand is slippery," said Angus with a smile. Hearing this, the blue-haired boy wanted to reply, "You." "Oh, and Princess Jaina." "Why, yes, princess," replied the blue-haired boy timidly. "Forget about it," said the princess in a stern tone. But, Owen." "I said forget about it," shouted the princess. "Oh, all right," while he's still glaring at Angus. At this moment, "Oh, why to stop now? We still didn't hear what you said before. Please say it. Maybe this time my hand will not slip," provoked Angus while he played the tablespoon in his hand. "Why you, Owen?" Once again, Angus throws the teaspoon near Owen's head and makes him quiet. Looking at the more tense atmosphere, the other hidden guard is even ready to come out from their hiding place. Why are all of you so serious? My hand is slippery now," as he throws a faster spoon without the other kid noticing towards the nearby hiding guard nearby. This action makes all the hiding guards come out from their hiding place and arrive at the front of the princess, with vigilance towards the kid in front of them. "Princess, let's get out from here. That kid is dangerous," said one of the shadow guards. What?" said the princess. The other guards keep looking at Angus's nonchalant attitude. As for the other kids, they are confused at the sudden appearance of the hidden guard. At this moment, a clapping sound is heard from the garden entrance. "Clap forth, princess. I think the time for the tea party is already over. May everyone goes back to their home," said the old butler. Looking at this, Angus immediately the one that walked out slowly from the garden. Arriving at the near old butler, young Master Victory, "Allow me to lead the way." "Please, by all means," replied Angus lazily. Soon, both of them get out of everyone's sight. "Everyone, I am sorry, but the party is over," while the princess also gets out from the garden while being escorted by her maid. Angus just what happens to make all the hidden guards react. Even Darius needs to come out, thought the princess confusedly. Meanwhile, Angus and the head butler Darius keep walking silently. Looking at the silent old butler, "Stop pretending, old man. Just say what do you want exactly?" asked Angus while he stops walking. "Pardon me, young Master Victory, I don't understand what you mean," asked the old butler back. "So we are not going towards where my carriage left me before, right? So just tell me what you want, Angus." Oh, as expected of the young Master Victory to notice this. "If it is not bothering you, did you want to accompany this old man for a small talk, Darius?" What choice did I have? But before that, what will you do if your mother is being insulted in front of everyone?" asked Angus seriously. "I see, so that's the reason, Darius." "Yep, and you still haven't answered my question, Angus." "Well, as a butler, my opinion is insignificant, but if my mother was ever being insulted, I beat the insulter to death with my hand. Is my answer satisfied?" said Darius politely. "That's already enough, so what do you want to talk about?" asked Angus. "What do you think of the fourth princess?" asked Darius back. "Jaina, well, I just think she is a spoiled princess and quite energetic one," replied Angus. "Really, is that all, Darius?" "Yep, what else you want me to say? A lovely girl, PFT. That seems impossible character for Jaina, but let's just say she's not a boring person but also quite troublesome." "Oh yeah, is stalking others also the job of a butler?" said Angus jokingly. Surprised by Angus's question, young Master Victory is quite perceptive. "But no, I am not a stalker. It is just my job to look after a mouse that could pass all the guard during the last noble's gathering," replied the old butler with a smile and make the situation tense. "Ha, why I have some trouble with an old man. First father, the old dwarf, now you old butler. Did I got curse?" grumble Angus jokingly. Looking at Angus's lack of reaction, "I see, young Master Victory. It seems you are quite a special person. Yeah, and I hope you could keep silent about that." "Yeah, and I hope you could keep silent about that," said Angus nonchalantly. "Well, it depends on your next move," replied the old butler with the same smile and both hands in the back. "All right, what do you want, Mr. Old Butler?" asked Angus with a lazy expression. "Please just call me Darius or Uncle Darius. What I need are simple things. It seems that the fourth princess is taking quite an attention to you, so I just hope you could always take care of her," said Darius in a polite tone. "Take care of Jaina," replied Angus before silent for a while and looking in a certain direction. Looking at Angus' behavior, the old butler surprised for a moment before back to keep his smile. After looking at the direction for a moment, sigh, "What a choice do I have? Well, it's not like I will babysit her, right? Then I will do what I can, but I can't promise something beyond my capabilities," said Angus seriously. "That's already enough. Shall we go back now, young Master Victory?" asked the old butler. "Sure, I didn't feel comfortable in this place," replied Angus. "Oh, is there something troubling you?" asked the old butler while leading the way. "Nothing. It's just my taste. I don't like inside a monumental building like this for a long time," replied Angus nonchalantly. "I see. It seems that young Master Victory has the unique taste like the elf race. The last time I hear someone comment like that is from the elf race," said the old butler. "Elf race again. It seems this particular race is quite interesting," thought Angus silently. After walking for a while, both of them arrive at the carriage parking lot. "No problem. It's already my job to lead the guests such as yourself. May you have a safe trip back, young Master Victory," said the old butler while bowing his head. Then the carriage is moving to leave the royal palace perimeter. After that, the old butler back to the room where Angus and Darius having their conversation. Inside the room, a person is holding a teaspoon, looking at his master, my lord, while Darius bowing his hand. After looking at the teaspoon for a while, there is no trace of mana. "It means it's being thrown only by pure physical power," said King Leon. "Darius, if I am not wrong, he is the third son of Jacob, right?" asked King Leon. "Yes, my liege. He is the third son of Duke Victory. He also happens to one of the classmates of fourth princes," replied Darius politely. "He Jaina's classmate. Interesting is that the reason you tell him to take care of Jaina, King Leon." "Yes, my lord, the fourth princess seems to also interesting at the boy," answered Darius truthfully. "I see, Darius, make sure to keep an eye on the kid. I believe he will become a great man in the future," ordered King Leon. "As you wish, my lord," replied Darius, but the king himself already vanished from the room, leaving the teaspoon behind. Angus Victory, what an interesting person, to even caught up the eye of the king, thought Darius while picking the teaspoon on the floor. Unbeknown to Angus, he already caught some attention from one of the main powerhouses in the world. As for the person himself, he just lay on the carriage and looks like sleeping. "So that's the strength of 7th-grade people," thought Angus while he remembers the feeling he got when he looks in King Leon's direction during his conversation with Darius. He opens his eyes and leaks out a little bit of excitement while smiling. "I never know someone could be that strong just from by his present. It seems this world interesting." Then Angus shook his head. No. I must not let my thought got clouded. It's already enough looking towards battle in the past life. Now I just want to enjoy my peaceful life." After a while, he finally arrives at his manor house and immediately goes inside his room while avoiding Virgil not getting lectured. The information about the crushed tea party must be already spread among the nobles. There is a chance his brother also hears about it through some communication device. Moreover, Angus also not in the mood to listen to Virgil lecture, while his mood still not truly calm after feeling the king's strength. He needs to at least battle a few rounds inside his manual battle system to calm down. Lately, he seems to get harder to control his own emotion. Puberty, what a hormonal problem, thought Angus while he meditated to calm his mind before checking his status panel. He has a habit to look at his status first before doing any manual battle. "I have too many points at this time. Not using this will be a waste. Guess it's time to use it again and leave some for later use," thought Angus inwardly and add some point to his status. Angus increase 1 point for strength, dexterity, and intelligence. The moment he increasing his status, he feels uncomfortable inside his body. After a while, the uncomfortable feeling is gone. I will never get used to this feeling," thought Angus while looking at the status panel. Each strength and dexterity cost 10 points to increase, while the intelligence needed 20 points to increase. So in total, he consumes 40 soul points. Angus limit himself to increase the status only by 1 for each attribute because he needs to adapt to his new power first. Each time he increases his status with soul points, He feels like he is being enhanced by some mysterious force and makes him harder to control his body. After the status passed 10 marks, the more he put in more points, the harder he will control his body. It's not like he will lose control of his body and become a mindless berserk monster. It's more like cannot control the body and make him fall on the stairs, breaking some stuff with a little touch, or even having a delayed reaction. The only good side effect comes from the vitality stat that only increases his metabolism and appetite for a certain period. Although all of this may seem simple, in the battle of life and death, this crucial little detail could determine the life of someone. He experiences the delayed reaction in a harder way after increasing his intelligence point by 2. He feels like his body and mind are not fully synchronized. Angus speculated that the more point he increases, the more harder he regains his control over his body. Just by increasing his intelligence with 2 points, he needs a month to synchronize his mind and body. During this period, also one of the time, he feels of being vulnerable. Moreover, like knowing that Angus is being weaker than before, the winning percentage inside the manual battle system is also lower than before. But after the 1-month time end, the winning percentage increased more than before Angus increasing his stat. Although Angus hates the feeling of being vulnerable, it will take a long time to use the normal training to increase his power. Now, he quite desperate to increase his strength after he felt the Pinnacle King's strength. He feels insecure and weak before this kind of strength. This feeling makes him want to grow stronger more and challenge this power subconsciously. Angus also realizes he will not get any stronger than in his past if he just follows the path of training to increase his combat power. Although he has limited himself to only increase his status by 1, he feels like he is getting stronger at a steady pace. Then he did some light stretching to grasp the increase in his power. It seems just 1 point increase. I could somehow still have better control over my body. Well, I never increased more than 1 point before, so it might be the case. Thought Angus inwardly before entering the manual battle. As usual, he wears his training clothes and fights one-on-one with the punching bag Henry for the warming up. Soon, few days passed by uneventfully. In the morning when Angus wakes up early like usual, he feels that something bad will happen. His guts tell him to not come to the dining area this morning. The more he walks closer to the dining area, the more he feels like something bad will happen to him. Cannot stand his tingling feeling, Angus immediately uses mana echolocation silently while inside his room. Shit, why she is here? I need to get out from here before she notices me. Damn, she has already come over here. Beast walk, as Angus get out from his room through the window and escape from the townhouse manor as fast as he could. A few seconds after Angus managed to run away, "Brack morning, Angus, my baby boy. Are you already awake?" said the woman who forces her way and opened Angus's door room. I am sure that my baby boy inside the room just now. How come that he is not here? Don't tell me he is being kidnapped. As the woman looking at one of the opened windows. No, how dare you try to kidnap my Angus from me? No, how dare you try to kidnap my Angus from me, said the woman with black hair. Hearing the shouting from the woman, the other's resident also come out. Aunt Hersha, what happens? Asked Virgil, who comes first as he happens to be nearby. Virgil, why your brother is kidnapped. Look, the window opens just when I come in and your brother is gone, said Aunt Hersha. Hearing this and looking at the window, who is abruptly opened from the inside, Virgil immediately knows that Angus is run away rather than being kidnapped, as his aunt exclaimed. Then, he immediately calms down his aunt before she doing something outrageous. Her aunt may look like an energetic middle-aged woman, but she is a full-fledged 6th-grade human with strong combat capability. With her strength, capability, and personality, she will surely put upside down the whole capital city. Calm down, Aunt Hersha. Angus is not being kidnapped. He just runs, going outside for a while, said Virgil. Really? But why his presence suddenly gone? Still, to come out without greeting his aunt is kind of rude. Pavlon, ready the carriage, we will pick up Angus. Why don't we wait for Angus until afternoon? Besides, didn't Aunt Hersha has a job to be done? As Virgil tried to persuade his aunt. Boo-hoo, I want my Angus now. But you are right. I am quite busy taking care of your daddy job. All right, I will wait for him to come back for now. Fia safe, thought Virgil. Before Virgil finishes his thought, Virgil, I want you to search for Angus. Since I can't go by myself, as his brother you need to search and keep him safe. I want both of you back before this afternoon. Otherwise, let's think about that later. Now, Pavlon, which way is the study room again? As Aunt Hersha going out from the room, leaving the surprised Virgil. Curse you, Angus. Why, I am the one that needs to search for him. Everyone in the family knows that if he wants to hide forever, no one could found him but our father. Even teacher Andrea, his tutor, couldn't catch him, much less me. Curse Virgil at his current situation. Meanwhile, Virgil lamenting his fortune, the preparator himself already walking around the capital city leisurely. The Heart Kingdom capital city is also known as Ashton City, the lifeful city even during the night time. This place is the center of the Heart Kingdom, the strongest kingdom of the human race. This place is also where merchant from various other nation gathers and trade. Sometimes people could say that besides the East Coast city, this is one of the best places to making money through trading or procuring a rare material. Therefore, even it's still early in the morning, many people already open their shop and trading with passerby. The environment is like a local market on Earth, with various people shouting to promote their product, haggling, or just looking around. Inside this chaotic market, a boy with black hair strolling around while looking at each shop with enthusiasm. And come to think of it, this is the first time I go outside on my own and looking around the capital city. Well, let's enjoy myself. It's been a while since I meet this kind of environment, thought Agnes. While walking around, Angus noticed a lot of pamphlets and advertisements through Magic about Golden Trade's auction. Some people even shouting to not miss this kind of event around. Although Angus looks like a kid, no one bothers him since in this world, there are also few kinds of small height races like dwarves, halflings, etc. So, people in this world never judge a person by their height or appearance. After a while, he found a particular food stand that sells something similar to yakitori from Japan on Earth. Smelling the scent of meat stuck with the wooden stick being cooked, his stomach grumbles. I didn't have time to have breakfast this morning. Let's try to eat this food. I hoped it is as good as yakitori on Earth, thought Angus while approaching the stand. Looking at Angus's approach, here, try our roasted meat for 10 copper. Freshly roasted meat for 10 copper. Uncle, please give me one. As Angus pretended to hand 10 copper coin from his pocket that took from his wristwatch storage. Although Angus didn't truly care about money, he still knows the value of money and the trouble that it could bring. After all, in his previous life, he lives in a world where money governs everything, so he picks up a few tricks to camouflage his space storage. Angus knows that space storage is an expensive item, especially if it is modeled like the wristwatch he had. Showing this in this place is the same as saying I have treasure, please rob me. Here's your meat, kid, as the uncle receives Angus's coin. After getting the coins, the uncle immediately gives Angus a lump of meat that sticks with a wooden stick. Without any moment, Angus takes a bite of the meat. The freshly juicy roasted meat immediately melts inside his mouth and gives a sense of euphoria to him. Damn, this is delicious. Uncle, I will have 5 more, as Angus keeps eating his roasted meat. 5 roasted meat coming up, replied the uncle with smiling while cooking another batch of roasted meat. After a while, here, the 5 roasted meat, as the uncle gives the meat to Angus. Hey kid, this is too much, said the uncle. While enjoying his food, he also found a lot of strange merchants that display some of his merchandise on the ground. Some passers-by looking at the merchandise before writing something on the merchandise tag before leaving. Unlike the others at this location, the merchant didn't bother about it or trying to haggle. The merchant didn't even try to promote their products. None of them seems to buy the merchandise from this merchant, but the merchant himself didn't care as long as they didn't steal their merchandise. Looking at these particular merchants, Angus approaches one of them. Welcome, please look around, said the woman merchant. After looking carefully, Angus found many different prices on the tags along with time. Excuse me, could you explain about this? Oh, boy, you are new here. This place is where merchant sells their product that is not got selected to be auctioned by the golden trader. So they held some sort of auction by themselves in this place. Just place your name and the bid price in the tag of item that interests you. If your price comes to be the highest, it will be sold to you during the specified time. You could also buy the item directly by paying their buyout price. As the woman merchant explains and puffing her smoke pipe, he found almost all the merchandise is a strange scrap or sort of antique. Some tags explain that they are coming from the ancient ruins. After looking for a while, he didn't found a strange material or things that he was attracted to. Even by using Mana Eye, he still didn't found something interesting, but he keeps looking around between one merchant and the others. Finally, he finds a strange bracelet with a swirl pattern on it. The bracelet is made of an unknown material with a black swirl pattern on it. He didn't know, but his instinct is attracted towards this bracelet after looking at it once. After checking the with Mana Eye and examined the bracelet, he found nothing about it. Interesting, let's look at the price. This is, buy out 10 gold coins. This is a ripoff. Let's bid first. 1 silver coin, thought Angus while he writes on the tag. Then Angus walking around looking for something interesting while his roasted meat stick. There is still some times before the specified time ends. Walking for a while, he notices someone advertising, come, please try our magical drink fizzy beer, a beer that will not make you drunk. Children and adult is permitted to drink our fizzy beer children also could try it. Interesting as Angus approaches the shop. The shop is modeled like an ordinary drinking tavern. However, you could see a few children here and they're drinking something. Unlike the normal drinking tavern, none of the customers seems drunk and could enjoy the drinks to their heart content. Looking at this, Angus approaches the bartender. Excuse me, 1 fizzy beer please. Yes, right up, here's the drink. It's 10 copper coins, said the bartender while giving the drink. After Agnes pay for the drink, he looks at the green-colored carbonated drink in front of him. Besides the light green color, It looks similar towards those carbonated drinks from Earth, thought Angus inwardly. Looking at the light green-colored carbonated drink, he prepares himself before deciding to drink it. In the past life, Angus is kind of a foodie, but he also doesn't want to upset his stomach from drinking something that looks like poison, especially in this fantasy world. He even thought, how could this shop survive just by selling this weird-looking colored drink? The moment he drinks it, this is refreshing. This is refreshing. Angus, feeling the carbonated sensation in his throat combined with the cold temperature of the drink, he feels a kind of euphoria that he has forgotten before. This is worth more than being 10 copper coins, but I guess 10 copper coins itself already expensive for a drink since it is around with the alcoholic beer, thought Angus while he enjoys the sweet cold drinks alone. No one is bothering him and mind their own business. Fortunately, Angus wears his casual clothes and he looks like a normal commoner rather than looks like a noble. After a while, he hears a commotion outside. From what he picked up from nearby, it seems a noble of the kingdom comes to this area. What kind of stupid noble trying to come here with their noble's clothes? Luckily, I don't like to wear noble's clothes, so I didn't get a hassle when coming to this place in a hurry. Wait, that's Virgil. As Angus saw Virgil along with a few guards through the shop window, from all of the place at the capital, how could he guess me that I am here? That man beside him is looking in this direction. I see, so that man is the one that leads him, as Angus understands how his brother found him. Since Angus is already being discovered, Angus immediately goes outside and meets with his brother that seems to outplace in this location. While Angus goes out of the drinking tavern, Virgil seems to talk with the guy beside him. Are you sure he is near here? Asked Virgil. Before the man answered Virgil's question, yo, brother Virgil, called Angus casually. Angus, I finally found you, exclaimed Virgil loudly that make the passerby focus on Angus. Geez, brother, why you are here? Asked Angus lazily. It is me that should ask you why you are here. Also, did you just come out from the drinking tavern? Blah, blah, blah. As Virgil keeps nagging towards Angus non-stop, after few moments of clarification, Angus now understands the gist of Virgil's current situation. To looking for Angus, who could be anywhere, he hired a man that specialized in looking for a person through the guild. Guilds in Furuman is not only has a job to hunt and sell monster corpse, but they also often doing some miscellaneous jobs such as searching people, pet, painting wall, etc. to the more dangerous jobs such as assassinating, bandit extermination, monster hunting, etc. By using the man from the guild, Virgil finally could locate Angus despite him on the opposite part of the city with the townhouse manor. Since you are finally being found and safe, we should go back now. As Virgil signs the contract for the mission completion with the guild member, back already? Come on, brother, it's the first time I have been outside. Can we just touring the capital city for a bit? Asked Angus as he didn't want to back to his townhouse now. There's no way I will go back to that annoying, clingy old woman now, thought Angus silently. Hearing Angus's plea, Virgil, as caring-natured brother, didn't have the heart to say no, especially since Angus rarely asked anything of him. All right, but let's get out from here first. This part of the town is quite unsafe, as Virgil noticed few people already eyeing them in the back alley. Now that's not true, it's probably your clothes that attracted the others, said Angus casually while walking away. And whose fault is that? If I know you are in this part of the city, I will not also bring a lot of guards and wearing nobles' clothes. Grumbled Virgil silently. Wait, Angus, where are you going? Virgil followed his brother and didn't want him to escape again. Oh, I found interesting merchants near here. You should see it yourself. As Angus brings his brother towards the auction merchants' area. During the way, both of them attracted the passerby because of the guard that follows them in Virgil's clothes. Because it is getting more annoying, Angus decides to buy some normal-looking robes for his brother to cover his noble's clothes. Although it is quite useless, at least it will make Virgil less attractive. As for the guards, they couldn't do anything since dismissing them also could bring some unwanted problem since some people already know that they are noble. Soon, they arrive at the auction merchant. Virgil immediately notices the weird behavior of these merchants that display their products. Some city guards could be seen patrolling around this place more often. Looking at the confused Virgil, Angus explains about all these auction merchants. I see, so to not go home empty-handed, they sell their product in this way. Interesting, I never thought there is such a way to sell a product. Brother, did you also try to bid? Virgil. Yes, I tried to bid for that bracelet, pointing Angus towards the swirl-patterned bracelet. Looking at the normal accessories bracelet that could be found anywhere. Why did you choose that bracelet? Asked Virgil as he found nothing after inspecting it with Mana Eye. Knowing that his brother is never doing anything without a reason, he tries to find out about the bracelet. Well, I am just attracted to it. Anyway, since you want to go back already, I will just buy out for it rather than waste any more time. Angus attracted. That's unusual, thought Virgil while looking around for something that may be interesting. Angus approaches the merchant and buys out the bracelet for 10 gold coins. The merchant only gives some sly smile before immediately took away the gold coins and gives the bracelet away. After getting the bracelet, Angus walks back to Virgil, who is looking around trying to find something interesting. Find something interesting? Asked Angus. Now let's get out from here, replied Virgil. Then the two brothers get out from this location towards another part of the city. The capital city of Heart Kingdom, Ashton, is divided into many sections. Angus's townhouse manor is located in the high-class section where the majority of its residents are nobles, wealthy merchants, and someone with high authority. As for the location of where Angus escaped is the semi-slum commoner section. In this section, you could all kinds of people, be it adventurers, beggars, or various kinds of merchants. This is the only section with a high crime rate and has few city guards patrols around. However, like in any world, there are also corrupted guards that sometimes turn to blind eyes at some crimes after receiving some gift. Moreover, this is also often the area where hidden organization doing their stuff. If their headquarters lay in the slum area, their working area is in this semi-slum commoner section. This is also the reason why Virgil's appearance could create a commotion before. For its residents, nobles is kind of eyesore and source of jealousy. If it's not because Virgil's guards keep the passerby away, who knows what kind of chaos he will bring in this area. Although a noble such as Virgil didn't need to worry since all the hidden organization never touch people from the high nobles, but he could still get some misfortune if come to this section alone. Leaving the sections, the two brothers arrive at the commercial sections where the majority of people doing their trade. Unlike the previous section, here people are more orderly and you could see more guards patrol around the area. The shop that opens in this section also looks more luxurious and elegant than the previous section. Arriving at this section, Angus finally broke his calm and behaved like a kid of his age. He is so excited to find a lot of strange products on the shop's displays. His curiosity comes in and makes him always want to try every single product he found. Still, after found its function in these products, he will immediately lose interest and not gullible enough to buy all these products. After touring and having fun with his brother for a while, Angus decides to rest at the nearby restaurant. The restaurant looks like a Western bar style on Earth, but more neat and clean. It also serves high-quality monster meat, which is very rare. Monster meat is not only hard to be procured, but they are also hard to be cooked. The monster meat, especially the high-grade one, contains a certain degree of miasma, which is poisonous to any living being. Up till now, only grade 3 bellow monster meat that is edible to eat with a certain method of cooking. This certain method of cooking is a special kind and must be tested by the kingdom for safety reasons. A legal restaurant such as this also gets checked by the kingdom every month. They also must have a certified chef to cook the monster meat safely to open this kind of business. Despite the dangers of being poisoned by miasma, monster meat has a lot of benefits. One of them is to boost the physical strength and mana in one body by a certain amount. Although it is only a small boost, it's still valuable. Few very rich people have the luxury of eating this monster meat for every meal. As the sons of the Duke, they also have the luxury to eat this monster meat occasionally, but they only eat grade 1 monster meat and never higher than that. The reason is that to safely cook grade 2 above monster meat need a various kind of hard skill that not everyone could do. At this bar-style restaurant, they surprised to found that they now sell a grade 2 monster meat food. After inquiring more to the waiter, they were surprised at the answer. In the capital city of Heart Kingdom, Ashton, there is a fancy restaurant with bar style. This restaurant is a branch famous restaurant named Morden Tavern, a famous restaurant through the Furuman that sells monster meat delicacy. During this time, the restaurant famous owner, Chef Morden, happens to visit this branch as he was in the nearby area. Chef Morden is quite famous for making various kinds of food from monster meat. Although he is not the #1 chef in Furuman, he still has high prestige and famous among the other chefs. Fortunately for the two brothers, Chef Morden just decided to cook a few dishes while staying at this branch restaurant. Judging from the few people in the restaurant, it seems not many people know about this yet. Otherwise, this restaurant will already overcrowded with the various kind of people. Although it is quite early for lunchtime, the opportunity to taste a dish from a Chef Morden is like once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Especially, Chef Morden himself is a mysterious guy that likes to travel around the world to create many more food recipes. After waiting for a while, more people come to the restaurant. They immediately begin to invite to come over the moment they hear the news about Chef Morden. Meanwhile, the two brothers already enjoying their full-course meal. Unbelievable, I never know food could be this delicious and it's just appetizer. Comment Virgil. You are right, brother. This food delicious, I couldn't even believe that all of this from the monster. I looking for the main dish, replied Angus. Soon, the moment the restaurant is full while finally the main dish for the two brothers is come out. Excuse me, sir. This is the main dish called the Sparkling Island made from various kinds of different grade 2 monsters. The waiter gives them the dish. It looks like a cube piece of brown cooked meat with a sauce around it. The brown meat in their sauce give a unique feeling and sparkle like a star in the sky. Overall, it looks like a tiny island that keeps sparkling. At this moment, Angus notices the thickness of mana inside the meat. Eating this will surely increase the person's mana capacity a little bit. Unfortunately, Angus still not forming his mana core and could not increase the mana inside his body any further. Otherwise, he didn't know how high his mana as he always practiced his secret breathing technique to increase his mana bit by bit. Without further ado, the two brothers immediately eat the food under the hungry glare of other customers. Whoa, this is amazing. I feel my body is energized and stronger. Comment Virgil. Yeah, it is also very delicious. We got lucky to could eat these dishes, replied Angus while keep eating his food. After that, they close their lunch with a parfait for dessert while the restaurant becomes too crowded with a long queue at this point. Done with the eating, the Virgil go to the bar counter to pay. However, few customers try to cut off the long queue by using their name as noble or authority. This leads to a chaotic situation until one of them points their finger towards Angus. How could you let a kid like him enter and eat while I the noble could not enter? Said one of the noble. Hearing this, Angus could only shake his head before ignoring him with a smug on his face and waiting for Virgil paying the food. Brat, how dare you ignore me, a noble? Guard, give that kid a lesson. Command the noble. The noble guard immediately arrives and tries to beat Angus as he has already done many times before. This makes the other passerby disperse, afraid to get involved in this matter. Angus only looked at the incoming fist lazily before someone grabs the guard's fist. Looking at the grabbed fist, are you sure you want to involve in this? Said the noble's guard. Before the other person could say anything, how about you? Are you sure? Asked Angus back while looking at the noble. I don't which rich kid you come from, but I am the son of a Viscount Foreman of the Heart Kingdom. You should apologize for your previous behavior and let my guard beat you, said the noble. Suddenly another voice heard, oh so you want to beat my brother, huh? As Virgil come over from the bar counter. Looking at Virgil's noble clothes with the victory emblem underneath the robe, the other party immediately sucks a cold breath. I am sorry, young Master Victory. I didn't know that he is your brother, bowed the nobles fearfully. I am in a kind of good mood. Get out from here now, command Virgil. At this moment, Garrot said Angus. Yes, third young master. Replied the guard that protects Angus. Beat all of them before they get out from here, said Angus chillingly. The guard looks at Virgil before he nodded at Angus's command. Getting the permission, Garrot immediately flares up his mana, which shows he is a 4th grade combatant. With a flash, he immediately beat up the guard and their master, starting by breaking the hand of the guard that tries to beat Angus. Looking at this, the noble's son could only frantically run away. Still, he could never be faster than a 4th grade combatant. After taking out the trash, both of the brothers going out from the restaurant and back to touring the commercial section. Along the way, brother, that's so unlike you that you want to beat someone, said Virgil. I just noticed that scumbag and his guard may already do this kind of things many times before, so I just give them their own medicine, said Angus while he looking at the various merchandise on the shop display. Really? How did you know about it? Replied Virgil. The body of the guard moved without hesitation the moment he got his command. No matter what kind of discipline training he had, there is no way he didn't have any hesitation to beat a child like me, unless he did it many times that makes him numb towards it. I didn't care about what they did to me, but I will not forgive a scumbag that will even hit the innocent kid. Who knows how many people got beaten under their hand, replied Angus. Hearing Angus answer, he begins to look at Angus in a different light. Virgil always thought that Angus is a very apathetic person that didn't care about anyone, but it seems he also has a bottom line despite being apathetic. The time passed by as they keep touring the whole afternoon while having fun. As it becomes darker, Virgil remembers that they need to go back immediately, as it is already past the speculated time for them to come back. Before Virgil could say anything, come participate and witness the great Golden Trades auction, as people keep shouting to promoting about the auction. Hearing this, Angus found another excuse to delay his return. Virgil, let's participate in the auction. It should be interesting, said Angus. But we need to go home now, replied Virgil. Oh, come on, Virgil. From what I know, there will be various kinds of interesting items that will be auctioned, persuaded Angus. Sigh, all right, we are already late anyway. Might just take a look, replied Virgil as he couldn't say no to his excited little brother. Arriving at the Golden Trades auction house, they see a very long queue. Looking at this, Angus, I don't think we will get a ticket this way, Virgil. Oh, don't worry about it, as Angus brings out his golden ticket from his wristwatch. As Angus shows the golden ticket, that's VVIP Golden Trade ticket. How come you have that? Also, did you took it out from the wristwatch? Asked Virgil, who has found that his brother keeps getting more mysterious. Ha ha ha, well, I just get it from the acquaintance. Let's not waste any more time and enter it, as Angus tries to change the topic. Hey, wait, as Virgil helplessly follows Angus's lead. After showing the golden ticket to the staff, they enter the auction without any hindrance. Then they being led by other staff to the VVIP room. I can't believe we could enter it easily, muttering Virgil that still didn't believe their current situation. Finally, the staff guide them to the front of the room and scan the golden ticket to the door. The moment it opened, there are already two dwarfs inside the room that keep chatting with each other. Noticing the newcomer, "Oh brat, I didn't know you will be coming." Hahaha, as the old dwarf slightly drunk. I just happened to be nearby and want to look at the real auction since I don't have anything to do. "Oh yeah, this is my brother Virgil Victory," said Angus while introducing his brother. Meanwhile, Virgil finally recognizes the old dwarf. "Why, you are Balrog Goldstein." "Why, you are Balrog Goldstein, one of the renowned craftsmen in Furman," exclaimed Virgil. "Hahaha, it seems your brother understands my greatness, unlike you brat," replied Balrog happily. "Shut up, old man, you are too loud and drunk," rebuked Angus. "Brat, you should have some respect towards your teacher. Like hell, I will respect petty old dwarf like you." Both of them begin to bickering as they have already done it many times before. Meanwhile, Virgil, surprised at such relevance that Angus is Balrog's student. "Hello, my name is Bale Rock," introduced Bale to Virgil while the master student keep bickering one with the other. "Ah, yes, my name is Virgil." Virgil shook Bale's hand. Soon, the master student stopped bickering as the auction started. "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Golden Trade Hall. Without wasting more time, let the auction begin," said the announcer, woo with the audience. After a series of clapping from the audience, they begin auction items one by one, starting from the various miscellaneous items, such as pouch space storage, to the rare monster corpses. The majority of the audience in the normal seat already tried to bidding price, but none of the VIP class above tried to bid for these current items as if it is just an appetizer for them. The next is a very special item, a monster egg of fire ostrich, said the announcer while the staff took out an adult size of fist egg. "Monster egg," the audience. From the fire ostrich, the audience. "Although this is only monster egg, our client needs to pay a high price to procure it from the grade 4 fire ostrich. The start of the bid price is 100 gold with 10 gold coins every increment." The audience was surprised at hearing such a huge price for the start bidding price. Moreover, every increment is 10 gold coins. After a while, no one dares to try bidding price. It is not because the price is too high for the current people. However, there is almost no usage of the monster egg to the public besides for few people. The monster eggs are usually used for research, as they will bear their fang towards ordinary people after they grow into adults. They may have a chance to be tamed during their cub period. After they enter adult and forming their core, they will immediately seek nothing but destruction, especially towards ordinary people. After a few minutes of silence, 100 gold, someone from the VIP area starts bidding. 110, 150, 200. Then more people start bidding, especially from the VIP area. Although its usage may be useless for the public, but for certain people it's a rare resource with unknown potential. From making it as a temporary pet or as research material, all of this could only be achieved in the hand of people with resources and authority, especially if the monster egg in such pristine condition as this one. 320, 340. The price increase becomes to slow down as the bidding price higher. Although it is a rare material, its usage is still limited with the current knowledge. Not many people want to spend a lot of money on this egg. 350. After a while, nobody is try bid the price higher. 500 gold coin, as a deep grunt voice heard from one of the VVIP rooms. All the people immediately look at the source of the deep voice heard. Not only the price of the people in the VVIP room is high, but it also unusual. "This voice an orc," said Balrog as he noticed the deep sound they produce. "An orc?" asked Angus curiously. "Yes, the only race with those deep grunt voices is from the orc. However, it's quite rare to see an orc in this human kingdom where it is far away from Orchsium," explained Balrog. "If I am not wrong, orc is a race with a huge build body and long protruded fang from its lower mouth," replied Virgil. "You are right, lad. That race may have quite a bizarre appearance, but they also have strong natural physical power that could match second-grade monster when reach adult. Some of them also quite a fearsome warriors," explained the Balrog more. "If not because of their barbarian and war-seeking nature, they may become the strongest race after the elf. Unfortunately, their homeland is too chaotic with various factions living there," explained the Balrog more. Interesting race," said Angus as he looked back at the stage. After the orc inside the VVIP room bid, nobody tries to bid higher than him. After a few calls from the announcer, the monster egg finally sold to the orc inside the VVIP room. A staff bringing the egg backstage. "The next item is a very special potion from the famous alchemist Rondo," said the announcer as the staff brings a mysterious deep blue-colored potion. Getting everyone's attention, "This is the famous mana regeneration potion created personally by alchemist Rondo," revealed the announcer. "Whoa, a mana regeneration potion," the audience. "Is that the legendary mana regeneration potion?" the audience Hurry, call the others that the mana regeneration potion appear. The audience. Unlike the normal mana potion, a mana regeneration potion will help people that consume it to regenerate their mana faster. Although it may seem simple, its effect could make people combat longer by regenerate their mana. Unlike Angus, who could regenerate mana easily, people in this world could not regenerate mana easily just through rest or meditation. The higher mana regeneration means someone could fight longer. It could be said high-grade mana regeneration potion could make people have unlimited mana, as their mana will keep regenerating for a certain period. However, to create this mana regeneration potion needs various kinds of rare ingredients and a long, hard, meticulous alchemy process without any single error. That's why this kind of potion is always in demand and rare on the market, especially a high-grade one that was personally crafted by famous alchemist Rondo. Inside the Angus room, "Woo, so that's mana regeneration potion," exclaimed Virgil. "Who, that's kind of rare to see this kind of things here," said Balrog. As for Angus, he only looks at it once before losing interest in it. For Angus, who has the cheat of inheritance Kai, he could regenerate his mana easily by refining it. Moreover, his breathing technique is also top-notch and increases his mana regeneration. The starting bidding price is 500 gold coin, with each increment is 50 gold. 500, 600, 700, 750. People from both VIP and VVIP areas immediately bidding their prices. They start their own war. Soon, the potion price reaches the 2,000 gold coin mark and still increasing. Even at this point, Virgil also tries to bid on the price, but he didn't buy too much money and finally reluctantly passed it. Although the high-grade regeneration mana potion is rare, but using his family connection, he still could procure a few low-grade ones. After a few dozen minutes, it finally sold at the 3250 gold coin, which many times more than the start bidding price. This shows how important and rare the mana regeneration potion. The next item is a weapon, but this is no ordinary weapon, it's a mana-enhanced weapon. As a staff brings out a huge long spear with a sharp blade at the end. This weapon is called Full Spark, created by famous crafter Balrog, as the announcer shows the weapon to the audience. The old man, isn't that my practice spear? Why did you sell it?" rebuked Angus towards the old dwarf. "Shut up, ungrateful brat. It's technically mine, so what I do to it is up to me. I will create another spear for your training later on," replied the old dwarf. "No way, I quite like that spear. You can't sell it without my opinion," counter Angus. As the two master-student bickers each other, the announcer test weapon by penetrated strong armor easily while also create a little spark of electricity. Looking at the spark is created, the audience once again surprised. This kind of enhanced mana weapon is very deadly, as it could produce spark on its end. Moreover, it will be more formidable in the hand of electric-based combatants. The combination of the electric current and electric attribute mana from the user will make it more deadly towards any opponent. Soon, another price war start, and the price keep going higher even after reach 3,000 gold coins. While hearing this, Angus could only lament his situation to lost his favorite practice spear. Looking at his grumble student, "Brat, if you want to keep the spear, why don't you just bidding it yourself?" teased Balrog. "Shut up, stinky old man, just create me another better spear for me after this," replied Angus. "Another spear? Ungrateful brat, did you think those kinds of things could easily be made?" Soon, they start to bickering one another again while Virgil could only look at them. Is this situation normally happen?" asked Angus towards Bale. "Yeah, don't worry about it. As long as they didn't start killing each other, everything is fine," replied Bale while ignoring the two master-student, as it is a normal occurrence. Meanwhile, Virgil didn't know what to say, looking at the new side of his little brother. 5,300 once, 5,300 twice sold," said the announcer. "Oh yeah, 5,300 gold coins for a spear. Hahaha, Bale, bring more drink, we need to celebrate this," exclaimed Balrog happily inside the VVIP room. "That's my spear," grumbled Angus nearby. "Hahaha, don't worry, brother. Later on, I will ask father to procure a new spear for you," as Virgil tries to comfort his little brother. "Sigh, forget it, brother. I will just make the senile old dwarf create a new one for me. Also, don't tell anyone I am this senile old dwarf student," said Angus. "Senile? Who's a senile, ungrateful brat?" rebuked Balrog. Soon, both of them begin bickering again by throwing some insult like before. Looking at this, Virgil once again didn't know what to do. "Just leave them alone. Those two are quite hard-headed and always like that since the start," said Bale as he orders more drinks. "Anyway, your brother is right. You should keep silent about your brother being a student of the old boss. The old boss may be a renowned crafter throughout the land, but he also has a battle dwarf with many enemies in the past. It will be better for your brother if people know less about this matter," suggest Bale to Virgil. Hearing this, Virgil could only nod silently. As for Angus, he didn't care about it. The old dwarf may have some enemies, but he is also not weak and could be easily assassinated. Although he prefers fewer people to know about his true power if it becomes too much hassle, he may just blow his cover and release his true might. The next item is a very mysterious item that even our appraisal could not guess what it is. This item is found in one of the ancient ruins that is located at Morva Wasteland. As the announcer shows the people a box made of unknown material. The box has a swirl black pattern all around it, and releasing mana aura surrounds it. All the trained people could feel the aura even without using skills such as mana eye. Looking at the box, it gathered the audience's attention. As you can see, this mysterious box has mana aura surrounding it. It may be said that this box contains an artifact from the ancient civilization of Morvo Kingdom. Entice the announcer. Artifact, the audience. Holy moly, that box may contain the legendary artifact, the audience. This is going to be another bidding war among the VIP, the audience. Artifact is a very rare item made by the ancient civilization using lost knowledge. Some of it may be junk or toys, but a few of them could become a mighty weapon. Most of the leaders with 7-grade strength have 1 or 2 artifacts as weapons or armors. Now let's start the auction. The starting price is 2,000 gold with each increment of 100 gold coins. The announcer starts the bid, but none of the people start the bidding immediately. Although artifacts are precious and could be sold for a high price, there are already similar cases like this one. After opening the box, most of them usually are scrap or junk, so it's also sorts of a gamble to buy this box. Meanwhile, the moment Angus looked at the box, he found it had a similar swirl pattern to the bracelet he bought before. It has a similar pattern. Does it relate one after another? Thought Angus while looking at the bracelet in his left hand. After thinking for a few moments, let's hope the inside is not junk, Angus. 2,000 gold coins. As Angus starts bidding for the first time, this gathers the other attention from the others inside the room. Brother, did you find anything about the box? Asked Virgil. Nah, I just like the box, replied Angus casually. Haha, you just like the box, said Balrog in a sarcastic tone. Shut up, old man. Nobody will think you are a mute if you are not saying anything, rebuked Angus before ignoring the old man and focusing on the stage. After Angus' first bid, many people also start to try their luck and bid. 2,200, 2,400, 2,700. The audience 3,000, said the orc inside the VVIP room. Then few people also join the bidding as the silent orc also participate until it stops at the 4,000 gold coin mark. At this time, only Angus and the orc are bidding for the mysterious box. 4,500 orc, 4,600 Angus, 5,000 orc, 5,100 Angus. Because of a lack of experience in bidding, Angus thought that bidding with the minimum increment is saving more money, but at the auction when there are only 2 bidders it could be said as a provocation. GRR 6,000, said the orc. 6,100, said Angus calmly. 10,000 gold coins last bid, shouts the orc. Hearing this, the audience was surprised as the price suddenly became 10,000 gold coins, the highest bidding price from tonight's auction. While the announcer also surprises at the sudden increase. Like calm water in the lake, Angus replied, 10,100 gold coins. GRR fine, you win this dumb box, brat. Grumble the orc as he knows from Angus's voice that the other party is still a kid. Whoa, brother, are you sure you want to spend that much money to gamble with the mysterious box? Asked Virgil. Of course, besides my gut told me that this box is kind of special, replied Angus. After that, no one dares to bid higher than Angus. Does anybody want to bid higher? 10,100 once, 10,100 twice, then it is sold, said the announcer. After that, the box was brought backstage to be delivered to Angus's room for the transaction. During this time waiting for the box, a few miscellaneous items were auctioned, but none of them amuse Angus to join the bidding. Soon, the box is delivered and Angus gives the coins to the staff. After that, everyone in the room looks at the mysterious box in Angus's hand. The box is quite big, around 30 centimeters all around. Looking at the mysterious box in Angus's hand, brat, hurry, open the box. Or do you need help to open it? Commented Balrog. But Angus ignores Balrog's comment and feels that his bracelet gives some reaction when it touches the box aura. Before anything happens, Angus put the box inside his wristwatch storage. Why did you store it? Asked Balrog. Stupid old man, there is no way I will open it in here. What if it is truly an artifact? Rebuked Angus. Although Angus is also interested in knowing what is inside the box, he's still not stupid enough to open the box in this place. Ha ha ha, don't worry, brat. As long as I am here, no one will dare to touch you, said Balrog pridefully. Yeah, said the old man that almost lost to 8 years old, replied Angus. What do you say, brat? Replied Balrog. Angus, what do you mean by him almost lose to you? Asked Virgil. That's as Angus forgets that his brother still didn't know his true strength. During this moment, the next item is a high manhwaedit ore, said the announcer. MANATIUM, shout Balrog that gathers everyone's attention. Fortunately, the room is soundproof unless you want to touch a certain button to bid. Otherwise, everyone in the auction hall will hear Balrog shout. Bale, how much money do we have now? We need to buy this manhwaedium no matter what, said Balrog excitedly. Manhwaedium, what is that? Asked Angus innocently. Manhwaedium is a rare metal with the highest mana conductivity. However, it is very rare. Just a few hundred grams of it already cost more than 1,000 gold coins in the market. Manhwaedium such as big as that ore will be priceless, explained Virgil. I see, so it's only rare ore with high mana conductivity. Comment Angus. So it's not only rare ore. Any weapon that is made from it could be said one of the strongest weapons or armor according to its user's strength. Explained Virgil more. Still, it doesn't change the fact that it is only a rare ore. Comment Angus. Fortunately, Balrog didn't hear Angus comment. Otherwise, he may smack Angus's face from commenting on such a rare metal. For dwarf races, manhwaedium could be said to be more precious than gold or diamond. 7,370, 508, 1,090, 190, 510,000, 11,000. Damn it, 13,000, shouts Balrog as he bid. Whoa, 13,000 the audience. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 13,000 once. Before I finish saying 15,000 gold coins, exclaimed one of the people inside the VVIP room. Bale, did you not have more money? Asked Balrog. Nope, boss, replied Bale. Shit, it's only a little more, grumbled Balrog. Suddenly he remembers the two brothers inside the room. Brat, lend me your money, I will pay you back later, asked Balrog. However, Angus gives an evil smile. No way, this is my saving money. Why, you ungrateful brat. Just lend me your money, I will give it back later, the old dwarf shouts furiously. Noway, said Angus at a slow pace. Noway, said Angus at a slow pace in mocking expression. You ungrateful brat, as Balrog took his hammer and was ready to smack Angus. Wait, boss, while Bale hold Balrog. Don't hold me back, Bale, I need to teach this ungrateful brat a lesson, said Balrog furiously. Looking at the situation, brother, stop being stubborn and lend Master Balrog some money, as Virgil tried to persuade Angus's mind before the situation escalated. Fine, but on one condition, said Angus like he was losing in this matter. What is it? Asked Balrog grumpily. Simple, just build me a new weapon from this manhwaedium ore, said Angus calmly. Ha, in your dream, replied Balrog immediately. Then I will not lend you any money, counter Angus. During this time the announcer kept the auction continuing, 15,000 gold coins once. Damn fine, you win this time, brat, said Balrog before pushing the bid button. 18,000 gold coins. Bid Balrog. Oi, old man, I can only lend you 10,000 gold coins. Don't go overboard, said Angus. Yeah, I know it, just shut up, grumbled Balrog. 18,000 gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than this? Enticed the announcer. 20,000 gold coins, said from one of the VVIP rooms. 21,000 gold coins, replied Balrog immediately as trying to provoke the other party. Meanwhile, at the other room, VVIP room, 20. However, before the man could push the bid button, hold on. Brother, we still need the money for buying that item, said the girl beside him, after thinking for a while. Fine, as he released his hand from the bidding button. Looking at this, the girl beside him released a sigh. Then she looks at the VVIP room direction that just won the manhwaedium. That's the same room as the kid that bought the mysterious box before. I don't know why, but the kid's voice sounds familiar, thought the girl. While the man beside him, Darius, are you sure that an artifact will be auctioned here? Asked the man towards the old butler behind him. Yes, I am certain of it, the third prince. An item such as an artifact will become the last item to be auctioned. This is also the reason why not a lot of people fight over this huge manhwaedium ore, said the old butler politely. Since that is the case, I will just let them win over this manhwaedium ore, said the man. 21,000 once, twice sold, said the announcer, although he is kind of regretful since usually manhwaedium such as this sold over 20,000 gold coins or even reached 30,000 gold coins, but nobody bid for it anymore. So he could only concede and close the bidding time this time. Besides, the next item is the main event where everyone is waiting for. Alright, everyone, now is the final item. It is last but not least. This item is found in the Alvin Mountain ancient ruin. As a staff member, bring a tray with a blanket over it. Everyone immediately looked at the tray that was covered with a blanket. After gathering everyone's attention, everyone looks at the one and only, the newly found artifact, as the announcer took the blanket and showed a short spear on it. The moment the spear is uncovered by the blanket, it releases a powerful, majestic aura towards the surroundings. Feeling the aura, everyone feels like being suppressed by it. Whoa, what an aura, the audience. A real artifact, the audience. Such a strong aura. So this is the artifact, said the third prince inside the VVIP room. This artifact is not ordinary, thought Darius silently. Whoa, brother, this artifact, you must get it, exclaimed the girl. Don't worry, my little sister, I will get it with all the money I brought. On the other hand, at Angus's VVIP room, everyone was also surprised by the artifact's appearance. Whoa, brother, look, that's an artifact. Sigh, unfortunately, we didn't bring a lot of money this time, said Virgil. What an aura, so this is an untamed artifact's aura. commented Balrog after finishing his transaction. What do you mean by untamed artifact? Asked Angus curiously. Most of the artifact has a sentient spirit on it. Because of this reason, you need to tame it first before you can use all of its capability. This is also one of the reasons why all of the people that have artifacts are strong people with high grades, explained Balrog. But this is the first time I feel such a strong aura from an artifact. Moreover, it is also in a sealed state. Who knows what kind of aura it produces if it's unsealed, added Balrog. Who it's in a sealed state, what a strong artifact, exclaimed Virgil. Meanwhile, Angus only looks silently at the artifact. This spear is thirsty like a desert. It will dry everything. No, it will consume everything. What a troublesome spear, thought Angus silently. As a natural weapon master, Angus could somewhat guess the nature of the weapon just from one look. Now, he feels that the artifact is drying like a desert that will dry everything. All right, everyone, let's not waste any more time and start the auction. The starting bid price is 10,000 gold coins with each increment 1,000, as the announcer starts the auction. 10,000, 11,000, 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, as the price keeps increasing at a fast rate. 50,000 gold coins, as the third prince bidding the price. Whoa, it's 50,000. How much money is that? The audience. It's probably all the money that I will gather for my entire life. The audience, 60,000 gold coins. Bid the orc in the VVIP room. 70,000 gold coins. Counter the third prince immediately. 80,000 gold coins. Bidded the orc. 100,000 gold coins. Counter the prince. Ag blam, a ruckus heard from the orc room. 120,000 gold coins, said another person from the VVIP box. Whoa, it's over 1 million, the audience. Sister, how much money do you bring now? Lend me your money, asked the third prince towards his sister. I only bring around 30,000 gold coins now, said the princess. Good, lend me all of them. 130,000 gold coins, as the third prince pressed the bid button immediately. Does anyone want to bid higher than 130,000? Said the announcer while the third prince looks at the stage anxiously, but after a while, none of them try to bid for it. 130,000 once second sold, as the announcer closes the auction. Phew, luckily, I didn't bid for manhwaedit or before. Otherwise, I don't have any money to buy this artifact, said the third prince. Yeah, you need to treat me later for it, brother, comment the princess. All right, my little sister. Later, I will treat you. Now let's go and retrieve the artifact, as the prince went outside the room towards the backstage area. Hey, we could just wait here, said the princess, but her brother was already gone. Meanwhile, in Angus's VVIP room, 130,000 gold coins. That's an enormous amount of money even for our family. To think of an artifact sold for that kind of price, comment Virgil. Yeah, but I don't think it is worth it. That spear is, well, forget it. It's not our matter anymore. Let's go home, Virgil, said Angus while back to his usual apathetic attitude. Ah, yes, let's go, said Virgil as he followed his brother. All right, old man, don't forget your promise and debt. See you at the academy, said Angus while walking out the room without waiting for Balrog reply. Damn brat, shout Balrog, but Angus is already outside the room. After exiting the Golden Trades auction hall, they found that it's already evening. Many magical lamps in the street already lit up and brighten the street. They also found their carriage already in front of them waiting for them. Fortunately for the two brothers, one of their guards brings the carriage over so they don't need to walk towards the carriage location. Inside the carriage, today is really fun. We should tour around the capital more often, said Virgil. Yeah, you are right, replied Angus absent-minded. Looking at his brother's short reply, is something wrong, brother? No, I just feel that the artifact buyer is truly unlucky, said Angus. What do you mean by that? Asked Virgil. During this time, the carriage stops at the Victory Townhouse Manor. Since the distance between the townhouse and the auction hall is not too far, they could arrive quickly. Moreover, the carriage they use is a special carriage that is powered by a magical engine. This way the carriage is moved faster and could carry more load than an ordinary horse carriage. It's nothing important. Ah, we have already arrived. Let's get inside. I am quite hungry and tired, said Angus. Yeah, me too, replied Virgil. During his way, Virgil finally remembers something. Wait, brother, said Virgil. Suddenly, Virgil feels an ominous aura behind him. Angus also noticed this, but he pretended to not notice it and keep walking to the inside manor. Virgil, I think you need to explain something, said the person behind Virgil. Virgil, I think you need to explain something, said the person behind Virgil. Evening, Aunt Hersha, replied Virgil nervously. Oh, so you know what time is now. Tell me, my dear nephew, why did you come back this late? Said Aunt Hersha chillingly. I'm sorry, Aunt Hersha. But it's Angus's fault that he is, as Virgil tried to explain. Bang, before he could explain, he was already getting knocked out by his aunt's fist and flying, seeing the star. Now, where is my baby boy Angus? Yoo-hoo. Come over here to your lovely aunt, as Aunt Hersha tries to catch up with Angus. During the time her aunt got preoccupied with Virgil, Agnes took some food from the dining table and sneaked around to the basement of the townhouse. The basement area is the same area where he sparred with his father before. This room is heavily enchanted, so Angus decides to hide in this place for the time being. Even his aunt will hardly perceive him inside this room. Eating his dinner at the training area alone, Angus feels now is the time to open the mysterious box, as he is alone and nothing to do for the time being. Then he took out the mysterious box from his wristwatch storage. Looking at it, he takes out his swirl-patterned bracelet from his left hand. Agnes put it near it. Soon, he feels that the mana aura around the box fluctuates a little bit. Still, it didn't change anything even after Angus tried to put them together. After a series of tries, he couldn't get any reaction from the box. Leaving with no choice, he decided to forcefully open the box. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Angus pulls out his mana-restricting bracelet and takes out his weighted clothes. Judging by the hardness of the unknown material it's made, Angus feels he needs to use all his strength to open this box. Controlling his mana and his breathing rhythm, he focuses all his mana on his iron fist. Making a strong martial arts stance, Angus punched the box at once dynamic punch. Bam bam bam, he may seem to launch one punch, but the moment it almost touches the box it turns into many fists and hits various locations on the box. After a while he found that all his punches leave no harm to the mysterious box, not even a scratch. The box is still like before, unscathed. However, under Angus's mana eye, he found that the box absorbed all his mana that concentrated in his fist. Intrigued by this discovery, he tried to send mana towards the box. On the contrary to his expectation, the box didn't absorb and respond to the mana he sent. Testing more about the box, he found that only by using a highly concentrated mana skill that the box absorbs it. Otherwise, it will stay still. Then, Angus keeps hitting the box continuously using many high mana consumption skills, but the box keeps absorbing it like a bottomless hole. Besides absorbing his mana, it didn't have any change. "Hey aha, what a mysterious box," said Angus as he recovered his mana. Suddenly, Angus felt a presence behind him. "Catch you, my baby boy," said Aunt Hersha while hugging Angus's body. After almost dying from the strong grip and hugged by his aunt, Angus finally could take a breath and back to talk with a huge struggle. "Aunt Hersha, let me go," said Angus with struggle. "Oh, it seems my baby boy is stronger now." "But there is nothing that could separate you from my love," said Aunt Hersha while hugging Angus at her big mountain. "Stupid cow woman, you are going to kill me," curses Angus inwardly while keeping struggle from her aunt's grip. On the other hand, Aunt Hersha keeps her grip strong and makes Angus feel like a plushy toy. After a while, her aunt reluctantly releases her strong grip but still makes Angus sit on her lap while hugging him. "Haha, you almost killed me," grumbled Angus while finally breathing normally again. But that's your fault. You are touring with Virgil and leave me behind to do your father's paperwork," said Aunt Hersha while hugging Angus. Finally, Aunt Hersha noticed the strange box that emits mana aura in front of them. "Angus, what is this box?" asked her aunt seriously. "Ah, this box is the one I bought from the auction this afternoon," replied Angus. "Oh, so this is that box. Did you need my help to open it?" asked the woman. "Yeah, I already tried," as Angus explained all he had done to it. Angus didn't bother to hide his strength since her aunt must know his real strength from hugging him to almost death before. In those desperate times, Angus unconsciously fights back with all his strength. But Aunt Hersha herself is kind of a monster with 6th grade strength and could restrain Angus easily. Looking at his aunt's nonchalant attitude towards his strength, he knows that his aunt must also know about his real strength from his father a long time ago. After explaining about the box and what he found about it, his aunt is also interested in the mysterious box. Inspecting the box for a moment, interesting. "Now, why don't you show me how you punched the box before?" "Okay," replied Angus shortly before taking a position to punch the box. Gathering mana in his hand, dynamic punch bam 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 series of hitting sound heard after Angus first reached the box. "Clap clap clap, that's such a strong skill and power. I bet no ordinary 1st grade combatant could survive that attack. Who to think my baby boy will grow up this fast," as Aunt Hersha faking her sadness. Ignoring her aunt's sadness, "So, what did you find out?" replied Angus coldly. "Did my baby boy angry? Phew anyway, you were right about before. It seems it absorbs high concentration mana attacks like bottomless holes. Now, let your aunt try something," as her aunt took her great axe from her space storage. Without wasting any moment, Aunt Hersha cleaves the box axe art-splitting blast. Boom, a huge shockwave from the clash between the box and the great axe. After a moment, the box still left unscathed. This surprised both Angus and his aunt. "I believe I put an attack that is enough to kill any grade 5 people. This box may be a real deal and contains some sort of treasure. You said it also reacts to a bracelet," asked Aunt Hersha seriously. "Yes, its aura seems to flicker a little bit the moment it senses the bracelet," said Angus while showing the bracelet. Then his aunt immediately took the bracelet away. After inspecting for a while, "Interesting," said Aunt Hersha before trying to cleave the bracelet in the air with her great axe. Boom. Angus didn't expect sudden movement and was surprised by it, but the bracelet also left unscathed despite getting hit by the great axe. Looking at this, how surprised Angus, As I guess, both of them absorb high concentration mana, but at a different rate. The bracelet seems to also absorb high concentration mana, but at a smaller scale than the box. It's like comparing a big hole and a small hole. Also, from what I perceive, it seems the bracelet transfers the mana to the box after absorbing it. Besides that, I don't know the use or how to open the box since even my attack left it unscathed. Probably only the 7th grade people could open it, but I'm also not too sure about it. Explain Aunt Hersha to Angus while giving back his bracelet. Angus put back on the bracelet on his left wrist. Suddenly, he felt his mana absorbed at a minuscule rate. If not because of his high perception and absolute control over his mana, he may not discover this. Since he didn't feel this way before, then it means the bracelet changed after interacting with the box or it because of his aunt's attack. Whatever it is, he feels that it is connected to the mysterious box. After thinking for a while, Angus decides to let it be since the consumption rate is not bothering him at all. His breathing technique could regenerate mana more than what it consumes. After Angus got dressed, both of them went back to the manor upstairs while Angus kept getting harassed by his aunt. Arriving at the manor, Angus could see the mummy version of Virgil. It seems he got some punishment from his aunt. Fortunately, his aunt is spoiling Angus a lot and didn't give any punishment to him. There are also still a few days before it's time to go back to the academy. Otherwise, Virgil will miss the start of the new term like Angus did during the last break. For a person like Virgil who is in the first ranking in his year, it is important to become a role model for the other student. Unlike Angus who always does what he wants, Virgil needs to pay attention to his behavior as the first rank and high noble. After chatting for a while, Angus went back to his room while preventing his aunt from sleeping with him. He didn't hate his aunt, especially a beautiful woman like Aunt Hersha thought her age is questionable. However, he also didn't want to die early while being suffocated by 2 huge mountains. 2 years have passed since Angus bought the mysterious box from the Golden Trades auction. He also understands a few things about the mysterious box and the bracelet. He found that the strange bracelet could also absorb any excessive mana he releases during the use of a skill. Normally, any mana-based skill always produces excessive mana consumption towards the surrounding. The higher the mana consumption, the higher its excessive mana. This thing is natural and could be prevented at all. Of course, an expert like Angus has a little excessive mana when using skill since he still retains his mastery over skill from his past life. After absorbing the excessive mana, it will transfer it to the box no matter how far it is through some unknown means. What Angus knows is that all the excessive mana contained inside the box become part of it. Angus also found that it could absorb any excessive mana produced inside the manual battle system. This makes him certain that the manual battle system is real and could get him killed for real. Fortunately, he always plays safe during all his battles inside the manual battle. Although it is playing safe, it didn't mean he will take an easy route and make his progress slow. Rather, Angus became harsher in his training. During these 2 years, Angus has a lot of progress. All of this could be looked at from his stats. As the point gets higher, the conversion rate for each point is higher. Passing the 20 marks, it needs 40 soul points. Passing the 25 mark, it needs 80 soul points. To pass the 30 marks, it needs ridiculously 160 soul points. Even though Angus only increases his stat once a month to control his advance, he feels that his soul points never enough. Now, he just barely has enough soul points for an emergency case. He also found that his vitality could be increasing by 1 every month due to his body growth. However, his strength and dexterity are stuck at the 20 marks. No matter what he did, he still couldn't make it to this bottleneck. From what he knows, the old dwarf Balrog says that he finally reached the limit of his physical strength as a kid. After that, the old dwarf didn't say anything and told him to wait until his puberty ended. In Furuman, there are a lot of different kinds of races from orc, elf, dwarf, halfling, giant, demon, etc. All of these races have different ages of maturity according to their race. So commonly people could be considered as adults if they reach puberty. Be it 10 years human or 50 years old elf, they will be considered as an adult as it is their puberty age. Puberty is not only a symbol of adulthood, but also a sign that one's body finally fully developed. As Angus's body finally almost developed, he now could learn secret techniques from the old dwarf Balrog. From what he inquired, the technique is very dangerous that could kill its user if they couldn't do it. The technique is called Gate of Life. After a person reaches their physical limit, they need to break through their limit to increase further. This limit could also be called the Gate of Life. By opening the Gate of Life, they could increase their limit further until they reach another limit. No one knows how many gates could be opened. On the ancient record of the dwarves' race, the highest gate someone successfully opened was 5. However, that same person died after trying to open the 6th Gate of Life. Some speculated that it is like mana core grade that could be upgraded until 7, but to open the Gate of Life is many times more difficult and dangerous than upgrading mana core. This is because increasing physical strength is hard when it reaches a certain point. The first requirement for opening the gate of life is to reach their limit. If Angus didn't have his system, he also feels he will reach his current physical strength like now. Moreover, failing using the technique means dead, unlike upgrading Monocore, which only dealt few backlashes except for upgrading grade 6 above. Because of the danger of the technique, Angus needs to wait for his body and mind to be fully developed and ready before using it. Now Angus is having an afternoon nap inside the Spring Dorm's garden after attending all his courses during the day. Not far from him, two teenagers are facing each other and ready to fight. These two teenagers are Ian and Princess Jaina. During these 2 years, the princess managed to learn Heart of Perseverance, which made her have absolute control over her emotion. This way she will hardly get into the possession state and create destruction nearby. The possession state is a kind of blessing and curse. It could increase the user combat capability by a huge amount, but also kind of dangerous if not fully controlled. This is the reason why many people from the Heart Kingdom enemy try to assassinate her many times. She may not be a threat as she could not control it for now, but at a later date, she could even have combat power as strong as a 7th grade combatant. After learning Heart of Perseverance, Princess Jaina could control her moody feeling more. Combined with the technique Angus taught her before, she has now become more refined as a lady. However, her passion for being number one is still there. During all these years, no one could truly match her except for Angus. After all this year, the princess still could never land a hit on this lazy boy. Even using sneak and underhanded attack also failed her. There is one time when the princess, infuriated by Angus's nonchalant behavior, and decides to ambush him at a small location. But like always, he could avoid and dodge all her traps and attack flawlessly like the god of fortune protecting him. What the princess didn't know is Angus already anticipated all the traps and attacks before planning his movement to dodge it, which makes it look like an accident or luck. As for Ian, despite not being matched with Princess Jaina's strength and talent, he never gives up and challenges her occasionally for the first rank. A glance at the two kids that are ready to battle each other. I'm too careless. So many openings, if I were their opponent, they would be done in the blink of an eye. Well, none of that matters to me. Besides, they are still kids. It will be bullying if I fight them, thought Angus before going back to sleep. Although Angus is very strong, he didn't like to abuse his power. He also thought that fighting his peers was a waste of time and bullying them. So all these years he kept his peaceful life while avoiding any conflict or battle. On the other hand, the two kids are ready to battle. At this moment, Princess Jaina notices that Angus is around the area through a side glance. Noticing that Angus keeps sleeping ignoring her makes her kind of infuriated. After the accident in the tea party 2 years ago, she knows from her head butler Darius that Angus is strong, probably stronger than herself. Then she tried to challenge him many times, which he always dodges by forfeiting. She feels like that battling her is a waste of time. Because of that, she even tried to ambush him many times, but all of them always failed. Left with no choice, she hoped that by flaunting her power she could somewhat get recognition from Angus. She wants to show Angus that she is a girl that could not be ignored. This is also the reason she is always infuriated by his attitude. Huff, calm down, Jaina. You just need to beat this commoner like usual, as Jaina calms her mind while silently using Heart of Perseverance. Meanwhile, Ian also notices Jaina's behavior, looking like he is being ignored before the fight makes him more infuriated. This time I will beat you and take the first-rank title, said Ian. In your dream, commoner. Either start the fight immediately, I don't have time all day, said Princess Jaina proudly. At this time, Axel, who is one of the residents inside the spring dorm, didn't have any choice and dragged into being the referee. After looking both of them ready, begin, Axel. Both of them immediately clash with each other in close combat, punching, dodging, parrying as they keep exchanging blow one with each other. Still, the princess' constitution and physical power are stronger than Ian. Possession also somehow enhances the capabilities of her body and makes her stronger. Ian notices that he is losing in close combat as more bruises appear on his body, while the princess could dodge and parry his attack easily. He flipped back away to make a distance between both of them. Not letting her sandbag get away, she pursues Ian. At this moment, Ian managed to quick cast a spell, First Circle Spark. First Circle Spark, a small electric current shot towards Princess Jaina at fast speed. She feels like being tased and makes her body a little bit numb. Using this opportunity, Ian launches a barrage of attacks at Jaina. Still feeling numb all over her body from the previous attack, Jaina could only parry all his attack. After a series of clashes, Jaina flares up her mana and easing the numbness in her body. Then she launches a counter-attack Fire Punch. Looking at the familiar incoming skill, Ian could only dodge it as he already experienced the power of Jaina's Fire Punch many times before. Still, Ian dodging skill is like child play compared to Angus. Jaina already used to try catching up with Angus, so she could easily predict Ian's next movement. After the first dodge, Ian gets punched in his gut and flown away. Because she is not holding back, Ian immediately got a knockout after landing on the ground far away. After defeating Ian, HMPH, commoner like you should know your place, said Princess Jaina proudly. Then she immediately leaves while feeling a little bit frustrated at the battle. Although she won, she also almost lost at the battle. She didn't expect Ian to learn lightning elemental spells and got caught out of the guard by it. She knows that Ian has an affinity with water since he often used water spells before. Now, he could also use lightning spells and cast them rapidly during the battle. This means Ian has a dual elemental affinity. This shows the greatness of Ian's talent. Meanwhile, she feels like her strength is stagnated after all the training she has done. She feels that Ian could catch up with her anytime. Lightning elemental is one of the elementals that could cause high destructive damage, but it is also hard to control and have high mana usage. Still, it is quite destructive and effective in combat than other elemental. Frustrated by this, she could only walk silently back inside the dorm. She could only meditate and try forming her mana core to increase her strength further. I need to calm my mind first, thought Jaina. Looking at Angus ignoring her battle just now, she begins to feel more frustrated and hurried her foot to go inside the dorm. Otherwise, she will lose her mind. Meanwhile, Angus is still sleeping peacefully, but he is also looking at the battle silently. He is also surprised that Ian has dual affinity since it is quite rare. Even he only has one elemental affinity. If it is not because of his superb mana control and high intelligence, he will have a hard time using other elemental spells. As a body control freak, Angus always prioritizes control over anything. This way he could easily change the mana nature to any kind of element, like having a high affinity with it. With enough control, he could manipulate his mana into anything he wanted as long as he knows about it. This is also one of the reasons he always prioritizes control. Unfortunately, the majority of the people in the Heart Kingdom only has an affinity with fire elements, so he rarely meets another elemental combatant besides having fire affinity. Looks like I will start to beat Ian from now to get a book skill from him. After all these years, Angus found that book skills not only contain information about the respective skill spell, but also the person's understanding of elements. Each different person has a different understanding of element and their skill spell. At first, he hardly perceived this as his brain could not process all this small information. After his intelligence passed 20 marks, not only he could perceive this, but also he felt like practicing the spell as the book owner did. Although it is still kind of blurry, he feels he will need more intelligence to grasp this. Fortunately, he still does not get a book skill other than from a student at this academy. Otherwise, his brain will be fried from experiencing all this stuff. The book skill could also drop from the same system as the opponent improves in real life. Angus feels like stealing their technique, but he knows that this may come in handy in this chaotic world. This is also the reason why he is always increasing his intelligence every month, despite now he almost has a photographic memory skill. At the 15 marks intelligence, he could ace all his academic courses easily. Now his intelligence is at 30, which is double than before. It almost makes him have something like photographic memory, a faster thinking process, and precise multitasking skill. If it is an academy in his past life, he will get the first rank easily. However, in Royal Academy, they rank the student heavily based on combat capability. During these 2 years, Angus just showed his power to be barely enough to pass the test exam. Fortunately, the examination is easy, like one must show skill or spells to the examiner. Then, the examiner will score them based on the student's performance. For Angus, who has almost absolute control over his body and mana, he could easily manipulate his performance to look ordinary or somehow below average in academy standard. After enjoying the sunset and chatting with Millie, who is coming to tend the garden for a while, he goes back to the dorm. Meanwhile, Angus having his peaceful life at the academy, at the dark forest, there is a series of constant explosions from the inner area. Boom, boom. We finally found it, begin the chanting, shout an elf that runs towards a group of people. Then another elf began chanting while writing a strange symbol on the ground. Not long after that, heard a loud roaring sound, roarr. Like responding with the roar, the thick miasma fog is gathered at one place before moving towards the surrounding like a hurricane that destroys anything. Everyone, give it your all. We must hold back. It's a do or die. Command one of the elves in a haggard appearance. Without wasting any moment, all the gathered people using their respective spell. Third circle rock wall, third circle wall of thorn enchanting endurance. A huge rock wall appears from the ground along with a series of thorny plantations. Then, a bluish aura encased the wall and strengthened it. The rock wall withstands the powerful miasma attack. Before they could relieve, a bunch of monsters from all sides attacked them. Give me some time, said Duke Jacob as he chanted his spells. Hold them back, don't let them pass you. Command Sylvan while he charged towards the monster wave. Axe art whirlwind. Sword art wheeling slash. Bow art scatter shot. Martial art chain, combo third circle freezing, blast third circle solar pulse. BOMM, a variety of skills and spells launch to the incoming monster and create destruction towards the surrounding. But monsters keep coming like an endless tide. I don't have enough mana, said the black person with a horn. Hold on a little bit. Just a little bit of manhwaedit, then voila, said the small halfling before throwing the bottle on the ground. Alchemist mana zone potion. Abrupt mana immediately gathers into the surrounding people and repels the miasma fog. The people nearby feel that their mana is instantly filled. Good job, said one of the orcs before increasing his killings rate. Now is our time to shine. Clang, 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 the gremlins assemble something quickly that resembles a magical cannon. Mechanical engineering plasma machine gun. Then, one of the gremlins uses it to start shooting at the monster wave. Bam, 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 as the machine keep killing all the nearby monster. At this moment, a strange sound was heard from various sides. GRRT roar FIAKK. Fifth grade monster. Incoming, warned of the elf. A series of root tendril appears on the ground and attacks the people nearby. Another variety of miasma-based attack launched at the people and killed some of them. The situation is very chaotic, like a war zone. Damn, how much longer, said one of the beastkin after looking at his comrade dying. Not long, few more minutes, said Sylvan after looking at the nearby friend who kept chanting non-stop. At this moment, everyone falls back, said Duke Jacob after finishing his long chant. Then, he raises his arm to the sky and creates a gigantic-size magic circle. After everyone gathered and fell back, without wasting any moment, he activated the spells. 6 circle spell rain of fire. From the gigantic magic circle in the sky appear countless huge fireballs raining down towards the approaching monster. After a while, it leaves a devastating area, but the scorched area immediately filled with monsters again. Looking at the endless tide of monsters, everyone feels desperation. After casting this spell, the Duke also falls exhausted. My turn, said another black-skinned man with a horn. The man makes the same gesture as Duke Jacob and makes a gigantic magic circle in the sky. 6th circle spell, Thunder Zone. ZZZTTZZ. The gigantic magic circle produces lightning towards all the monsters in the perimeter and kills all of them, leaving the only wasteland nearby. But once again, all the monsters keep coming like an endless tide. During this moment, the rock walls crumble. From behind it appear a gigantic-sized miasma fog giant. Damn, that is the monster overlord. Damn, that is the monster overlord. Everyone immediately noticed the pressure of its release. Looking at the appearance of monster overlord, some combatants immediately release their all-out attack. Axe art frenzy chop. Spear art piercing hawk. Sword art final slash. Martial art 1-point strike. All of their devastating strikes only make the gigantic miasma fog dissipate for a while before it forms back as nothing happened. That is not its real body, said one of the mages inside the group. After forming back, it gathered the miasma around its mouth and ready to shoot towards the group. Incoming, don't let it fire its attack, said one of the elf. Take this 5th circle of Winterland, as one of the people finished casting her spell. A chilling frost aura encased the group and freezing all the monsters that tried to approach it. The gigantic miasma also got frozen and stopped gathering the miasma around. Although it is only a 5th circle spell, the high circle ice elemental spell is much more destructive, being used in areas such as this, because it could create a chilling frost aura that rendered other monsters into frozen statues. But it only gives them a break for a while before the ice statue cracks and the monsters tied back to charge at them. During this precarious moment, hurry, gather over here. I can't hold it for too long, said the elf that held blue thick mana that connected towards the symbol on the ground. Hearing this, the group immediately gathered together towards the elf. At this moment, the giant miasma breaks the ice and fires the accumulated miasma blast. Fortunately, everyone quickly gathered around. Before the miasma blast touched them, they were engulfed in thick blue mana and gone from that place. 6th circle spell mass teleportation. In the middle of Roundel City, a huge mana fluctuation came out from the air. From it appeared a crack in the space and huge mana surged up. A few moments later, a group of people from various kinds of race appear out of nowhere. All of them immediately feel motion sickness from the teleportation and try to hold back to not puking around. Looking at the allied investigation team, the surrounding guard lowered their weapon. Fu, we finally made it, said one of the halflings. I will never go back to that dreadful place ever again, said one of the humans. Everyone felt relieved that they finally made it back. After 2 full years of investigating inside the inner dark forest, they finally made it back to the Civilization Society alive. During these 2 years, they are constantly on the alert and fighting almost every day. Some of them even died because of many unforeseen dangers or surrounded by monsters. but all of it is worth it as they finally gather some information on the new monster overlord. Looking that they are back at the Roundel City, some of them immediately close their eyes and rest on the spot. The investigation team may consist of strong combatants, but there is a lot of danger inside the inner area of Dark Forest. Meanwhile, inside the inner area of Dark Forest, the monster overlord realizes that its intruders managed to get away. ROOARR. After the roaring sound could be heard all over the Dark Forest, the low-grade monsters inside the Dark Forest begin to move to attack the nearby city relentlessly. Outskirt of the Black Forest near the boundary of Heart Kingdom, Black Fortress, the first defensive line against monsters from the Dark Forest. Inside of the quarter, General Borkins doing some paperwork suddenly heard a roaring sound from the Black Forest. What's that sound? I have a bad premonition about this. As the dwarf goes out to the fortress's wall, at the fortress's wall he found a blue-haired person looking at the forest. He seems like could see everything in the forest. General, prepare to fight. The monsters are coming, said the Duke before he went back to his room. Why yes, my lord, replied the General Dwarf shortly. You hear that, lad? Sound the alarm. Hurry, move your ass and get into the position. We have monsters to slay. Command General Borkin toward the other soldiers. Hearing this, the soldier sounds the alarm and announces the news all over the fortress. Not long after that, countless monsters of various kinds appear in the outskirts of the forest. Looking at the huge black fortress, they begin to charge into it like a mindless beast. Then, the sound of magical cannon, projectile, and artillery is released towards the approaching monsters. BOM, SHHTS, BOM. The dwarf general, along with the duke and soldier, already stand by on the wall waiting for the survived monster to climbing the huge black-colored wall. Soon, the fight between monsters and civilian society happens once again. Not only in the Black Fortress, but all cities and civilian settlements near the Dark Forest are attacked by countless monsters at the same time. The Dark Forest becomes a sort of forbidden place for the time being as the monster becomes more active than usual. While the monsters from the Dark Forest create chaos towards the surrounding, the leaders of the civilian society once again have the emergency meeting inside the Roundel City. Inside the meeting palace, the elf leaders sit on their chairs, but only a few leaders of the civilian society come and sit at their respective chairs, while most of them are empty. Because of the urgency, not all of the leaders could come to the Roundel City at the moment of notice. To anticipate this problem, the elf race gives a long-distance communication device to all the leaders. After waiting for a while, a projection of the leaders appears in their respective seats. Looking that all the projection of leaders appear, all right, let's begin the meeting, said Vandor Windspear as one of the elf leader. Sylvan, please show us what you got, said Vandor. Then, Sylvan brings a memory crystal and projects it in the middle of the table. He begins to narrate his story about his journey during these 2 years inside the Dark Forest. After hearing the story, so, you are saying that this monster overlord is not only capable of leading the other monster, but also intelligent enough to counter our technology device, said one of the leaders. Yes, they seem to have some experience with our mana technology and even jammed our communication device many times, replied. Hearing Sylvan reply, all the leaders begin to consider this new monster overlord again. All this time, the monster could easily be suppressed because of the advancement of technology on the civilian society side. If somehow the technology is rendered useless in the fight against monsters, that means it is one of the advantages on the civilian society side is gone. This may be simple, but it could create a lot of trouble during the war. This trouble will lead to more casualties during the war. From the leader's perspective, during the war casualty may not be avoided, but if they receive too many casualties during their war between monsters, their military strength will also drop significantly. In the worst case, their kingdom or country may collapse because of the instability. After processing Sylvan explanation, from your story you said you could not get into the near it because it could immediately detect you. Then, could you explain why almost half of the investigation team die? Said one of the leaders furiously. Yeah, is this not some kind of scheme from the Elf Kingdom to cut our force more? Provoked the other leaders. Then more people tried to berate Sylvan, before one of the elf leaders said, do you think we need a scheme to destroy all of you? Hearing this, the other leader began to silent, don't mistake our race for kindness with weakness. If not because our elf soldier as the team leader acts as the team leader this time, none of your delegations will survive on this mission, said the elf leader. Before anyone could reply, if we want, we could just leave this new monster overlord to destroy and trample all your so-called kingdom into nothingness before we kill it at our front door. Few races and tribes already push us to make this choice in the past. What makes you think we will not make the same choice like that again? So tell me, leaders, did you want us to leave this monster overlord for you to fight your own, or you want us to fight with you? Said one of the elf leaders. Master Luke, please calm down. Vandor holds the angry elf leaders. As all of you know, almost half of the investigation team is dead. Few of them are also from our race, and one of them is Master Luke's son. So please mind your own words carefully. Also, we elf race is very serious about this matter. Every single elf in our community is precious, and we just lost a few of them. Before this, we already met on our own to let the new monster overlord or not. Now, leaders, should we participate in this war or leave you be? Also, if you want us to participate, what could you offer us? What could you offer us? Said Vandor. After that, none of the leaders dares to scheme against the elf leader again. At first, some of the leaders thought that they could push the elf race to handle the monster overlord alone by using the investigation team situation. Some of the greedy ones even want to take advantage of the elf race. However, they truly didn't understand the nature of this long-lived race. The elf race may seem uninterested in worldly stuff and peace-loving, but their true nature is like a sleeping dragon. The moment someone touches their reverse scale, they will only create destruction towards the surrounding. Moreover, their long lifespan made them wisest among the others. In front of them, all the plot and scheme is like child's play. That's why the elf race is never afraid of the other race. The only race that has a chance to truly threaten the elf race in Furuman is only the demon race. However, they are too divided into many tribes and always in a state of civil war. Then the meeting continued without any conclusion. The major reason is that the apathetic behavior of the elf leader, and none of the leaders want to sacrifice their people to fight against the dangerous monster overlord. Judging by the strength the monster overlord shows by Sylvan, it's one of the strong overlords that could annihilate a group of grade 5 teams easily. Because of this, most of the leaders don't want to spend high military strength without any significant rewards. Soon they could only hope that the monster overlord is targeted towards their nation during the attack in the next 3 years. While the leaders are still indecisive with their next move, most cities nearby the Dark Forest are destroyed or evacuated. It has become a frontline war zone between the monsters and the respective nation army. Likewise, this is also an opportunity for few people to reap some profit like a lone mercenary, adventurer guild, war merchant, and many others. Meanwhile, the chaotic warzone happens at the border of various countries, Angus still living his life undisturbed inside the academy. Huff, it seems my father is okay, thought Angus inwardly after reading the letter from his home. The nobles have their information network, which usually brings faster and more accurate news. Few days after recuperation inside the Roundel city, Duke Jacob finally could go home and immediately send a letter to his family about his current condition. After reading the letter, Angus summoned his status panel. Besides the intelligence, the other stat is gray out. It seems I will increase my intelligence again, as Angus increases his intelligence stat by consuming 160 soul points for 1 point. Suddenly, Angus feels a little bit dizzy before his mind, and body feels weird. He feels his body could not catch up with his thoughts a little bit. I never get used to this feeling. It seems I need a month to fully synchronize my mind and body this time, thought Angus while doing a little bit of light stretching. A month passed by peacefully. Now Angus is entering the manual battle system to fight against Ian in black humanoid version. Angus wants to try to master his mana transformation into a lightning element. Although he could do it on his own, Ian's insight about the lightning element will also help him train it. Unfortunately, the manual battle system could not multiply his opponent, so Angus could not fight dozens of Ian at once. The book's skill drop rate is also very low. This makes Angus not get it even after killing Ian for 1 full month time. After a few hours of grinding against Ian, damn, why does it still not drop the book? Is it because Ian's insight is too low? Or maybe there is another prerequisite? Thought for a while, Angus decides to leave it for now. Although he likes to improve and strengthen himself, he likes to take it easy and not rush things. Even though he did not get any book skill, he still didn't worry too much about it. Then he puts on his heavy enchanted uniform and goes towards the class tournament area. Today is the class tournament time, and it is time for his class. The class tournament happens every 3 months. It also signifies the half-term time or the final exam time. Since Princess Jaina could control her emotion through the heart of perseverance, his class always won the class tournament despite Angus didn't do anything. Now, the class tournament theme is sort of castle defense. Each class will have a flag in their base position. Students need to defend the flags from being taken out. Each flag is worth a point. The base flag is worth 50 points. If you lose, it means you will get minus 50 points. Your opponent flag is worth 25 points. There are also some flags worth 10 points across the area. The class with the most points will be the winner. This time the class tournament area is the private hills inside the academy. This is also the same arena for Angus when he joined the class tournament for the first time. Arriving at the arena, everyone was already waiting for him to start the briefing. "You are late," said Princess Jaina. "Really?" "Well, I just found a black cat on my way and need to find another route," as Angus gives some excuse to Jaina. Hearing Angus's unbelievable excuse, fine, let's hurry and get this over." "All right then," replied Angus nonchalantly. Then Teacher Eli's begins to remind them about the rules. After that, she leaves her class to make their own strategy. Rather than making a strategy, it's more like telling Angus about the strategy. They already have their strategy meeting before. But Angus, as an apathetic person, always never comes or pays attention to it. So now they need to tell Angus what to do. All right, can I just defend the flag, asked Angus before the other told their strategy. Did you just say sleep? Thought everyone. Rejected, said Jaina. Why? Replied Angus. Because you will just sleep away and not defend the flag properly. Your job is to gather the flag around the arena while the others defend the base flag, replied Angus. Here, I guess I will find a secluded spot and sleep there, thought Angus. Also, don't you dare try to sleep in the middle of searching the flag. Remind Jaina. Haha, there is no way I will do that, trust me, said Angus, but everyone already gave him a doubting face. Oh yeah, if everyone is defending the flag, who's going to take the other flag team? Don't tell me we played defensively this time, asked Angus curiously. Of course not, I am alone enough to take the other's flag. The others also agree about this, right? Said Jaina proudly. Angus could only look at his reluctant classmate. Class tournaments are a show of one strength. As kids, all of them want to show and play aggressive, but because of Jaina's dictato, leadership, everyone put their ego and follow her like the righteous king. Whatever, I just hope this could end peacefully, thought Angus inwardly. Finally, the time came and teacher Eli's brought them to their base flag before leaving them alone. After waiting a while, a booming sound was heard in the air as the sign of the tournament began. Boom. Angus, go collect the flag and don't you dare to sleep this time, said Jaina before she went searching for another team base flag. After walking from the others for a while, Angus used mana echolocation to find the others' position. He found a few people gathering together with familiar mana signatures gathering. He speculates that this is where the other class flag base. Most of them leave 3 or more people to defend their base flag. It seems they already anticipated that Jaina will rush alone in this tournament. During this moment, he also feels a few unfamiliar mana signatures at the edge of the arena, along with one familiar mana signature. This signature, if I am not wrong, it is Teacher Oswald. I guess I need to keep my word with that old butler. Well, I guess this tournament will be a little bit interesting, as Angus walking towards the unfamiliar group location. Meanwhile, Jaina finally found the first group after searching for a while. The defensive group consists of 3 students. The student group immediately begins alert as Jaina approaches alone. It's Princess Jaina. She seems alone, said one of the defensive students. Don't underestimate us, first circle firebolt, as one of the defensive students starting to attack towards the approaching Jaina. But Jaina could easily dodge the firebolt spell and keep approaching them at fast speed. Looking at this, they immediately launch their respective spell, first circle firebolt, first circle flame shot. First circle firebolt, first circle flame shot. A ball of fire and a few small-sized balls of fire launch at Jaina. Looking at the approaching balls of fire at her, Jaina coated her fist with mana fire punch. She dodges some of the attacks and counters them with her fire punch while keeping approaching the other student group. Soon, Jaina arrives at them and begins to fight in close combat. Using her enhanced strength with mana, she beat all of them with fire punch easily. Fortunately, the other student has a barrier from their academy emblem to protect them. Otherwise, they will hurt badly from Jaina's attack. However, the barrier also indicates that they are eliminated from the class tournament. After that, she immediately took the flag and stored it in her space storage. Then she went back to looking at the other group. While Jaina is hunting for another group's flag, Angus already arrives near the unknown group wearing cloaks. Hiding within nature and vegetation, Angus managed to spy at the group silently. The cloaked group seems to talk about something before they are separate from each other. Looking at this, Angus smiles happily. He may not have a chance to defeat all of them at once, but he is confident to take care of them one by one, especially inside this lush forest. I need to get them before they create more trouble later, thought Angus while also moving. From Angus' observation, the other group consists of grade 2 or 3 combatant that may specialize at assassination or espionage work. Grade 3 above combatant is quite rare and precious for any kind of nation. No matter what kind of grudge or dispute they have against Heart Kingdom, they will not send them for this kind of suicide mission, especially during this time. Although in the frontal battle Angus has a low chance to defeat them without creating a commotion, he still has some chance to subdue them using preemptive attack. Approaching one of the cloaked people, Angus moves at a fast speed towards the cloaked man beast walk. He hit the cloaked man's neck before he could react using Iron Fist. The cloaked man immediately knocks out silently. Then, Angus bound the cloaked man and restrained them using a mana restriction bracelet. Phew. Fortunately, I have few spare mana restriction bracelets in my space storage, thought Angus while approaching the other cloaked men. While Angus tried to apprehend all the cloaked men one by one, Jaina already managed to take another flag base. After searching for a while, Jaina finally found another student group. In this group, there is Ian with 2 other students. As I thought, Jaina is attacking the flag base alone, said Ian, HMPH. Did you think gathering 2 students would give you a chance? "You should just call the others to beat all of you," said Jaina proudly. "How arrogant. Let's see if you handle this," replied Ian while he cast some Aquaball toward her. Since Aquaball is slower than Firebolt, she didn't even need an effort to dodge all of them. But during this time, she notices that two of Ian's classmates start chanting. Although she didn't know what kind of spell they cast, it may be a dangerous spell. Before she could disturb their chanting, Ian kept firing the Aquaball around. Leaving with no choice, she covers her body with mana and defends against the Aquaball while approaching the other party. However, at this moment the student managed to finish their chanting and cast their spell. Two bright yellowish balls the size of a soccer ball made of fire approaching Jaina rapidly second circle fireball. Still, Jaina once again manages to dodge it skillfully. I guess trying to cope up with Angus has some benefit, thought Jaina as she dodged the approaching fireballs. As she feels relieved to dodge the two fireballs, they touch the ground and make a small explosion. BOMM, BOMM. The explosion may be small, but its effect is like a small hand grenade from Earth. Although she didn't get attacked directly, the shockwave from it is strong enough to damage her and make some disorientation. Fortunately, she has already covered her body with mana before. Otherwise, the defensive mechanism from her school emblem will activate and disqualify her. Feeling disoriented, Jaina finally stops at her spot to try to regain his bearing. As for Ian's classmate, they already slump on the ground after casting the fireball spell. Using this opportunity, Ian put all his mana on his next spell. A small magic circle appears in front of him and creates an arc of electricity towards Jaina. First circle overcharge spark. The arc of lightning immediately touched her body before she could react. Because her body is still wet from the Aquaball before, it doubled the power of the electricity despite her mana around her and electrocuted her. AARRGGHH roaring Jaina in pain. The pain suddenly went away, but her school emblem was also active and created a protective barrier around her body. At this moment, she knows that she is already disqualified. Soon, a teacher comes out of nowhere to announce that she is disqualified. "Damn it," grumbled Jaina, but she didn't do anything to Ian, who is laying on his ground after using all his mana in the previous attack. Boom! After that, an explosion sound was heard from far away. "You guys all right?" Asked the teacher to make sure the student is all right. Meanwhile, a few minutes before the explosion sound heard, Angus managed to apprehend most of them before they created a commotion without any trouble. Now, he is approaching the last guy who seems like the strongest, also the leader, carefully. His instinct tells him that the other person is strong and already noticed the disappearance of some of his teammates. Although I want to fight him, it will create a commotion and expose my strength. I also didn't think I could apprehend this guy without going all out. It seems the fun is over now, thought Angus silently. Then Angus takes a distance from the cloaked man leader. Earth fire that blazing as Angus begins chanting. After a moment, burn my enemy. Second circle overcharge flame bomb. A huge fireball appeared in front of Angus before it launched in the air. It moves parabola in the air towards the leader of the cloaked man. Looking at a huge fireball approaching him from the air, as he immediately moved away from the fireball trajectory. BOMM, the moment it touched the ground it exploded and created a shockwave towards the surrounding. The explosion sound immediately created some commotion towards the nearby station teacher. All the teachers in the nearby area began to move towards the explosion that could be heard from all over the forest. Shit, this will attract all the teachers' attention. I need to get out of here. Thought the cloaked man. Before he could escape, a teacher approached him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked one of the teachers towards the cloaked man. Without answering, the cloaked man threw some throwing knives towards the teacher. But the teacher could easily dodge this attack before channeling his voice with mana intruder, while the teacher dodges the cloaked man's attack. Hearing the warning from the teacher, the other teacher immediately moved their way towards the warning sound. Shit, where are the others? Did they already run away? Thought the cloaked man without knowing that his team already apprehended by Angus. Looking at this, the cloaked man immediately tries to escape his way before a root entangles his body from the ground's second circle entrute. Now, why are you in a hurry?" said an old man while flying in the air. "Antonio, the headmaster," said the cloaked man while struggling for the root. Getting trapped by the root, the cloaked man flares up his mana and makes a fire all around his body. Flame armor. Impressive. If I am not wrong, that is flame armor, a famous skill among the beastkin. To think a human like you could learn that, said Antonio calmly. Meanwhile, the other teachers already arrive and cast their spell to apprehend the cloaked man's second circle binding chain, second circle water lash. A binding chain and water rope approach the cloaked man. The cloaked man dodges all of them skillfully before a teacher intercepts him and punch him with a fiery fist fire punch. The force of the punch makes her launch back and get surrounded by the other teacher. Before the cloaked man could recover from the fire punch, a magic circle appeared below him, and a surge of water appeared from its second circle water torrent. The water surge made the cloaked man thrown in the air and deactivated his flame armor. Using this opportunity, the other teacher immediately apprehends the cloaked man easily. "So you are saying there are more intruders and they are already being knocked out by someone?" asked Antonio. "Exactly, headmaster," replied one of the teachers. "HMPH, how dare they? Do they think Royal Academy is their playing ground? I want a full search around the academy. Command the old headmaster." "Right away, sir," replied the teacher in front of him. Royal Academy is not only famous for being the #1 academy among the human race, but it is also a place where various kinds of strong people gather and become their employees. Normally, this place is also a kind of powerhouse that nobody dares to mess with. After getting infiltrated for a second time, the headmaster truly angered. As the headmaster of the Royal Academy, he feels insulted by this accident and will make the preparator pay. Fortunately, this time they successfully caught all the cloaked men. They could gather some information about their origin and the way they could enter the academy unnoticed. Although the headmaster already guessed there is a traitor among his employees, it will be difficult to search the other party as there are hundreds of employees working at this Royal Academy. Besides, if he pushed the other employee too much, some employees with high prestige like Balrog could feel dissatisfied and get out of the academy. If this happens, it will be the loss of the Royal Academy. The Royal Academy is not only a place for students to study, but also a place where some masters do their research and get funded. Some of this research may be personal and often not for public purpose. For the headmaster, it will be like poking the bee nest if he somehow disturbs these masters. The headmaster is like to maintain some freedom policy. As long as the employee is not doing something unethical and does something detrimental to Royal Academy, the headmaster will leave them alone with their research. This is also one of the selling points for many famous and influential masters to work at the Royal Academy. They could do their research without any distribution as long as they fulfill their obligation. Sometimes, they could also have a chance to get funded by the Academy itself. In terms of power, the Royal Academy is not less powerful than the Royal Palace if they didn't count the king himself. Of course, that if all the employees are united together. While the headmaster gathers intelligence from the cloaked man, the class tournament is stopped for the time being until further notice. All the teacher is busy keeping and maintaining the safety of students in case there are more intruders. Because of this, all the students are instructed to go inside their dorm. Since the students are from the same year, most of them are going together towards their dorm. All these intruders should just surrender themselves and die, said Jaina haughty. Yeah, especially we are on the winning side, isn't that right, loser? Taunting Ian. What do you say to the commoner? Asked Jaina angrily. I said that we could win the tournament since you're disqualified, mocked Ian towards Jaina. Get over here, as Jaina ready to fire punch Ian away. Looking at the two kids' behavior, saw you two lovebirds should just find a spot, said Angus casually. Lovebird, what did you mean by that? Said Jaina and Ian. Isn't that right, Millie? Replied Angus. I am not sure, replied Millie as she was surprised by suddenly being called away. Angus, how many times I said don't casually talk to Millie, replied Mia as she tried to help her friend. But I just talk. Besides, Millie herself never complained about it. Right, Millie, said Angus. Yeah, I think it's okay, replied Millie. Millie, saw you were too kind. I already said many times before, Angus is a bad influence for you, said Mia. Mia, that's rude. Although Angus is a kinda lazy bum, you should not say that in front of him directly, rebuked Millie. You just say that I am a lazy bum yourself, thought Angus while feeling being stabbed in his heart. While Angus is chatting by himself, Jaina and Ian feel being ignored, but before long they once again had an argument one with the others. Meanwhile, Axel could only stay silent in the background as he is feeling being ignored by everyone. Why nobody talks to me? Did I also join the talk with them? But what should I talk about? Even Angus, that lazy bum, could easily talk with our angel Millie, thought Axel while he's getting more depressed. Over the past 2 years, everyone in the dorm already realized the character of their dorm mate. First is Ian, a muscle head that likes to challenge everyone including some upperclassmen. He is ranked second among the third year of Royal Academy. Then, Jaina is the fourth princess of the Heart Kingdom. She is a spoiled princess with a bad temperament. Even after learning Heart of Perseverance, she is still somewhat moody and will beat anyone that in her way except for Angus. Next is Millie, who is hailed as Angel among the other students in Angus's year. She has a kind and caring temperament. Combined with her cute appearance, she is a perfect model of good girlfriend material. Some of the upperclassmen are even attracted by her. Fortunately, they still have a sane mind to not disturb the spring dorm as Jaina stays in there. Mia is Millie's childhood friend that is always together with her. She's the last defense of Millie from the evil mind of some lustful boys in puberty. She also likes to act like the mother of Millie, since Millie herself is kind of an airhead. Next is Axel, a wealthy son of a famous merchant. He is quite smart and stronger than other normal students, but compared to other people in his dorm, his achievement is somewhat lacking. Finally, Angus Victory, the famous lazy student throughout the Royal Academy. If it is not because he is the son of Duke Victory, he is already getting bullied by a lot of students. However, despite his lazy nature, no one could expect that he is also one of the busiest students that fill all his schedule with many courses. He is also famous for being weak since his practical test always scored below average, almost not getting passed. Only a few people know about his true strength. Not even his brother Virgil knows his full capabilities. After chatting for a while, they finally arrive at the spring dorm safely. Even though they're walking casually towards the spring dorm, there are few teachers hidden in the surrounding area protecting them. None of the students notices this except for Angus, but he also didn't care about it since he didn't feel any ill intent from the surrounding teacher. Since the one-class tournament that is being targeted is Jaina, the headmaster speculated that their target is Jaina again after the previous assault from 2 years ago failed. After entering the dorm safely, everyone immediately rests in their room. It's because they already reached the age to form their monocore. For untrained people, the ideal age to form a monocore naturally is 13 to 15. For trained people like students in the Royal Academy, it could start early when they reach the age of 10. Forming monocore is an arduous task, yet also easy according to one talent. Some could easily form, but some need years to form it. Either way, there is no difference be it forming it naturally or not except the time they form it. At the age of 10, trained children could try to form their monocore by meditation and controlling their mana inside the body into one point. Normally, people could not control mana precisely unless they have mana control. The only reason Angus has superb control over his mana is that he usually controls Kai, who is more volatile and aggressive than mana. For Angus, controlling mana using his years of experience is like riding a normal car despite having the capability to drive an F1 car. There are various ways to form mana, but most of them are kept secret since it is kind of important. Some of these techniques could form mana core faster than others. Royal Academy also teaches a standard way to form mana to each of their students, but most of the students already have their special technique to forming their mana core. As for Angus, he wants to form his mana core since his mana is stagnant from 2 years ago, but he is also intrigued by the technique of forming mana core that his father will teach him. A few weeks ago, his father was already back from Roundel City. Because of the long and dangerous mission, the Duke got a few weeks of time off. He told Angus to be ready to be taught by his father during the next break. Entering his room, Angus immediately flares up his mana to the maximum great mana echolocation, from time to catch a rat. Royal Academy of the Heart Kingdom, hailed as one of the best academies in the human race. Many people want to have a chance to study there, as most of the graduated people often become famous people at their respective work. Not only that, but the Royal Academy is also a huge gathering place for many experts in various kinds of fields. From a crafter to a chef, they even have archaeological experts in various kinds of ancient culture and fields. Now the Royal Academy is on high alert since their academy is hailed as the best, getting infiltrated by a group of cloaked men. Because of this, the headmaster Antonio immediately tightened up the security. No one could get in or get out for the time being. Since the intruder could come in undetected inside the academy means that there is someone from the inside that helps them. Fortunately, this time the group cloaked man could be captured successfully. So the headmaster could easily ask them about the traitor that sold his academy. While the headmaster interrogated the cloaked man, teacher Oswald immediately tried to get out from the academy after knowing that the intruder was getting caught. Damn, how could they get caught so easily? At least killing yourself without getting caught. I need to get out of here fast, thought Oswald while walking in a certain direction. Unfortunately for him, all the exit of surrounding the academy is already blocked. Moreover, every single perimeter of the academy is guarded by academy guards. It will be difficult even for a rat to pass by. While he is walking, Oswald, "Where are you going?" The headmaster told us to gather at the meeting room, asked teacher Eli's curiously. "Ah, I suddenly got a stomach ache. You go there first, I will catch up later," answered Oswald. "All right, don't take it too long," replied teacher Eli's while frowning a little bit. Huff, luckily I already prepared my escape route before, thought Oswald while entering one of the certain big abandoned warehouses. The Royal Academy is very vast and has many buildings and facilities. Some of them are being abandoned and used as warehouses. One of them is this building, which is located in a remote location inside the academy ground. Entering the abandoned warehouse, Oswald immediately put a few boxes aside from a certain spot and pushed the hidden mechanism. Then a trapdoor that led to the underground appeared. Opening the trapdoor using his special key, he finally found a staircase leading to the underground. Under the dim light of his mana at his finger, he entered the trapdoor. After walking the stairs for a while, he found himself in a small underground room. Then he tapped one of the walls of the room and revealed another hidden door. Before he could enter the door, "I never know that there is a hidden door here." "Care to explain where it leads, Oswald?" said another voice inside the small underground room. "Who's there?" asked Oswald vigilantly. Then teacher Eli's deactivated her concealment. You travel quite far for having a stomachache, Oswald, said teacher Eli's while taking out her battle staff. You should mind your own business, Eli's, replied Oswald while suddenly shooting a few firebolt towards her. Looking at the approaching firebolts, Eli skillfully uses her battle staff to disperse any of them before instacast her spell First Circle Entangle. A root sprouted from the ground and tried to bind Oswald. However, he could dodge it easily while countering with his own firebolt. The fight between two people of the same grade, especially high grade 1, often called a battle of attrition. In this battle, the ability to multitask between casting spells, defense, offense, etc. is very important. Just the wrong step could end their doom. Soon they reach a stalemate state after exchanging many of 1 circle spells. As sometimes passed by, you leave me no choice. Take this second circle fireball. A series of yellowish fireballs immediately launch at Eli's. Looking at the yellowish fireball, you crazy, rebuked teacher Eli's. Eli's immediately put her guard and dodged them, but all of them immediately explode after touching something. Using a spell like fireball in this enclosed space is the same as suicide since the shockwave also could damage the caster. Fireballs may be a handy spell since it could create a small explosion, but in an enclosed space like the underground room, this could injure everyone inside the room. At the last moment, Eli's managed to create a wall made of vine root from the ground's second circle nature wall to protect herself. Still, she is affected by the shock each fireballs produces and burns her nature wall to ash. As for Oswald, he already made a barrier made of mana in front of him to mitigate the shock towards him second circle mana barrier. After the dust settles, Eli's comes out from it with a little burn and immediately launches a barrage of attack using her battle staff art barrage motion. A series of chain attacks keep hitting Oswald's mana barrier rapidly without stopping. Mana barrier may be a strong barrier spell, but it also consumes the user mana to maintain the barrier. Feeling his mana is dropping at a fast rate, Oswald begins to get irritated. Don't get cocky, woman. Second circle fire breath as Oswald released a breath of fire towards her. Because of the point-blank range attack, Eli's could not dodge it perfectly and was pushed back by the fire breath to the nearby wall. Erg, groaned Eli's. Heya ha, what annoying woman. You should never mess with me, said Oswald while preparing a fireball to finish her off. At this time, a huge magic circle appears on the ground, and you should never underestimate me. Third circle nature growth, said Eli's while giving all her mana to the magic circle. How? You didn't cast it. Before Oswald could respond, a huge sprout of vegetation rose from the ground and destroyed the ceiling. The vegetation keeps growing and destroys everything in the room. By chance, the collapsed ceiling also closes the hidden door along with its tunnel. After a while, cough cough crazy bitch. She wants to bury me alive, said Oswald while looking at unconscious Eli's who is protected by the big tree. Damn it, the guard will feel this commotion and check this place. My escape route is also buried. It's all your fault, bitch, curse Oswald, but he could not do anything to her as the big tree was still protecting her. He is also on the low mana from the battle and needs to dig his escape route faster. While digging the rumble frantically, Oswald suddenly feels a danger behind him. Ting, a translucent barrier engulfs Oswald's body. Then he sees that a throwing dagger falls on the ground behind him. Who, you have a barrier enchanted item. Interesting, said Angus while walking towards Oswald calmly. A kid. No, if I am not wrong, he should be the famous scholar Angus. Why is he here? Moreover, was he the one that threw that dagger, thought Oswald. Kid, you should get some help. The building suddenly collapsed and few people were under the ground, said Oswald as he tried to buy some time. Really, replied Angus as he released a little bit of his killing intent. At this moment, Oswald felt like a bloodthirsty predator. All his body and instinct is telling him to run. Angus's killing intent is monstrous as he keeps killing his virtual opponent inside the battle manual system. It could be said his killing intent is on par with a mighty general that slays thousands of people in his hand. Suddenly, the chilling aura is gone, and Angus disappears at once beast walk. Angus appears behind the Oswald and attacks him spear hand. Bang. On the contrary to his expectation, a barrier engulfs Oswald once again, and his body is thrown away by Angus's force attack towards the nearby debris. Annoying barrier. Let's see if it has a limit, Angus. Angus once again approaches Oswald using beast walk. Then, he launched many kinds of attacks towards Oswald. Iron Fist, Dynamic Torrent, Dynamic Punch. Bam bam bam. After a series of attacks, Oswald's barrier item stopped working. He pushed to use his own mana barrier to protect himself, and his mana is consumed much faster than when he is fighting Eli's. Get out of me, monster. Second circle fire breath as Oswald spouted a fire from his mouth. Angus seems like already predicting this. Dodge to the side and shoot a water ball towards Oswald's mouth from his hand. First circle aqua ball at point blank range. Aqua ball managed to hit Oswald's face directly. He feels like being forced to drink a lot of water at once and makes him unable to breathe properly. Using this opportunity, Angus gathers his man in his fist and punches it towards Oswald's body. Dynamic punch. The punch hit various kinds of Oswald's body at once and broke all his ribs. Oswald's body is flown away, embedded in the nearby debris. Angus' strength is already 4 times normal human. Combined with his enhanced strength, his much is very lethal to the unprotected normal human body. Looking at his work, I guess I am going overboard again. Commented Angus after looking at the Oswald condition. How I guess my bad habit still could not get away, thought Angus as he tied Oswald and restricted his mana. During the fight, Angus didn't expect that Oswald's body was weak after getting few punches from him. Since all this time his training partner is the old dwarf Balrog who has ridiculous resilience, he couldn't adjust his strength properly when fighting Oswald. Moreover, it's very hard to hold back in a life and death battle like before. Fortunately, Oswald is still a full-fledged grade 4 combatant. Although his orientation is towards magic, his body is still stronger than an ordinary person. Otherwise, he will die from receiving Angus's monstrous attack. Still, this didn't mean Angus could combat grade 4 combatant in frontal battle. The major reason he could win is that Oswald's mana already drained from the battle against Eli's. Oswald is also a magician that specialized in barriers rather than battle like Duke Jacob. After tying Oswald and erasing his trace from the surrounding, he used mana echolocation to avoid being found by the Academy Guard that was already coming to inspect the area. Fortunately, only the Academy Guard came to inspect. If it is the headmaster or other 5-grade people, they could easily find Angus within their perception. Angus also didn't have to worry that they could trace the residual mana in the battle spot, since his swirl bracelet always absorbed all his excessive mana. It will only leave minuscule mana in the air that can hardly be traced, unless they have very advanced technology to capture them and match them with Angus' mana signature. They would never have found that it is Angus. However, such a technology is very advanced and hard to procure along with the expert that can use it. Angus thought it would be a waste of resources to use it just to trace it back to him. The worst case, I just need to reveal my strength, thought Angus as he finally went back to his dorm. Few days after that, a meeting consisting of teachers and a few employees happened inside one of the big meeting rooms in the Royal Academy. Alright, now let's begin the meeting about the intruder that happened a few days ago. Ellen, please enlighten us, said the headmaster Antonio. We also found the preparator that smuggles them is Oswald Fanari, one of our teachers that specialize in barriers. Fortunately, we managed to catch him before he managed to escape, explained the vice headmaster Ellen. After everyone digested the information, now, let's decide how we should proceed with Oswald and increase our security further, so this kind of incident may not happen again in the future, said the headmaster while looking at the other teacher. The headmaster could punish Oswald and deal with him easily. However, he also needs to make sure that none of the teachers working in the academy will do the same thing in the future. But he also could not push too much towards these people, since it may leave some dissatisfied towards them. So the best solution is by letting all his employees decide how they should punish the traitor by themselves. After a long discussion, they finally agreed to make a contract for all the people working in the academy. The contract is variable, but one of its clauses is as long as they work here, they must not get in the way of the academy interest or something similar to it. Contract in this world is different from a contract on Earth, where there are many kinds of contracts, but most of them always have a serious repercussion for the breach of the contract. Some people even say that it is better to die than breach a contract. This way, all the employees in the academy will be bound and forced to not betray the academy as long as they work here. After the meeting almost came to end, pardon me, headmaster, but I hear the one that apprehends Oswald and few other intruders is still unknown. We also couldn't ask Oswald since he's still in a coma from his injury. What we need to do with him, asked one of the muscular teachers. Don't worry about it, teacher Genus. As long as this mysterious helper is not doing anything bad towards the Royal Academy, we will leave him be. Any other question? Asked the headmaster. After none of the teachers gives another question, then, let's end this meeting and immediately implement our new policy, said the headmaster. Meanwhile, the headmaster and teacher are busy tightening their security around the academy. Most of the students are on holiday. After much consideration, they decide it will be safer for the student to go home for the time being. They also believe that the mysterious person is likely a high-grade combatant, which is not the student that study here. Most of the students here are ungraded, with dozens of them being first-grade people. It is impossible for them to win against Oswald and injure him badly. Like every break before, Angus is staying at his townhouse manor. Fortunately, his father is already back. So he didn't need to escape from his clingy aunt. Who knows how many times he almost died under those huge mountains. Now, Angus is having breakfast with his 2 brothers. As usual, the atmosphere is cold as his older brother Jason regards Angus as thin air. He still thinks that Angus is a weak and useless brother. As for his second brother Virgil, He just doesn't know how to mediate Jason with Angus, since both of them always ignore one another. During this usual tense breakfast, a humming sound heard from the teleportation device in the garden. Feeling the gentle and familiar aura from it, the three brothers immediately go towards the teleportation device. "Father," said the three brothers, as the blonde-haired Duke walked towards them. "Long time no see, everyone," replied Duke Jacob. After that, they continue their greeting while having breakfast. After catching up with their father, they know that his father will be in this manner for a few days before he needs to be back to the Black Fortress to defend it against the monster. Unlike other small countries and nations that are overthrown by the horde of lower-grade monsters, the Black Fortress managed to push back the lower-grade monster and stood still in their place. This shows the power of the Heart Kingdom. Just a horde of lower-grade monsters will not bypass the heavily armed Black Fortress easily. Still, the monster is relentless. Although they are not attacking continuously, they still launch an attack once every few days. The Duke needs to always stand by in this fortress in case something unexpected happens. Fortunately, the last attack happened and ended a few hours ago, so the Duke has a few days to meet with his sons after a long time. After they finished their breakfast, Duke Jacob called Angus to the basement training room. Entering the training room, a firebolt is launched at Angus. But Angus could easily avoid it without changing his facial expression. "So are you going to teach me how to form monocore or not?" asked Angus with a lazy expression. "Hahaha, as I thought, you are getting stronger after all these 2 years. It seems you managed to train your body secretly," said Jacob. Hearing his father respond, "Are you going to teach me or not?" asked Angus once again. "Easy, Angus. It's been 2 years since we met. How about a little bit of spar?" replied Jacob. Looking at his father's smile, "I can't say no, can't I?" asked Angus. But his father only gives him a kind smile towards Angus while releasing his fighting intent slowly. "How you are similar to that old dwarf, a battle junkie. Well, not that I could complain about it," said Angus while approaching his father. "Old dwarf, you mean Balrog Goldstein, so it's true you are becoming his student," said Jacob. How do you know?" "Nope, let me guess, you hear it from Virgil." "I should not let him meet with that crazy dwarf," replied Angus. "Haha, judging from your grumble, I believe he is not only teaching you the art of smithing. Now I am getting excited by our spar," said Jacob. "Fine, let's do it." As Angus stops a few meters from Jacob, after staring at each other for a while, "Please give me some leniency," asked Angus calmly. "Don't worry, I will." Before his father finished replying, Angus already approached his father instantly. "Beast walk, dynamic punch, bam bam bam." Beast walk, dynamic punch, bam bam bam. A series of punches landed on Jacob's fire barrier. As soon as Jacob feels Angus approaching, he flicks his finger and casts his fire barrier to protect himself. Angus keeps his barrage of attack without stopping. He knows that spell like Fire Barrier may be a strong defensive spell, but it also consumes mana constantly to maintain it, especially after receiving this barrage of attack. Looking at the barrage of attacks, impressive. Your combat capability is as strong as the first grade combatant, probably almost reached the second grade. "Let's take this to the next level," said Jacob calmly. Then the Duke begins to flick his finger to create a spark of fire. Then the spark changed into a burst of flame towards Angus' second circle flame wave, a surge wall of fire moving towards Angus. Using his superb reaction speed, Angus managed to dodge this large-scale attack even at close-range beast walk. He already moved away the moment his father flicks his finger and casts the spell. Now I look at it a few times. That's sophisticated footwork and movement skill. It is somehow like a combination of beast moves. Analyst Jacob at Angus's beast walk. "So what? It's not like you could copy it or find a weakness to it," replied Angus while he once again launched a barrage of attacks toward his father's fire barrier. Bam bam. Once again his father created flame wave toward him and made Angus back away. "Come on, it's all you got. I hear you could even resist and escape your aunt hug," taunting his father. "Have you no shame? You are an adult and a 6th grade combatant. This is bullying," said Angus while dodging his father's flame wave. Hoosh hoosh, Jacob keeps creating and throwing flame waves towards Angus. He could dodge all of these flawlessly using his beast walk. Still, some of his clothes are somehow burning a little bit from the heat, yet you still could dodge it flawlessly. I believe not even a 2nd grade combatant could escape these attacks easily. "Come on, Angus. If you don't attack back, you will be roasted soon," said Jacob while calmly create more flame wave. "You cheat, this is child abuse. I demand my right as a child for child protection," said Angus before moving far away from his father. What do you mean by that? Also, did you think you could get away?" asked Jacob confusedly. Jacob flicked his finger a few times. Fire manipulation, fire cast, 3rd circle fire worm. The Duke manipulates the accumulated fire element in the room and creates a worm made of fire. Then it began to pursue Angus. At this time, Angus took out all his weighted clothes on his body and stored them in his wristwatch space storage. Looking at the approaching worm, "Whoa, you could even create something like this," said Angus in a surprising tone. "But it is too slow to catch up with me, beast walk." as Angus dodged the approaching worm easily with his newfound speed. He's becoming faster, thought Jacob while Angus approaching him. Still, the fire barrier once again protects Jacob from Angus's attack. Jacob also not just stays idle and counters with Flame Wave. Dodging the flame waves at the last moment, Angus shot a few unexpectedly aquaball towards his father at point-blank range. However, the heat from the fire barrier could easily evaporate the aquaball into a mist. Using this distraction, Angus mutters something silently at fast speed. After the mist is gone, Angus creates a big magic circle in front of him while keeping his chanting. Looking at the big circle in front of Angus, Jacob immediately shot Flame Wave to stop Angus. Unexpectedly, Angus manages to dodge it using Beast Walk while keeping his chanting. Less than a second later, take the second circle Flame Bomb, as a big fireball launched at Jacob. Boom. In the last moment before Angus's Flame Bomb reaches Jacob, he supplies tremendous mana to strengthen his fire barrier and safe from the explosion. Still, he is being pushed back from his spot. As expected, it didn't have enough power to break through his fire barrier. Well, at least I managed to move him from his spot, thought Angus while trying to calm his breath. The last attack drains a lot of his mana and exhausts himself. Although what Angus did is simple, not many people could do the same thing with him. How did you do that?" said Jacob after looking at Angus's feet. In the last moment, Angus managed to dodge the flame wave while chanting a spell. Not many people could do this, as chanting a spell requires a lot of concentration, or it could create a backlash towards the user. For a magician, their most vulnerable state is when they are chanting a spell, because they need to fully concentrate on their spell. However, Angus not only kept chanting, but also used Beast Walk to avoid the flame waves. This multitasking act could only be possible after his intelligence passed the 30 marks. His mind processing speed makes him do two different things at the same time. Of course, it is not without repercussion. He will feel mentally exhausted after doing this. Combined with his mana and stamina drained from the fight, it is already a miracle he is not passed out. I don't know myself. I just felt like I could do it, replied Angus ambiguously, as he also didn't expect to do such a thing as multitasking. Hearing Angus reply, "Sigh, forget it, now I know what is your current level. If compared to other humans, you have the strength of around 2nd to 3rd grade combatants. The only weakness you have now is your current mana capacity, though I think your mana capacity is compared to 2nd grade humans combatant," said Jacob after analyzed Angus's strength from the previous combat. Looking at Angus' exhausted condition, let's take a break first while I explain how to form a mana core. Before that, I need to ask you how you managed to instackest Aqua Ball. If I am not wrong, you have fire element affinity. About that, I just control my mana and change it into water properties, though it is not as fast as my mana changes into the fire, said Angus while creating a drop of water using his mana at the tip of his finger. Looking at this, this you are my son, right? No, wait, are you still human? As Jacob doubted his son's identity. Of course I am human. I just could control my mana better than others. As for your son or not, you should ask mom, not me. HMPH, maybe I should ask mom myself, rebuked Angus. Wait, of course you are my son. Ha ha ha. I just never met a human race with this superb control of mana. The only race that I know is the elf race or demon race, explained Jacob before he spells his doom. Jacob also begins to recount his experience when he fought with these two superior races during the 2 years inside the Dark Forest. During this time, it opened his eyes to how insignificant his power compared to them. After making sure Angus didn't ask some unnecessary stuff with his wife, Jacob immediately brought the topic about the forming mana core. Forming mana core is a more serious matter than Angus previously expected. Fortunately, he holds back to forming his mana core as soon as possible. Mana core could be said as the second heart. Once it is created, there is no way to change it. As the second heart, it also dictates his future way of fighting. In Furuman, there are many ways of fighting. The majority of them are classified into 3. The first is the warrior path, who is proficient at skills. Second is the magician path, who is proficient at using spells. The last one is the hybrid path, who is proficient at skill and spells. All of them have their advantages and disadvantages. Most people thought that the hybrid path is the strongest, but it is also the most difficult to master. It is because they need to learn skills and spells. To master both skills and spells takes a long time that most of them will never master in their lifetime. Skill needs a lot of practice to become proficient, while spells also need a lot of time to study each magic circle along with some calculation. Because of this, the hybrid path also could be called Jack of all trade, master of none. Each of these paths will require a different mana core. For example, the warrior paths need to be skilled at instantaneous mana movement, which needs a mana core that could control mana rapidly. The magician paths need a lot of calculation and delicate mana control, which need a mana core that could have superb control over speed. As for the hybrid path, its mana core is the most ordinary since it needs to be balanced between speed and delicate control. Because of this, there are a lot of specialized manhwacores for the way of fighting. Some people usually choose hybrids since they don't know what the future way of fighting they will use, but this kind of thinking will also make them lose the opportunity to increase their combat prowess further. So, what do you think? Which path will you choose? Which path will you choose? At first, Duke Jacob thought that Angus is more to the warrior path as his superb use of skill, but looking at his last outstanding move during the spar, he feels that the hybrid path is the true way of fighting for Angus. After silent for a moment, I think the hybrid path is the best for me, said Angus after considering it. Good, I also agree. Now, these are our family collection of the ways to form a manhwacore that is best for hybrid path. As Jacob takes out a few stacks of books, looking at the series of books, that's more than I thought, commented Angus. Well, let's just say this is the benefit of being a duke of the strongest kingdom in the human race, replied Jacob proudly. While Angus looked through a few books, some of these books are collected from the ancient ruin, so you may find them hard to decipher as they are still not fully translated. The only reason they categorize into hybrid path manhwacore is ancient civilization never differentiate between warrior path and magician. Their technique of forming manhwacore is unique and hard to practice, but always gives better results. Ask Pavlon if you need to procure anything for resources. After you are done choosing the technique, just give the rest to Pavlon. One more thing, although I am choosing my manhwacore for a magician path, I could give you some advice if you need anything. Just don't rush your way to forming manhwacore, as it is your foundation to your future, but I guess you don't need this kind of reminder. Explained Jacob while leaving Angus behind along with the book. After a while, he is right. It's not a good thing to rush. I better study all of them carefully first. Who knows if one of the techniques is suitable for my need, thought Angus while storing the books into his wristwatch. Few days passed by. Duke Jacob was already back to the Black Fortress. As for Angus, he is staying inside his room all this time reading about the technique to form his mana. After reading some of them, he found that the ancient civilization may have a better way of forming mana, but their requirement for the technique is hard to do. Some need to consume rare resources, some need a specific time to practice it. There are even techniques that need to be done for 10 years or so just to form the first grade manhwacore. Still, Angus didn't make a hasty choice and kept researching the technique. Usually, he could just order someone to do this and choose a suitable technique from it. However, he found that each of these techniques is special. After reading almost half of them during these past few days, he finally found why each of the forming mana techniques is always different from one with each other. It turns out each of them is tailored to a specific race, body, or even a person. Although there are some similarities between all these techniques, they seem to be made for a specific person. As a prodigy and expert in body art, this kind of thing intrigued him. A sudden idea came out. If they could make their technique for forming manhwacore, why can't I? However, he also realized that creating this kind of technique is not easy. Well, if it doesn't work after a few years, I will just choose one of these techniques, thought Angus before he began researching more of these techniques. Fortunately, Angus' intelligence is already high enough to comprehend all these techniques except for a few untranslated ones. He also has a side course in ancient language and could easily get some reference documents to translate the technique. Another year passed by since Angus started researching the technique to forming manhwacore. After a year, he found few criteria for his manhwacore. First, it needs to have delicate control over mana. Next is to increase the flow of his mana around his body. Then it must regenerate mana constantly, and many others benefit. But the most important thing is to camouflage his manhwacore grade. This way other people will hardly perceive his grade even after he reaches high grade. Still, because of his greediness for his manhwacore criteria, he got an almost impossible manhwacore to be formed. Even after the combined a few possible methods from the ancient civilization technique, he still didn't find the right way to do it. Creating the technique is much more complicated than he thought despite his enhanced mind. After a year, his intelligence reached 40-point marks. It is already difficult to increase further as the point it needs to increase one is 640 soul points. Now, he could determine and create simulation inside his mind to make sure if his new technique is working or not. The most troublesome is about the power or energy to create his manhwacore. The ancient civilization used rare resources as a supplement to help them create manhwacore, as their body is insufficient to form on their own. Angus could not replicate this feat, as he needed a lot of time to research the correct resources for his body. He could slightly change his technique to consume less energy, but it will increase the time to forming his manhwacore. He needs about 20 years of constant practice for it to be done. It is with the premise he does it non-stop. If he stops or pauses it for his daily necessity, he will need around 40 years to form it. Here, I guess I will modify my technique to lower my criteria. If only I have unexhausted energy inside my body. Wait, I have it, the heritage Kai, thought Angus as he finally got an idea. After slightly modifying his technique inside his mind and run a few simulations, this is possible to do. It could be done, thought Angus inwardly before suddenly standing up on his desk. Angus, is there a problem? Asked teacher Eli's. Yeah, I have a stomach ache. I need to go to the toilet now, said Angus while storing his books on the desk. Then he went out of the class without hearing teacher Eli's reply. Looking at this, teacher Eli's knows that Angus just ditches her history class. As Angus was already gone, she couldn't do anything further to him. All right, everyone, it seems my lecture is too boring. Then write an essay about the history of the Heart Kingdom. I want it to be done by next week. He replied the other student. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, Angus' body strength and mana already stagnated for a year. He could hardly increase his combat capability any further. He believes that forming a mana core is the best way to improve further. Because of this, he wants to try forming his mana core right away to increase his stagnated strength, especially after learning the danger in this world. Right now, his life may be in peace inside the academy. But the more he learns about this world, the more he finds that this world is like the hard mode of his previous life. Anything could happen in this world. Perhaps today the other kingdom will declare war with the Heart Kingdom, or there is a chance another monster overlord will be born and strike the Heart Kingdom right away. Whatever it is, he needs to increase his strength as fast as he can to fight all this danger. Only by having absolute power, he could protect his family and himself. After getting out of the class, Angus immediately goes to his dorm and enters his room. Locked in his room, he takes meditation to calm his excited mind. The technique he creates is very delicate and needs his entire focus from the start until it finishes. After calming his excited mind, he opened his status panel. I hope my 36-point vitality is enough for me to do this technique. Hopefully the Heritage Kai is as reliable as I hope so. Otherwise, I will be doomed, thought Angus. Then Angus closed his eyes and circulated his mana around his body from the head to his toe. After circulating it for a while, he focuses all his mana on one point in his heart. Few hours passed by and he feels his mana in his body reduce significantly. Then, by using his multitasking skill, he refined his Heritage Kai into mana to supply his technique. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. Angus already lost count of how many hours passed by, but he was still persistent in forming his mana. The groundwork is already done, so he could not stop or he will get a major backlash. After feeling like an eternity, Angus is already sweating like having a long-distance marathon. His body and mind are already exhausted to the extreme. He feels he could collapse any time if he loses focus just a little bit. During this time, the Heritage Kai Misty Ball suddenly reacted wildly and gave a burst of energy towards Angus. He feels almost going into a berserk state, but using his tenacity, he converts all this excessive energy and sends them towards his mana core. Thus Angus feels like hearing a bushing sound and an ethereal blue-colored crystal form in his heart. Mana core, a crystal made of concentration pure mana. Although it is called a crystal, it doesn't have any form. It is located in the heart in an intangible shape. It is real yet also not real. In Furuman, mana core is a very important source of power for the survival of civilian society against the monsters. Yet not everyone could awaken mana core. In the human race, everyone has a chance to form the mana core as long as they have enough talent in perceiving mana. For the trained children such as nobles, they could even form their mana core early starting from the age of 10. The untrained child needs to have a great talent to form it naturally, which usually happens at the age of 13-15. This range of age is also the age where a human teenager could easily form their mana core manually, as their body is more attuned with the mana. Angus managed to form the mana core at the age of 11, which is already an incredible feat. Only a genius or prodigy could form mana core below the age of 13. Forming mana core is not easy. It is a tedious and delicate work that needs a full concentration for every step according to each technique instruction. Each technique is different, and like Angus researched before, each technique is tailored to a person, race, or someone with a unique body. This also increases the difficulty for other people using the existing technique, as it is not compatible with their body. Angus creates his technique that is suitable for his own body. This technique led him to form his mana core from the get-go without the need to stop. Furthermore, he has Heritage Kai that acts as the source power for him to create his mana core. Using all of this, he finally creates an ultimate mana core according to his criteria that is complement his body. However, this feat is not without repercussion. After Angus formed his mana core, he needed to take an absence for a few days to let his mind and body rest. Although the new mana core is already working to alleviate his body fatigue, he still feels like taking a rest for his body to completely adapt to the new mana core. This is bliss, not doing anything for a while and sleeping in my comfy bed, thought Angus inwardly before looking at his status panel. After forming his mana core, his mana immediately increases a lot like a burst of the dam. Normally, this kind of increase will make him harder to control his mana. However, his new monocore could easily solve this problem. Angus feels like the monocore is a new organ that is always working without the need for him to control it. If before Angus needed to be conscious to manually control his mana in the body, now he feels like there is a machine or tools that help him control it. The difference is like sky and earth. If before he felt like running on foot, now he feels like riding a bike or motorcycle. He speculated when his mana core grade becomes higher, it may feel like riding a car or supercar. Besides the increase in his mana limit, his strength and dexterity is not gray out and could be increased again. Without wasting any moment, he increases both of them by 1 and consumes 80 soul points in total. He immediately feels discomfort in his body muscle. His body feels like being pricked by a small needle, but it is painless, only leaving him a sense of discomfort. It is more like having a small cramp all over his body. Angus also feels his body is moving or reacting faster than usual as the side effect of increasing his dexterity. I will never get used to this. It seems the side effect is becoming worse as the status is higher. Well, it will be another rough month, thought Angus inwardly. Then he looked at the manual battle selection and looked at his opponent list. Angus found that finally the previous opponent below the 60 winning chance improved by 1 or 2%. The harder the opponent inside the manual battle will give him more soul points to improve his stat further. Still, he didn't rush and try to fight them. He will wait until it at least reaches the 70 winning chance mark before challenging them. Although he feels this is only a small improvement, it is still better than before when he didn't improve at all. Satisfied with his improvement, Angus decides to enjoy his comfy bed and sleep. Before he could sleep, knock knock, someone knocking on his door. Just when I want a nice sleep. Whatever, I will ignore it. Besides, no one ever bothered me before, so probably someone going to the wrong room, thought Angus while pulling his comfy blanket. However, the knocking continued and turned into the sound of the door being hit. If not, the door is made of special wood and enchanted, it will be destroyed already. Angus, I know you are in there. Open the door, shouted a girl with an angry tone. That's Jaina, just what the hell she wants, thought Angus while reluctantly getting out of the bed. Angus, open the door. Before Jaina finished his sentence, Angus opened the door suddenly. But Jaina didn't expect this and lost her balance while trying to banging the door. Unfortunately, her hand hit Angus' face at the right moment. Normally, Angus could easily avoid this using his superb body control, but his body still fatigued from forming the mana core combined with the increase of his strength and dexterity. After getting hit, Angus immediately fell on the floor, looking at what she did, and Jaina panicked. She also didn't expect this, as this is the first time Angus gets hit by her. Angus, are you okay? Asked Jaina worriedly. Looking at the sleepwear Angus is wearing, she immediately thinks that Angus is truly sick and not pretending like he is usually done. While Angus is feeling hurt in his face after getting hit by the violent princess, Jaina herself didn't know what to do as she never encountered such a situation. She feels wrong, but she also never tends people to injury despite often injuring them. That hurt. Why did you suddenly hit me? Said Angus with a droopy tone as his body was still limping. I just want to give you the copy note of today and yesterday's lesson. I am sorry, replied Jaina, shuddering and giving the paper note. Damn, my body feels weak right now, thought Angus while trying to move his body. Angus, where are you going? Asked Jaina in a concerned tone. I just want to get some ointment for my bum. Don't worry about it, replied Angus. No, you stay here, you are sick. You are not supposed to move. Here, I have the ointment, said Jaina while she was given the ointment from her space storage device. Then, without waiting for Angus to reply, she went away from the spot as she didn't feel comfortable in this situation. She also feels guilty for hitting Angus' face. What a weird girl. Does she on that time of period? None of it matters. Still, I didn't expect my body to be weakened by this much. I guess I need some rest before challenging the manual battle again, thought Angus while going inside his room again. His idle system only estimates the winning chance from Angus's overall capabilities in top form. So if Angus entering while in exhausted form and fight an opponent with a 70 winning chance, it is more like suicide. After applying the ointment that Jaina gives, Angus goes back to sleep in his comfy bed. Few days passed without any trouble. Now Angus's body is fully healed and he went to the smithing area to meet with the old dwarf Balrog. Since his body physical limit is increased by his mana core, he will continue his training to increase his training again. At first, he is reluctant to show that he is already forming his mana core to old dwarf Balrog, but he feels the old dwarf will find it sooner or later. Beside the old dwarf is one of the few people who know his true power. So for Angus, it doesn't matter whether he knows about it now or later. Arriving at the empty smithing facility, "Crazy old man, are you there?" shouted Angus. After a while, Angus feels weird as there is no response from the Balrog like usual. Then he decided to enter the smithing facility into the deeper area. Entering the smithing facility, Angus found the inner smithing facility is empty. Since it is the weekend, no student or employee is working at this time. Looking that the old man Balrog quarter is empty, Angus begins to check the basement training area. On the way to the basement, Angus occasionally hears a hammering sound. Ting-ting. Besides the hammering sound, he also heard Balrog's voice instruct someone. Entering the basement, Angus sees Balrog and Bale is on a big complex smithing station working on something. Increase the heat more. Command Balrog while he hammering something. As for Bale, he used all his concentration and strength to control the furnace machine. After hearing the sound, the furnace became hotter and even affected the surrounding. Angus even needs to coat his body and clothes to not get burned. However, the two dwarfs look fine in this kind of environment. They only slightly sweating despite being very close to the furnace. Looking at this, so this is the racial trait of a dwarf. Even in this kind of burning environment, they still look fine, thought Angus silently while observing the two dwarfs. In Furuman, there are a lot of races besides the human race. Some of these races have unique traits such as the elf long lifespan, the demon race bizarre looking, dwarf fire resistant body, and many others. Some of these races are quite useful, like the fire resistant body the dwarf has. It helps them resist the heat during their smithing process from the furnace. Unlike in modern earthsmithing, in this world the smithing process is more complicated. Sometimes they also use a custom furnace to produce a higher temperature. It is not that the furnace couldn't contain the heat from the inside, but it is because the temperature is too high that it cannot be contained. Looking at the high temperature, Angus feels that if it is not inside this heavy enchanted room, the entire facility will be burning down. This is just from the heat of the furnace radiance. He subconsciously couldn't imagine how high the temperature inside that customized furnace would seem to explode anytime. After a while, hurry, cool down the temperature. Command Balrog. Yes, boss, replied Bale while controlling the furnace. Suddenly, the furnace began cooling down to a frightening degree. It could even freeze the floor and ceiling. Then, a sizzling sound could be heard and create a lot of smoke. SSSDTSS. Increase the temperature again. Command Balrog. As Balrog increases the temperature of the furnace, the room becomes hot again. All of this kind of changing temperature happens a few times. Seeing that the old man Balrog is too focused on the smithing, Angus gets out of the room as he couldn't stand the changing temperature at a fast speed like this. Even coating his body with mana, he still couldn't stand the changing temperature rapidly like this. Withstanding high temperature or low temperature is one thing, but withstand the changing temperature rapidly is a different matter. After waiting for hours, Angus thought of going out as he couldn't see the old dwarf. As he wants to go away suddenly, the hammering sound is stopped and huge mana feels from the basement. Boom. A moment later, a booming sound heard. Angus immediately went towards the basement area. He was afraid that the furnace couldn't hold and explode. There are already many cases where the customized furnace blows up because it cannot withstand the pressure. Most of the small furnaces that blow up are small and harmless. But looking at the furnace that Balrog uses, Angus thought that it could explode with the same potential as the C4 explosion on Earth. Entering the basement once again, he found Balrog holding some kind of spear in his hand while Bale rested on the floor exhausted. Looking that it is not the furnace explosion, Angus feels relieved. After waving the bizarre-looking small-looking spear in his hand, "Good, this will be one of my masterpieces," said Balrog proudly. Finally, after a while, Balrog begins to notice Angus' presence. "Brat, you're coming at the right time. Here is your new weapon that I promised 1 year ago." "It took a lot of effort, but it's quite a masterpiece," said Balrog proudly. Looking at the weapon in Balrog's hand, "Why you? It's that the weapon that," as Angus couldn't put a word looking at the familiar shape weapon. "Yeah, this weapon. I believe you called it Sky Thorn from your sketches," replied Balrog happily as he saw Angus' reaction. "Hilarious you create that weapon," as Angus immediately approached Balrog. Then he looks and tries to touch the bizarre-looking weapon in Balrog's hand like trying to touch a newborn baby. 1 year ago, Angus requested to use the manhwaedit Balrog bought for his new weapon. However, Balrog is not an ordinary crafter and weapon maker. Unless it is something extraordinary, he will not make it. So Angus creates various kinds of weapon sketches for Balrog. Some of them accepted, but there are also some that are impossible to be built. Skythorn was supposed to be impossible to be built, as it is an impractical weapon that is difficult to be used. A weapon that could not be used is the same as junk. However, at that time the old dwarf only commented that it is an interesting weapon before looking at the other sketches. So Angus thought that it is impossible to be made. The weapon looks like a spear with the body made of metal in an entangled vine shape. On both ends, there are long curved shaped blades. There are also some thorns decorated with the blade's sides. It is a bizarre-looking weapon from hell or something similar place. Looking at the Angus frozen expression, "Oh yeah, it also could do what you told me before," said Balrog. "Really?" replied Angus excitedly. "Yeah, although because of that I need months to create it, but the function should be similar," explained Balrog. "Hurry, show it to me." Angus's mature demeanor immediately changed like a kid. Okay, just step back a little bit. It might be a little bit dangerous, said Balrog. After Angus steps back a little bit, Balrog positioned the weapon horizontally and sent his mana towards Sky Thorn. Suddenly, the cursed blade in one end shot at incredible speed and hit the nearby wall. Bam crack. Along the curved blade that shoots out, there is a chain attached to it connected to the body. Unexpectedly, Balrog staggered a little bit from the recoil and almost fell. I didn't expect that. It's much stronger than I thought to even create a crack on this heavy enchanted wall, said Balrog. Awesome. How did you make it? The chain seems longer than the weapon itself, asked Angus excitedly after looking at the weapon show. Well, I will not bore you with technical stuff. Let's just say I combine spatial products with this and connect them through the chain. The chain could be stretched as long as 200 meters, but I think I will reduce its firepower since the recoil is too much. Explained Balrog. 200 meters. Cool, that's exactly like I want. I think it is better to not decrease it. Maybe you should increase it. Otherwise, other people could dodge it or parry it, said Angus. That's true, but the recoil is very serious. Why don't you try yourself? Replied Balrog while retracting the blades that embedded in the wall. Can I? Asked Angus. By all means, it's yours from the start anyway, answered Balrog while giving the weapon to Angus. As Angus holds the weapon, he feels the heaviness of the weapon and checks its stability. After swinging the weapon a few times, the weapon is perfectly balanced as all things should be. Old man, this is a great weapon. Haha, why don't try to shoot it, said Balrog. For a crafter like him, he was also satisfied and happy if his client found their weapon compatible and perfectly made for them. Then Angus lays it horizontally and sends mana towards one of its ends like Balrog done before. Once again, the weapon shoots its curved blade with a chain attached to it towards the wall. Boom crack. On the contrary, Angus fell on the floor and broke his wrist from the recoil while holding down the weapon. Ouch, that's some crazy firepower, said Angus. See, I told you so. Wait for a second, this feeling grade 1 mana core, you are already forming it, commented Balrog. Hearing Balrog comment, well, I just get lucky in forming it earlier, replied Angus. Angus didn't hide his mana core to Balrog before, so Balrog could easily detect his mana core despite it having the feature to hide its aura. You little bastard. Lucky my ass. I hear the human race usually forming their mana core at the 13-15 years old. To think at the age of 11 you are already forming it. I cannot say anything to your talent, brat, said Balrog. After testing the Sky Thorn for a while, Angus tends his broken wrist using his healing art. His healing speed has increased more than before since he formed his mana core. Not only has his healing art proficiency increased, but his natural healing has also increased, although the difference is not much since he has quite high vitality. But this is also something to take note of for him, since it means the higher the grade people have, they also have higher endurance and vitality. Done healing with the wrist, old man, I need to train my body, said Angus casually. Ah, yes, since you already formed your mana core, your body physical limit will also increase a little bit. Well, you are already a monster to reach your physical limit despite not reaching the age of puberty. Others take years, probably their entire life, but you just made it in a few years, grumbled the old dwarf. Yeah, you already said that many times before, replied Angus while changing to exercise clothes. Angus' speed growth could only be achieved by using his system. Otherwise, it will take years, as Balrog said, but Angus would never share this secret with anyone as it will create more trouble later. The idol system is his biggest secret that he will never share with anyone. Shut up, brat, that means you are the abnormal one, rebuked Balrog. Before Angus put the mana restriction mana, oh yeah, you should not wear those things for a while, said Balrog. What do you mean? Asked Angus confusedly. I presume you just formed your mana core, right? This means your mana core is still in a growth period. You should not restrict your mana for a while as it will inhibit its growth. If it is just a moment, it will not be a problem. But if it is for a long period, it will inhibit your mana core growth and potential. Since you are from a high noble, I believe your mana core is not an ordinary one, so you should take care of it carefully, explained Balrog. I see then, how do we process the training? Asked Angus. Haha, simple, just exhaust your mana from sparring and get beaten like usual, said Balrog as he took his hammer. Then, without any hesitation, he hit Angus. Bang. Damn, old man, you are a high-grade combatant. How could you sneak attack on me? Said Angus while defending himself. He managed to put up his guard using Sky Thorn before parrying the hammer. Still, this attack managed to make him fly back for a few meters. Oh, as expected of my masterpiece, it could withstand this kind of attack. Brat, let's see if you could use Sky Thorn properly, as Balrog once again attacks Angus. Because of the difference in strength and speed, Angus could only passively take a beating while coating both his body and Sky Thorn with mana. Although Angus thrust in Sky Thorn durability, he still preferred to enhance it further using his mana especially while receiving the ridiculous attack from Balrog. Bang 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 after clashing for a few dozen times. Hahaha, this reminds me of the first time we clashed with each other. Your control over mana and weapon is still superb no matter how many times I see it, commented Balrog while hitting harder. Angus was already precarious and full of concentration to parrying Balrog's attack. Balrog's way of fighting is different from his father as he is more leaning towards the warrior path. Unlike magicians who could be called glass cannons, warrior path is strong at close combat. Because of this, Angus couldn't escape despite already using beast walk a few times. Every time he ran away, Balrog could catch up with him immediately. The harsh beating continued until Angus exhausted his mana. Then Balrog began to beat Angus again with less power to temper his body. By the time they did through this torture session, Angus already in black and blue haggard condition. Damn, it is just me or the old man becomes harsher when he beats me, as Angus lay on the ground exhausted. Crazy old man, hold back a little bit. You almost kill me in the last clash. Said Angus, haha, don't be a pussy. You still survive anyway, replied Balrog while checking the Sky Thorn condition after their previous bout. It seems it is still in good condition despite receiving my attacks. Alright, get up, brat. Here's your weapon. You sure don't want to tone down its firepower? Asked Balrog while handing Sky Thorn. Nope. I will manage it somehow later. I even want you to increase its firepower, replied Angus while struggling to get up. After taking a few hours break and healing his wound, Angus went back to his dorm to rest. Even though he could heal his internal wound and has high stamina, he still needs to rest his mental fatigue after using all his all during the spar. In a high-speed battle like this, every movement must be precise, otherwise Angus will get knocked out a long time ago. The reason he could follow up Balrog beating for hours is because of his mental strength and tenacity. Although he still didn't fully control his body since it was still adapting, if he put his mind into it, he could control his body and keep up with Balrog. The only downside is that it is more exhausting for him mentally. Returning to his dorm, Angus immediately takes a bath before laying on his comfy bed to sleep. He didn't have time for dinner or doing his manual battle since he was truly exhausted. All this year, Angus didn't grind his soul points through manual battle like a maniac. Sometimes when he is truly exhausted like right now or in a lazy mood, he will not even do it. The next morning Angus wakes early like usual. After doing his morning routine, he goes to his class waiting for the others to come. After waiting for a while, the other student finally coming. At this moment, Jaina keeps looking at him. She seems to want to talk about something but struggles to talk first to Angus. As for Angus himself, he lay on his desk pretending to sleep like usual. A moment later, Teacher Eli's finally arrive. Alright everyone, today we have practical combat training like usual. Before that, I will give you a form for your combat path selection. Starting from the next term, your class will be rearranged according to your combat path. I already explained each of the combat paths a few weeks ago, but if you still have some questions, you could ask me during the class or when I have free time. Now hurry up, change to exercise clothes and meet me at the training ground. After they get changed and come to the training ground today, we will have a sparring one with each other. Also, Angus, I hear from the headmaster you could back join in the practical exercise. I don't know what reason you have before, but you could not give me an excuse like a stomach ache or something similar, said Teacher Eli's in a chilling tone. Damn it, why father didn't tell me that before? Thought Angus while he kept nodding with his teacher. After sparring with Angus and inquiring about the berserk state Angus has, Duke Jacob feels that Angus is in complete control over this state. Although there is some uncertainty, but hearing that Angus could handle it, Jacob didn't have any choice but trust his son. Since there are 5 students, they will make one of the students sparring twice. Unfortunately for Angus, Jaina, as the strongest in the class, is chosen to be this student to fight twice. Furthermore, Angus, as the weakest, will fight her in the first battle. At this time, Angus found that Jaina is not as lively as usual. Looking at the worried expression towards him, Angus could guess the reason. Jaina is still feeling sorry and afraid to hurt Angus when he is just recovering from his sickness. Alright, Jaina and Angus come forward. Like usual, Teacher Eli's begin to explain some rules. During this time, Jaina is still in trouble about what to do. Calm down, Jaina. This is only sparring. But what if I hurt Angus more after he recovered from his sickness? Thought Jaina while feeling more confused at what to do. During this time, teacher, don't you think this match is unnecessary? Everyone knows that Jaina is violent, I mean strong. This will be not a sparring but a bully, said Angus lazily. Angus, I don't care about any of your excuses. Besides, you could learn. Blah, 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 lectured Teacher Eli's. Hearing Angus comment, violent. Did he just say I am violent? Angus, you are dead. You are so dead, cursed Jaina inwardly while glaring at Angus. Looking at Jaina glaring, Angus could only smirk a little bit. What an easy, gullible girl, thought Angus. Alright then, let's not waste any more time. Both of you ready? Asked Teacher Eli's. Receiving the nod from both students, start. Jaina immediately produces a few small fireballs and shoots at Angus rapidly. First circle flame shot. But like usual, Angus dodges all the flame shot while giving expression panic made it looks like he dodges all of them by a fluke. Already predicting this, Jaina approaches Angus at fast speed and launches a barrage of fire punch towards him. Looking at this, Angus immediately runs around and always looks like barely dodging the incoming fire punch. "We will help." "I surrender, surrender," said Angus loudly while keep running around. "Stop, run around and stay still," said Jaina angrily. In the meantime, teacher Eli's only looked at the two kids that seemed like playing the game of cat and mouse silently without any intention to stop the fight. Every Jaina attack could be dodged easily. It's not normal, but it looks like he dodged it by a fluke. "I better stop this before it's going to be more escalated," thought teacher Eli's as she feels Jaina's mana fluctuated. Before teacher Eli's could stop the spar, "Take this," said Jaina. A burst of fire is coming out from her body towards all directions. Immolate. Looking at the advanced skill Jaina uses, teacher Eli's immediately stops the spar. "Stop, Jaina, that's enough," shouted teacher Eli's as she ready to tend Angus. She thought Angus would be somehow injured from that huge range of attack. But after the view clearing, Angus only slumps on the ground unscathed. "Oh, that's quite hot," said Angus. Meanwhile, Jaina is also slumping on the ground as she uses all her mana in the last attack. Now she didn't have any strength left to catch up and attack Angus. Looking at the unscathed Angus, Jaina has a conflicted feeling. Part of her wanting Angus being burned alive, but she also relieved that Angus is not hurt at all like usual. Because of this conflicted feeling, Jaina could only grumble on the spot. "Angus, are you all right?" asked teacher Eli's. "Yep, I am fine. Thought I almost died being roasted by someone," said Angus calmly. Hearing this, Jaina turned into a bad mood but still couldn't do anything as she is also exhausted. Before she could rebuke Angus's comment, "Jaina, how many times have I told you to not use big moves or dangerous moves in spar like that?" Teacher Eli's reprimands Jaina. But Jaina is trying to defend herself. "No, but how many times I told you during the fight you need to control your emotion and not let it control you. You need to stay calm. Blah, blah, blah," as teacher Eli's began to lecture Jaina while she could only nod to her. After that, the practical lesson continued for the other students to spar with each other. There is no notable student in his class besides Jaina and Wilda that uses water elemental spells. During all these years, her mastery over the water element spell is huge. She could cast Aqua Ball faster and more precise. Water element affinity is quite rare for people that reside in the Heart Kingdom, but that doesn't mean there are no other people having water element affinity. In Angus's peer, there are only two people having water elemental affinity, which Ian and Wilda, while the rest having fire elemental affinity. This shows how rare other elemental affinity is besides fire in the Heart Kingdom. Although Wilda is not as strong as Ian in a fight, her water elemental affinity insight is higher than Ian. Ian is focused more on fighting and spells, while Wilda is training her water elemental to be better than learning new spells. Angus knows all of this from the skill book that they dropped during the manual battle. By using the manual battle against humanoid Wilda and Ian, he could have some chance to get a skill book. The skill book not only contains the skill or spells about the target person, but also their insight. Soon, the practical combat began to end. Like usual, Angus immediately went towards the canteen to have lunch before attending his side course in the afternoon. While having lunch like usual, he remembers the form about the fighting path he needs to choose. The Royal Academy will rearrange the student according to their kind of specialization. This is kind of a dilemma for Angus. Although he told his father to choose a hybrid path in this academy, he may choose a different path with the least of trouble, such as sparing. The only path with the least trouble is the magician path, according to what he knows. The magician path class is often delved into research of spells rather than practical exercise like combat. This class is the best way to hide his true strength and enjoy his academic life. However, there's a rumor that they still need to at least be capable of casting spells during the combat calmly. The final examination is also quite different from the others. Angus couldn't ask his brothers since Virgil is on the hybrid path class, while Jason is on the warrior path class. So, Angus didn't know about the magician path examination test. He is also not a very social person that will ask the upperclassmen. Having a connection with most of the upperclassmen are quite a handful because of their family background. After that, Angus decides to choose the magician path class as he feels that it will become less trouble for him later. Besides, as someone from Earth without magic, he is very interested in magic and spells. The magician path class in the Royal Academy allows their students to learn any spell inside the Royal Academy library. Usually, the Royal Academy will restrict students to learn spells unless they pay it with points. However, the magician path has the policy to encourage students to learn spells as much as possible. Because of this, the student of magician path could gain access to all the spells available in the academy. Even some of the teachers didn't have this kind of privilege when learning the spell from the academy. This shows the greatness of the Royal Academy of Heart Kingdom. In the afternoon, Angus has the side course of magical engineering. Since he is already in the third year of attending this course with a good report, he finally gets a special privilege to work on some practical things. It is nothing complicated to build some small machine as the final assessment. Today, his class is having a kind of workshop attended by various kinds of teachers and employees. Apparently in this world, there is also a robot or artificial intelligence. The pinnacle product of magical engineering itself is these kinds of artificial intelligence. There are some classes in these kinds of artificial intelligence. The higher their class, the better their capability. Up until today, the one that could be known is Droid, Golem, Colossus, and Titan class. Some of the legends said that there is another artificial intelligence class that is much better than ordinary living beings in the ancient civilization. It is called Homunculus, the legendary creation of magical engineering. Today, inside the magical engineering course, they will show the student about a second-handed golem. Although it is a second-handed artificial intelligence machine, the price of it is almost the same as an artifact, because the production of golem takes a lot of time and resources. It is also difficult and needs experts to assemble them. Any kind of golem is priceless. Entering the class that was already full of students, Angus chose to sit in the back as it is the only seat left. On the podium, there is a human-size box that is covered with a blanket. After all the students gather, they begin the workshop. Soon, they explained some part of the golem and its simple creation method. During the interval of the workshop, one of the teachers pulls out the blanket and shows a humanoid-sized thing that is covered in some rock. Like the other classes, the golem also has many kinds of type. Judging from the looks of the golem, it should be battle-type stone golem. Thought Angus 62,637,788 battle-type stone golem active, said one of the teachers. Sleep golem immediately created a humming sound and a bluish light shone from all its joints. Then it starts to wake up and sit down. Stone golem activated, said the golem emotionlessly. WAA, said the audience. Every student in the room was immediately surprised and had a star in their eyes looking at the stone golem, especially the boys. Some of them even like meeting their long-life idol and having short seizures. Calm down, students. The show is not yet done, said the teacher to calm the audience. Then two muscular people bring a huge rock towards the podium. From the looks of the two muscular people's expressions, the rock is very heavy. Another muscular person came in. Everyone, this is Teacher Fernan, a grade 4 combatant that specializes in teaching students in Warrior Path. Teacher Fernan, please, said the other teacher on the podium. Then Teacher Fernan takes a gigantic hammer nearby and enhances it using his mana before slamming it towards the huge rock in the podium. Boom. Boom, the podium is receiving quite a quake and shockwave from Teacher Fernan's strength. Fortunately, the podium is heavily enhanced for this kind of show. Otherwise, it will be destroyed from the teacher's strength. All the people's attention is looking at the rock that is left unscathed without any crack. The students are in awe looking at this show. They could feel the power of Teacher Fernan released before is many times stronger than their all-out attack. This rock is a special rock called palpet. This is one of the hardest materials in the firmament. Usually, it is one of the ingredients to create a fortress or strong shelter. I will not bore you with the details as this is not an alchemy course. Now let's see how the golem deals with palpet, said the teacher. After that, the teacher commands the stone golem to destroy the palpet. The silent golem began to move and stand on the podium. Each step creates a loud sound that shows its heaviness. Target identified. Battle mode commencing, said the golem expressionlessly. Then, the golem raises its stony arm and imbues them with a high concentration of mana before slamming it down towards the rock. Bam. Another strong shockwave produced towards the surroundings. Unlike before, the palpet rock has a crack but is still not destroyed. Less than a second later, the stone golem slammed both hands continuously towards the rock. Bam, bam, bam. The rock soon turned into debris. All the students were surprised looking at the stone golem performance. The strength of the stone golem is a little bit higher than Teacher Fernan, but the most amazing thing is that it could launch the same attack dozens of times without the need to charge each attack. Target eliminated, said the stone golem before it backed towards its spot. Then, the teacher began to explain a few more things about the stone golem and how they work. While everyone takes notes and focuses their attention back on the teacher, Angus looking at the debris, he found that there are few strands of the gray ball in the rock position before. At first glance, he thought it was dust, but the gray ball seems like hovering around the palpet stone before being attracted to him. During this time, none of the students or teacher seems to realize the gray ball that is flying over in the air towards Angus, without stopping the gray ball from entering Angus' body. He thought to dodge the gray ball, but it will create commotion towards the surrounding. Suddenly, a prompt from his system panel appeared. A huge amount of soul is detected nearby. Begin absorbing. Reading the system prompt made him absent-minded for a moment and let the gray ball enter his body. But Angus didn't feel anything before got another prompt from his system. Acquired 500 soul points, said the system. What just actually happened? Thought Angus before looking at his status panel. Angus immediately surprised, looking at his soul points increase by 500 points. Confusion and shock engulf his mind. Fortunately, despite his surprise, he didn't show it on the outside. Moreover, he also sits in the back and does not gather any other student attention, even if his expression of shock. After calming down his mind, I need to research this palpat material. Unfortunately, such a precious material is hard to get. I hope I can find this information in the library later, thought Angus calmly. Soon the workshop comes to an end and Angus immediately goes towards the library. Fortunately, the library is open until night, so he still has some time to look around. After looking around, Angus immediately found some book about palpat stone. The material is known as one of the hardest materials in Furuman. Its rarity is almost the same as manhwaedit, a material with high mana conductivity. For Royal Academy to procure this just to show the golem's strength is a kind of waste. But after some research, he found that palpat stone is very hard with only a few ways to crack it. Angus speculates they use the golem's strength to make it into pieces before the owner sells it. As one of the hardest materials, this kind of big chunk rock is quite useless for crafters or others, since it is more expensive to crack or cut them. Still, Angus couldn't find any information about the gray misty ball inside the palpat stone. After wanting to do his research, he found a unique story about palpat stone. Rather than a story, it is a myth. In ancient times, palpat stone is often found in the cemetery because it served as a tombstone for its people. However, this kind of practice is already forgotten since it is a waste to use this kind of material for a tombstone. Tombstone, soul point, don't tell me. The palpat stone could entrap someone's soul. After it was destroyed by the golem, the entrapped soul was released and absorbed by me. Conclude Angus while also surprised at this revelation. If it is true, then my system could also absorb other deceased souls. Damn, that kind of sinister, thought Angus. Although Angus is indifferent towards life and death because of his previous life experience, he still has some morality and will not overstep some unethical things. But what about the soul of the assassin I killed last time? Perhaps his soul is too low for the system to notice, since the system only shows rounded numbers. Huffed, too many unanswered questions, thought Angus inwardly. By the time Angus researched with his little browsing, it was already late in the evening. Angus couldn't help but look at the starry night. It seems that this system is more mysterious than I thought. Well, let's see what fate brings me in the future. As Angus walks along with the chilly wind, while Angus tries to understand his mysterious idol system, the world falls into chaos. All of this because the time for Monster Overlord to begin its attack is nearing. Even as the time is nearing, none of the leaders is receiving a consensus about how to deal with the Monster Overlord. All the national leaders are doing a wait-and-see policy. As for the kingdom that borders the Dark Forest, could only hope their kingdom is not targeted by Monster Overlord. All they want is to get some profit while fighting the Monster Overlord. The leaders wait for the Monster Overlord to attack one of them and make its targeted nation pay some price towards them by giving an aiding force. Fortunately, in the last few months, the lower-grade monster attack has stopped. But the people know that this time is calm before the storm. All the kingdom and nation that bordered the Dark Forest immediately fortified their defense to hold the storm that is coming next year. During this precarious time, inside the Heart Kingdom Grand Palace, King Leon is sitting on his throne while a group of people in white attire and heavy armor are standing in front of them. So you are saying that my kingdom will be in chaos soon, said King Leon expressionlessly. Yes, King Leon. From my vision, I saw war, treachery, death of many people that will plunge this nation. The only way is by asking help towards, said the woman in white attire. Ha 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 ha, vision. Tell me, young lady, did you also see your death in that vision? Said King Leon when he suddenly disappeared and choked the woman. All the heavy armored people immediately tried to protect the woman. Before they could move, all of them were stopped by a weapon near their throat from the surrounding guard. Don't move unless you want to die. Said one of the head guards, I thought the Church of Orion is different from the others, but you come to my palace and give me bad news about my kingdom, which is a very funny joke. So tell me why I should believe in your so-called vision, asked King Leon while releasing his grip. Cough only by becoming the follower cough of God Orion. Your kingdom cough will be saved, said the woman in rough breath after being choked. I see. Interesting. So tell me, did you see your death in your so-called vision? Asked King Leon again. Yes, I see it, replied the woman. How about others, all your people? King Leon said while looking at the others. They before she could answer King Leon. The king himself disappears in the blink of an eye, and all the people in the group beside the woman are butchered into meat paste instantly, before he appears in front of the woman without a speck of blood. Sorry, Missy, you are not very convincing. Since they try to harm me in the palace, then they should die. Also, Miss Oracle, there are worse things than the so-called dead. If you can't see your demise, that means you are lying to me. Guard, send her to Master Valoran, command King Leon. Guard, send her to Master Valoran, command King Leon. And no, this should not happen, said the woman hysterically. As the guard picks the woman that is in a panic state, a commotion heard from the outside. Before long, a person in full metal armor comes in. Selen, are you all right? Said the man. Looking at the butchered meat paste along with the Orion symbol, the man immediately looks at King Leon, who is smiling. King Leon, roared the man, who are you? How dare you? Before the head guard said anything further, King Leon raised his hand and made him stop talking. At this time, the man in full metal armor flared up his mana and managed to suppress the other guard while King Leon looked at him with slight interest. Stop, Barnes. Get out from, said the woman in white attire named Selen. Before she could finish her sentence, King Leon disappeared from the spot and a crashing sound heard. Boom. You managed to react to my attack, said King Leon casually. Meanwhile, Barnes in full metal armor is crashing into the wall. His full metal armor is broken into pieces, revealing a man in mid-20 years old. Unexpectedly you are still young. Let me guess you are the one that is called the Champion of God. Comment King Leon. Suddenly, Barnes releases huge mana towards the surrounding and shows he is a grade 6 combatant. Feeling this, the guard couldn't help but stagnate on their spot. Impossible, how could he already grade 6 combatant at that age? Said one of the guards. Everyone knows that grade 6 is very rare and the main powerhouse in this world. The youngest human race grade 6 is Duke Victory, who reached this level a few years ago at the age of 40. But now a younger person reaches this grade in the middle of his 20. It seems my guess is right. You are the Champion of God. Come, let's see if the Champion of God worthy of its title. Taunting King Leon. Then Barnes takes his sword, die. Both of them immediately clash at fast speed. Bang, 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 every clash produces a shockwave towards the surrounding. Fortunately, the Grand Palace is heavily enchanted that could even withstand a punch from King Leon. They may have clashed a lot, but for the people who could see their movement, it is King Leon that is toying with Barnes. Each shockwave is produced by King Leon fist, while Barnes could only parry the attack without a chance to counterattack. Even if he tries to dodge, the king will almost catch up in a moment later. Finally, King Leon punched Barnes' gut and threw him away towards the nearby wall. Barnes could only accept his fate and embedded it into the nearby wall. Cough, cough, I impossible. What kind of power is that? Said Barnes while coughing some blood. Done already. As usual, the Champion of God is weakling. You are even weaker than all my dukes, commented King Leon without answering Barnes. Cough, I was supposed the Champion of God. Cough, the will of God Orion. Cough, cough, ha. There is no way, ha. I will be defeated by a blasphemer such as you, said Barnes while he channeled all his mana towards his necklace. Die, you heretic, roared Barnes. Suddenly, Barnes couldn't feel his hand holding his necklace. Few meters away from him, King Leon stood still while holding a hand that was grabbing a necklace. An artifact. Interesting. What does it do? As King Leon took out the jewelry necklace from Barnes' hand, feeling the ache of losing his hand, arrghh shout Barnes painfully. King Leon looked at the artifact carefully before walking away, ignoring Barnes and Selen. Looking at their king, already ignoring both of them. My king, what should we do towards them? Of course, dispose of them. Also, clean up this mess, said the king while looking back at the artifact, before the head guard went, oh yeah. Kill that woman too and send an exterminator squad to hunt all these Orion believers. Also bring all of their documents, records, or artifacts here. Command King Leon. Yes, my lord, said the head guard respectfully before sending some men. A few moments later, the old butler Darius comes in along with a few other butlers and a maid. Then they begin cleaning the throne room from the meat paste and blood like it is a normal occurrence. Looking at the mess inside the throne room, this will take a while, said the old butler Darius while supervising the other employee. Darius, call the king from the throne. Yes, my liege, replied Darius respectfully. Then King Leon throws the necklace towards Darius. Darius catches the necklace while waiting for further instruction. Huff, these religious organizations are getting bolder lately. Make sure none of them could influence my child. Also send that artifact to Master Valoran for research along with the record from the Orion organization, commanded King Leon. As you wish, my lord, replied Darius. Oh yeah, how about Ulvik's condition? Asked King Leon. The third prince, he's still frustrated over the artifact, replied Darius. So you should just give up that artifact. Even I could not do anything about that spear. All right, you can go now, said King Leon. Yes, my lord, replied Darius politely. As Darius backs away, a guard comes in. My lord, this is a letter from the Black Fortress, said the guard while giving the letter to King Leon. All right, you can go, said King Leon while dismissing the guard. Then he opened the letter seal before reading it carefully. A few moments later, King Leon burned the letter before going back silent as nothing happened. I hope this is enough, thought King Leon silently. Later on that day, the Orion religion is declared as a rebel organization that tries to assassinate King Leon. All of its believers are killed on the spot, and their resources are confiscated by the Extermination Squad. Extermination Squad is a special squad that deals with search and destroy jobs. They also often hunt hidden organizations that endanger the kingdom. They always get their job done to the root or source of the organization. There is a saying, you could do any crime, but never being targeted by the Extermination Squad. Almost no one ever got away from the Extermination Squad. Whenever they targeted something, It is like they know everything about the target from their hiding place to whatever they hide. Meanwhile, in the Black Fortress, a huge construction is built. If the wall surrounding the Black Fortress is about 5 meters tall, now it becomes 10 meters tall, and all of it is heavily enchanted. To anticipate the monster overlord attack around a year from now, the Heart Kingdom didn't spare any resources and made the new wall fortress completely with palpat stone. As one of the hardest materials in Furuman that is as rare as manhwaedit, the Heart Kingdom is paying an enormous price to gather all these materials, along with the construction and engineering expert. It could be said that the Heart Kingdom is using all their resources to fortify the Black Fortress. This shows how serious Heart Kingdom's response towards the attack of Monster Overlord is. Although there are many other kingdoms besides the Heart Kingdom that are near the Dark Forest, there is still a chance for them to be targeted and attacked by Monster Overlord. Not only this, there is even a rumor that King Leon asked for a few high grades in his allied kingdom and hired a high-grade mercenary to defend the Dark Fortress. Based on Duke Victory's report and what he knows about the new Monster Overlord behavior, he finds that the new Monster Overlord is too intelligent and much more dangerous than other Monster Overlords. Moreover, there is still no concrete knowledge about the new Monster Overlord, since all its body is enclosed with dark thick miasma. Besides the Heart Kingdom, the other kingdoms in the Dark Forest also begin fortifying their defense to prepare for war against the new Monster Overlord. Now every high-grade mercenary, be it from an adventure guild or not, is getting an offer to increase the security of kingdoms and nations. While all the nations increase their fortification and prepare for war, inside the inner area of Dark Forest, a thick miasma is covering everything like usual. A whisper chanting sound in an unknown language could be heard from the inside of this thick miasma. Roof, as gull, varda as the chanting ends. Few distortions in the space appeared in the surrounding. After a while, a thick black miasma that produced the chanting sound released a roaring sound. Roar. GGRTTTFFTT, why do you disturb my sleep, O newborn overlord? A sound heard from one of the distortion spaces. HUMMHMMM. Yes, I am in the middle of a sweet dream before you disturb me, young one. A humming sound heard from one of the distortion spaces. ROARR, you better have good reason to disturb my bath time. A roaring sound heard from one the distortion space. KYAKAKKA at ease, everyone. I believe you have your reason to call all of us Monster Overlord here. RAABVAA, ALGULL, it's time for civilization to become a sacrifice, replied the thick miasma. RAABVAA, ALGULL, it's time for civilization to become a sacrifice, replied the thick miasma. HMMHUMMM, oh young one, you are too impatient. It is not the right time for us to move, replied one of the distortion space. Rough, TRAAFURS, the civilization society is divided unlike before. Help me and I will fulfill our task, said the thick miasma. KYAA, even if they are divided, one does not simply destroy the civilization society. Many have already tried, yet they fail. What makes you so different from others? Commented one of the monster overlords. Far, SDUMM, I have this, said the thick miasma while showing a black orb towards the other. GRRTTRRTT. Artifact, no, it is made of pure miasma, replied one of the monster overlords. Fur, SDUMM, AMUM, YOL. VADA, this is no ordinary artifact. With this we will have an endless army. The fallen one will rise, said the thick miasma while showing a glimpse of vision towards other monster overlords. ROARGRR, such a dreadful item. It should be not without repercussion. None of it matters to me. I will lend you my army. Don't bother me again before you prove us that you are different from others, said one of the monster overlords before its distortion space engulfed in fire and gone. HUMMHH. As usual, such a temper, but he is right. We will only lend you our army like the others. Prove us that you could lead us by leading this army. Don't disappoint us, young one, said one of the monsters overlord before its distortion space disappeared. After that, the other distortion spaces are also gone, leaving the thick dark miasma alone with the dark orb. RUFR, far RUFR. Fag AVIN, I will show all of you that I am different from all of you. I will lead all of you to fulfill our great task. Roar the thick miasma towards the surrounding like declaring his will towards the world. Unbeknown to civilian society, they will face a monster overlord's attack that they have never experienced before. Half a year has passed by since then. During this time, there is no sign of huge activity or movement from the Dark Forest. But all the kingdom nearby knows that it is calm before the storm. Still, no one is daring enough to venture inside the Dark Forest. Although there is no sign of activity, the outer area of the Dark Forest is still occupied by hordes of various kinds of monsters. Sometimes people wonder where all of this monster comes from, considering that not long ago they already launched countless waves of monster attacks, but still have countless monsters. However, this is quite logical since the Dark Forest itself is half the size of all civilian society combined. Just by this fact alone, and combined with the fast reproduction of monsters, it is not wrong that millions of monsters reside in the dark forest. Under normal conditions, monster reproduction ability is the same as a normal beast or animal. However, inside the thick miasma place like dark forest, the monster reproduction ability is faster by a few times. Some monsters could even birth dozens of younglings at once. Moreover, their growth also enhanced. If it is not because of their nature to fight one with each other, the monster will already overpopulate the foramen. However, under the command and leadership of Monster Overlord, this infighting is stopped. Like a law, every monster below grade 6 will always obey the Monster Overlord. It is something that is already ingrained in their nature. While the world falls into a tense situation where war could erupt every moment, Angus inside the Royal Academy is having a magician class examination. After the 4th year inside the Royal Academy, students are qualified to go into a specialized class where they will be divided into the warrior class, magician class, and hybrid class. Before they enter their chosen specialized class, they will be tested. If the student fails their chosen class, they will be tested for another class. If they fail all of them, they need to repeat the year for having a test next year. However, all the students in the Royal Academy are either talented or have a huge background. They will choose to drop out to change to another academy rather than repeating another year. It could be said that if students fail all 3 class tests, they will be dropped out to change into another academy. Because of this, many students are very nervous about this specialization test. The test consists of 2 parts, the academic test and the practical test. For the magician class, the academic class could be said to be the hardest. The student needs to be proficient in science, physics, arithmancy, magical runes, and world language at an advanced level. Many students fail hard because they couldn't score enough in these subjects. In academic courses, all these subjects could be said as the hardest subject among the others. Fortunately, Angus' intelligence is already high enough to even give him sort of short-term strong memory. Using his enhanced intelligence, he could easily pass the test with flying color. Still, like usual, he made some mistakes in his answer during the test to not get a perfect score and attract some commotion. So he will get a good score but not a perfect score. Despite that, he still got the score second only to Jaina. Although Jaina chose hybrid class, she also needs to be tested in academic subjects. In a hybrid class test, they need to be proficient in all subjects at the beginner level. If it is not because Angus is famous for being weak, he may already rank in the top 10 or more based on his academic score. Still, because of his score on the test, Angus also has not ranked last anymore since a few years ago. Now, Angus is waiting for his turn to be tested in the practical exam of magician class. From the rumor he picks up among the students, the practical exam is different from one student to another. Be it warrior class, magician class, or hybrid class, all of them have different tests according to the student. As Royal Academy is famous for producing quality over quantity, they always conduct their practical exam this way to ensure their student quality. If the student is not lucky enough, they will need to fight against the teacher. Of course, the teacher will only defend themselves while using a low-powered attack to disturb the student. Then, the student will be scored based on their performance. Now, Angus is quite nervous not because of the examination, but because he is afraid to fight against the teacher. Despite his perfect control over his body, he is still afraid that his cover is blown. After waiting for a while, Angus got called inside the examination room. As he enters the examination that is similar to Balrog's basement room, he sees a teacher inside the room. "Good day, Angus Victory, right?" asked the teacher while holding some document in his hand. "Yes, sir," replied Angus shortly. "Don't be too nervous. This is just a small exam. It seems you have a good score on the academic course," said the teacher while read at his document. "Why, yes, sir." Angus started to have a bad feeling about this. Looking at Angus's expression, "Hahaha, don't worry too much about it. Your test just has to hit some dummy target," said the teacher to ease Angus' worry. Hearing this, Angus immediately feeling relief. As long as it is not fighting against the teacher, any kind of test is fine. Judging by your relief expression, you must be afraid of the test is fighting against me. Well, that rumor is baseless, but only special students will need to fight against teachers. Explained to the teacher while he set up the dummy with different distances. Then the teacher explained that Angus needed to hit all the dummy to pass the test using any kind of spell. Before Angus could start casting a spell, a person came into the examination room. "Pardon my intrusion. I have not disturbed the test, right?" said the headmaster Antonio. "Headmaster, no, we have not started yet." "What brought you here?" asked the teacher respectfully. "Oh, Gustav, you got an emergency call from one of your clients," said the headmaster. "Client? Which one?" asked teacher Gustav curiously. "I don't know the details, but he said he is from Fusca City without giving his name," explained the headmaster. "Fusca City. As teacher Gustav looked at Angus, "It seems something important is coming up. How about this? You could leave the examination to me while you tend your business." As the headmaster gave his suggestion, "Sorry for this, young man. I hope this will not trouble you," said the headmaster to Angus. "In no problem, headmaster," replied Angus. "Damn it. Why does it suddenly change into the headmaster?" cursed Angus inwardly. "Don't be nervous, young man. Just pretend I am a normal examiner. Now, let's see here. Dummies targets. All right, young man, you can start any time you want," said the headmaster. "You can start any time you want," said the headmaster. "Phoo, calm down, just doing as normal as possible," thought Angus as he took a deep breath to calm his mind. Then Angus concentrated and looked at the 3 dummy in front of him. Angus begins to calculate in his mind and create a magic circle in front of his hand. Less than a second later, he shot a ball of fire towards the first dummy target. First circle, firebolt. Firebolt hit exactly at the dummy. He kept using firebolt and shot at the second dummy target with a dozen second intervals. But as he shot towards the last dummy target, it suddenly moved away, dodge Angus's firebolt. Fortunately, for each dummy, Angus get a chance twice to hit it using any kind of spell. Angus stays expressionless and tries to create firebolt again. As expected, it is not as simple as this. Otherwise, it is too easy for examination, thought Angus inwardly while pretending to give his all to create firebolt. For someone at his age, it is normal to could only cast firebolt a few times. Normally, students at his age with high proficiency at controlling mana could only cast the first circle spell up to 8 times, so struggling after shooting firebolt 3 times is quite normal. With his mana capacity, he actually could cast the first circle spell, such as firebolt, dozens of times without getting tired at all. However, Angus wanted to pretend to be weak in front of the headmaster and could not help but act. Using his full control in his body, he could even make his heartbeat increase, facial expression paler, and sweating more than usual. "Fortunately, I didn't increase any of my stat yet this month," thought Angus while he controlled his mana at a superb level to create the firebolt in his hand flicker a little bit. A few seconds later, Angus shot fireball to the idle dummy. But at the last second, it managed to dodge it again. As for Angus, he already slumped on the ground with rough breathing. Angus made his expression look sad that he failed the test as he couldn't hit all the dummy. At this moment, the headmaster approaches Angus. Looking at the saddening Angus expression, "Don't worry, young man. Sometimes failure is part of the success," encouraged the headmaster. "But I still fail the test," replied Angus sadly. "Who said that you failed? You show me a remarkable focus and concentration that not every student at your age could do it. Besides, the condition to hit all the dummy is actually to make you give everything you got," explained the headmaster. "Yep, as I expected. Besides, who is the right mind gives a test of hitting moving objects to an 11 years old kid? Heck, even some of the adults even struggle at this test," thought Angus inwardly while listening to the headmaster explanation. Then as Angus pretends to be happy. "Yes, Angus, victory, you are passed and qualified to enter the magician class," declared the headmaster. "All right then, if you excuse me," said Angus while wanting to go out from the examination room. "Hold on, Angus, why don't we have another test? This test will not affect your previous result, but if you show me a good performance in this test, you will get another plus point in your report," enticed the headmaster. "What the? Why would you give me another test?" Sighed troublesome, thought Angus. As Angus pretends to be confused at his choice. "Don't worry about it. The test is simple. I hear you're good at dodging. You only need to dodge my attack for 1 minute. Of course, I will only use the first circle spell," explained the headmaster, huffed. "If I never try to spar against my father, I may be enticed to take this test. But why the trouble to expose myself?" thought Angus silently. "I am sorry, headmaster, but I refuse." Now I am quite exhausted after casting all those firebolt, as Angus refuses the headmaster offer politely. "I see. It's a shame. You have a great talent, Angus," said the headmaster. Hearing this, Angus's expression changes for a second before immediately back to calm. Then Angus excuses himself to go out of the examination room. Such a shame. He has a good body for his age. Perhaps hybrid class is more suitable for him than magician class with his talent, but it's his own choice, thought the old headmaster inwardly. Meanwhile, Angus immediately finds a secluded spot before releasing a sigh. "Talent, huh, that's just a curse," thought Angus while remembering a memory of his past. "Angus, you have great talent, don't waste it." As Angus remembers his old master last word. "Huff, I am sorry, master, that's already my past. Now," declare Angus to himself. After the examination period, the Royal Academy gives the student a break like usual. Now Angus is entering the carriage alone without Virgil. Virgil is already in the 8th year this year, and his examination is a little bit special that needs him to go outside the academy. So right now Angus is riding his carriage alone. Arriving at his townhouse, Angus changes his clothes before going outside his manor towards the commercial section. After walking for a while, he arrived at the Golden Trade Merchant Guild. In Furman, there are many kinds of guilds. Adventurer Guild is the most famous as they usually accept any kind of job request. However, there are other specialized guilds like merchant guilds. Like its name, the Merchant Guild is dealt with trading and money. Sometimes, famous merchant guilds could also become sort of banks. Golden Trade Merchant Guild is one of the famous merchant guilds in the Heart Kingdom. They have a lot of branches throughout the Furuman, especially in the Human Kingdom. One of them is the Golden Trade Auction Hall, which auctions many kinds of rare items. Furthermore, because of their huge prestige, they never openly cheat their customers. Although they have quite a huge fee for each transaction, they are more trustworthy when dealing with a lot of money or purchasing in bulk than ordinary merchants. This is also one of the Angus reasons to come to the Golden Trade Merchant Guild. Angus wants to sell monster parts. His manual battle system not only drops skill books, but it also drops some monster part when he is fighting against the monster. Sometimes it even could drop monster cores that are always high in demand in the market. During all this year, Angus also tries to fight various kinds of monsters inside his manual system. Because of this, his system inventory is full of various parts monster body. Still, the monsters he could fight are limited only to the one he observes inside the monster house. Although the monster is too aggressive during this period, it didn't hinder students in the monster physiology course to observe and learn about monsters. Besides, during this time, students could also find many unusual behaviors that are not recorded in the book. Because Angus's monster system is based on the Academy's monster house, it only contains ungraded and few grade 1 monsters. Despite this, his monster part is slowly accumulated inside his system inventory. So once in a while during the break, Angus will sneak out of the townhouse manor to sell his monster part in bulk. After inquiring with a few merchants, he found that the Golden Trade Merchant Guild is the best to sell his bulk monster part. Although some of the parts are quite useful for his alchemy experiment, he still could obtain many more later. If it is not because his system inventory space seems infinite, it may already be full during the few months he fought against the monster. Entering the Golden Trade, Angus goes towards one of the counters. "Welcome, how may I help you?" said one of the staff behind the counter. "Could you please call Manager Ernest?" said Angus while showing the staff a gold card with a Golden Trade emblem. Looking at the golden card, "All right, sir. May I know from whom I speak with?" asked the staff politely. "Just tell him it is from Angus," replied Angus. "Yes, sir. Please wait a minute," said the staff before going to the communication device nearby. "All right, lead the way," replied Angus. Then the Agnes is being led into one of the enclosed rooms. Although the room looks normal and ordinary, he could feel many runes enchanted all over the room. He feels like being isolated from the outside. Few moments of waiting inside the room, a young man in his 20s with neat clothes entered the room. "Angus, my dear friend, I am sorry to make you wait. There are a lot of documents that I need to take care," said the young man while giving Angus a handshake. "No problem, Ernest. I am not waiting that long," replied Angus. "I am not waiting that long," said Angus. "So, like the usual?" asked Ernest. "Yes, like usual," as Angus gives Ernest a space storage pouch he already prepared before. As straightforward as always. "All right, wait here for a bit while I check the item," said Ernest while taking the monster part from the pouch storage. Angus didn't give him his wristwatch storage as it is more expensive and rare than he previously thought. According to Ernest, the space storage model wristwatch is very limited and rare. It is something that almost cannot be bought with money. It is not because of its great function, but because of the rareness. In this world, only a few people could produce such items. This made Angus surprised at Balrog's reputation as he could procure this kind of item easily using his connection. Because of this, he learns from his mistake and becomes more prudent at revealing his wristwatch space storage. Unfortunately, the space storage item couldn't be stored inside another space storage item. So Angus needs to bring his other space storage pouch carefully when he walks outside. Luckily, Angus gets a more huge space storage pouch from Ernest as a bonus from their first deal. With the space storage pouch, Angus didn't have to keep coming back to the Merchant Guild to sell his monster part so often. While Ernest checks the monster part, Angus only waits silently beside him. Although Angus trusts Ernest, he still has some caution to not get cheated. As for Ernest himself, he didn't mind it and did his job. Besides, he will not dare to cheat the money of the Duke's sons. After a dozen minutes later, Ernest brings a list of papers of Angus material. Then they begin to negotiate for the price. Angus may not lack money and could always ask his parents for more money if he needs something, but he still needs money for various kinds of occasions. As someone that has lived on Earth, Angus knows exactly how powerful money is. So it is not a sin to have a little bit of money. All right, then it will be 15,000 gold coins. It's truly wonderful when your monster part is in pristine condition compared to others. Some of our clients even ask specially for these kinds of monster parts, said Ernest. Unfortunately, you could only bring an ungraded monster and a few grade 1 monsters. Is there no way to increase the span of the monster species in grade? Asked Ernest. Unfortunately, it is not possible for now. The supplier could only procure these monster parts for the time being. However, it is possible to increase the variety of monsters at the later date. Still, it will take time, replied Angus while not telling him the entire truth. All right, I will be waiting for that time to come. Anything else could I help with? Asked Ernest. Yes, apparently I am doing some kind of alchemy experiment. This is the list of items that I required, said Angus while giving Ernest a piece of paper. Let's see here. I think we have all of them in stock here since they are kind of popular items. All right, let me get my staff to bring the item along with your payment, said Ernest as he called one of his staff outside. Then they talk about various kinds of topics while waiting for the employee to bring Angus's stuff. I didn't know you also dabble in alchemy, asked Ernest. I am still a beginner. It will take a lot of time before I can produce some notable potion, replied Angus truthfully. Then don't forget to contact me at that time, said Ernest jokingly. Don't worry about it. If there is nothing wrong, I will contact you to sell my product, replied Angus. Angus may seem young, but for experienced merchants like Ernest, he could discern a sort of uniqueness on him. From Ernest's experience, this kind of uniqueness usually exists in experts and some master. This is the reason Ernest is very polite and wants to invest his time in Angus. He wants to build a connection with Angus. Of course, Angus also noticed this kind of thought, but it didn't matter much to him. As long as Ernest didn't cross his path, Angus will leave him alone. Oh yeah, I hear the monster overlord will attack half a year from now, said Ernest as he changed the topic. Yes, because of this, my father has become very busy lately, replied Angus truthfully. Then as your friend, I will give you some advice. Don't stay in the capital city, said Ernest seriously. Is there something wrong with the capital city? Asked Angus curiously. I hope I am wrong, but from our reliable source we found that someone is amassing a lot of weapons and arms. There may be some chaos inside the capital city at the later date, explained Ernest. You sure about that? Didn't it quite normal for people to gather weapons and arms during this time? Replied Angus. At first I also thought that, but for safety reasons, the higher-up of Golden Trade decided to evacuate to another city during the monster attack. Although we still don't know their true intention, it is better to be safe than sorry later, said Ernest. I see. I will relay this information to my father. I hope that nothing bad is going to happen, said Angus. We also hope for that, especially in this precarious time, said Ernest. A few moments later, the staff knocked on the door and brought Angus's item along with his gold coin in space storage. All right, let me check the item first, said Angus while putting out the item from the space storage. After checking the item along with his deducted gold coins, Angus says goodbye to Ernest and leaves the Golden Trade Merchant Guild building. 13,000 gold coins along with some rare alchemy ingredient. No wonder many people are interested in becoming adventurers and hunting monsters. It's a lucrative job, thought Angus. All right, now the business is done. Time to get some food and drink, thought Angus while walking towards the commoner section. Since Angus's last adventure in the capital city, Angus is quite fond of trying many different kinds of food and drink, especially fizzy beer. The product itself is one of a kind item. Angus will always pay a visit and have a few glasses of drink whenever he sneaks out from his townhouse manor during the break. Along the way towards the tavern bar that sells fizzy beer, he notices a few unwanted people stalking him persistently. Usually this kind of person that stalks him will immediately give up for a while after Angus blends with the crowd to disappear. Somehow, these people are quite persistent and keep trying to stalk Angus despite him blending with the crowd many times. This shows that the people are targeting Angus personally, not just ordinary thieves that are searching for prey. Especially Angus clothes are not too attractive and quite common in this part of the city. What a hassle. Let's just lose from this person, thought Angus while increasing his walk speed and disappear in the middle of the crowd. After blending with the crowd and erasing his presence, a few of his stalkers appeared in the crowd. Where is he? Where does the boy go? Said one of the stalkers. I don't know, boss. He just walked here and disappeared, replied the other stalker. Yeah, I saw him walk here before, replied another stalker. Useless. Find him, said the man that seems the leader. And what do they want with me? Troublesome, thought Angus as he also hears the conversation. Then the other people immediately scatter around to search for Angus. After that, the leader himself walked towards one of the back alleys towards the slum direction. Suddenly, his head got wrapped by a sack from behind. Then he got punched a few times in the stomach and head by the preparator. Ag, stop. Stop, pleaded the man after getting continuously beaten in some hurt part. Speak. Why do you follow the boy? Said Angus while changing his voice into a deeper voice using mana. Before the man replied, Angus once again hit the man in the part where it is hurt the most. Stop, stop, it hurt. It was a direct order from the big boss, said the man. Big boss, thought Angus for a second. Who is this big boss? Why did he target the boy? Asked Angus before continuing his beating again. Ag, stop, I will talk. It's not only the boy that is being targeted. Every customer of Golden Trade is also being targeted. Explained the man further as he knows he could not fight back in this situation. Why are they being targeted? Asked Angus while didn't give the man a chance and put him on his knee. Aye, looking at the man's hesitation. Angus began beating the man again. Stop, stop, I don't know, I swear I don't know. The big boss only ordered us to amass a lot of money, especially from the Golden Trade Guild. Please stop. Sob, I already told you all I know, Sob, pleaded the man while also crying. Who is your big boss and what is your group name? Said Angus. Sob, it's Vincent. Sob, the name is Vincent. Our group name is Lefty Coin, replied the name. Hearing the name, Angus immediately left the man who was still on his knee alone and blended with the crowd again.